The Principle of Hope. Volume 1. Bloch's early life. Ernst Bloch was born in Ludwigshafen on July 8, 1885, the son of a Jewish railway official. A stark contrast was presented to him as a child between the new industrial, proletarian city where he grew up and the fading 19th-century opulence of Mannheim, the other city just across the Rhine, with its Gründerzeit architecture and its old residence, one of the most elaborate palaces in Germany. Though Bloch by no means dismisses the achievements of the 19th-century bourgeoisie and describes them with a certain affection, this early landscape of class contradiction must have been decisive in his formation as a socialist. The local aniline and soda factory, Bloch points out in his early impressionistic and autobiographical work Spuren, Traces, was moved to Ludwigshafen so that the smoke and proletariat did not drift over Mannheim. But though he lived on the wrong side of the bridge, his childhood was an imaginative and rewarding one which he looked back on fondly in his later books. The visions and longings of the child are for Bloch the emotional inklings of the spirit of venturing beyond which he esteemed so highly in thinkers and innovators, and without which the new is inconceivable. The games he played with his childhood friends transformed the dismal, flat industrial hinterland of Ludwigshafen into an almost numinous, hallucinatory landscape, populated with characters out of the adventure stories of Karl May. As a boy Bloch immersed himself in these stories, a love of which he retained for the whole of his life. Even in the core work of his mature system The Principle of Hope, a section is devoted to fairytale and to colportage, the term he employed to describe the genre of the adventure story. There is only Karl May and Hegel, he once said, everything in between is an impure mixture. Bloch was an indifferent pupil, but a precocious intellect. As a schoolboy he was composing speculative tracts with ambitious titles like The Universe in the Light of Atheism, Renaissance of Sensuality. By the age of 17 he was already corresponding with prominent German philosophers of the day. Even as an old man he was to reach back into these early writings for a motto to suit a volume of his complete works. But the essence of the world is cheerful spirit and the urge to creative shaping, the thing in itself is objective imagination. This pre-appearance and its reappearance across 7 decades demonstrates the homogeneous development of Bloch's work and thought. It is also entirely consistent with his idea that only at the end of a process does its beginning reveal itself and finally begin. Yet his school report for 1904/5, 2 years after the above was written, informs us that his achievements are so minimal that, considering the profound gaps in his knowledge, he will only be able to pass his final exams by the most strenuous application. After studying philosophy in Munich and in Würzburg, in both cases pursuing the idea of Bohemia and a particular girl student rather than seeking out a particular professor, Bloch moved to Berlin, where he was befriended and encouraged by George Simmel, a fashionable professor whose interests ranged, as Bloch's were later to do, over the whole spectrum of philosophy, sociology, and metaphysics. Simmel was also one of the George Crees, the intimate circle around the lyric poet Stephan George. But Bloch was dismissive of the aesthetic posturing of the George Crees and soon disillusioned by Simmel's inability to commit himself to any of the positions he was so adept at expounding. During these years in Berlin Bloch also forged an important friendship with the philosopher and critic George Lukács. Bloch traveled widely at this time, both with Lukács and with Simmel, particularly in Italy. His work reflects an interest not only in travel and travelers, but in the psychological attraction of distance and foreignness in the daydreams and wishful images of the little man confined to the everyday. It is with these dreams that The Principle of Hope opens. In 1911 Bloch went to Garmisch and began work on his own philosophy in earnest, developing the key concept of the not yet conscious which he had formulated as early as 1907. For the next few years, Bloch moved between Garmisch and Heidelberg where Lukács was living. Later he wrote of this time and of his friendship with Lukács, "We had become so close that we functioned like speaking tubes. I was always away from Heidelberg, actually had my writing desk in Garmisch, I alternated between Garmisch and Heidelberg, the beginnings of my philosophy were written in Garmisch, a Bavarian birth then, with the will to be worthy of the Alps which I had outside my window. If we were separated, I in Garmisch and Lukács in Heidelberg or somewhere else, and then we saw each other again after a month or two, then it might happen that I or he began to speak. Or to think where the other had just left off. In Heidelberg, Bloch became part of the circle around the sociologist Max Weber. Marianne Weber gives us a picture of him at that time. A new Jewish philosopher has recently arrived, a boy with an enormous quiff and just as enormous self-importance. He obviously regards himself as the forerunner of a new Messiah and wants people to regard him as such. Weber shared his wife's opinion and distanced himself from Bloch, suspicious of his mystical ideas. In 1913 Bloch married Elsa von Stritsky, a sculptress from Riga. Unfit for military service, he lived in Grunewald in the Isar Valley for most of the First World War before moving to Bern in 1917. He was emphatic in his opposition to the war, which he saw as a fundamentally imperialist conflict. When Simmel lent his support to the wave of patriotism sweeping Germany, Bloch finally severed their friendship. In Zurich, Bloch became acquainted with Walter Benjamin, 7 years his junior, the essayist and critic. Benjamin described him in a letter as the only person of significance I have met in Switzerland so far, and later as the writer who alongside Kafka and Brecht had perfected the German essay, a compliment he might justifiably have paid himself. The spirit of utopia. During this central decade of expressionism, Bloch continued to develop the concept of the not yet conscious, and in 1918 published Geist der Utopie, The Spirit of Utopia, a mystical and prophetic work written in a highly expressionist style. The book, his first major work, is dedicated to his wife. Bloch's interest in religion, which first becomes manifest in The Spirit of Utopia, unusual in a Marxist, may to some extent be attributed to the influence of Elsa's almost Gnostic Christian mysticism. This essayistic work is a blend of Messianism, socialism, and ideas of unrevealed spiritual truth, but the book also reflects Bloch's early interest in what was to become the principal field of his future study, utopia. Bloch's great friend Marguerite Sussman seems to have anticipated the importance of the ideas contained in the book, seeing in it elements of a new German metaphysics. Bloch's first wife, to whom he was devoted, died in 1921 after several years of illness. Her death had a devastating effect on him, and continued to affect him throughout his life, as we may see from the end of the very moving section on marriage in The Principle of Hope, begun almost 20 years later, just as the pain of love is 1,000 times better than 2. Unhappy marriage, in which there only remains pain, fruitless pain, so too the landlocked adventures of love are diffuse compared with the great sea voyage which marriage can be, which does not end with old age, not even with the death of one partner. Here still, as elsewhere in the section, there is a sense of his relationship with Elsa, and perhaps too of his second abortive marriage to a painter from Frankfurt which lasted less than a year, an attempt perhaps to replace the intimacy of the first. In 1928 a former girlfriend of Bloch's from the days when he was living in Positano gave birth to a daughter, Mirjam, after their relationship had ended. Frieda Abels did not inform Bloch of the pregnancy or of the birth, the news reached him through the poet Else Lasker-Schuler. The relationship was obviously an embarrassment to Bloch, who was by this time involved with Karola Piotrkowska, a young student of architecture from Lodz in Poland whom he subsequently married in 1934. A portrait of their felicitous life together may be read in Frau Karola Bloch's book Aus meinem Leben, From My Life. Bloch continued to travel throughout the 20s after the death of his first wife. His visit to Tunisia in 1926 brought him into contact with the world of Islam for the first time, a religion which significantly contributes to the wishful images of the fulfilled moment in Volume 3 of The Principle of Hope alongside the Christian and Jewish traditions. When in Germany, he was mainly based in Berlin. Another major friendship began here in the 20s, with one of the philosophers who was later to be a major figure in the Frankfurt School, Theodor Adorno. Adorno later speaks of the great Blochian music, and retained a great admiration for Bloch, but as with Lukács, the friendship was strained by the alleged unorthodoxy of Bloch's subjectivist approach to socialism, even though by the 20s Bloch was politically a hardline communist. There seems to be some evidence that he attempted to align himself in a more orthodox way with the mainstream of Marxist thinking. In 1923 he issued a second rewritten edition of The Spirit of Utopia, giving a more systematic introduction to his utopian philosophy and attempting to fuse it with Marxism. Bloch seems to have had a closer affinity with Walter Benjamin, with whom he was in close contact in Berlin. Benjamin shared Bloch's interest in mystical traditions, particularly the Kabbalah, and they experimented with hashish together, another productive source of the creative daydream for Bloch, as the principle of hope elaborates. Elements of Benjamin's theory of tragedy may be detected in Bloch's analysis of the social function of theater at the end of the first volume of this work. By this time Bloch's literary reputation was established and he was writing regularly for the major newspapers in Berlin. He had met Bertolt Brecht as early as 1921 and their friendship endured until the latter's death. He was drawn to Brecht by his undogmatic approach to Marxism, and Brecht's work forms the backbone of Bloch's view of the theater as a socially instructive paradigmatic institution. Towards the end of the decade there were also friendships with Kurt Weill, Hans Eisler, and Otto Klemperer. In 1930 Bloch's major literary work was published, Spuren, Traces, a collection of prose pieces which set the tone for the cryptic passages that introduce each section of the principle of hope. During these Berlin years Bloch began work on Erbschaft dieser Zeit, Legacy of this Time, a critical analysis of the 20s and the rise of fascism, but this work was interrupted by Hitler's accession to power. Bloch emigrated to Zurich at the beginning of March 1933. During this period his friendship with Lukács gradually developed into public disagreement. This culminated in the notorious debate concerning Expressionism, which by 1935 Lukács, now a leading communist critic, saw as a direct cultural antecedent of National Socialist ideology. Bloch published his first reply in an essay written as a result of the Nazis' exhibition of degenerate art in which many expressionist works were included. But as the principle of hope illustrates at several points, Bloch remained loyal throughout his life to his concept of Expressionism as a progressive artistic movement. Lukács distanced himself more and more from Bloch's mystical approach to the revelation of socialism. Lukács pointed to the decisive difference in position between his own Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, history and class consciousness, and the utopian philosophy of The Spirit of Utopia, or Bloch's book on the millenarian Christian Thomas Munzer als Theologe der Revolution, Thomas Munzer as theologian of the revolution. Even though as young men they had both developed a socialist perspective, Lukács did not consider Bloch to be a genuine Marxist. Bloch also looked back on their early dialogue together with affection, and in 1972, still with obvious respect for Lukács, he dedicated Das Materialismusproblem, the problem of materialism, to the friend of his youth. Exile in America. After Zurich, Bloch moved on to Vienna, then Paris, and Prague, where 4. His son Jan was born in 1937. Keeping one step ahead of the Nazis, he emigrated to the United States in 1938 and remained there for over a decade, living on the East Coast. It was during this period that the principle of hope was largely written. It was revised in the 1950s. Originally Bloch hoped to publish it in America under the title Dreams of a Better Life. The book shows a clear antipathy to a culture which he saw as the inevitable heir of the fascism he had left Europe to escape. The principle of hope bristles with anti-American sentiments, and a good deal of its ideological analysis of the psychology of the Babbitt, a term he borrowed from the American author Sinclair Lewis, the archetype of the little man, has an American frame of reference. Bloch never fully mastered English, as may be seen from some of his rather bizarre uses of American colloquialisms, and in fact he lived rather remote from the other exiled German intellectuals in the United States, grouped around Thomas Mann. The comprehensive triptych of the German emigration painted by Arthur Kaufmann during those years shows Bloch withdrawn, in the very back row. Like Benjamin, who died during exile, Bloch was not given employment in Horkheimer's Institute for Social Research when it moved from France to the USA, though Adorno's influence must have carried great weight there. This perhaps shows the extent to which their friendship had atrophied in the 30s. In 1942 Adorno did make a public appeal on behalf of Bloch in a New York journal, outlining the deprivation in which Bloch was living at the time and requesting donations. But this must have been very double-edged loyalty for Bloch, since Adorno incorrectly stated that Bloch had been earning his living by washing dishes and that he had been dismissed for his slowness. In fact, Carola Bloch supported Ernst and Jan by working first as a waitress and then in an architect's office. Neither were the Blochs entirely free of the anti-Semitism which had forced them to leave Germany. Many places of recreation, Carola reports in her biography, were restricted and inaccessible for Jews. In 1938, more than a decade before McCarthyism, a committee against un-American activities had been founded to counteract communism. Bloch was repeatedly forced to appear in the immigration office in Boston to establish whether he was fit for American citizenship. Though he had never been a member of the KPD, the Communist Party in Germany, he was considered a premature anti-fascist, that is, someone who had been opposed to the fascists before Pearl Harbor. Finally he was forced to undergo an oral examination on the American Constitution. Carola Bloch relates that the astonished examiner called in his colleagues to listen to Bloch's riveting analysis of the American War of Independence. In this way he finally secured citizenship, 2 years later than his wife. East and West. Bloch returned to Germany in 1949 to take up the chair of philosophy at the University of Leipzig at the age of 64. As the Principle of Hope tells us, he did not consider that the war was over, merely that the seat of fascist power had removed itself from Berlin to Washington. To begin with, he seems to have firmly believed in the possibility of creating a new anti-fascist society in the German Democratic Republic which would restore German culture to greatness. In 1954/5 the first 2 volumes of The Principle of Hope appeared, and Bloch was awarded the National Prize of the GDR, and recognized as its leading philosopher. But gradually his philosophical and political position became irreconcilable with that of the leadership of the Stalinists said, the ruling state party in the GDR. A number of his students were arrested in 1957, among them Wolfgang Herrick, a supporter of Tito's non-Stalinist regime in Yugoslavia. Though Bloch rejected Herrick's democratic humanist ideas of reform for the GDR, he was implicated in counter-revolutionary activity and was fortunate to escape arrest. Herrick was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, accused of conspiracy with the West. Bloch was forced to retire, forbidden to teach, and was obliged to give up the editorship of the politically influential Deutsche Zeitschrift für Philosophie. His and Herrick's contributions were expunged from its index. Walter Ulbricht, leader of the SED, suggested that Bloch's teaching adopted non-Marxist principles, laid too much emphasis on the subjective, and that his utopian philosophy was ignoring the concrete class struggle and idealistically pursuing a distant goal. These sentiments seem to echo those of Bloch's old friend Lukács, who had become the Minister of Culture in Hungary in the Nagy regime, but it is worth considering that in 1956 Soviet troops were already suppressing counter-revolutionary tendencies in Hungary, and Lukács himself was forced into temporary exile in Romania, because of his closeness to the Yugoslavian line. In 1957, with official sanction, a pamphlet criticizing Bloch appeared in Berlin entitled Ernst Bloch's Revision of Marxism. Branded as a revisionist, even as a mystic pantheist, Bloch was no longer able to participate in academic life in the East. He lived in isolation, having contact only with personal friends. His books continued to appear fitfully. 6. In the East, however. In 1959 the 3rd volume of The Principle of Hope was published. Bloch began to travel more frequently to the West to deliver lectures and attend congresses. In 1961 he was coincidentally in West Berlin when the Berlin Wall was first erected and spontaneously took the decision to remain in the West, accepting a guest professorship at Tübingen University where he continued to be an active advocate of socialism and, most untypically for a German professor, devoted much of his time to his students. He spoke publicly against the voting of emergency powers in October 1966. Later in the 60s he befriended Rudi Dutschke and lent his support to the student movement, though with characteristic anticipatory consciousness, expressing surprise that the radical movement against capitalism in the West should emerge from the children of the middle class. Bloch never visited the Soviet Union. His attitude to it in The Principle of Hope is still positive, but already we may detect a good deal of implicit criticism, of the ideology of the Comrade, for example, of the Non-Intervention Pact, and of state socialism in general. But he considered the artistic developments in dance and film in the Soviet Union to be extremely progressive tendencies, and praised the elements of folk culture which the revolution had preserved, though he was well aware that the USSR had not reached political maturity, was still in a transitional stage, contained elements of state socialism and fell far short of the final state which corresponded to his own utopian vision of international socialism. His own reappraisal of Stalinism came late, after Khrushchev's in 1956, after Hungary, and only after his own experiences in East Berlin. In later life he was opposed both to Soviet domination and to American imperialism, supporting the Prague Spring and vehemently denouncing America's part in the Vietnam War, advocating a diversification of socialism away from the Soviet model. Bloch saw Marxism as a necessary synthesis of cold and warm streams, the one representing its undeceived critical rigor, the other its idealistic and imaginative receptivity. As early as the 1930s, Bloch warned against the separation of bread and violin in the communist world. Ultimately he was condemned for not subordinating the latter to the former in a decade of ideological entrenchment in the East. Bloch was not exposed to the international acclaim accorded to the Frankfurt School in the English-speaking world in the 60s and 70s, perhaps indeed because his works were not available to readers of English. He shared Marcuse's suspicion of the ideologies into the service of which the new technologies were being pressed in East and West. His voice was 7. Not heard outside Germany. But at Tübingen he became the pipe-smoking father figure of philosophy in his own country, ultimately preferring, like his great literary guiding image Goethe, the climate of southern Germany where his philosophy had begun. Bloch's conception of old age, and the counseling role of the elder, was certainly one which he realized in his own life. Though he became blind in later years, he lived to supervise and to revise the 17 volumes of his collected works, an astonishing achievement for a philosopher in his own lifetime and consistent with his wishful image and archetype of harvest. He died in the summer of 1977 at the age of 92. Bloch and tradition. Consistent with his view that the past contains a cultural inheritance and utopian content still to be extracted, Bloch's philosophy, though firmly rooted in the German tradition, contains an eclectic mixture of progressive elements drawn from classical, Oriental, and Western philosophies. The inheritance that is to be claimed from the past, however, is not a legacy of fixed tradition, but of undischarged hope content and utopian content in the works of the past. Thus Bloch takes the utopian aspirations and energy of the subjective factor in German idealism first systematized by Kant and combines it with the objective factor in the materialist philosophy of Marx and Engels. He takes the concept of process from Hegel and develops it into his own concept of open process at work in dialectical materialism. He takes Aristotle's concept of entelecheia and builds it into his own theory of possibility. He takes Bacon's New Atlantis and includes it in the historical program for socialism. But claiming this inheritance in no way makes Bloch a secondary thinker. It is entirely consistent with his wholly original concept of the not yet conscious, the preconscious dimension in both past and future. New meaning and fresh synthetic combinations can be extracted from the thinking of the past, precisely because this thinking is not yet finished, and is to be discovered and inherited by each succeeding age. The works of the past contain the premonitory and prefigurative images of the next stage of society. In open process, succeeding ages refunction the material of the past to suit their ideological requirements, whether reactionary or progressive. But from all progressive thinking a utopian surplus is carried over into the future. It may lie dormant for centuries before new social conditions recall it and extract its new. 8. Meaning. The principle of hope is an encyclopedia of hope that attempts to catalogue the surplus of utopian thought from the early Greek philosophers to the present day. Bloch understands utopia not as an impossible ideal, but as a real and concrete final state which can be achieved politically. He sees the development of socialism as the modern expression of the utopian function which affects this change, the goal towards which the process of history is impelled by utopian thinking. But history is by no means mechanical or fully determined for Bloch. It is not an inevitable march towards socialism. Its dynamic is not a Hegelian world spirit. It advances at all stages through possibility. The possibility of nothing, of the in vain remains. Possibility is itself an open process, and not merely in the subject. Bloch considers that the object itself contains layers of possibility, culminating in the objectively real possible, the ultimate synthesis of subjective and objective realization of the world. Bloch has often been placed squarely in the Romantic tradition because of this attempted synthesis, as if he were continuing the utopian search for the blue flower of German Romanticism where imagination and world finally meet. But the subjective idealism of Schelling and Fichte, the philosophical inspiration behind German Romanticism, sought this synthesis without considering possible development in the object, in objective process in the world. Whereas Bloch insists on the bilateral development of both the subjective and the objective factor and on their dialectical interaction. Bloch takes as his model for this final state of subjective and objective cognition the idea mentioned in a letter from Marx to Ruge in 1843 of the world possessing a dream of the matter, of a real state of the world that has not yet become manifest and will only become so through socialism. Yet Bloch understands that this ultimately real perception of the world implies the political task of humanizing the world. Hegel's thing in itself must also become Engels' thing for us. By theoretically and practically realizing the real possibility of the world, it may be transformed into Heimat, homeland, where, in the words of Bloch's literary guiding image, Faust, we may say here I am human, here I am entitled to be. At all points in Bloch there is the sense of this human freedom. The problematic dialectic of freedom and order is a central question in his work. His discussion of this relationship, which forms part of Volume 2 of The Principle of Hope, was the first of his writings to appear after the war, but the political implications did not endear him to his post-war sponsors in the stabilizing regimes of the Eastern Bloc. The not yet conscious can be contained in past, present, and future. 9. Unrealized meaning can be trapped in the works of the past. The darkness of the just-lived moment which prevents us from experiencing and enjoying the world in a carpe diem sense indicates the presence of the not yet conscious in the present. The future aspect of the not yet conscious is principally revealed in what Bloch calls forward dawning and pre-appearance, Vorschein, which also has the connotation of shining ahead. Every age contains its horizon, its front over which this not yet conscious flows when the block of static and regressive thinking is lifted. It may actually be observed in social and political events, as in the storming of the Bastille, for example, but art is the major repository of the images, archetypes, and symbols of the not yet conscious, supplying us with the guiding images that venture beyond the statics of the known world. In his historical survey of the not yet conscious, Bloch concentrates on the thinkers and project makers who have extended this front by venturing beyond, by inventing, visualizing the possibilities of the world that is coming over the threshold. The principle of hope is thus an encyclopedia of these figures and their appearance in reality and in art. The not yet conscious contains an individual psychological dimension as well as social and political expression. In characteristically polemical style, Bloch attacks Freud and particularly Jung, whom he regarded as a thinker complicit with fascism, for confining the unconscious to the past, in Jung's case to an ahistorical dimension of primal experience. Bloch illustrates how this theory was appropriated to serve the bogus notions of Aryan purity and native soil by German Nazism. His criticism of Freud largely centered on the latter's understanding of repression. Freud's analysis solely attempted to lead his patients back into the past to confront the origins of their neurosis, the repressed material that was inhibiting them. There was no concern with future, not yet conscious development. Analogously, in Bloch's view, Freud avoided analysis of the social causes of repression and entertained no idea of the future development of the society which might improve the psychological conditions of his patients. He only addressed himself to the symptoms and not the fundamental causes of their neuroses. Furthermore, he ignored the most basic human drive, the closest drive to the unrevealed, that which drives on within us, namely, hunger. It is significant that Freud never uses the German term instinct for his theory of the drives, but rather the word Trieb. It may well be that Strachey's English translation of Freud has committed a major error in referring to the drives as instincts. Bloch's analysis of Freud makes this distinction unequivocal. He extends the theory of the drives by demonstrating x. that they are socialized rather than innate, and thus wholly distinct from instincts. It is perhaps no coincidence that Bloch's philosophy was ultimately considered heretical in the East. Bloch's attention always seems to wander in the direction of heretical rather than orthodox figures. His earlier book on Thomas Munzer is a pre-appearance of his preoccupation with thinkers who are challenging orthodox beliefs. Munzer and millenarians like Joachim of Fiore feature largely in The Principle of Hope, whereas Luther, the father of the Orthodox Reformation in Germany, only merits a handful of references. Bloch's commitment to the Hermetic tradition and to heretical figures in general reflects his preference for those thinkers who regard the world as an unrevealed mystery rather than a body of received laws and commandments. In The Principle of Hope he chooses to investigate the Kabbalah rather than the Torah, perspective alchemy rather than determined astrology, systems of thought that are processive and open rather than already manifest and absolute. Bloch's Principle of Hope is of course such a system itself, and owes almost as much to the Hermetic tradition as it does to the tradition of dialectical materialism. Sections of the work have a mystical quality as they approach that riddle of consciousness that appears behind the drives, but Bloch would not see this as metaphysical speculation incompatible with a materialist approach to the world. He seeks to relocate man's metaphysical aspirations and apotheoses in worldly experience itself, and to reveal the world precisely as the mystery towards which Hermetic thinking has been groping. This mystical aspect of Bloch's work, often lifting his thought out of culturally specific historical and philosophical argument onto a different level of elliptical conceptual and linguistic connection, may well have contributed to the notion that Bloch is a difficult thinker. But these passages, cryptically opening each section of The Principle of Hope, transcendentally and climactically closing each section with a sweeping gesture of optimism or hope, perhaps hold the key to Bloch's literary style. The notion of intensification, Steigerung, already present in Goethe, permeates Bloch's work. Bloch's cadences do not fall, they are always going up. It is therefore no coincidence that many sections of the work end on the heights, on the metaphor of the high mountains, as indeed does Faust, a fact of which Bloch was well aware. The book is full of explicit and implicit references to Faust, and the structure of Goethe's major work is unmistakably present behind Bloch's own, as it moves towards identity. The symphonic structure of the work is also clearly evident. Bloch considered music to 11. Be the most important of the arts, in which the not yet and the utopian could be most perfectly realized. Reprises, refrains, codas, the musical gestures are unmistakable. Bloch was not only anxious to include the ontological and utopian gestures of music in his catalogue of hope, a section is devoted to it in Volume 3, but also to incorporate these gestures in the structure of his major work itself. The style of The Principle of Hope. The Principle of Hope is thus certainly a literary work in its own right, and this may also account for the suspicion with which it has been received in Marxist circles. Alongside the metaphor of the high mountains is that of the ship venturing beyond the Pillars of Hercules, an image inherited from Francis Bacon, whom Bloch greatly admired. These images become sunken metaphors, often just below the text, apparently lost, then surfacing again with new significance, perfectly mirroring in metaphorical terms Bloch's theory of the continuing legacy of utopian content. Forward dawning is also an aspect of Bloch's style. An image will be filtered into the argument before it emerges in its full metaphorical plumage, as real cipher. But Bloch's philosophy, of course, acknowledges the residual traces of past consciousness in advancing process, and this is also reflected in the fabric of the text, which reveals a great deal of after-ripening of ideas and images, reintroductions of motifs and metaphors, charged with renewed significance. A repeated idea, as Bloch states in his own introduction, may have learned something in the meantime. Bloch's eclectic choice of register is in itself a further reflection of his theory of the mutual presence of the past and future in each other. He blends archaism, Latin and Greek terms, obsolescent usages, Volksgeschichten, popular sayings and proverbs, with the language of Marxism, science, and dialectical materialism to produce a kind of cultural lexicon of the German language. As a poet, Bloch is perhaps a poet of light. The quality of light, morning red, distant blue, the blue hour of twilight, are metaphorical expressions of states of consciousness, both individual and social, and of states of hope and realization. New and unexpired ideas appear as premonitory glimmerings and extended afterglowings, shining ahead or continuing to bathe history in their unextinguished light. Bloch holds up a light meter to history to test its utopian content. Light, and all its nuances, becomes the most fundamental real cipher in the book. The theory of the real cipher is 12. Crucial to an understanding of Bloch's literary style and of his use of metaphor. He develops Goethe's conclusion in Faust that everything transitory is only a metaphor, and sees the very objects of the phenomenal world as real ciphers of the world riddle, that is, he believes the world contains in metaphorical form the secret signatures of the world mystery that is to be revealed. Bloch had conceived this idea of traces which the world secret leaves behind it in the physical details of the world much earlier in Traces, begun in 1917 though completed in 1930, but it is in the principle of hope that this aspect of his theory is developed into a fully fledged aesthetics, synthesized with the concept of the possible utopian all that, if progressive forces prevail, may finally be attained. Art is thus fundamentally concerned not with the imitation but with the revelation of the world, the process by which the images of the not yet conscious are brought into consciousness. But for Bloch the successful achievement of this utopian final state is by no means an inevitability. He is equally aware of the opposite cipher circulating in the world, the nothing which expressed itself and may express itself again in the darkness of fascism. Venturing beyond. This is the first full translation of any of Bloch's works in English. It is ironic to think that The Principle of Hope might first have been published in England before it had even appeared in Germany. Paul Tillich, among others, was instrumental in trying to get the book published in Oxford in the 1940s. But no contract was ultimately signed. The work seems to have been hovering on English consciousness for many years, its arrival inhibited by the resistance to heterodox socialist thought in British academic philosophy. This delay is itself a true example of the Blochian not yet conscious. But there is no sense in which the book now appears, 40 years later, as an anachronism. Always when reading Bloch there is the impression of a mind not confined to a specific decade but spanning the century, forwards and backwards. This year, 1985, is his centenary. There could be no more fitting time to present The Principle of Hope in an English translation. In a time of cultural re-entrenchment and social pessimism, it presents a radical reappraisal of utopian socialist thinking. But it is not merely an academic catalogue of socialist and utopian thinkers. In fact, though Bloch was himself suspicious of the idea of Lebensphilosophie, programmatic philosophies of life, he provides in this book a moral and 13. Intellectual agenda for socialism, a philosophical and historical counter-argument to the popular ideology that radical change in itself presents a danger and a threat to humanity and to order. By providing a panoramic view of history, Bloch demonstrates that it is precisely radical thinkers venturing beyond available existence who have extended and humanized the world through intellectual, scientific, and artistic innovation. He may now certainly take his place amongst the great innovators and utopians who have espoused the principle of hope. Fittingly, his own epitaph, taken from this book, reads, "Thinking means venturing beyond." Bloch was no utopist. He considered his philosophy to be concretely utopian, mediated with real possibility, and his philosophy advocates engagement with, rather than contemplation of, the world. There is certainly no sense of detachment, in his life or in his work, from political reality and practice. From the beginning, he was a tireless opponent of imperialism, fascism, and war. From very early on, he was aware of the potential of nuclear weapons, of the negative ultimum, of the destruction to which man's scientific innovations could be turned. And he never wavered in the belief that socialism was ultimately the only alternative to the annihilation capitalism would inevitably bring if man did not venture beyond it politically and embrace radical change. The principle of hope, Bloch's central work, is a historical and collective statement of hope against this annihilation, but also a practical guide to living in late capitalist society, in cultural decline, where the possibility of a truly human society seems remote and the dominant emotion is fear. As an alternative, it offers a socialist theory of the emotions based instead on the strongest of the expectant emotions, hope. It envisages a new society where men and women can at last become like proper human beings, living and working and above all enjoying themselves in a world which has become thing for us, or in Bloch's own phrase, where man is walking upright. Neville Place, Stephen Place, Paul Knight, Brighton, 1985. To my son Jan Robert Bloch. 3. Introduction. Who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? What are we waiting for? What awaits us? Many only feel confused. The ground shakes, they do not know why and with what. Theirs is a state of anxiety. If it becomes more definite, then it is fear. Once a man traveled far and wide to learn fear. In the time that has just passed, it came easier and closer, the art was mastered in a terrible fashion. But now that the creators of fear have been dealt with, a feeling that suits us better is overdue. It is a question of learning hope. Its work does not renounce, it is in love with success rather than failure. Hope, superior to fear, is neither passive like the latter, nor locked into nothingness. The emotion of hope goes out of itself, makes people broad instead of confining them, cannot know nearly enough of what it is that makes them inwardly aimed, of what may be allied to them outwardly. The work of this emotion requires people who throw themselves actively into what is becoming, to which they themselves belong. It will not tolerate a dog's life which feels itself only passively thrown into what is, which is not seen through, even wretchedly recognized. The work against anxiety about life and the machinations of fear is that against its creators, who are for the most part easy to identify, and it looks in the world itself for what can help the world, this can be found. How richly people have always dreamed of this, dreamed of the better life that might be possible. Everybody's life is pervaded by daydreams. One part of this is just stale, even enervating escapism, even booty for swindlers, but another part is provocative, is not content just to accept the bad which exists, does not accept renunciation. This other part has hoping at its core, and is teachable. It can be extricated from the unregulated daydream and from its sly misuse, can be activated undimmed. Nobody has ever lived without daydreams, but it is a question of knowing them deeper and deeper and in this way keeping them trained unerringly, usefully, on what is right. Let the daydreams grow even fuller, since this means they are enriching themselves around the sober glance, not in the 4. sense of clogging, but of becoming clear. Not in the sense of merely contemplative reason which takes things as they are and as they stand, but of participating reason which takes them as they go, and therefore also as they could go better. Then let the daydreams grow really fuller, that is, clearer, less random, more familiar, more clearly understood and more mediated with the course of things. So that the wheat which is trying to ripen can be encouraged to grow and be harvested. Thinking means venturing beyond. But in such a way that what already exists is not kept under or skated over. Not in its deprivation, let alone in moving out of it. Not in the causes of deprivation, let alone in the first signs of the change which is ripening within it. That is why real venturing beyond never goes into the mere vacuum of an in front of us, merely fanatically, merely visualizing abstractions. Instead, it grasps the new as something that is mediated in what exists and is in motion, although to be revealed the new demands the most extreme effort of will. Real venturing beyond knows and activates the tendency which is inherent in history and which proceeds dialectically. Primarily, everybody lives in the future, because they strive, past things only come later, and as yet genuine present is almost never there at all. The future dimension contains what is feared or what is hoped for, as regards human intention, that is, when it is not thwarted, it contains only what is hoped for. Function and content of hope are experienced continuously, and in times of rising societies they have been continuously activated and extended. Only in times of a declining old society, like modern Western society, does a certain partial and transitory intention run exclusively downwards. Then those who cannot find their way out of the decline are confronted with fear of hope and against it. Then fear presents itself as the subjectivist, nihilism as the objectivist mask of the crisis phenomenon, which is tolerated but not seen through, which is lamented but not changed. On bourgeois ground, especially in the abyss which has opened and into which the bourgeoisie has moved, change is impossible anyway even if it were desired, which is by no means the case. In fact, bourgeois interest would like to draw every other interest opposed to it into its own failure, so, in order to drain the new life, it makes its own agony apparently fundamental, apparently ontological. The futility of bourgeois existence is extended to be that of the human situation in general, of existence per se. Without success in the long run, of course, the bourgeois emptiness that has developed is as ephemeral as the class which alone still expresses itself within it, and as spineless as the illusory existence of its own bad immediacy with which it is in league. Hopelessness. 5. Is itself, in a temporal and factual sense, the most insupportable thing, downright intolerable to human needs. Which is why even deception, if it is to be effective, must work with flatteringly and corruptly aroused hope. Which is also why hope is preached from every pulpit, but is confined to mere inwardness or to empty promises of the other world. Which is why even the latest miseries of Western philosophy are no longer able to present their philosophy of misery without loaning the idea of transcendence, venturing beyond, from the bank. All this means is that man is essentially determined by the future, but with the cynically self-interested inference, hypostasized from its own class position, that the future is the sign outside the no-future nightclub, and the destiny of man nothingness. Well, let the dead bury their dead, even in the hesitation which the outstaying night draws over it, the beginning day is listening to something other than the putridly stifling, hollowly nihilistic death knell. As long as man is in a bad way, both private and public existence are pervaded by daydreams, dreams of a better life than that which has so far been given him. In what is false, and all the more so in what is genuine, every human intention is applied onto this ground. And even where the ground, as so often before, may deceive us, full of sandbanks one moment, full of chimeras the next, it can only be condemned and possibly cleared up through combined research into objective tendency and subjective intention. Corruptio optimi pessima, fraudulent hope is one of the greatest malefactors, even enervators, of the human race, concretely genuine hope its most dedicated benefactor. Thus, knowing concrete hope subjectively breaks most powerfully into fear, objectively leads most efficiently towards the radical termination of the contents of fear. Together with informed discontent which belongs to hope, because they both arise out of the no to deprivation. Thinking means venturing beyond. Admittedly, venturing beyond has not been all that adept at finding its thinking until now. Or even if it was found, there were too many bad eyes around which did not see the matter clearly. Lazy substitution, current copying representation, the pig's bladder of a reactionary, but also schematizing zeitgeist, these repressed what had been discovered. Marx's work marks the turning point in the process of concrete venturing beyond becoming conscious. But around this point deeply ingrained habits of thinking cling to a world without front. Not only man is in a bad way here, but so is the insight into his hope. Intending is not heard in its characteristic anticipating tone, objective tendency is not recognized in its characteristic anticipatory powerfulness. The desideratum, the only honest attribute of all men, is unexplored. The 6. Not yet conscious, not yet become, although it fulfills the meaning of all men and the horizon of all being, has not even broken through as a word, let alone as a concept. This blossoming field of questions lies almost speechless in previous philosophy. Forward dreaming, as Lenin says, was not reflected on, was only touched on sporadically, did not attain the concept appropriate to it. Until Marx, expectation and what is expected, the former in the subject, the latter in the object, the oncoming as a whole did not take on a global dimension, in which it could find a place, let alone a central one. The huge occurrence of utopia in the world is almost unilluminated explicitly. Of all the strange features of ignorance, this is one of the most conspicuous. In his first attempt at a Latin grammar, M. Terentius Varro is said to have forgotten the future tense. Philosophically, it has still not been adequately considered to this day. This means, an overwhelmingly static thinking did not name or even understand this condition, and it repeatedly closes off as something finished what has become its lot. As contemplative knowledge, it is by definition solely knowledge of what can be contemplated, namely of the past, and it bends an arch of closed-form contents out of becomeness over the unbecome. Consequently, even where it is grasped historically, this world is a world of repetition or of the great time and again, it is a palace of fateful events, as Leibniz called it without breaking out of it. Occurrence becomes history, knowledge re-remembering, celebration the observance of something that has been. This is how all previous philosophers went about it, with their form, idea, or substance posited as being finished, even postulating Kant, even dialectical Hegel. In this way physical and metaphysical need spoiled its appetite, in particular its paths to outstanding satisfaction, certainly not just that achieved in books, were blocked. Hope, with its positive correlate, the still unclosed determinateness of existence, superior to any residential finita, does not therefore occur in the history of the sciences, either as psychological or as cosmic entity, and least of all as functionary of what has never been, of the possible new. Therefore, a particularly extensive attempt is made in this book to bring philosophy to hope, as to a place in the world which is as inhabited as the best civilized land and as unexplored as the Antarctic. In critical and further elaborated connection with the contents of the author's previous books, traces, especially The Spirit of Utopia, Thomas Munzer, Legacy of This Time, Subject-Object. Longing, expectation, hope therefore need their hermeneutics. The dawning of the in front of us demands its specific concept, the novum demands its concept of the front. And all this so that ultimately the royal road through the mediated 7. realm of possibility to the necessarily intended can be critically laid, and can remain orientated, without being broken off. Dr. Spes, comprehended hope, thus illuminates the concept of a principle in the world, a concept which will no longer leave it. For the very reason that this principle has always been in the process of the world, but philosophically excluded for so long. Since there is absolutely no conscious production of history along whose path of informed tendency the goal would not likewise be all, the concept of the utopian, in the positive sense of the word, principle, that of hope and its contents worthy of human beings, is an absolutely central one here. Indeed, what is designated by this concept lies in the horizon of the consciousness that is becoming adequate of any given thing, in the risen horizon that is rising even higher. Expectation, hope, intention towards possibility that has still not become. This is not only a basic feature of human consciousness, but, concretely corrected and grasped, a basic determination within objective reality as a whole. Since Marx, no research into truth and no realistic judgment is possible at all which will be able to avoid the subjective and objective hope contents of the world without paying the penalty of triviality or reaching a dead end. Philosophy will have conscience of tomorrow, commitment to the future, knowledge of hope, or it will have no more knowledge. And the new philosophy, as it was initiated by Marx, is the same thing as the philosophy of the new, this entity which expects, destroys, or fulfills us all. Its consciousness is the openness of danger and of the victory which is to be brought about in those conditions. Its space is the objectively real possibility within process, along the path of the object asterisk itself, in which what is radically intended by man is not delivered anywhere but not thwarted anywhere either. Its concern, to which all its energies must be devoted, remains what is truly hoping in the subject, truly hoped for in the object. Our task is to research the function and content of this central thing for us. The good new is never that completely new. It acts far beyond the daydreams by which life is pervaded and of which the figurative arts are full. All freedom movements are guided by utopian aspirations, and all Christians know them after their own fashion too, with sleeping conscience or with consternation, from the Exodus and Messianic parts of the Bible. In addition, the merging of have and have not constituted by longing and hope, and by the drive to reach home again, has in any case been burrowing in great philosophy. Not only in Plato's Eros, but also in the far-reaching Aristotelian concept of matter as that of possibility towards essence, and in Leibniz's concept of tendency. Hope acts unmediatedly in the Kantian postulates of moral consciousness, it acts in a world-based, mediated way in Hegel's historical dialectic. However, despite all these Enlightenment patrols and even expeditions into terram utopicam, there is something broken off about them all, broken off by contemplation. Most obviously perhaps in Hegel, who ventured out furthest, what has been overwhelms what is approaching, the collection of things that have become totally obstructs the categories future, front, novum. Thus the utopian principle could not achieve a breakthrough, either in the archaic mythical world, despite exodus from this, or in the urbane rationalistic one, despite explosive dialectics. The reason for this is invariably that both the archaic mythical and the urbane rationalistic cast of mind are contemplative idealistic, consequently, being merely passive contemplative, they presuppose a closed world that has already become, including the projected overworld in which what has become is reflected. The gods of perfection in the former, the ideas or ideals in the latter are in their illusory being just as much res finitae as the so-called facts of this world in their empirical being. Future of the genuine, processively open kind is therefore sealed off from and alien to any mere contemplation. Only thinking directed towards changing the world and informing the desire to change it does not confront the future, the unclosed space for new development in front of us, as embarrassment and the past as spell. Hence the crucial point is, only knowledge as conscious theory practice confronts becoming and what can be decided within it. Conversely, contemplative knowledge can only refer by definition to what has become. In myth, the direct expression of this pull towards what has been, this relation to what has become is self-absorption, is the urge towards the immemorial, also the continual predominance of what is truly pagan, namely astral mythic, the fixed dome arching over all occurrence. The methodical expression of the same connection to the past, estrangement from the future in rationalism is Plato's anamnesis, or the doctrine that all knowledge is simply re-remembering. Re-remembering of the ideas perceived before birth, of totally primal past or what is ahistorically eternal. Whereby beingness simply coincides with beingness, and the owl of Minerva always begins its flight only after dusk has fallen, when a form of life has already become old. Even Hegel's dialectic, in its ultimate circle of circles, is similarly inhibited by the phantom of anamnesis and banished into the antiquarium. Marx was the first to posit the pathos of change instead of this, as the beginning of a theory which does not resign itself to contemplation and interpretation. The rigid divisions between future 9. and past thus themselves collapse, unbecome future becomes visible in the past, avenged and inherited, mediated and fulfilled past in the future. Past that is grasped in isolation and clung to in this way is a mere commodity category, that is, a reified factum without consciousness of its fieri and of its continuing process. But true action in the present itself occurs solely in the totality of this process which is unclosed both backwards and forwards. Materialistic dialectics becomes the instrument to control this process, the instrument of the mediated, controlled novum. The ratio of the bourgeois epoch which remained progressive is the next inheritance for this, minus ideology which is tied to its location and the increasing emptying of contents. But this ratio is not the sole inheritance, on the contrary, preceding societies and even many myths in them, again minus mere ideology and particularly minus prescientifically preserved superstition, may also provide a philosophy which has surmounted the bourgeois barrier of knowledge with possibly progressive inherited material, even though, as is obvious, this material particularly requires elucidation, critical acquisition, functional change. Consider for example the role of purpose, where to, what for, in pre-capitalist world pictures or even the meaning of quality in their non-mechanical concept of nature. Consider the myth of Prometheus, whom Marx calls the most distinguished saint in the philosophical calendar. Consider the myth of the Golden Age and its transposition into the future in the messianic consciousness of so many oppressed classes and peoples. Marxist philosophy, as that which at last adequately addresses what is becoming and what is approaching, also knows the whole of the past in creative breadth, because it knows no past other than the still living, not yet discharged past. Marxist philosophy is that of the future, therefore also of the future in the past. Thus, in this collected consciousness of front, it is living theory practice of comprehended tendency, familiar with occurrence, in league with the novum. And the crucial point remains, the light, in whose appearance the processive unclosed totem is depicted and promoted, is called docta spes, dialectical materialistically comprehended hope. The basic theme of philosophy which remains and is, in that it becomes, is the still unbecome, still unachieved homeland, as it develops outwards and upwards in the dialectical materialistic struggle of the new with the old. Furthermore, a signal is set for this. A forward signal which enables us to overtake, not to trot behind. Its meaning is not yet, and the task is to grasp it thoroughly. In line with what Lenin meant in a passage which has come to be very much praised over the years, but not so eagerly taken to heart. 10. What must we dream of? I have written these words down and am shocked. I imagine I am sitting in a coordination conference and opposite me are sitting the editors and staff of the Rабочий Dialog. And then Comrade Martinov stands up and turns to me menacingly. May I be permitted to ask if an autonomous editorial staff still has the right to dream without previously consulting the party committee? And after him Comrade Krikevsky stands up and, philosophically expanding the ideas of Comrade Martinov who has long been expanding those of Comrade Plekhanov, continues even more menacingly, I'll go further than that. I'm asking whether a Marxist has the right to dream at all, unless he forgets that according to Marx humanity only sets itself tasks that it can solve, and that tactics are a process of growth of these tasks, which grow together with the party. I shudder at the mere thought of these menacing questions, and I wonder where I can hide. I will try and hide behind Pisarev. One gulf is different to another, wrote Pisarev concerning the gulf between dream and reality. My dreams can overtake the natural course of events, or they can go off at complete tangents, down paths that the natural course of events can never tread. In the first case dreaming is totally harmless, it can even encourage and strengthen the working man's power to act. There is nothing about such dreams which impairs or cripples creativity. In fact, quite the contrary. If a person were completely devoid of all capability of dreaming in this way, if he were not able to hasten ahead now and again to view in his imagination as a unified and completed picture the work which is only now beginning to take shape in his hands, then I find it absolutely impossible to imagine what would motivate the person to tackle and to complete extensive and strenuous pieces of work in the fields of art, science, and practical life. The gulf between dream and reality is not harmful if only the dreamer seriously believes in his dream, if he observes life attentively, compares his observations with his castles in the air and generally works towards the realization of his dream construct conscientiously. There only has to be some point of contact between dream and life for everything to be in the best order. In our movement there are unfortunately precious few dreams of this kind. And those people are chiefly responsible for this who boast how sober they are and how close they stand to the concrete, and those are the representatives of legitimate criticism and the illegitimate politics of trotting behind. Lenin, what is to be done? So let a further signal be set for forward dreaming. This book deals with nothing other than hoping beyond the day which has become. The 11. Theme of the 5 parts of this work, written between 1938 and 1947, revised in 1953 and 1959, is the dreams of a better life. Their unmediated, but principally their mediatable features and contents are broadly taken up, explored and tested. And the path leads via the little waking dreams to the strong ones, via the wavering dreams that can be abused to the rigorous ones, via the shifting castles in the air to the one thing that is outstanding and needful. So the book begins with daydreams of an average kind, lightly and freely selected from youth to old age. They fill the first part, report, concerning the man in the street and unregulated wishes. This is immediately followed, founding and supporting everything else, by the second and fundamental part, the examination of anticipatory consciousness. For reasons founded in the subject itself, the foundation makes many sections of this part no easy reading, but of gradually increasing difficulty. But, to the reader who is being informed by it and being led deeper into it, it equally becomes of decreasing difficulty. The interesting nature of the subject also relieves the effort of assimilating it, just as the light above is part of climbing a mountain, and climbing a mountain is part of the inspiring view at the top. Hunger, the main drive, must be worked out here, and the way it proceeds to the rejection of deprivation, that is, to the most important expectant emotion, hope. A central task in this part is the discovery and unmistakable notation of the not yet conscious. That is, a relatively still unconscious disposed towards its other side, forwards rather than backwards. Towards the side of something new that is dawning up, that has never been conscious before, not, for example, something forgotten, something rememberable that has been, something that has sunk into the subconscious in repressed or archaic fashion. From Leibniz's discovery of the subconscious via the romantic psychology of night and primeval past to the psychoanalysis of Freud, essentially only backward dawning has previously been described and investigated. People thought they had discovered that everything present is loaded with memory, with past in the cellar of the no longer conscious. What they had not discovered was that there is in present material, indeed in what is remembered itself, an impetus and a sense of being broken off, a brooding quality and an anticipation of not yet become, and this broken off and broached material does not take place in the cellar of consciousness, but on its front. So it is a question here of the psychological processes of approaching, which are so characteristic above all for youth, for times of change, for the adventures. 12. Of productivity, for all phenomena therefore in which unbecome is located and seeks to articulate itself. The anticipatory thus operates in the field of hope, so this hope is not taken only as emotion, as the opposite of fear, because fear too can of course anticipate, but more essentially as a directing act of a cognitive kind, and here the opposite is then not fear, but memory. The imagination and the thoughts of future intention described in this way are utopian, this again not in a narrow sense of the word which only defines what is bad, emotively reckless picturing, playful form of an abstract kind, but rather in fact in the newly tenable sense of the forward dream, of anticipation in general. And so the category of the utopian, beside the usual, justifiably pejorative sense, possesses the other, in no way necessarily abstract or unworldly sense, much more centrally turned towards the world, of overtaking the natural course of events. Thus understood, the theme of the second part is the utopian function and its contents. The exposition examines the relationship of this function to ideology, to archetypes, to ideals, to symbols, to the categories front and novum, nothing, and homeland, to the fundamental problem of the here and now. Here, against all stale and static nihilism, it must be borne in mind, even the nothing is a utopian category, though an extremely anti-utopian one. Far from forming a nullifying basis or being a background of this kind, so that the day of being lies between two absolute nights, the nothing is, exactly like the positive utopicum, homeland or the all, simply existing as objective possibility. It circulates in the process of the world, but does not ride on it. Both, nothing and all, are still in no way decided as utopian characters, as threatening or fulfilling result definitions in the world. And likewise the here and now, what is repeatedly beginning in nearness, is a utopian category, in fact the most central one, even though, in contrast to the annihilating circulation of a nothing, to the illuminating circulation of an all, it has not yet even entered time and space. Instead, the contents of this most immediate nearness still ferment entirely in the darkness of the lived moment as the real world not, world riddle. Utopian consciousness wants to look far into the distance, but ultimately only in order to penetrate the darkness so near it of the just lived moment, in which everything that is both drives and is hidden from itself. In other words, we need the most powerful telescope, that of polished utopian consciousness, in order to penetrate precisely the nearest nearness. Namely, the most immediate immediacy, in which the core of self-location and being here still lies, in which at the same time the whole knot of the world's secret is to be found. This is no secret which exists only for 13. Insufficient intellect, for example, while the matter asterisk itself is content which is totally clear or reposing in itself, but it is that real secret which the world matter is to itself and towards the solution of which it is in fact in process and on the way. Thus the not yet conscious in man belongs completely to the not yet become, not yet brought out, manifested out in the world. Not yet conscious interacts and reciprocates with not yet become, more specifically with what is approaching in history and in the world. And the examination of anticipatory consciousness must fundamentally serve to make comprehensible the actual reflections which now follow, in fact depictions of the wished for, the anticipated better life, in psychological and material terms. From the anticipatory, therefore, knowledge is to be gained on the basis of an ontology of the not yet. So much for the second part here, and for the subject-based and object-based function analysis of hope begun within it. Going back now to individual wishes, the first to surface again are the dubious ones. Instead of the unregulated little wishful images of the report, those harnessed and manipulated by the bourgeoisie now become visible. Thus manipulated, these images can be held down and misused, colored pink and with blood. The third part, transition, shows wishful images in the mirror, in a beautifying mirror which often only reflects how the ruling class wishes the wishes of the weak to be. But the picture clears completely as soon as the mirror comes from the people, as occurs quite visibly and wonderfully in fairy tales. The mirrored, so often standardized wishes comprise this part of the book. Common to all of them is a drive towards the colorful, representing what is supposedly or genuinely better. The appeal of dressing up, illuminated display belong here, but then the world of fairytale, brightened distance in travel, the dance, the dream factory of film, the example of theater. Such things either present a better life, as in the entertainment industry, or sketch out in real terms a life shown to be essential. However, if this sketching out turns into a free and considered blueprint, then we find ourselves for the first time among the actual, that is, planned or outlined utopias. They comprise the fourth part, construction, with historically rich content which does not merely remain historical. It develops in the medical and social, the technological, architectural, and geographical utopias, in the wishful landscapes of painting and literature. Thus the wishful images of health emerge, the fundamental ones. 14. of society without deprivation, the marvels of technology and the castles in the air in so many of the existing wishful images of architecture. El Dorado Eden appears in the geographical voyages of discovery, the landscapes of an environment formed more adequately for us in painting and poetry, the perspectives of an absolute in wisdom. All this is full of overhauling, builds implicitly or explicitly onto the road and the goal image of a more perfect world, onto more thoroughly formed and more essential appearances than have empirically already become. There is also a lot of random and abstract escapism here, but great works of art essentially show a realistically related pre-appearance of their completely developed subject matter. The glance towards prefigured, aesthetically and religiously experimental being is variable within them, but every attempt of this kind is experimenting with something that overhauls, something perfect which the world has not yet seen. The glance towards this is concrete in various ways depending on the respective class barrier, but the basic utopian goals of the respective so-called artistic aspiration in so-called styles, these excesses over and above ideology, do not always perish with their society. Egyptian architecture is the aspiration to become like stone, with the crystal of death as intended perfection. Gothic architecture is the aspiration to become like the vine of Christ, with the tree of life as intended perfection. And in this way the whole of art shows itself to be full of appearances which are driven to become symbols of perfection, to a utopianly essential end. Of course, until now it has only been self-evident in the case of the social utopias that they are utopian, firstly, because that is what they are called, and secondly, because the word cloud cuckoo land has mostly been used in association with them, and not only with the abstract ones among them. Because of which, as noted, the concept utopia has been both unduly restricted, namely confined to novels of an ideal state, and also above all, through the predominant abstractness of these novels of an ideal state, it has preserved that abstract playful form which only the progress of socialism from these utopias towards science has moved out of the way and removed. Nevertheless, despite all these dubious aspects, the word utopia emerged here, coined by Thomas More, though not the philosophically far more comprehensive concept of utopia. On the other hand, little utopian material worthy of consideration was noticed in other, for example, technological wishful images and plans. Despite Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, no frontier land with its own pioneer status and its own hope contents introduced into nature was distinguished in technology. This was seen even less in architecture, in buildings which form, reform, or preform. 15. A more beautiful space. And similarly, utopian material astonishingly remained undiscovered in the situations and landscapes of painting and poetry, in their extravagances and especially in their deeply inward and outward-looking realisms of possibility. And yet, in all these spheres, utopian function is at work, with modified content, fanatical in the lesser creations, precise and realistic sui generis in the great ones. The very profusion of human imagination, together with its correlate in the world, once imagination becomes informed and concrete, cannot possibly be explored and inventoried other than through utopian function, any more than it can be tested without dialectical materialism. The specific pre-appearance which art shows is like a laboratory where events, figures, and characters are driven to their typical, characteristic end, to an abysmal or a blissful end. This essential vision of characters and situations, inscribed in every work of art, which in its most striking form we may call Shakespearean, in its most terminalized form Dantean, presupposes possibility beyond already existing reality. At all points here perspective acts and imagination's aim, subjective, but possibly even objective dream roads run out of the become towards the achieved, towards symbolically encircled achievement. Thus the concept of the not yet and of the intention towards it that is thoroughly forming itself out no longer has its only, indeed exhaustive example in the social utopias, important though the social utopias, leaving all others aside, have become for the critical awareness of elaborated anticipating. But to limit the utopian to the Thomas More variety, or simply to orientate it in that direction, would be like trying to reduce electricity to the amber from which it gets its Greek name and in which it was first noticed. Indeed, the utopian coincides so little with the novel of an ideal state that the whole totality of philosophy becomes necessary, a sometimes almost forgotten totality, to do justice to the content of that designated by utopia. Hence the breadth of the anticipations, wishful images, hope contents collected in the part called construction. Hence, in front of as well as behind the fairy tales of an ideal state, the aforementioned notation and interpretation of medical, technological, architectural, geographical utopias, also of the actual wishful landscapes in painting, opera, literature. Hence, finally, this is the place for the portrayal of the multifarious hope landscape and the specific perspectives on it in the collective thinking of philosophical wisdom. Despite the predominant pathos of what has been in previous philosophies, the almost continually intended direction, appearance, essence nevertheless clearly shows a utopian pole. The sequence of all these formations, socially, aesthetically. 16. Philosophically relevant to culture of true being, accordingly ends, coming down to always decisive earth, in questions of a life of fulfilling work free of exploitation, but also of a life beyond work, i.e. in the wishful problem of leisure. The final will is that to be truly present. So that the lived moment belongs to us and we to it, and stay a while could be said to it. Man wants at last to enter into the here and now as himself, wants to enter his full life without postponement and distance. The genuine utopian will is definitely not endless striving, rather, it wants to see the merely immediate and thus so unpossessed nature of self-location and being here finally mediated, illuminated, and fulfilled happily and adequately. This is the utopian frontier content which is implied in the stay a while, you are so fair of the Faust scheme. The objective hope images of the construction thus press inevitably towards those of fulfilled human beings themselves and their environment fully mediated with these images, that is, towards homeland. The fifth and final part, identity, attempts to take up these intentions. As attempts to become like proper human beings, the various moral guiding images appear, and the so often antithetical guiding panels of the right life. The fictional figures of human venturing beyond the limits then appear, Don Giovanni, Odysseus, Faust, the last precisely on the way to the perfect moment, in utopia which thoroughly experiences the world, Don Quixote warns and demands, in dream monomania, dream depth. As call and pull of very immediate, very far-striking lines of expression, music emerges, the art of strongest intensity distilled into song and sound, of the utopian humanum in the world. And then, the images of hope against death are gathered, against this hardest counter-blow to utopia, death is therefore its unforgettable awakener. It is especially a circulation of that nothing which is devoured into being by the utopian pull, there is no becoming and no victory into which the annihilation of what is bad is not actively devoured. All the glad tidings which constitute the imagination of religion culminate mythically, against death and fate, both the completely illusory tidings and those with a humane core, ultimately related to deliverance from evil, to freedom towards the kingdom. There follows, precisely concerning this worldly intention towards this becoming homeland, the future problem in the bearing, encompassing space of homeland, of nature. The problem of what is worth wishing for in general, or of the highest good, always remains the central point here. It's utopia. *cf. Goethe's Faust, Part 1, 1700. The moment for which Faust will gladly sell his soul. 17. Of the one thing necessary, although it in fact still stands completely in premonition, like the being in the present of men themselves, governs all the rest. If only the less high goods were attained and accessible, of course, on the road to the abolition of base deprivation. On the road which first leads to the treasures where moth and rust doth corrupt *, and only then to those which stay a while. This road is and remains that of socialism, it is the practice of concrete utopia. Everything that is non-illusory, real possible about the hope images leads to Marx, works, as always, in different ways, rationed according to the situation, as part of socialist changing of the world. The architecture of hope thus really becomes one unto man, who had previously only seen it as dream and as high, all too high pre-appearance, and one unto the new earth. Becoming happy was always what was sought after in the dreams of a better life, and only Marxism can initiate it. This provides fresh access to creative Marxism, even pedagogically and in terms of content, and from new premises, of a subjective and objective kind. What is thus intended needs to be broadly delineated here. On a small and large scale, tested if possible, with the will to set free what is real within it. So that by the yardstick of real possibility, what is in real possibility, what is really still outstanding, everything else is chaff of mere opinionizing and fool's paradise, achieves positive being. This is ultimately a great simplicity or the one thing needful. An encyclopedia of hopes often contains repetitions, but never overlappings, and so far as the former is concerned, Voltaire's statement is valid here that he would repeat himself as often as was necessary until he was understood. The statement is even more valid since the repetitions of the book ideally always occur on a new level, have therefore both learned something in the meantime and may allow the identical thing they are aiming at to be learned anew. The direction towards the one thing needful was also alive in previous philosophies. How else could they have been a love of wisdom? And how else could there have been great philosophy, that is, ceaselessly and totally related to the authentic, the essential? Let alone materialistically great philosophy with the capability for the real depiction of what is coherently essential? With the basic pull towards explaining the world in terms of itself, and with the certain confidence of being able to explain it in these terms, towards this worldly happiness, and with the certain confidence of finding it? But, until Marx, the previous lovers of wisdom, even the materialist ones, posited the authentic as already ontically existing, in fact statically closed, from the water of the simple thales to the in and for itself of the absolute Hegel. Time and again, it was ultimately the sealing of Plato's anamnesis above dialectically open eros which kept out and, in a contemplative antiquarian fashion, closed off previous philosophy, including Hegel, from the seriousness of the front and the novum. Thus the perspective was broken off, thus remembering diffused hope. Thus hope did not in fact arise in remembering either, in the future in the past. Thus remembering did not arise in hope either, in concrete utopia which is historically mediated, but which pours forth history. Thus we appeared to have already got behind the tendency of being, that is, to have arrived behind it. Thus the real process of the world appeared to have got behind itself, to have arrived and to have been brought to a standstill. But the forming depicting aspect of the true, of the real, is never so easily broken off, as if the process pending in the world were already decided. Only with the farewell to the closed, static concept of being does the real dimension of hope open. Instead, the world is full of propensity towards something, tendency towards something, latency of something, and this intended something means fulfillment of the intending. It means a world which is more adequate for us, without degrading suffering, anxiety, self-alienation, nothingness. However, this tendency is in flux, as one that has precisely the novum in front of it. The whereto of the real only shows in the novum its most basic objective determinateness, and it appeals to man who is the arms of the novum. Marxist knowledge means, the difficult processes of what is approaching enter into concept and practice. In the problem area of the novum inherently lies the profusion of even wider fields of knowledge where worldly wisdom becomes young and original again. If being is understood out of its wherefrom, then it is so only as an equally tendential, still unclosed whereto. The being that conditions consciousness, and the consciousness that processes being, is understood ultimately only out of that and in that from which and towards which it tends. Essential being is not beingness, on the contrary, the essential being of the world lies itself on the front. Part 1. Report little daydreams. 21. 1. We start out empty, I move. From early on we are searching. All we do is crave, cry out. Do not have what we want. Too much tastes of more, but we also learn to wait. Because what a child wishes seldom comes in time. We even wait for wishing itself, until it becomes clearer. A child grasps at everything to find out what it means. Tosses everything aside again, is restlessly curious and does not know what about. But already here the freshness, the otherness lives, of which we dream. Boys destroy what they are given, they search for more, unpack the box. Nobody could name it or has ever received it. So what is ours slips away, is not yet here. 3 Daily into the blue later we reach out more confidently. Wish ourselves where things are named more clearly. The child wants to be a bus conductor or a confectioner. Seeks long journeys, far away, cake every day. That seems like real living. With animals too we dream we are big. With small ones especially, they are less frightening, they run into our hands. Or can be caught in nets, distant wishing becomes active in this way. The confectioner turns into a hunter, in a strangely filled outdoors. Green and blue runs the lizard, something elusively colorful flies as a butterfly. Even the stones are alive, but do not run away, we can play with them, they join in, I want. 22. Everything to be like that, said a child, meaning the marble which rolled away but then waited for the child. Play is transformation, though within what is safe and returns. As he wishes, play changes the child himself, his friends, all his things into strangely familiar stock. The floor of the playroom itself becomes a forest full of wild animals or a lake on which every chair is a boat. But fear breaks out if what we are used to runs too far away or if it does not smoothly slip back into its former aspect. Look, the button is a witch, screamed a child in play and then would not touch the button even later on. It had become no more than this child had wished it to be, but it had stayed that way too long. The homely den must never venture too far into the dream. It must remain a place the lizard has not yet violated, the butterfly not yet threatened. From here what we like doing best is playing and collecting window views, deep and brief glimpses into otherness. The colorful animal is itself a colorful window, behind which the wished-for distance lies. Soon it is no different than a stamp, which tells of foreign countries. It is like the shell in which the sea roars when we hold it close enough to our ears. The boy sallies forth, collects from everywhere what is sent his way. This may also bear witness to the things the boy must go to bed too early to see. When he is gazing at a colored stone, many of those things germinate which he later wishes for himself. For hiding place and beautiful foreign lands. By ourselves. Here too the fun of being invisible ourselves. We seek out a corner, it protects and conceals. It feels good in a narrow space, but we know we can do what we want there. A woman relates, I wished I could be under the cupboard, I wanted to live there and play with the dog. A man relates, as boys we built ourselves a platform between the branches which could not be seen from below. When we were sitting up there, when we pulled up the ladder and cut ourselves off completely from the ground, then we felt perfectly happy. Our own room is prefigured here, the free life that is coming. 23. At home already on our way. The hidden boy is also breaking out, in a shy way. He is searching for what is far away, even though he shuts himself in, it is just that in breaking free he has girded himself round and round with walls. All the better if the hiding place is mobile, that is, if it consists of living material. In other words, of outlawed or strange people with whom we go along, amongst whom we are not suspected. Schoolboys do not always drop everything in an effort to please their parents and teachers, but parents and teachers can be relied upon to put a damper on things. Suffering at school can be nastier than any other later form of suffering, except that of the prisoner. Hence the wish to break out, shared by the prisoner, because outside is still indistinct, it becomes a place of wonder. A woman relates, as a girl I always wished that burglars would come. I wanted to show them everything, silver, cash, linen, they could take anything they wanted, even me, for their trouble. A man relates, when I heard the bagpipes for the first time, I ran after them as I did after everything peculiar. But I did not turn back after a little while, as I usually did when other curiosities came along the street, the knife grinder, the Salvation Army and so on. Instead I followed out of the city, along the country road into the villages that I knew, into the villages that I did not know. It wasn't only the fantastic man who drew me away, the whistling spirit enticed me which I believed lived in the bagpipes, and in the end I became this myself. Thus at 7 or 8 the narrow space expands, the strangest things take place inside it, when the ladder is pulled up. But it is really only the hiding place which seeks to be transposed here, the boy inside it only breaks free invisibly with his friends. Carries himself off on his snorting steed, with a fluttering feather into the security of the adventure. The night is full of taverns and castles, in each one there are furs, weapons, roaring fires, men like trees, no clocks. Drawings on blotting paper in exercise books also seem characteristic of the sprinkled pleasure in hiding places at this time. A spiky security is committed to paper, a house, a town, a coastal fortress bristling with cannon. There are islands offshore, they deter the enemy from sea attack. Inland there are 3 rings of forts. They guard the road, the only one which leads to the dream fortress, and it is mined. Thus the coastal town lies, out of sight of school and home, inaccessible, with eyes that seem to slumber. And yet, the fortress was not simply drawn as being impregnable, but also as being powerful, radiant. 24. Its effect carries beyond the edge of the paper, into the unknown. Our own life was protected and rimmed by battlements high above, but these could be climbed at any time to look out. Even later on this combination of narrowness and beautiful foreign lands does not disappear. In other words, from this time the wishful land is an island. 5. Escape and the return of the victor. When someone dreams, they never remain rooted to the spot. They move almost at will away from the place or the state in which they find themselves. Around the 13th year, the fellow traveling ego is discovered. That is the reason why dreams of a better life grow so luxuriantly around this time. They stir the fermenting day, fly beyond school and home, take with them what is good for and dear to us. Are outriders of our escape and establish the first quarters for our clarifying wishes. We practice the art of talking about what we have not yet experienced. Even an average mind tells itself stories at this time, simple fables in which things go better. It spins out the stories on the way home from school or when walking with friends, and the narrator is always in the middle as in a posed picture. Almost everyone is filled with a hatred for the average at this time, even if they have not strayed too far from the nest themselves. The silly young goose wants to improve herself, the young lout sneers at his stuffy home. Girls play around with their first name, just like they do with their hairstyles, they make it more piquant than it is, and in doing so they reach the beginning of a dreamed existence that is different. Young boys aspire to a nobler life than their father might lead, to tremendous deeds. They try their luck, it tastes forbidden and makes everything new. Putting to sea. Sexual attraction is not always part of this process, at least not in an obvious way. Girls retain an acquired shyness for a long time, boys pride themselves on a certain dry coolness. Often arrogance and self-love prevent them from giving love a special place in their dreams. The right boy or the right girl do not seem to be around or only among their own sex, often they 25. Are not even present in wishing. Thus the castle in the air seldom becomes a castle of pleasure at this stage, the harem and the dream woman only come later. Infantile structures are also preserved for quite a long time in this dry fantasy, the theme of escape fulfills their loneliness. A woman relates of this time, I wanted to become a painter, I dreamed myself into an oriental castle on a mountain, living alone there with my illegitimate child which I had had by a very distinguished man. A man, asked about his fantasies at 15, related the following, I wanted to go to sea and imagined a unique battleship. It was called the Argo, did so many knots per hour that it was present on all the coasts of the earth almost simultaneously. I was master of the Argo, with the title and rank of Prince Admiral, ruled over all emperors and kings, redrew the map of the world with the help of my electric cannons, re-established my beloved Turkey once more within her old borders. Once a year came the night of flight, the ship left the water, landed on the highest mountain on earth. There I entertained my friends, let them see into the future through a specially placed window, worked the mysterious green ray. This ray shines shortly after sunset on the Pacific Ocean, and I knew how to operate it so that we could see all the lost empires of the past. These are still excessive bourgeois notions of a juvenile kind. In proletarian adolescence of this age they are much more muted, more grown up even, and more realistic. But even if here the contents have ceased to be so fantastic, their attraction still remains like that of a fairytale, sharply transcending the given world. Clearly, such fantasies do not only emanate from the depths of the mind, but just as often from newspapers, from adventure books with their wonderfully glossy pictures. From booths at the fair where chains rattle and are broken, where the song to the evening star is sung and the half-moon shines. Argo, Turkey, and the like come from there, even the raw or rough color of adventure with which these figments glow. The elemental ship image characterizes the will to depart, the dream of itinerant revenge and exotic victory. Argo, and the equivalent images that almost every individual can replace this with from their own experience, is a kind of arc for the principal wishes of this time, for the trumping wishes. The will destroys the house in which it is bored and in which the best things are forbidden. So in timeless history it builds its mountain stronghold in the clouds or the knight's castle in the form of a ship. This dream is not completely original. Jason had a ship made for him called the Argo in which Athene fitted an oracular beam. 26. The glittering bowl. Only then do pleasures which have grown sweet announce themselves, foam immediately. Love lets no one alone into the dreamed castle or out on the sea. Loneliness is no longer sought after and spun out in fantasies, but is intolerable. It is the most intolerable aspect of the life that begins at 17. So if the right girl eludes us for too long, the girl whom we think up, think out, appears anywhere. The torment of having missed out then becomes monstrous. Every party which we did not go to leaves space for us to picture wishful images, and the young adolescent believes that one of these descended to earth on the very evening he missed. Now it is too late to meet her, because the girl, even if she were to be found, would be no match for the brilliance of the image he has painted. But erotic enchantment plays a part even in felicitous encounters. It clothes the girl in its dream. The street or the town in which the loved one lives turns to gold, turns into a party. The name of the loved one shines upon the stones, slates and railings, her house always lies beneath invisible palm trees. We are unsure of our own powers because there are too many of them and they disturb each other. So the young man is mostly pulled to and fro between extreme dejection, to the point of asking himself if he even deserves to be in the world at all, and compensating arrogance. Embarrassment and impudence are bound up together here. The adolescent who is not part of the average world or who hates it, feels he is a little god, and since the others do not take the trouble to prove his existence, he does it himself. He wants to be the first to reach the goal, wants to outdo the others. The goal can be a completely external one, it stands for an unknown goal. What smooth skin, or the good fortune to have long legs or hard muscles meant to children becomes in young girls pride in so-called gentlemen friends, in young boys the vanity of being seen with the prettiest girl in town or in the area. Feelings of uncertainty, of being unsure of oneself go deeper, while being spurned is never felt so bitterly, being chosen, room at the top, never so rapturously as in puberty. Youth itself becomes a scourge or a laurel here, there is no middle ground. Beyond loneliness, which is so strenuously avoided, there is only defeat which refutes claims to validity, claims to the future, or victory, which proves them. Immaturity per se is an invitation to go one better. This is not empty as in later years, but rather vexatious, taunting to itself. Thus everything wavers and wishes to be placed, to be fixed, especially the lifelight, the 27. Future image of the life which youth expects. All we know for certain is that it should not contain any trivialities and that no other season except spring should count in it. The young person torments himself with the enjoyable prospect of this future, he wants to induce it all at once, even with storms, suffering, thunder and lightning, as long as it is just life, real life that has so far not yet become. And the world begins with our own youth. Nothing is stranger for an adolescent than to imagine the courtship of his parents, and nothing more awkward than imagining himself in age, with children now themselves having his own courtship and his own, apparently unsurpassable, spring. During this period of youth it also becomes apparent that the only thing that actually binds us and establishes friendship is the common expectation of a common future. This unites us as matter-of-factly as working together does in later years. If the common future falls away, then the living spirit of the youthful friendship, if that is all it was, disappears. This explains why nothing is flatter and more forced than seeing old school friends again after many years. They have become like the teachers, like the grown ups of the past, like everything against which we had conspired. Such reunions make it seem as if the youthful faces and dreams have not only disappeared, as is obvious, but as if they have been betrayed. But this enormous shock does make us realize how much headiness and how much mountain air swirled and still swirls above real 17-year-olds. But this mountain air too is full of squalls, it is swept up in the changing winds racing here and there in the most uncertain of all ages of life. Uncertain even intellectually, since only very few young people enjoy one of those inescapable talents which make a job into a vocation and so spare us the choice. So many young girls, of course, wish to go into films. Almost every young man has great ideas which cannot be sold in the normal job market. However, these are more general wishes and directions. Fortunately they are not pursued for long, they lack the detail of talent. In fact, even where there is the urge, more common these days, towards productive expression, towards painting, music, or writing, it comes as a surprise that everything shrinks in the execution. Adolescents of this kind know the feeling of a fire burning inside them, of art being so close, but when they try to grasp its being, it becomes dry, it shrinks so much that they cannot even fill a page. Talking at this time is common and easy, writing hard, and if it is produced, the fruit appears precisely to the overflowing writer himself like a shriveled plum, black and wizened. Bettina von Arnim, who says this, and who all her life could not get beyond this adolescent feeling, thus mostly chose letters to express herself. Another form is the diary which, not without reason, is called secret or is imparted secretly. Many an adult uses jottings like these, if he has made them, and if he has kept them with faithful vanity, as a gauge to measure how low his water level has sunk. Love, melancholy, embryonic images and thought masks, everything is fished for here and remains in its initial stages. But the life-light, containing nothing stale, shines vexatiously, tauntingly to itself. So this time seems to be unhappy and blissful at the same time. The feeling of spring later contains both. But the desire for courage, for color, breadth, height is general. The real adolescent develops from a will which in these years is always still a chivalric will. Hence the dream of adventures which are to be undergone, of beauty begging to be discovered, of greatness begging to be won. Because our own life still lies a long way ahead, all distance is made more beautiful. The wish not only impels us towards this distance, but now it propels itself into it without a hiding place, all the more strongly the narrower our situation. Even the distance which the evening express train brings into the smallest town can suffice as a symbol, the distance of the capital, seen from the provinces. In this way a dissolutely daring, carelessly beautiful wishful image develops, without relatives, miles away from them. Inside is the expanded soul in which longing is at work, outside the dreamed image of a city which could fulfill it. One of the strongest wishes in human nature, and one which is most frequently violated, is the wish to be important, and this is further combined especially strongly with the wish for a significant environment. Gifted girls wish to run away there, Munich had this attraction around 1900, Paris for much longer. Thrilled, the student enters the big city. Besides the bright lights, it is populated with sheer impatient hopes. Here he believes he has at last found the ground and background for an existence which finally suits him. The houses, the squares, the stages seem bathed in a utopian light. In the cafe, at a proud little table, the chosen few are gathered who write verses. Heavenly strings await the boy who plays the double bass. Fame taps at the window. It is not surprising that with the wishful image of triumph, that of trumping also returns or is included in the erotic sheen. If the parents' home was not only narrow but also bad, then the pictured homecoming of the victor is a particularly popular and widespread dream. 29. A form of satisfaction so overwhelming that it welcomes the previous misery almost as a foil. The famous actress goes back, her parents and neighbors stand timidly aside, graciously she forgives what they did to her. The downtrodden boy of days gone by comes back in a coach and four, by his side the beautiful rich girl whom he has captured as his wife. He is now no longer misunderstood, returning as a general or as a great artist, returning at least with a magnificence that puts them to shame. His is the princess, graceful, proud and gentle, with the perfume of high above, and around her swirls the silver travel veil. All this is the splendor their darling has won, all this is like nice brought home. These are particularly immature wishful dreams, but they are still to be found today in the Western glossy image of these years. Desirous, aware, mindful, possessed, in control, full, these words govern the genitive and the wishes of bourgeois youth. The often invoked streak of blue in the bourgeois sky became of course a streak of blood. The stupid or stupefied had their very own strong man called Hitler. But the grayness of a young mediocrity has never shone without capricious figures. The wish itself puts them on his arm. At this time, between the March and June of life, there is no break, either love fills it up, or the prospect of a kind of stormy dignity. 6 more mature wishes and their images. These do not have to be any less turbulent. Since wishing does not decrease later on, only what is wished for diminishes. The drive that has grown older aims closer, it knows its way around, it sets itself up in this world. But not as if it were there by accepting the life that had simply come to it. Precisely what has already become petit bourgeois is half-baked and flat. Something important is missing now just as it was then, so the dream does not stop inserting itself into the gaps. An element of defeat probably also settles in, the flight often dips. An element of vulgarity emerges which no longer has healthy red cheeks, but is hard-boiled. But the dreamer believes he has at last found out what life ought to be offering him. The lame nags. First his wish goes backwards, it makes something good again. The dream. 30. Pictures what would have happened if a silly move had been avoided, if a clever move had not been missed. Lame nags and good ideas come last. This is wit on the stairs. It torments because it has missed the opportunity, and what has been missed is thus retrospectively activated and articulated in the imagination. This imagination contains both regret and longing together. The regret makes it into a wishful dream which improves on the past. In the wishful dream of wit on the stairs, blows are landed which the dreamer did not have the courage to land at the time they were due. The wishful dream of wit on the stairs makes losses good by going back to that point in time where it was still possible to avoid them. With bitter enjoyment it savors profits which would certainly have been made if we had gone into the business at the right time. We drank the wrong brand, how wisely we choose the right one in the dream or in the subsequent account, with which we not only fool other people. Or the source of the fiver down which all our hopes were dashed is imagined as a tap, we turn it off retrospectively, as if everything were as good as could be. Regret is a feeling that persists in the bourgeois world, but now almost exclusively in business life, so regretful dreams mostly revolve around money that has been lost. But amidst these dreams there is still room among the petits bourgeois for the heroic pose, the one they did not strike at the right time, and the thundering phrase that just did not flash out at the time. The dream plays out what is wished for as it could have been, what is right as it should have been. All boasting is part of this, all stupid pride follows this course, and the memory that the reality was different gives way to suit the vanity of our wishes. Night of the Long Knives. Not so far from here are the various dreams that are fond of getting their own back. They are particularly delicious. Revenge is sweet when merely imagined, but also shabby. Most men are too cowardly to do evil, too weak to do good. The evil that they cannot, or cannot yet do, they enjoy in advance in the dream of revenge. The petty bourgeoisie in particular has traditionally been fond of the fist clenched in the pocket. This fist characteristically thumps the wrong man, since it prefers to lash out in the direction of least resistance. Hitler rose out of the night of the long knives. He was called by the masters out of the dream of this night when he became useful to them. The Nazi dream of revenge is also subjectively 31. Bottled up, not rebellious, it is blind, not revolutionary rage. As for the so-called iron broom, the hatred of the immoral life of the hook-noses and those at the top, middle-class virtue, as always in such cases, was here merely betraying its dearest dream. Just as, with its revenge, it does not hate exploitation but only the fact that it is not itself an exploiter, so virtue does not hate the slothful bed of the rich, but only the fact that it has not become its own and its alone. This is what the headlines have always aimed at in those papers which love to see read, the gutter press. The Truth, latest news, broilers at Wertheim store, the harem in the Tiergarten Villa * sensational revelations. But they are only revelations concerning the outrage of the bourgeois conformist himself, both regarding Wertheim raking in the shekels and regarding Jewish lechery. Hence the immediate impulse to set oneself up in place of the eliminated Wertheim, after an act of retribution which, in the supposedly detested fraud, merely replaces the subject which is practicing it. The malicious and brutal aspect of this, the repulsiveness of this kind of wish, as pervasive as the smell of urine, has always characterized the mob. This mob can be bought, is absurdly dangerous, and consequently it can be blinded and used by those who have the means and who have a real vested interest in the fascist pogroms. The instigator, the essence of the Knights of the Knives was, of course, big business, but the raving petit bourgeois was the astonishing, the horribly seducible manifestation of this essence. From it emerged the terror, which is the poison in the average man on the street, as the petit bourgeois is now called in American, a poison which has nowhere near been fully excreted. His wishes for revenge are rotten and blind, God help us, when they are stirred up. Fortunately though, the mob is equally faithless, it is also quite happy to put its clenched fist back into its pocket when crime is no longer allowed a free night on the town by those at the top. Shortly before the closing of the gate. But how is the most ordinary kind of life, the quiet everyday kind, transformed through dreams? Let us leave the vengeful wishes, there are besides them also warm, harmlessly foolish and colorful dreams. In general, the little man who is not class conscious is content just to rearrange his * a residential district of Berlin. 32. Lot slightly. He does not change anything, but he temporarily pours out the dishwater of his previous existence which has seemed so unsatisfactory. His waking dreams remain private, sexual dreams are particular favorites, followed by business dreams, both are effervescent. Solitary walks give these images room, novels of his own composition begin to be woven, involving his ego. They are no longer young, no longer full of Superman, Dream Ship, Prince Admiral. But they are sufficiently adventurous to garnish his usual fried egg and chips beyond all recognition. The reticent man or the man in a mediocre marriage enjoys the pleasures of an accomplished lover, kindled imagination serves up double or treble portions, inexhaustible powers are at his command. There are so-called joke cards on which a naked woman appears as a balloon, weightless, totally flexible, to be used for any purpose. Thus the calypso of the deprived Babbitt * is hallucinated as unresisting in a higher sense. Usually there are several images, a mixture of free love and harem, full of trained women. In interchangeable positions and groups, some of them being defiled, others looking on, a dream forest of randy eyes and spread legs. Normally the imagined harem is stocked with those women whom the well-behaved, often also impotent lecher has failed to secure in life. But of course excess alone does not satisfy him, even that of the so luxuriantly matured wishes. Because a man is not made for love alone, so the waking dream of the bourgeois conformist also becomes practical. Younger powers must be given their head, and so in his wishes he is himself these powers, and experienced as well. There is still room for improvement in blossoming communities, so the dreaming walker plucks up speculative courage. Long ago in his dream he bought the thriving shop on the corner, expanded it, brought it up to date. Long ago he became a town councillor, a man to whom many who now scarcely give him the time of day doff their hats. Long ago the shop was sold again, the great world takes him on board, as it is shown in the films, the hunting lodge in the forest, the castle by the sea, his own yacht. Everything almost as it was in puberty, only now furnished with money instead of ideals. To his ever alert but now sedate longing a group of purchasable comforts present themselves, imagined in detail, but unpossessed. In this forest there is a different ending for him than in the forest of youth. Beyond the tropical sea through which the yacht is plowing stands the beach casino where people are gambling. But the private dreams of a more mature kind evidently. The typical little man, the central character in the Sinclair Lewis novel Babbitt, 1922. 33. Do not cease to be foolish one moment, exotic the next. Although they develop more past material than future, more that is familiar and which simply has not been allotted to the dreamer than defiant premonition. The imminent closing of the gate, both sexually and in terms of business achievements, plays its part, especially as, make way for efficiency** is at an end anyway, at least in the world which coined this slogan, the capitalist world. The little man, the petit bourgeois, proletarianized, but without proletarian consciousness, thus dreams considerably more castles in Spain than the bourgeois man of property who knows what he has. The latter in his thoughts tends to swim along with the current of what has already been achieved. The little man, on the other hand, finds only traces around him and kicks over them. Even if only in the silence of his imagination, as long as there is no Pied Piper on hand, or as long as he does not see through the conditions of his disgruntlement. He exercises this imagination through images which shimmer towards him out of the solarium of life which he has never entered. Invention of a new pleasure. Most people in the street look as if they are thinking about something else entirely. The something else is predominantly money, but also what it could be changed into. Otherwise it would not be so easy to lure with jewelry, to attract with a beautiful figure. The flaneur would not exist, nor everyone's persistent inclination to turn themselves into one. In this way the shopping street is also steeped in dreams, not just the more rural walk or the hustle and bustle of the suburbs. A woman stands in front of the shop window, looking at lizard skin shoes trimmed with chamois leather. A man goes past, looks at the woman, and so both of them have a share of the wishful land. There is enough happiness in the world, only not for me, the wish tells itself this, wherever it goes. And it thus also demonstrates, of course, that it merely wishes to break out of the world somewhat, not that it wants to change it. The employee, the petit bourgeois, of whom we are talking here, this in no way regular, but increasingly regularized social stratum, contents itself with the needs which are awoken by the window displays dressed for it. This unites all bourgeois dreams, and yet it still rations them, even in more distant excursions to the over-blue coast of the travel agents and beyond, so that they do not explode the given world. People with wishes of this kind live beyond their own means, but never beyond the generally existing means. If this is true of the employee, in middle age and with the until now so cloudy consciousness of the middle class, then the upper middle class citizen whose means are sufficient certainly does not have any reason even in his wildest dreams to explode the existing world. He finds it easiest to give up youthful ideals, to apply his will solely to what is attainable. To pull his weight efficiently, standing right in the middle of gainful employment, which really is that, full of plans promising profit, but on the whole without that element which, usually with contempt, he calls utopian. Since the rich man, in contrast to the salary earner, can indulge his every wish, he has, so to speak, no definite, that is, long cherished and thus fully developed wishes at all. And yet, although it is only the left-hand side which is studied here on menus of every kind, and not, as in the case of the employee, the right-hand side where the price is given, precisely this affluence causes a quite specific producer of more mature, now sedate wishes to appear, instead of deprivation, boredom. No speed, no luxury, no coast however blue, helps to escape it, even the excitements of gambling go stale eventually. This fog of boredom swirls in the abyss of possession, and the peak, because it is not one, does not rise above it. The wishes, which nevertheless do rise above it, are solely those of the urgently longed-for thrill, of the snobbish butterfly of fashion and its changes, provided they are not too gaudy. Of course, fresh styles are also continually produced for the masses, so that there is a turnover, which is not yet ensured by shoddy production alone, but the incentive came first from those at the top and is older than the pleasure in turnover. The rich man, who otherwise is nothing and can do nothing, the rich man, in the rarer and rarer guise of a gentleman of leisure, sees to it that boredom is at least made interesting. Xerxes was already offering a prize for the invention of a new pleasure. In its more modern form this escape attempt turns away from mere fat capital towards snobbery. Or even towards eccentricity. A rich Englishman traveled through all the countries where pointed arches occur to photograph them. This is how bourgeois wishes end, at least those of private life, for ordinary people, so that they also want to cut their slice of the available cake, without changing bakers, as Brecht puts it in his threepenny opera. In the case of the rich these wishes necessarily end bizarrely, that is, increasingly boosted into increasing triviality. 35. Opportunity to be friendly. Even the non-bourgeois dreamer likes many things that the others have. But essentially he imagines a life without exploitation. This must be attained. He is not the limpet stuck fast, having to wait for what chance brings to it. He overhauls the given world, both in actions and in dreams. The happy existence which he anticipates lies behind the smoke of a powerful change. The world which then appears is likewise changed. No Babbitt has any place in it or stretches himself out comfortably into the rotten laziness, the lazy rottenness that he is. It is not that comfort itself is dubious or limited to its bourgeois form. To each his chicken in the pot and 2 cars in the garage, that is also a revolutionary dream, not just a French or American or general human dream. But the values of comfortable happiness shift in the prospects of the revolutionary wishful dream, if only because happiness no longer arises out of the unhappiness of others and measures itself against it. Because our fellow man is no longer the barrier to our own freedom, but rather the means by which this freedom is truly achieved. Instead of freedom of acquisition, there shines freedom from acquisition. Instead of imagined pleasures of cheating in the economic struggle, there shines the imagined victory in the proletarian class struggle. And even higher above this shines the distant peace, the distant opportunity of being in solidarity and being friendly with all men, an opportunity for the sake of which the struggle moves in the distant goal. The turmoil in which all this still lies admittedly makes the individual non-bourgeois dreams considerably less distinct than those which need only reach into the existing window display. No department store sends a list out to them. There is no patron who realizes these dreams from above. Instead they are characterized not only by an incomparably higher status, but also by an expectation of the unknown, a blueprint of the unrealized which the bourgeois wishful image of more mature years no longer possesses at all. 7. What is left to wish for in old age? In old age we learn to forget. Exciting wishes recede, although their images remain. They picture escape, as they once did in March, the young girl. 36. And dangerous old age, the flashy teenager and the old fop can share a turbulent desire for new life. Nevertheless, we no longer yield so willingly to temptation. Even if the wish does not wane, the strength which thinks itself capable of fulfilling the wish does. Even if the strength does not wane, then the disappointed gift of picturing ahead does. To this extent, and often only to this extent, unrest decreases. Wine and purse. Instead, the realistic fears increase, they want to be avoided. The body does not recover so quickly as it did, everything is twice the effort. Work does not go so smoothly, economic uncertainty weighs heavier than before. Needs in the form of addictions, those whose satisfaction does not bring pleasure, but whose absence causes pain, do in fact decrease. Yet instead the demand for comfort increases, and to a grumpy old man everything can become uncomfortable, even what he is used to, but even more so what is new. The adolescent is at odds with his ordinary environment and declares war on it, the grown man applies his strength to it, often resulting in the loss of his dreams, of his previously better consciousness, but the elderly man, the old man, when he gets annoyed with the world, does not fight against it like the adolescent, but stands in danger of becoming peevish towards it, moaning and cantankerous. At least in those areas where the old personality turns sour, where it simply shrinks back into miserliness and selfishness. In bourgeois old age, money seems more desirable than ever, both on account of the neurotic drive to cling onto things with wizened hands, for which a means has entirely become an end, and of course also on account of the mortal fear of an infirm being. Wine and purse remain for petty old age what remains to be wished for, and not always only for petty old age. Wine, women, and song, this association dissolves, the bottle lasts longer. Cheers, old boy, that is why an old drinker seems nicer than an old lover. Evocations of youth, counterwish. Harvest. Even young people, indeed especially young people, wish to live for a long time. But this seldom includes the wish to be an old man. This is rarely indulged. An adolescent can imagine himself as a man, but hardly as an 37. Old man, the morning points to midday, not to evening. It is remarkable in itself that getting old, in so far as it relates to the loss of an earlier state which, whether rightly or wrongly, is felt to be better, is not really felt until around 50. Does the adolescent feel no loss at leaving his childhood behind? Does the man feel none when he quits the bloom of youth, when the green shoe turns to wood? Does the child not already die in the sexually mature girl and boy, in the ego and its responsibility which now emerges? The mother feels this when the shadow of her son's first beard tickles and pricks, the adolescent himself feels it when life ceases to be a game, when small things and hiding places become inaccessible to his growing body. And melancholy is in fact customary during the transition into the first stage of manhood, where the good old student days vanish, and bourgeoisement begins. But the caesura of old age is clearer than any earlier caesura and more brutally negative, loss itself seems to become concentrated. Virility decreases, fertility ceases entirely, the luster disappears, the summer ends. And if the aging man does not notice himself that he is growing old, then the others notice it, he sees the cause by the effect, no matter how young he is urged to feel. It is very instructive for most old men when a girl stands up to make room for them for the first time. This politeness certainly does not act as a plus which age has brought, it has a fatal effect. And even the old fop who usually tries to deceive himself by being superficial, the easiest gift of youth, is surprised by the realization of how short life is. Something long since past can seem as close in old age as distant mountains shortly before the rain. The realization is received almost with disbelief even by the dignified old man. It seems only yesterday that he was the same age as the young people around him. Doubtless therefore, the specific feeling of age which sets in around 50, sometimes even earlier, is little prepared for by the previously experienced and yet never so sharply experienced changing stages of life, is seen with some justification as something unfamiliar. The reason lies in the unclear nature or in the unclarified nature of the benefits which old age brings, for all the brutal negative aspects which can be associated with it and ultimately are associated with it. Thus the handshake of old age is predominantly only felt to be one of farewell, that is with death at the sharp end. The latter, possible at any stage of life, but inevitable in greater age, no longer gives the ebb any prospect of experiencing a flow, and that makes the change called old age so decisive. It makes it so unmistakable in contrast to the earlier stages concealed beneath new foliage, just as if the pain of farewell which the adolescent, the man may 38. have felt, or equally may not have felt, on leaving childhood and youth, were retrieved here and added to one's own autumn. Thus an old age which is not petty also manifests wishes to return to a youth which there and then, years ago, may well have been felt as something that was still deficient, namely as intangible blossom and not yet as tangible, clearly defined fruit ripe for weighing. Precisely an old man who works, who is therefore not sucking at the paws of memory in his winter cave, will at least wish back all the time he had before him at the age of 20. He will wish back the magic of the long backgrounds which life possessed for him then and which, as the future decreases, as the years are numbered, certainly decreases too. Thus resignation, which is only half genuine and temporary in youth, exists as genuine and collected in normal old age. No mere farewell to a phase of life is marked here, with dispersing dreams, thwarted fulfillments, but farewell to long life itself. It nevertheless remains strange that an oppressive sense of aging can emerge so strongly. And characteristically, it does not emerge with equal force, nor so uninhibitedly in all men, nor in all periods of history. Instead, a psychological vacuum must also accompany the organic ebb, or at least, as noted above, the unclear or unclarified nature of the benefits which old age brings. Thus to sum up we may say, to make old age pure suffering, provided it is relatively healthy and based on an efficient life, all that is necessary is a simpleton to experience it and a late bourgeois society which desperately dolls itself up to look young. There is a proverb, when the candle's out, you can tell whether it was wax or tallow, so old age is not itself at fault if the figure which it raises out of illusion and appearance is still just an ugly one. And societies which unlike today's declining bourgeois society did not shy away from every glimpse of the end, possessed and saw in old age a blossoming fruit, a very desirable and welcome one. So it was in the Spartan Council of Elders, in the Senate in still Republican Rome, even in the new dimension of socialist experience. A different destiny to that of declining is still always to be heard here, has remained considerably more than honor and the hoary head asterisk, for a thriving society does not fear like a declining one its reflected image in old age, but greets there its watchman. On the whole, old age shows, like every earlier stage of life, completely possible, specific benefits which also compensate for the farewell to the previous stage of life. Thus growing old not only describes a desirable stretch of time in which as much as possible has been experienced and in which as much as possible can be learnt on the way out. Growing old can also describe a wishful image according to the situation, the wishful image of commanding view, or possibly of harvest. Voltaire says in the same vein, for the ignorant old age is like the winter, for the educated it is gathering and pressing the grapes. This does not exclude youth, but includes it in the after ripening. The wish to return to youth loses precisely its element of suffering thanks to this matured empathy with what is coming, it compensates, fulfills itself with the footing it has gained, with simplicity and meaning. In general, a person's later years will thus contain all the more youth, in the unimitated sense, the more collection there already was to start with in his youth, the phases of life, and therefore also old age, then lose their isolated sharpness. The healthy wishful image of old age and in old age is that of thoroughly formed maturity, it feels more at home giving than taking. Evening and house. To be able to be so collected means there must be no noise. A final wish permeates all the wishes of old age, an often not unquestionable one, for rest. It can be just as tormenting, even as hungry as the earlier pursuit of diversion. The sexual flaring up, which especially in women is often reminiscent of early puberty, is also dampened by it. Even the possibly productive nature, related so closely to youth, so familiar with it, needs freedom from disturbance more than before, or even more freedom from disturbance. And every old man wishes to be allowed to be exhausted by life, even if he is caught up in the hurly-burly of the world. A part of him behaves as if he were not caught up in it. Vanity is the last garment that man removes, but only a very strange old man will give this garment a lot of hard wear at the expense of silence. The image of this silence is wonderfully embellished precisely in the non-embourgeoisement of old age, the image of the country instead of the city, the elapsion where the wet clothes are drying, where things are not very busy. In more important cases, the wish for rest subdues even the regret over previous omissions and mistakes. In his old age, failures in his life seem to Goethe almost unimportant in the long run, where they had not turned out well. Happiness refused, and particularly work unfinished, still rankle, but in memory the latter at least, rightly or wrongly, almost takes shape. Jacob Grimm's speech about old age, which he himself gave in his 75th year, throws light on all these friendly late wishes and late feelings. This speech, definitely more Nolan's than Valen's, is sustained by the grateful 40. Awareness that growing old is a blessing. Physical debilities of the senses are mitigated here in the general wish for rest, they even supplement its content. Even possible deafness, according to Grimm, has the advantage that superfluous talk, useless chatter can no longer interrupt us. Failing eyesight causes many disturbing details to disappear, Grimm recalls the blind seer. And he describes the enjoyment which the solitary walk affords the old man, how feeling for nature is heightened in general. Man is alone with himself in nature, the chattering conversation of nutrient plants dies down, the world grows dark in the evening, but the water grows bright, the last drop of life is dedicated to contemplation. Past deprivation is no longer felt, past happiness is becalmed, renewed through memory, the chisel blows of life have worked an essential shape, and what is essential can be seen by it better than ever before. Nevertheless, of course, even this kind of separation from other stages of life, emphasized by the wish for rest and a kind of strolling standstill, is different in different periods. The Biedermeier period is long past, where the old soul, even in much less pure forms than that of Jacob Grimm, repaired to its own breast and was served at the long table d'hôte of memories. The late capitalist world is certainly not a bank of good hope for old people. Even the winter rest of the middle class is seriously disturbed by the dwindling or the precariousness of the savings account. Only socialist society can fulfill the wishes of old age for leisure, yet even here this leisure, in a positive sense of course, is different to before, since the difference between the generations is no longer so sharply divisive. Life at the moment is much more sharply delineated politically, and it can no longer be said that old age, despite its reflectiveness, is simply reactionary, youth, despite its freshness, simply progressive. Often it is the other way round, and the wish of old age for rest, in a time where, to isolate one symptom, there are still fascist youth leagues with their heads thrown back, does not always coincide with the wish of old age to remain forever in the inertia of yesterday. It has become easier than ever for old age to burn at both ends, namely with courage and experience together, with new consciousness and with that of the known inheritance. The man who has grown old and who, sitting in the cool of evening on the bench outside his front door, turns over the pages of his spent life and nothing more, this feature of Grimm's wishful image has gone out of circulation economically and in terms of 41. Content. Still in circulation, however, is the vigorous wish, so commensurate with the wish for silence, that the empty whirl of life round about should stop. Precisely, love of silence can be more remote from the capitalist's scramble than a youth which mistakes the scramble for life. Here old age, for which the bourgeois world no longer has any use, has the right, to be old-fashioned. To be genteel, giving a lead, using words, and casting commanding glances which are not of that day nor for that day. Embodying times in which as yet not everything was the bustle of commerce, and above all in which this bustle will cease again. This makes a striking and yet understandable connection possible for many an old man today, provided he has grown wise, with a new age, the age without the cocky, sharp, heel-clicking wolves, i.e. the socialist age. Wish and ability to be without vulgar haste, to see what is important, to forget what is unimportant, all this is authentic life in old age. 8. The sign that changes it is a flat feeling to be disturbed. But we let ourselves be interrupted by new things remarkably easily, by unexpected things. As if no part of life were so good that it could not be abandoned at any time. Pleasure in being different abducts us, it often deceives us. But it always drives us out of what we are used to. Something new must come to take us with it. Most are attracted merely by the empty difference from what has previously been, by freshness, regardless for the moment what its contents are. Here it already brings enjoyment that something is happening, only it must not contain any misfortune for ourselves. In the lowest instance, gossip seduces us, news of other people's quarrels. But even the newspaper lives largely from the need for the unusual, the latest news is its appeal. Nothing is therefore more uninteresting, and so undeservedly so, than a paper that is 1 or even several days old. Today's paper is overrated, yesterday's underrated, the sting of surprise has been pulled out. All these vulgar or mediocre needs presuppose boredom which is to be driven out, but at the same time set something higher in motion. This something ultimately moves towards a wished-for, liberating piece of news. Its contents are definitely not uninteresting, but they make what is new into what is expected, finally. 42. Attained, achieved. The new is greeted as a brother who has traveled from the region where the sun rises. The sensational wish is immalleable, dull souls itself dull and gullible, in strong souls capable of vision it is thorough. It wants to make sure that man is not lying crooked, that he is in tune with his place and his work. That this work does not fob him off with alms, but rather that the same old story of doing without finally comes to an end. We listen in that direction, strain to see. The will which is at work here stems from deprivation and does not disappear until the deprivation is eradicated. Thus as children we jumped up, not always in fear, when the bell rang outside. Its ringing cuts through the silent, gloomy room, especially towards evening. Perhaps now something darkly intended is coming, that which we are looking for, that which is looking for us again. Its gift transforms and improves everything, it brings a new age. The ringing of this bell remains in every ear, it is associated with every good cry from outside. With the great awakening that is there and is coming, of course expectation alone does not bring it. But if it is well attuned to the sound and what it means, the expectation does not let us ignore the sound. It will not be deceived in the long run, because the lie does not last. Any more than the more refined, that is, the almost more cunning lie which whines and slanders pharisaically can deceive us in the long run, because the socialist new is brought about by power and not by gossip, by the hard work of proving ourselves and not through backsliding excuses. The obsession with what is better remains, even when what is better has been prevented for so long. When what is wished for arrives, it surprises us anyway. 43. Part 2. Foundation Anticipatory Consciousness. 45. 9. What goes ahead as urging who drives on within us? We move, are warm and keen. Everything living is aroused, and first of all by itself. It breathes, as long as it exists, and stimulates us. To keep on bringing us to the boil, from below. That we are alive cannot be felt. The that which posits us as living does not itself emerge. It lies deep down, where we begin to be corporeal. This push within us is what we mean when we say, man does not live in order to live, but because he lives. Nobody has sought out this state of urging, it has been with us ever since we have existed and in that we exist. The nature of our immediate being is empty and hence greedy, striving and hence restless. But all of this does not feel itself, in order to do so it must first go out of itself. Then it senses itself as urge, as a quite vague and indefinite urge. No living thing can ever escape from the that of urging, no matter how tired it may have become of this. This thirst constantly announces itself but does not give its name. 10. Naked striving and wishing, unsatisfied from the bare inside something reaches forth. The urging expresses itself first as striving, craving to go anywhere. When the striving is felt, it becomes longing, the only honest state in all men. The longing itself is no less vague and general than the urge, but at least it is clearly directed outwards. It does not burrow like urging does, but roves around, though quite as utterly restless, addicted. And if it becomes obsessed with itself, the longing remains mere general addiction. Roving around blind and empty, the latter can never go to the place where it would be stilled. To achieve this, the longing must first clearly drive towards something. As something definite, it ceases to strike out in all directions at once. It becomes a searching, that has and does not have what it is searching for. It becomes goal-directed driving. Its driving towards is divided up. 46. According to the something at which it is directed, thus becomes the or that individually nameable drive. This concept, undoubtedly often dulled and reified in a reactionary way, should be understood as meaning the same as need. But since the word need does not also have the resonance of goal-directed driving, the word drive and the concept, understood in an undull way, may be allowed to stand. The drive is always searching to fill a hollow space, a missing space in the striving and longing, to fill something lacking with an external something. This various something, above all as bread or as woman or as power and so on, in fact divides up the driving towards a goal into its several respective drives. Thus also, when the striving we feel is only general longing, then the felt drive is the particular element of the respective individual passions, emotions. This something enables the drive to decrease when it is satisfied, even to stop temporarily, in contrast to the insatiably continuing addiction. So the goal towards which the drive moves is at the same time that by which, as long as and in so far as it is to hand, it is stilled. The relation of animals to this goal is that of their respective desires. Man also pictures the goal to himself. Thus man is not only capable of craving, but also of wishing. The latter is more extensive, adds more color than craving. For wishing eagerly looks forward to an imagined idea in which the desire causes what is its own to be pictured. Craving is certainly much older than the imagining of the something which is craved. But precisely because this craving passes over into wishing, it acquires the more or less definite idea of its something, in fact as a better something. The demand of the wish rises precisely with the idea of the better, even perfect aspect of its fulfilling something. So that it may be said, not of course of craving, but of the demand of the wish, wishing arises, if not actually out of imagined ideas, then only together with them. At the same time it is further stimulated by them to the same degree that what is pictured ahead, promises fulfillment. Thus where there is the imagined idea of something better, ultimately perhaps perfect, wishing takes place, possibly impatient, demanding wishing. The mere imagined idea thus becomes a wishful image, stamped with the cachet, this is how it should be. But here wishing, no matter how strong it is distinguished from actual wanting by its passive nature which is still related to longing. In wishing there is not yet any element of work or activity, whereas all wanting is wanting to do. We can wish for the weather to be fine tomorrow, although there is not the slightest thing we can do about it. Wishes can even be entirely irrational. We can wish that X or Y were still alive. It is possibly meaningful to wish this. 47. But meaningless to want it? Therefore the wish remains even where the will can no longer change anything. The remorseful man wishes that he had not carried out a certain action, but he cannot actually want this. Even despondent, dithering, often disappointed, weak-willed men have wishes, even especially strong wishes, without these wishes making them want to do something. Furthermore, different things can be wished, one is spoiled for choice here, but only one of them can be wanted, whereas the man who wants has already shown preference, he knows what he would rather do, the choice lies behind him. Wishing can be undecided, despite the definite imagined goal to which it eagerly looks forward. Conversely, wanting is necessarily active progress towards this goal. It goes outwards, has to measure itself exclusively against things given as real. And the path the wishing takes, wishing augmented and hardened by wanting, can itself be unwished for, that is, rough or bitter. And yet ultimately nothing else can be wanted except what is wished. The interested wish is the driving method, drive method, which releases wanting, demonstrates to it what is to be wanted. Hence though there may be wishing without wanting, namely feeble, inactive wishing which exhausts itself in the imagination or is impossible, there can be no wanting that is not preceded by wishing. And wanting will be all the stronger, the more vividly the imagined goal which it has in common with wishing has been shaped into a wishful image. Wishes do nothing, but they depict and retain with particular fidelity what must be done. The girl who would like to feel radiant and sought after, the man who dreams of future deeds, wear poverty or ordinariness as a temporary skin. This does not cause the skin to be shed, but it does make people grow into it less easily. Bare desire and its drive principally hold on to what they have, but the wishing in them that pictures intends more. It remains unsatisfiable, that is, nothing that exists gives it proper satisfaction. In all of this, drive as definite striving, as a desire for something, remains alive. 11. Man as a quite extensive complex of drives. The individual body. The drive must have someone behind it. But who is the searcher open to stimuli? Who moves in the living movement, who drives in the animal? 48. Who wishes in man? Everything certainly does not revolve around the ego here, because a drive overcomes us. This does not mean, however, that no individual self-enclosed being is present at all, which carries and feels the drives and takes away unpleasant feelings by satisfying them. But this being is first and foremost the living individual body, moved by stimuli, overcrowded with stimuli. It contains the drives, they are not floating generally. And when the animal eats, its own body is satisfied, nothing else. No drive without body behind it? Certainly, that which feels itself to be body is itself very general. It merely finds itself, in a good or bad state of health, but these are not very clear findings. Whereas every drive certainly seems to appear as a who and as if it were pulling the body behind it. As if the body did not contain the drive, but the drive contained the body and determined it, dyed it respectively, black with rage, green with envy, red with anger, like a piece of cloth. In addition there is also the long duration and apparently subjectless appearance which the drives possess in so-called instinct. The chicks which have just crawled out of the egg peck immediately for grains of corn, on a predetermined path, in which they attain what is their own in the most effective manner. The path is steered by the cerebellum, though subsequently of course, according to Pavlov's discoveries, it can be steered in changing directions by the cerebral cortex and the environment which is experienced through the latter as changed, particularly among the higher animals. But so-called instinct works falsely as if it were a self-guiding drive, and people experience it too, particularly women, if not in love, then as caring mothers. Here it really does appear as if drives existed independently and controlled the body, not to mention the soul. But even less efficient drives occasionally pretend to be independent, make people into their prey. This is so in the case of neurotics, where an isolated drive direction, which appears almost self-sufficient, overwhelms not only the body but also the conscious ego and confronts it as something alien. This is also true in healthy people at the moment when they are overpowered by a drive feeling, as if the emotion were a master in itself. Then we may say, it was not the lovesick girl who went into the water out of grief, but the grief which went into the water with the lovesick girl. But nevertheless, despite this in many ways subjectless appearance, nothing in the body allows drives to become their own vehicles. When the bird builds 49. its nest, when the swallow finds the previous year's nest, there is still of course no ego at work in such mysterious processes, but also no independent drive which could, as it were, get by without a body. Even the drive instinct belongs to the economy of the individual body and is only employed insofar as it belongs to it, insofar as the body does its own business, fleeing from what damages it, searching for what preserves it. This is why there are also several motivating forces, according to the circumstances, not only a single one that drives everything along. Present throughout is only the body, which wants to preserve itself and therefore eats, drinks, makes love, overwhelms, and thus drives alone in its drives, however varied they may be and however transformed by the appearing ego and its relationships. The changing passion. Man, in particular, always carries several drives with him. For he retains not only most of the animal ones, he also produces new ones, that is, not only his body, but also his ego is emotional. Conscious man is the most difficult of all animals to satisfy. He is, in the gratification of his wishes, the animal which makes detours. If he lacks what is necessary for life, he feels the lack like no other creature, hunger vision's surface. If he has what is necessary, then with its enjoyment new desires surface which torment him differently, but no less intensely than the previous naked privation. The rich and the sated, but not only them, possibly suffer from the strange itch of the I don't know what it is. Luxury above all, which does appear to fulfill everything, is an insatiable driver. Xerxes offered a prize for the invention of a new pleasure. Not only boredom was behind this, but an unknown drive, at least the clamor for it, which also wanted to be stilled. In fact, in the course of history with its changing forms, the increasing extent to which needs are satisfied, hardly one kind of drive has remained the same, and not one presents itself as finished. With the new objects, differently orientated addictions and passions awake, of which nobody had the slightest inkling yesterday. The acquisitive drive, for example, which is itself only acquired anyway, has grown to an extent which was quite alien to pre-capitalist times. Even the sexual libido is in many ways thwarted by it. Rather new also is the record drive in late capitalist society, especially the empty technological addiction to ever greater speed. This latter addiction was first created by motorized 50 vehicles. Above all, however, monopoly capitalism needs to intensify an abstract record drive for the purpose of whipping people on, for otherwise the maximum profit could not be so quickly squeezed from the workers. And furthermore, the fascist death drive has a novelty which is almost furious, compared to, say, the sentimental death drive of the Wertherzeit * or even the romantic nocturnal kind. It is fired and orientated by a very different social mandate. It receives a bonus partly for the slaughter in imperialist war, partly for the pointlessness of late bourgeois existence as a whole. On the other hand, the religious drive, if one can call this phenomenon such, heavily laden as it is with superstructure, the drive upward, the erotic urge towards the changeless, receded. And where it was stimulated in a depraved or deceived way, as in various fascist seductions, the previous upward drive hardly remained one, it sank into the soil, into blood and soil. In short, we realize that man is an equally changeable and extensive complex of drives, a heap of changing, and mostly badly ordered wishes. And a permanent motivating force, a single basic drive, insofar as it does not become independent and thus hang in the air, is hardly conceivable. The principal motivating force does not even become visible in men of the same time and class, by psychoanalytically dismantling their apparently purely inner clockwork. For example, there are certainly several basic drives, now one, now another emerges more strongly, now they work together, like opposing winds around a ship, and they do not even remain similar to themselves. Man wants to make his fortune. This saying certainly does sound really old, and it is also undoubtedly reliable in quite a different way from the calumny about the eternal predatory drive. But when we ask, which fortune and for what, then immediately the questions and refinements always begin. It would also be too remarkable if in class history, where new imagined goals of striving repeatedly surfaced, the goal-directed striving of the drives in fact proceeded in one direction, firmly, already complete. 51. 12 various interpretations of the basic human drive. The sexual drive. But the body must first and foremost strive towards something. After all, what is the principal motivating force of our mind and energies, as they stand in the present? As we know, Freud posits the sexual drive as the first and most powerful. Accordingly, libido governs life. It is fundamental both in terms of time and content. Already the sucking of the suckling is supposedly connected with sexual pleasure and takes place largely for the sake of this pleasure. Even hunger is supposedly subject to the sex drive. Its satisfaction becomes sexual relaxation. The relationship to our own body and thereafter to external objects, and all the more so to people around us, thus appears to be always primarily sexual. But libido did not remain the sole impulse in Freud, at least not libido in the sense of positive pleasure. The later Freud stressed alongside it a tendency towards negative pleasure, namely the death drive. The animal will is then also assigned to the death in store for it, not only to mating. Just as multicellular creatures drive towards death from the outset, and mortal decomposition already sets in youth, in vascular contraction for example, there is also a separate drive towards the process of dying, of growing cold. It is the destructive and aggressive drive. Freud sought to identify it as a separate, though always libidinally colored drive in sadistic desires. The din of life which emanates from love is supposed to be silenced or destroyed by this same libido. The wish for destruction expresses itself with respect to our own body in the pleasure taken in bare discipline, in the various ascetic tendencies. With respect to other bodies and objects, the death drive expresses itself as cruelty, as the undeniable frenzy of destruction now raining down on others. That the death drive is also libidinal, however, is supposedly indicated by the universal connection between cruelty and sexual pleasure, above all also by the emotion of Liebestod***. In any case, the core is and remains sexual here. This is what motivates Freud's man. Ego drive and repression. Only later is this joined by another, narrower power. Of course, this narrowness, even sharpness in man is important, since it is his ego. Freud indicates time and again, not without retreating occasionally, that, apart from the sex drive and the death drive related to it, he has distinguished a purely human drive. For if there were only libido and nothing else, then neither conflicts nor neuroses could arise in us. Next to the dark idea of the body and its drives, however, stands the ego, according to Freud. The ego drives stand opposite the sexual powers. Indeed, the whole of psychoanalysis, says Freud, has been built up upon the sharp division of the sexual drives from the ego drives. The ego affirms, denies, and censors the drives. Consciousness depends on it. It is the power which makes our mental life coherent. It is the power which goes to sleep at night and then still operates dream censorship. The ego drive represses what does not fall into line with it in the sexual drives and their contents, of which more later. Thus our mental life is dualistic. In spite of the libido, which began everything here, it moves between the coherent ego and the repressed material that is split off from it. Precisely this tension leads, if it leads to contradiction, to pathogenic conflict, one between the ego drives and the sexual drives. From the ego emanate the repressions through which certain mental tendencies are excluded not only from consciousness but also from the other kinds of validity and application. This material removed by repression confronts the ego in analysis, and the analysis is given the task of eliminating the resistances to dealing with the repressed material expressed by the ego. The ego sees to the removal of unpleasant feelings through the fulfillment of drives, but it sees to this fulfillment in its own way, in a censoring, moralizing way, and above all with respect to what can be achieved, to reality. This moralizing element, i.e. what has adapted to the practices of Freud's bourgeois environment, is according to Freud the acquired line of the ego drive. Thus there even occurs a penetration of the libido, hence of the pleasure principle which otherwise determines all drive processes. The adult, or better, the bourgeois individual seen by Freud in a bourgeois way, wears down his Dionysian horns on reality, as Freud calls his bourgeois environment, the commodity world and its ideology, The thus educated ego has become reasonable. It no longer allows itself to be controlled by the pleasure principle but follows the reality principle, which basically also wants to achieve pleasure, but pleasure. 53. Ensured by consideration of reality, even if this is postponed and diminished pleasure. And yet the ego, the reality itself or the bourgeois outside world would not yet be sufficient to censor and also to sublimate the libidinal drives, if there was not also, next to and above them, the superego or the ego ideal. The superego is the other content of the ego. According to Freud, it represents our relations to our parents, it creates all the surrogate formations of piety. The ego represents the rights of the outside world. The superego is however the advocate of the inner world, the origin of conscience and of guilt feelings, understood as the tensions between the claims of conscience and the achievements of the ego. It is the seed from which all religions have developed. By representing father and mother, the superego observes, threatens, and controls the ego as the parents had previously observed, threatened and controlled the child. Thus it gives the ego a guiding image and is the source of the formation of ideals. But precisely because of the continuing effect of parental authority, a threatening element can easily exist in the superego. The conscience is strict, the sense of duty somber, and also the superego very often retains, from its parental side, the traditions and ideals of the past. Nevertheless, it skirts round the wakeful ego to get to the libido, to the common dark, to the idea of the inner world united in the dark. All this is added to the original libido, at least in the later Freud. Thus an extraordinary superstructure of drives exists. Admittedly one which is supposed to be largely dismantled again through analysis and which, as far as the contents of the superego are concerned, to which not only religion but, for example, also the postulates of changing the world belong, supposedly consists exclusively of illusions with regard to the outside world. The inner world itself, however, which finds its advocate in the superego, in the final analysis always remains that of the libido or the repressed drives, of the unconscious idea in man. The idea of this libido is and remains according to Freud the unconscious realm of drives that fills the body and surrounds us, seen from its animal side as well as from that of the superego. With the result that we are lived by unknown, uncontrollable forces, in other words, by the alien domination of the capitalist mode of production which Freud has made into the libido idea. Psychoanalysis, on the other hand, is a tool which should make the progressive conquest of the idea by the ego possible. This merely has the effect of freeing the basic libidinal drive again, that is, it is neither diminished in acts of repression nor eclipsed in ties of the ego ideal. Freud does indeed want to bring the repressed and unconscious material in it rationally to light, that is, to reduce the hypocritical and neurosis-creating. 54. Mustiness. But what should follow is solely daylight within the private libido and within the discontent of a civilization where apparently nothing more than a breath of psychoanalytical air is lacking. Repression, complex, unconscious material and sublimation, thus the sexual drive, if not the be-all and end-all, still remains fundamental here. The decent girl simply refuses to admit it, the demure ego represses sexuality. But consequently the latter now begins to ferment and to urge all the more, it cannot work itself off in the existing or permitted life. Sexuality and its wishes are wrapped up by bourgeois people, as Freud found them, in a thick web of secrecy, of hypocrisy, and lies. For in fact, the libido in the individual himself, not just in the cant of society, is subject to a moralizing censorship which does not allow our true being to step over the threshold of consciousness. This censorship debars, it represses the sexual impulse, it slanders it. As soon as the repression is not totally successful, it blocks itself off against knowledge of it. The libido here remains for Freud both the single basic drive and the essential content of human existence, for the ego is, as noted, only a checking authority. It inspects the baggage brought in by the libido, it forces the libido to disguise itself, if necessary to sublimate itself into intellectual material, but the ego itself is unproductive. Of course, when it represses, the moralizing censorship only removes the repressed material on the surface. The unfulfilled, even hushed-up wishes simply sink down in the process of repression into the more or less unconscious. There they fester, form neurotic tensions and complexes without the sufferer becoming aware of the cause. The merely forgotten, not vanished sexual affective processing continues to work in all manner of disguises. Freud was already looking to demonstrate the prompting of the libido in the psychopathology of everyday life, in slips of the tongue, bungled actions, in slips of the seemingly most coincidental, most insignificant kind. Drives which have not been worked off, incomplete experiences, forgotten wounds and disappointments continue to smart. They have disappeared from the consciousness of the ego, but not from the psyche. From them derive seemingly unfounded oversensitivity, overreaction, compulsively neurotic activity, and finally the group of emotions which has become senselessly independent and devoid of content, the complex. All ghosts or perhaps merely Freudian ghosts appear here, penis envy, the castration and Oedipus complexes and more besides. According to Freud, a sexual irritation is at the bottom of all complexes, they are fixated on an infantile, forgotten trauma. From the experiences of childhood derives the castration complex, the so-called Oedipus complex of father hatred, although Oedipus himself, as Chesterton says, was the only man who certainly had no Oedipus complex, since he did not know until the end that Laertes, whom he killed, was his father, and Jocasta, whom he married, was his mother. Supposedly, all these strangely named phenomena, even more strange because they are thundered up from below, have entirely resulted from interrupted, somehow disturbed processes which had to remain unconscious. If it were then possible to go down with consciousness into the cellar of the repressed, to make the unconscious preconditions of the neurotic symptoms conscious, then the neurotic would be cured, that is, his ego would have his ID under its thumb. The person who knows the cause of his complexes cures himself, though only psychoanalysis can help him to this knowledge. Laborious probing into the depths, paying attention to seemingly incidental authorities, particularly to authorities made to seem incidental, but also to mistrust of ideologies which sound much too nice, like sanctity of motherhood and the like. All this detective skill is necessary to recognize the content of the neurotic symptom and to call it into the patient's consciousness. The main road there, via regia, is supposed to be the interpretation of dreams, as is well known, in fact the interpretation of nocturnal dreams as such, being those where the censoring ego is asleep, and the harsh external world can no longer be perceived. For Freud, every dream is the fulfillment of an unconscious wish fantasy. The task is to decipher analytically the wishfully announced material from the symbolism in which it cloaks itself in the dream. At all stages the neurotic puts up a characteristic resistance to this deciphering. The forgotten wants to remain forgotten and its symptoms to remain disguised. But it is nevertheless important to note here, the resistance to them becoming conscious lies according to Freud solely in the will of the patient, not, for example, in the material of the unconscious itself, i.e. that unconscious which Freud himself establishes and which, apart from the grotesque quality of its essentially merely libidinal contents, is essentially a product or at least a refuge of repression. Repression itself is in this sense a process through which an act capable of consciousness, i.e. one which belongs 56. to the system of preconsciousness, is made unconscious, i.e. pushed back into the system of unconsciousness. And likewise we call it repression, when the unconscious mental act is not permitted to enter the next preconscious system at all, but is turned away on the threshold by censorship. The libido which has been made conscious thus reveals no other door than that through which we re-enter the reeled up long ago. Psychoanalysis seeks to be a subcortical memory, solitary, encapsulated, and, as it itself states, subterranean. Acherontic * the unconscious in Freud is therefore one into which something can only be pushed back. Or which at best, as ID, surrounds consciousness as if this were a closed ring, a phylogenetic inheritance all around conscious man. With the help of the superego, the ego draws, in a way that is still obscure to us, on the experiences of prehistory stored up in the ID. The unconscious of psychoanalysis is therefore, as we can see, never a not yet conscious, an element of progressions, it consists rather of regressions. Accordingly, even the process of making this unconscious conscious only clarifies what has been, i.e. there is nothing new in the Freudian unconscious. This became even clearer when C.G. Jung, the psychoanalytic fascist, reduced the libido and its unconscious contents entirely to the primeval. According to him, exclusively phylogenetic primeval memories or primeval fantasies exist in the unconscious, falsely designated archetypes, and all wishful images also go back into this night, only suggest prehistory. Jung even considers the night to be so colorful that consciousness pales beside it. As a spurner of the light, he devalues consciousness. In contrast, Freud does of course uphold illuminating consciousness, but one which is itself surrounded by the ring of the ID, by the fixed unconsciousness of a fixed libido. Even highly productive artistic creations do not lead out of this fixum, they are simply sublimations of the self-enclosed libido. Imagination is a substitute for the fulfillment of drives. The problem to be solved then, says Freud, is to displace the drive goals, in such a way that they cannot be affected by the failure of the external world. The sex drive can be refined into caritas, into devotion to the well-being of one's neighbor, ultimately of humanity. More highly sublimated libido constitutes the pleasure the artist derives from his creation, but also the enjoyment and the vicarious satisfaction the non-artist derives from a work of art. The latter does after all provide pure wish fulfillment of a shaped yet uninhibited kind, women, wedding, heroes, and even the beautiful tragic corpse. It provides the man. Acheron, the river of woe in Hades. 57. In the stalls with what he lacks in life, provides cloth of gold like a beautiful dream in the night does. The viewer or the spectator works off his wishes in this way so that they no longer cause him pain. But every catharsis of this kind remains temporary, in fact illusory. Art, according to Freud, works exclusively with the illusions with which the unsatisfied libido allows itself to be fooled. How mechanistically far away Freud is here from Pavlov's realization that precisely the higher psychological processes work, with the constant influence of the changes in the environment which they have grasped, on the emotional and organic processes, that they are in no way merely dependent, nor inherently hollow modes of substitution. In Freud, however, there remain only sexual libido, its conflict with the ego drives, and the cellar of consciousness as a whole, from which the illusions then rise. Power drive, frenzy drive, collective unconscious no matter how dully grasped the body is, the sexual drive does not live in it all the time, nor alone. After he had taken this road, Freud, as we know, was therefore contradicted by several of his pupils. These pupils were quick either to distinguish a quite different driving force or to bronze the libido. Alfred Adler, the originator of so-called individual psychology, attempted to do the first, C.G. Jung the second, with a mythical patina. Thus the problem of sexuality which weighs upon us all was eliminated at a stroke, for which Freud criticizes them both. At any rate, it seemed it could be eliminated. In systems based on different motivating forces, it is not the complete be-all and end-all. On a bisexual foundation, Adler posits, in supreme capitalist fashion, the will to power as the basic human drive. Primarily man wants to rule and overpower. He wants to get from the bottom to the top, wants to lie on top, to pass from the female line in him to the male, feel himself individually confirmed as the victor. Vanity, ambition, male protest are accordingly the emotions in which this basic drive appears most visibly. Wounded vanity, failed ambition are the source of most neuroses. Sexuality is itself only a means to the final goal, the attainment of power, libido, sex drive, and tendency to perversion, wherever they may have derived from, also line up behind this guiding principle. Adler, Der Nervoscharakter, 1922, p. 5. The feeling of insecurity and inferiority stands threateningly at the beginning of the development of neurosis, Unfulfilled power drive produces the inferiority complex. But as skin hardens over a wound, as a protective measure, as it 58 were, against future damage, and as the failure of one kidney strengthens the functioning of the other, mental inferiorities are likewise overcompensated by the ego. Partly through masks and fictions, will to power then becomes will to appearance, partly also, however, through higher achievements, will to power then recoups its losses, possibly in a beautiful fantasy world. Though we do not see where it takes its material from here, for the will to power, in itself necessarily bare, cannot of course be sublimated as regards content. Nevertheless, goal setting remains essential in this will, precisely in accordance with the desire to be out in front. It takes the place of mere innate drivenness from below, i.e. from the Freudian sexual libido. The individual person builds himself up by means of a guiding image or even just by means of play acting and fiction. The insecurity which is felt to be embarrassing is reduced to its smallest proportions and then reversed into its extreme opposite, into its contradiction, which as a fictional goal is made into the guiding point of all wishes, fantasies, and endeavors. In this way the person forms, nothing other than the individual person appears in this individual psychology, his character, so as not to miss the path to the summit. To make it perfectly safe, he draws constantly effective guidelines in the form of character traits in the broad chaotic fields of his soul. Fundamentally, everything personal is thus made and cultivated from the outset in Adler through a largely unconscious but no longer in any way naive purposive will. Thus, fundamentally, the causa finalis rules. The biological factor is subjugated to the capitalistically interested goal, which is geared to the safeguarding of the personality, to raising the feeling of personality. Because Adler therefore drives sex out of the libido and inserts individual power, his definition of drives takes the ever steeper capitalist path from Schopenhauer to Nietzsche and reflects this path ideologically and psychoanalytically. Freud's concept of libido bordered on the will to life in Schopenhauer's philosophy. Schopenhauer in fact described the sexual organs as the focal points of the will. Adler's will to power conversely coincides verbally, and partly also in terms of content, with Nietzsche's definition of the basic drive from his last period. In this respect Nietzsche has triumphed over Schopenhauer here, that is to say, the imperialist elbow has triumphed over the gentlemanly pleasure-displeasure body in psychoanalysis. The competitive struggle which hardly leaves any time for sexual worries stresses industriousness rather than randiness. The hectic day of the businessman thus eclipses the hectic night of the rake and his libido. But even that did not last, for fewer and fewer people were attracted by the day which had become inhospitable. The petit bourgeois wish grew. 59. Ever stronger to allow himself to lapse back into irresponsible, but also more or less wild obscurity. Above all, the path to the so-called heights lost some of its interest and prospects, in exact proportion to the decline of free enterprise, as a result of monopoly capitalism. The path became more attractive which led into the so-called depths, in which the eyes roll instead of aiming at a goal. C.G. Jung, the fascistically frothing psychoanalyst, consequently posited the frenzy drive in place of the power drive. Just as sexuality is only part of this Dionysian general libido, so also is the will to power. In fact, the latter is completely transformed into battle frenzy, into a stupor which in no way strives towards individual goals. In Jung, libido thus becomes an archaically undivided primeval unity of all drives, or eros per esse. Consequently it extends from eating to the Last Supper, from coitus to unio mystica, from the frothing mouth of the shaman, even the berserker, to the rapture of Fra Angelico. Even here, therefore, Nietzsche triumphs over Schopenhauer, but he triumphs as the affirmation of a mescaline Dionysus over the negation of the will to life. As a result, the unconscious aspect of this mystified libido is also not contested, and there is no attempt to resolve it into current consciousness, as in Freud. Rather the neurosis, particularly that of modem, all too civilized and conscious man, derives according to Jung precisely from the fact that men have emerged too far out of what is unconsciously growing, outside the world of elemental feel thinking. Here Jung borders not only on the fascist version of Dionysus, but also partly on the vitalistic philosophy of Bergson. Bergson had already, though still in a secessionist liberal asterisk way, played off intuition against reason, creative unrest against closed order and rigid geometry. But far more so than with Bergson's élan vital, the fascist Jung borders on the romantic reactionary distortions which Bergson's vitalism underwent, as in sentimental penis poets like D.H. Lawrence, in complete Tarzan philosophers like Ludwig Klages. Bergson's élan vital was still directed forwards, it corresponded to the Art Nouveau or secessionism of the 90s, it contained watchwords of freedom, none of regressive enslavement. D.H. Lawrence, on the other hand, and Jung along with him, sings the wildernesses of the elemental age of love, which to his misfortune man has emerged from. He seeks the nocturnal moon in the flesh, the unconscious sun in the blood. And Klages blows in a more abstract way on the same bullhorn, he does not only hark back, like the earlier romantics, to the Middle Ages, but to the diluvium, to precisely where Jung's impersonal, pandemonic libido lives. There are of course egos and individuals, Jung teaches, but they do not go deep in the soul, the personality itself is only a mask or a socially played role. What works in the personality and as such is instead supposed to be vital pressure, from much deeper, much older layers, from the magical collective layers of the race, for example. The individual person is collective on this ground, and leads back to it again, since the individual is not only a single being, but also assumes collective relationships to his existence. The process of individuation therefore also leads not into isolation, but into a more intensive and more general collective context. Jung, Psychologist Type N, 1921, p. 637. Contest and free competition, which in Adler still spurred people on to outstrip each other and to keener and keener individual psychology, are submerged here into the folk community and into psychosynthesis. This means in fact, into archaic collective regression. Impersonally, in fact inhumanly unconscious material opens up, a long way behind every individual experience, if not behind the archaic traces of the mere memory of humanity. Accordingly, primal memories are supposed to be active from the time of our animal forefathers, i.e. a long way behind the diluvium. Jung appropriates the concept of the engram for this, which Seemann introduced into biology, the concept of a memory of the whole of organic matter and its memory traces. They are incorporated in libido as a primal animal plan, but they also keep the unconscious per se in the archaic primal dimension of what has been. Thus psychosynthesis does not disperse into day and into external pieces, but reflects and takes the neurotically or otherwise given symbol back into its ancestral night, just as analysis, the causal reductive process, divides the symbol into its components. The synthetic process condenses the symbol into a general and comprehensible expression. Freud's unconscious, despite phylogenetic archaic elements which he no doubt believed he saw and which in his school have been excavated down to the primal memories of the first land animals, Freud's unconscious was therefore largely individual, that is, filled with individually acquired repressions and with repressions from the recent past of a modem individual. Jung's unconscious on the other hand is entirely general, primeval, and collective. It purports to be the 500,000-year-old shaft beneath the few thousand years of civilization, particularly beneath the few years of individual life. In this basic ground there is not only nothing new, but what it contains is decidedly primeval. Everything new is ipso facto without value, in fact hostile to value, according to Jung and Klages. 61. The only thing that is new today is the destruction of instinct, the undermining of the ancient basic ground of the imagination by the intellect. Even neurotic conflict is the suffering caused by intellect to this basic ground of the drives and of the imagination, or as Lawrence said, men have lost the moon in their flesh, the sun in their blood. Thus the neurotic must not be completely removed from the unconscious material which he still has, rather what is necessary is guidance back to the collective unconscious, to the age-old forces of life. Psychosynthesis, fleeing the present, hating the future, searching for primeval time, thus becomes the same as religion in the etymological sense of the word, namely religio, connecting back. And in fact there appears to be no difference between the frothing mouth of the shaman and Meister Eckhart, in true night tolerance. Indeed, the shaman is better. Then the most rampant superstition ranks more than ever above enlightenment, since, of course, Jung's collective unconscious flows thicker in witch crazes than in pure reason. Eros and the archetypes, it comes to this, among other things, when the conscious ego is taken away from the body. When the libido is driven completely into the dark, into the unconscious as a goal. In Freud, the sick person was only reminded of the unconscious so that he could free himself from it. In C.G. Jung, however, he is reminded of it so that he plunges headlong into the unconscious, into layers lying deeper and deeper, lying deeper and deeper in the past. Libido becomes archaic, blood and soil, Neanderthal man, and tertiary period leap out simultaneously to confront us. Gottfried Benn, the disciple of Jung and Klages, gave this an equally psychosynthetic and lyrical expression: we carry the early peoples in our souls, and when the late ratio loses its hold, in dream and intoxication, they rise up with their rites, their pre-logical way of thinking, and dispense an hour of mystical participation. When the logical superstructure dissolves and the cortex, tired of the onslaught of the pre-lunar stock, opens the eternally contested border of consciousness, it is then that the old, the unconscious appears in the magic ego transformation and identification, in the earlier experience of being everywhere and eternal. Jung drove the libido harder and harder towards these archaic connections. At the same time he grasped these beginnings so nebulously and generally that the whole erasio of those times, quite regardless of what it says, can be accommodated interchangeably. 62. This really is the night in which all cows are grey, the night of that immeasurably extended libido, collectivized in the idea of the bosom of nature, which is now also called world soul. Eros, Plato, Indian theosophy, alchemical and astrological imagery, Plotinus, or what C.G. Jung imagines by this, swirl around each other, all united in the pre-lunar libido. As far as the psychological aspect of this concept is concerned, I remind the reader here of the cosmogonic significance of Eros in Plato and in Hesiod, as well as the Orphic figure of Phanes, the revealer, the first to come into being, the father of Eros. The Orphic significance of Phanes matches that of the Indian Karma, the love god who is also a cosmogonic principle. Wandlung und die Symbole der Libido, 1925, p. 127. Jung adds, across huge gulfs, as if, because it sounds so cosmic, it were the same thing, in the Neoplatonist Plotinus the world soul is the energy of the intellect. In this way the libido in Jung opens up like a sack of undigested, atavistic secrets, or rather abracadabras. In fact this sack, in Jung's own words, drags an invisible dinosaur tail behind it. Carefully separated, it becomes the savior serpent of the mystery, über die Archetypen de Kollektiven Bewusstseins, 1935, p. 227. For accordingly, Diluvium remains the closest thing to Eros, who began everything, and Eros strives to get back to it, along pre-logical lines, away from consciousness. The anatomical location of this libido is the ancient sympathetic nerve, not the cerebrospinal system. Its organon, already itself semi-insufficient, all too enlightened, remains mythology. The mother bond, for example, is according to Jung not to the individual mother, but to an ancient general mother image. It is the bond with Gaia or Cybe, with that archaic beingness, Benness, which is also supposed to be behind Astarte, Isis, and Mary. The occupation asterisk of libido thus subsequently becomes prototypal per se here. The archetypes of the Earth Mother shine and triumph through every individual mother. Archetype in general, Lévi-Bruhl's representation collective, is the cue with which Jung's libido brings on its collective unconscious. Thereafter, the unconscious, and only this, is universally populated by archetypes: snake, kitchen, fire, pot on the fire, deep waters, Mother Earth, the old wise man, are a few examples of it. This prototypical material is supposed to be highly inflammable, especially for a man of today, that is, one who is a mixture of myths. He who speaks in archetypes, speaks with 1,000 tongues, and this, according to Jung, simply because the creature of intellect is mediated with the drive image life of the primeval man-animal, with the enormous resonance of blood and soil. Collective unconscious is, however, not only the location of this kind of health. According to Jung, it also contains all the basic forms of human imagination, all better or more beautiful worlds that have ever been dreamt of our racial soul, archetypal time. Thus the mandate to strive from the light into the darkness was followed here in such stupefying fashion. It is only possible to run capitalist business if the consciousness of its victims is stupefied in their free time. Consequently, Jung generalized and archaized Freud's unconscious right down the line. It is not supposed to be resolved rationally. No sublimation takes place here either, which, according to Freud, does at least lead to culture. Freud's pupil Jung dissociated himself also on this point from Jewish psychology when the stars were propitious. The sacred dark primeval night, complete with bloody visions and a veritable orgy of images, replaces sublimation. This force is already in good order. It is in fact the only thing that lives in good order. Jung did stumble upon a not unimportant, as we shall see, imaginative stock here, upon that of archetypes. But just as he took his concept of them from Romanticism, he also failed to extricate it from unstructured romantic dilettantism. Prototyping is only suitable for so-called psychosynthesis lock, stock and barrel, and magical wishy-washiness, commanded by monopoly capitalism, is useful for its purposes. The rapport of this panic libido with German fascism is obvious. The consciousness of the C.G. Jung somnambulist is in no way suspended here. To fascism also, hatred of intelligence is, as Jung actually says, the only means of compensating for the damages of today's society. Fascism too needs the death cult of a dolled-up primeval age to obstruct the future, to establish barbarism and to block revolution. Given all this, the basic drive becomes a drive towards that basic ground where Dionysus only wants to be called Moloch. A basic ground of regressio is praised as medicine and morality, a ground from which everything human has again become estranged. Thus Freud, as we said, who did at least want to bring liberal enlightenment, and the fascistic mystifier Jung, present extensive contradictions in their common depth psychology. As it modestly calls itself, the liberal wants to make repressed material conscious, the reactionary wants to connect conscious material back with the repressed, to push it back ever deeper into the unconscious. In Freud the unconscious is combated and, as far as it is individually acquired, kept in the orbit of the individual. 64. In Jung the unconscious is welcomed and completely settled in the archaic collective, and is also contemplated with limitless tolerance towards everything that swirls around in it as fog, numen, or taboo. But neither must we forget, Freud the teacher is on the same plane as his perverted pupil on the crucial point. Both understand the unconscious solely as something past in historical development, as something that has sunk down into the cellar and only exists there. They both recognize, even if the regression has an extremely different nature and extension, only an unconscious that moves backwards or underneath the already existing consciousness. They in fact recognize no pre-consciousness of a new. And, so far as the drive theory under discussion here is concerned, the whole psychoanalytical school is connected in that it emphasizes solely spicy drives, and moreover lifts them in a conceptually mythical way out of the living body. In this way an idolized libido arises, or will to power or primeval Dionysus, and more significantly these idols are made absolute. Just as that which has been made absolute is lifted out of the living body, which after all only wants to preserve itself and that is all, so too in Freud and Adler, and especially in Jung, it is never discussed as a variable of socio-economic conditions. But if basic drives are to be distinguished at all, they will vary widely in material terms in men according to individual classes and epochs, and consequently in terms of intention or as drive direction. And most importantly, the respective psychoanalytical basic drives that are emphasized are not basic drives at all in the strict sense, they are too partial. They do not break through so unequivocally as, say, hunger, the drive that is always left out of psychoanalytical theory. They are not such final authorities as the simple drive to keep oneself alive. This drive is the self-preservation drive. It alone might be so fundamental, no matter what changes occur, as to set all the other drives in motion in the first place. 65. 13. The historical limitation of all basic drives. Various locations of self-interest filled and expectant emotions. The urgent need. Very little, all too little has been said so far about hunger. Although this goad also looks very primal or primeval. Because a man dies without nourishment, whereas we can live a little while longer without the pleasures of love-making. It is all the more possible to live without satisfying our power drive, all the more possible without returning into the unconscious of our 500,000-year-old forefathers. But the unemployed person on the verge of collapse, who has not eaten for days, has really been led to the oldest needy place of our existence and makes it visible. In any case, sympathy with the starving is the only widespread sympathy there is, in fact the only one that is widely possible. The girl, or especially the man, who is longing for love, these do not arouse sympathy, whereas the cry of hunger is probably the strongest single cry that can be directly presented. We believe the particular misfortune of the starving man, even the freezing, even the sick, not to mention the love-sick, seem to be in luxury by comparison. Even the most hard-hearted housewife will possibly forget her vexed stinginess when the beggar eats the soup she offers. Already in this ordinary sympathy, deprivation and its wishes are undoubtedly clear here. The stomach is the first lamp into which oil must be poured. Its longing is precise, its drive is so unavoidable that it cannot even be repressed for long. Most reliable basic drive. Self-preservation. But no matter how loud hunger bellows, it is seldom mentioned by the doctors here. This omission shows that it is always only the better class of sufferers who have been and are treated psychoanalytically. The problem of finding nourishment was the most groundless of worries for Freud and his visitors. The psychoanalytical doctor and above all his patient come from a middle class which until recently had to worry little about its. 66. Stomach. When Freud's Vienna became less carefree though, there was a psychoanalytical advice bureau for attempted suicides, where there was also the opportunity to get to know the drives beneath the libido. Because over 90% of all suicides occur out of economic deprivation and only the rest out of love sickness, which is incidentally unrepressed. However, even in bourgeois déclassé Vienna, the notice hung on the wall of the Psychological Advice Bureau, economic and social questions cannot be treated here. Understandably, little could be thus discovered about the inner life of the attempted suicide, and just as little was done to remove the commonest complex of all, the one which Franziska Revent so undically called the money complex. The goad of hunger is just as excluded from psychoanalysis as the libido was from the cant of the salons. This is the class-based limitation of psychoanalytical research into basic drives. There is also a national limitation. Perhaps not as regards libido, but certainly concerning moral ego censorship and consequently repression. A characteristic difference exists here between the middle classes of different countries, especially between France and Germany. If a bachelor in Paris does not take a girl to his hotel room at least once a week, or if he does not stop out one night, the manager begins to get worried about the bill. The tenant does not seem to be normal sexually, and so it may be assumed that he may not pay the rent either. The French bourgeois thus has a smaller reserve of cant than the average German, let alone the average Englishman, consequently he shows less sexual stuffiness, fewer libidinal repression complexes. And in the proletariat neither cant, nor above all the libido take up so much room as Viennese psychoanalysis assumed of origine. Hunger and troubles constrict libido in the lower class, there are fewer noble sufferings here, and they have a more tangible cause with a less sophisticated name. The neurotic conflicts of the proletariat do not unfortunately consist of such well-heeled material as Freud's fixation of the libido on particular erogenous zones or Adler's badly fitting character mask or Jung's imperfect regression to primeval times, and the fear of losing one's job is hardly a castration complex. Of course, psychoanalysis cannot help but take notice of hunger and thirst occasionally, likewise of the interest in self-preservation, but, strangely, the self-preservation drive is not assigned by Freud to the stomach and the body system in general, in which it is deeply anchored, but to the group of late ego drives, the same group also responsible for moral censorship. Thus it looks like a late arrival, of which nothing is said in the advice bureau, like an act accessoire compared to all driving arrows. Obviously, however, there is 67. No erotic conception of history to replace the economic one, no explanation of the world in terms of libido and its distortions, rather than in terms of the economy and its superstructure. Here too then we should ultimately stick with the real expression of the matter, with economic interest, not the only, but the fundamental interest. The self-preservation which manifests itself within this interest is the soundest among the many basic drives and, despite all temporal, class-based modifications which it is also subject to, surely the most universal. Therefore it can be said, despite all reservations and the stated aversion to making things absolute, self-preservation, with hunger as its most obvious expression, is the only basic drive among the several which consistently deserves this name. It is the last instance of the drive and the one most concretely related to the bearer. Even the idealist Schiller had to teach that the world maintained its push and shove through hunger and through love, and furthermore he puts hunger in first place and love in second. Such a precedence was still possible at that time, though without any real consequences, in the rising bourgeoisie, in the late bourgeoisie, to which Freud's psychoanalysis also belongs, hunger was deleted. Or it became a subspecies of the libido, its oral phase, as it were. Subsequently, self-preservation does not occur as an original drive at all. Suum esse conservare, to preserve one's being, that is and remains however, according to Spinoza's unerring definition, the aptitus of all beings. Even if capitalist competitive economy has made it individual beyond all measure, it still runs, however modified, remorselessly through all societies. Historical change of the drives, even of the self-preservation drive, just as no drive remains rigid, neither does what bears it. Nothing at all is fixed once and for all here, at the beginning for instance, but rather precisely our self is not given to us in advance. Since the passions are subject to historical change, and new ones arise with newly set goals, the subjective hearth on which they are all cooking also changes. Nor is there an original drive, nor a primal man or even an old Adam either. The supposed nature of man, in the sense rigid research into basic drives understands it, has been crossbred and broken up hundreds of times in 68. The course of history. Among cultivated plants and breeding animals an original variety may have been preserved because they are brought together in an external and artificial way in the breeding process, but this does not happen among men. Certainly, among cultivated plants and breeding animals there is still the simple dog rose which was ennobled into the luxury roses, and the wood pigeon from which all our tame pigeons stem, to which they could possibly revert. Whereas historical man, even if he becomes wild, never again becomes primal man from whom the various historical domesticated varieties emanated. He becomes a decadent barbarian with a well-known, historically ordered psychopathology of drives. He becomes a bit of Bluebeard or Nero or Caligula or Hitler, but not a Neanderthal man from the healthy diluvium. Even a great number of so-called primitives today are, as we know, nothing of the sort. They are not the oldest human creatures. Rather, they represent the waste products of great cultures. They are not old physis, but have long since become new physis, by virtue of inheriting historically acquired qualities. The heathen whom a missionary baptizes, the old Adam whom the Christian casts off, is himself again the Christ of an earlier practice and religion, that is, of an earlier radical change of the human creature. Therefore, the so-called man of primal drives is not to be discovered beneath historical and modern man, and, scientifically speaking, does not exist. What we call by this name is either, in Freud, the bourgeois man of drives, distorted and buried under the cant of the Victorian century, or he is even, in Jung, a fascist phantasmagoria, corked up in mythological bottles. Research into basic drives more than any other kind reflects the characteristic drive of its times, which is why its findings have always turned out to be so different. Rousseau's natural man was Arcadian and rational. Nietzsche's natural man, on the other hand, was Dionysian and irrational, i.e. the one fulfilled the wishes of the Enlightenment, the other the wishes of imperialism, and simultaneously of the anti-capitalist longing smoldering amongst the bourgeois. Correspondingly, the historical location of the human creature, as characterized by Freud, can also be precisely determined. This libidoman lives, together with his dreamed wish fulfillments, in the bourgeois world a few decades before and a few decades after 1900, the key year of the secessionist liberation of the flesh from the spirit. The way of perceiving sex, and consequently the excitability of the libido, is always variant in every society and in every layer of that society. Even for hunger there is no natural drive structure, for the simple reason that the kind 69 of perception assigned to it, and consequently the stimulus world, is also historically variable. Even this is no longer a biologically maintained basic direction in man, no longer one which remains rooted in the fixed instinct of searching for nourishment down firmly established paths. Rather, it interacts as socially developed and guided need with the other social, and therefore historically varying needs which it underlies and with which, for this very reason, it is transformed and causes transformation. The more, and the more sophisticatedly, further and further layers are added to the appetite. In short, all definitions of basic drives only flourish in the soil of their own time and are limited to that time. For this simple reason they cannot be made absolute, even less separated from the economic being of mankind in each age. Libido, which is confined in animals to the mating season, power drive, which sets in at the earliest with the division into classes, appear secondary in contrast, but incidentally all have hunger, appetite within them. The latter's need to be satisfied is the oil in the lamp of history, but even this primary need looks different according to the changing ways in which needs are satisfied. Economic interest forms the final instance in the historically existing framework of drives, but even this, precisely this once again, as we know, has its changing historical forms, the changes in the mode of production and exchange. Indeed, even man's self, which wants to preserve itself, which reproduces itself through the intake of nourishment, which is co-produced by the respective form of economy and relation to nature, is itself the historically most variable entity. Namely one that, despite its most reliable basic drive, hunger, which relatively remains the most general, must continually run throughout history, so that through work it is and becomes. History is, as possible gaining of man, the metamorphosis of man precisely also in view of our core, of the self which is only developing. Not confined to the selfish system, not to this capitalist phase of egotism, but existing before it, and all the more so after it, self-preservation. Human preservation in no way seeks the conservation of that which has already been drawn and allotted to the self. Thus self-preservation ultimately means the appetite to hold ready more appropriate and more authentic states for our unfolding self, unfolding only in and as solidarity. If these states approach, then self-encountering prepares itself in them, and self-encountering begins, highly disconcerted, in all phenomena and works broaching a final state. But our self always remains, with its hunger and the variable extensions of this hunger, still open, moved, extending itself. 70. Mental feelings and state of self, appetite of the expectant emotions, especially of hope taking hunger as our starting point again, not merely the immediate drives come from here. Rather they also originate from it as felt drives, as the drive feelings in which craving or loathing become intensely aware of themselves. These drives which drive not only directly but also as feeling are the mental feelings or emotions. If the whole man throws himself into a single emotion, then this becomes a passion. However, a quite special juice flows through all mental feelings. It comes from the heart, a blood which is also psychological *, and just as in every emotion, in contrast to sensation and imagination, there is an inner temperature. This temperature also senses itself. Thus emotions are distinguished from sensations and imaginations, not least because they proceed, in that they become closely aware of their process as a still semi-immediate feeling of self. They can in fact proceed in vaguely objective terms in this state-based self-awareness, before a distinct external object even appears to which the feeling mind relates. This happens not only in the diffuse and undecided state called state of being, and moreover, less immediately, mood, of which more later, but also in the more decided state, in those mental feelings at least which belong from early on to organic dispositions. Thus there is in young people and in erotic personalities throughout their lives a kind of intransitive mental feeling of being in love, which its objects only enter retrospectively. They were not given narcissistically in advance to this being in love either, that is, in their own body. Thus there is, not as a mental feeling, but rather as a state of mind, a lightheartedness of character, even hope. It certainly does not only appear when it knows clearly what it is hoping for. Thus we speak or use to speak of a sanguine, or conversely, of a melancholic, temperament, raising the whole organic disposition to a state of mind. This temperament can extend far beyond the mere state of mind into intransitive mental feelings, with absolutely no, or very weakly founding, imaginative contents. Of course, the more sensation contents and imaginative contents are added to this, the more clearly these intransitive processes will also become related to objects intransitive, just as vague craving passes over into wishes with wishful contents by imagining it's something, so the emotional world is now all the more governed by love of something. 71. Hope for something, pleasure in something. In any case there would be no loathings or cravings at all without the external something that evokes them, only in fact, this external something must not be clear from the very beginning. But the emotions do not remain confined to the mere experiencing of their experience, even with the idealistic interpretation that their content concretely emerges only as substance and not also as a clearly stimulative external object. But the difference to imaginative ideas and thoughts is nevertheless also indelible within the process of the emotions becoming transitive. The difference is characterized by the nature of the emotional intending, which is still occurring especially within itself and is still semi-immediately bent back upon itself. Even in imagining and thinking, there is an act of intending. It was separated by Franz Brentano, though here in an impossibly exaggerated idealistic way, then by Husserl from the intended object. But this act is not in fact imagined or thought to itself in imagining and thinking, rather it must first be laboriously made accessible to inner perception. Whereas with the emotions, a retrospective analysis in Brentano's sense, a liberation of the act psychology from the content psychology, is not necessary first at all. The emotions are given to themselves as intentional acts in the form of states. And they are given to themselves in the form of states, intensively, because they are chiefly moved by the striving, the drive, the intending, which underlies all intentional acts, even the imagining and thinking judging kind. Interest ultimately underlies them and is the thing which really touches man most closely. Like the basic emotion of hunger, which primarily burrows into itself, all emotions are therefore primarily states of self, and precisely as these states of self, they are the most active intentions. But, because they are concerned with themselves, the life of the emotions is not only a most closely intensive, eminently intending into itself, it is also the mode of being of what Kierkegaard once called existential. In other words, only the feeling mind, as the essence of the mental feelings, has become an existential concept, one of affectedness, not the theoretical objective intellect. Thus, not without reason, so-called existential thinking, which has putrefied into nothingness today, began in Augustine with his highly emotional confessions. even the becoming conscious of consciousness emerged here in the self-reflection of a man of intensive willpower. And, not without reason, Kierkegaard played off his understanding oneself in existence as an experiential phenomenon of moral and religious emotions against Hegel's objective abstractions. And finally, not without reason, a kind of exister, which has become blood-curdling and also hesitant. 72. Descends from here as far as Heidegger's animal, petit bourgeois experiential phenomenology, as far as his basic state of mind, anxiety, and the care that is attached to it, and these existential modi are even supposed to provide especially fundamental revelations, concerning existing itself in fact. All this is ultimately putrefied subjectivism, but even petit bourgeois, reactionary existentialism at least casts an affinitive disreputable glance at the emotions of dying out. However, the only thing that is relevant here, instead of this conscious obscurantism, is the original, the nevertheless basically honest Kierkegaard with his playing off of emotionalized subject thinking against the merely object-based kind. And the reverse check might be that the whole of object-based thinking necessarily turns away from the emotions as an organ of knowledge. The whole nature of the intellect, says Descartes in the Meditations, consists in the fact that it thinks. Thus in Descartes, no theory emerges, even from his theory of the emotions, which does not have the merely thinking intellect as its author. And Spinoza, who was so inclined towards the extensively object-based, when he introduced a definition of the emotions into his Marble Hall, Ethics, Book 3, defined them not in the form of states, but essentially with regard to their imagined goals or ideas. Spinoza does of course emphasize that only emotions determine human wanting, but they themselves are only determined according to the form of their objects. Descartes and Spinoza therefore, as rational objective thinkers, also had to eliminate the emotions methodically, as Dilthey notes, this time not wholly inaccurately. They both necessarily include observations from outside, with relationships which are not given in any inner perception in their theory of the emotions. So unswervingly is every understanding oneself in existence connected with emotional closeness, and every pure observation of objects with turning away from the emotions. Therefore we may say, where philosophy merely clings to the emotions, everything that comes out of this is only to be regarded as world of idle chatter, in Kierkegaard's sense, but where philosophizing clings purely to cogitatio, everything that aims in the emotional sphere cum iraet studio * is to be regarded as perturbatio animae even methodically, therefore as asylum of ignorance, in Spinoza's sense. But intellectual contact, although nothing further, with the emotions is necessary for every piece of self-knowledge, and wherever self-knowledge was comprehensively attempted, this contact presented itself. Even in Hegel. * with passion and partiality. Tacitus in Annals I, chap 1 declares he will write history impartially. Sine iraet studio. Bloch is reversing the idea. 73. Despite Kierkegaard, there is no book which is more pervaded in its conceptual procedure by both emotional machinations and emotional insights than the Phenomenology of Mind. This precisely because it disposes of the worldless pectoral dimension, a disposal which wanted to grasp the pulse of vitality first and foremost in the external, in the world. And just as, according to Hegel, nothing great has been achieved without passion, so too undoubtedly nothing great concerning the self can be comprehended without emotional insight. Seen from outside, the drive feelings were always only insufficiently ordered and divided up. The abrupt ones were differentiated from the slowly maturing ones, the quickly disappearing ones from the self-entrenching ones, as for example anger from hatred. They were differentiated according to the strength which the individual drive feelings could take on, then according to the expression of the mental feelings in men and animals. Externally the division is also according to asthenic and sthenic emotions, i.e. those which paralyze or strengthen heart innervation and also the tonus of the external muscles. According to this, emotions that suddenly break in, like fear, terror, but also excessive joy, are always asthenic, as are unpleasurable emotions of lesser degree, like sorrow and worry. Weak and moderately strong pleasurable emotions are however always sthenic, but anger, rising gradually, can also be sthenic, whereas in fact joy, when it breaks out suddenly, accompanied by surprise, appears asthenically, despite its pleasurable character. This division is thus still so external that emotions with different, even opposite feeling content fall into the same sthenic or asthenic class. Nearer to the real state of things, already somewhat more from psychological experience, comes the division of the emotions into those of rejection or inclination, consequently into the two basic groups of hatred and love. Hunger, which must be able to accompany all emotions, breaks out most obviously in the grouping of libido and aggression. And nearly all the emotions can be assigned to the poles of will, negation or affirmation, the dissatisfaction or satisfaction with themselves and with their object. And the emotions of rejection, fear, envy, anger, contempt, hate on the one hand, the emotions of inclination, contentment, generosity, trust, admiration, love on the other hand, largely coincide with the old displeasure-pleasure duality. However, the rejecting unpleasurable, inclining pleasurable equation does not work out perfectly either. There are also emotions here with contradictory feeling content which are sometimes pleasurably united: revenge, in which hatred discharges itself, tastes sweet, almost like the moment of ecstasy in which love discharges itself. Likewise. 74. There are emotions, like greed, which, even though they lie on the side of inclination, do not have the least in common with pleasure. Or there are mixed emotions, like resentment, in which the rejecting intention of envy and the inclining intention of admiration get along in a complex way, insofar as envy in fact transforms the admiration which is present into slander, so that it does not give rise to the unpleasant feeling of envy. It follows that even rejection and inclination, the poles of hate and love, do not fully cover the curious area, so rich in Ellis ions, of the emotional modes of self. In retaining love and hate as basic groups, the attempt has therefore been made to transform the mere pole relation of both into a value relation. The emotions of rejection are thus consigned to a lower region which is itself to be negated, and this, incidentally, since the class struggle also belongs here, appealed to reactionary psychology. In Skeeler, the emotions of inclination on the other hand, with truce, cosmopolitanism, pax capitalistica, stand in the light. But condemning one lot to hell or praising one lot to the skies does least justice to the amount of truth, or at least psychological experience, that may lie in the rejection-inclination series despite its confusion. Thus, to sum up, what has been imported from outside into the theory of the emotions must be completely removed, only then does the correct order of the drive feelings emerge. This order must be discovered from the experienced appetite itself, and the result is then the only satisfying one: the division of the emotions into the following two series, into filled and expectant emotions. Whereby justice is also done to the relatively legitimate aspects of the rejection-inclination series. This series extends at least as far as the group of expectant emotions, namely as unwish or as wish. The series in the real table of the emotions are now definable as follows: filled emotions, like envy, greed, admiration, are those whose drive intention is short-term, whose drive object lies ready, if not in respective individual attainability, then in the already available world. Expectant emotions, like anxiety, fear, hope, belief, on the other hand, are those whose drive intention is long-term, whose drive object does not yet lie ready, not just in respective individual attainability, but also in the already available world, and therefore still occurs in the doubt about exit or entrance. Thus the expectant emotions are distinguished, both in their unwish and in their wish, from the filled emotions by the incomparably greater anticipatory character in their intention, their substance, and their object. All emotions refer to the horizon of time, because they are highly intentioned emotions, but the expectant emotions open out entirely into this horizon. All emotions refer to the actually temporal aspect in 75. Time, i.e. to the mode of the future, but whereas the filled emotions only have an unreal future, i.e. one in which objectively nothing new happens, the expectant emotions essentially imply a real future, in fact that of the not yet, of what has objectively not yet been there. When they are banal, fear and hope also intend unreal future, but secretly or deep down even then a more total fulfillment has entered the banal fulfillment, one which, quite unlike the case of the filled emotions, lies beyond the available given world. Thus the urge, the appetite, and its wish usually break out frontally in the expectant emotions. As urge, as wish, it even breaks out in the purely negative expectant emotions, those of anxiety and fear, for where there was no urge, there would be no unwish, which is only the reverse side of a wish. Moreover, there is always a countersense of the negative and positive emotions at work here, so that, as will be seen, even in anxiety dreams wish fulfillment still takes place. In the images of fear and hope in the daydream, the faces may often change all the more between fear and hope, between the negative and positive expectant emotion, the still utopian undecided faces. But the most important expectant emotion, the most authentic emotion of longing and thus of self, always remains in all of this, hope. For the negative expectant emotions of anxiety and fear are still completely suffering, oppressed, unfree, no matter how strongly they reject. Indeed, something of the extinction of self announces itself in them, and something of the nothingness into which ultimately the merely passive passion streams. Hope, this expectant counter-emotion against anxiety and fear, is therefore the most human of all mental feelings and only accessible to men, and it also refers to the furthest and brightest horizon. It suits that appetite in the mind which the subject not only has, but of which, as unfulfilled subject, it still essentially consists. Self-extension drive forwards, active expectation hunger cannot help continually renewing itself. But if it increases uninterrupted, satisfied by no certain bread, then it suddenly changes. The body ego then becomes rebellious, does not go out in search of food merely within the old framework. It seeks to change the situation which has caused its empty stomach, its hanging head. The no to the bad situation which exists, the yes to the better life that hovers ahead, is incorporated by the deprived into revolutionary interest. This interest always begins with hunger. Hunger transforms itself, having been taught, into an explosive force against the prison of deprivation. Thus the self seeks not only to preserve itself, it 76 becomes explosive, self-preservation becomes self-extension. And this overthrows what stands in the way of the rising class, ultimately of the classless man. Out of economically enlightened hunger comes today the decision to abolish all conditions in which man is an oppressed and long-lost being. Long before this decision, and for a long time during it, the drive towards satisfaction becomes a drive which survives the available world in the imagination. And in human work, undertaken for the purpose of satisfying needs, transforming raw materials into richer and richer utility values, consciousness runs as a consciousness which overhauls the available world in the imagination. Marx has the following to say about this, which has received nowhere near enough attention: we are assuming work in a form in which it belongs exclusively to man. A spider carries out operations which resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts many human builders to shame with the building of its wax cells. But what distinguishes the worst builder from the best bee from the outset, is that he has built the cell in his head before he builds it in wax. At the end of the work process there is a result which already existed in the imagination of the worker at the beginning of that process, i.e. already existed ideally. Not that he only effects a formal change in the real, he also realizes his purpose in the natural world, a purpose he knows, which determines as a law his way of doing things, to which he must subordinate his will. Das Kapital I, Dietz, 1947, p. 186. Therefore it follows, before a builder, in all areas of life, knows his plan, he must have planned the plan himself, and must have anticipated its realization as a brilliant, even decisively spurring forward dream. In ideal terms, all the more necessarily, the bolder, above all the more arduous the plan, towards which a man, in contrast to the spider or the bee, is looking ahead, might be at that moment. And precisely at this point there is formed that which stimulates the wishful element in the expectant emotions always arising from hunger, that which possibly diverts and fatigues us, or which possibly also activates and galvanizes us towards the goal of a better life. Daydreams are formed. They always come from a feeling of something lacking and they want to stop it. They are all dreams of a better life. No doubt there are among them base, dubious, dismal, merely enervating escapist dreams full of substitution, as is well known. This kind of escape from reality has often been combined with approval and support of the status quo, as is revealed most strongly in the empty promises of a better hereafter. But how many other wishful daydreams have sustained men with courage and hope, not by looking away from the real, but, on the contrary, by looking into its progress, into its horizon. How many have reaffirmed 77. Their refusal to renounce, in the course of anticipation, of venturing beyond and its images. The amount of venturing beyond that takes place in daydreams thus indicates nothing repressed, even psychologically, nothing that has simply sunk down out of consciousness that already existed, nor any atavistic state which was simply left over from or breaks out of primeval man. The venturer beyond does not occupy a shaft in the ground beneath existing consciousness, with a single exit either into the familiar daylight world of today, as in Freud, or into a romanticized diluvium, as in C.G. Jung and Klages. What hovers ahead of the self-extension drive forwards is rather, as will have to be shown, a not yet conscious, one that has never been conscious and has never existed in the past, therefore itself a forward dawning, into the new. It is the dawning that can surround even the simplest daydreams. From there it extends into further areas of negated deprivation, and hence of hope. 14. Fundamental distinction of daydreams from night dreams. Concealed and old wish fulfillment in night dreams, fabulously inventive and anticipatory wish fulfillment in daylight fantasies. Inclination to dream. We never tire of wanting things to improve. We are never free of wishes, or only in moments of delusion. It would be more comfortable to forget this longing rather than to fulfill it, but what would this lead to today? These wishes certainly would not stop, or they would disguise themselves as new ones, or worse still, without wishes we would be the dead bodies over which the wicked would stride on to victory. This is not a time to be without wishes, and the deprived certainly do not intend to be. They dream that their wishes will be fulfilled one day. They dream about it night and day, as the saying goes, not only at night then. That would indeed be strange, since deprivation and wishing are still very much with us during the day. There are daydreams enough, we just have not taken sufficient notice of them. Even with our eyes open, things can be colorful. 78. Enough or dreamy inside our heads. If the inclination to improve our lot does not sleep even in our sleep, how should it do so when we are awake? Few wishes are not burdened with dreams of some sort, especially when their senses start to clear a bit. And then, the dreamy person during the day is clearly a different person from the one who dreams at night. The daydreamer often follows will-o'-the-wisps, gets led astray. But he is not asleep and does not sink back down with the mist. Dreams as wish fulfillment. As of course the nocturnal dreamer does and must do. The latter may as well be treated first, since after all the colorful performance does begin in sleep. The word dream has nocturnal origins. The dreamer presupposes the sleeper. The external senses are blinded, the muscles relax, the cerebrum is at rest. So important is this general blackout here, that in fact the sleeper often only dreams in order not to wake up. In order that he is not raised above the threshold of consciousness by external or internal stimuli. If the stimulus is an external one, say knocking or light or a shift of position in bed, then we wish it was not there. If it is an internal one, thirst, hunger, micturition, sexual excitement, then it is itself a wish, we want its stimulus to disappear. For all stimulation is unpleasant, pleasure, says Freud, is linked with the diminution, reduction, or extinction of the set of stimuli present in the psychic system, but displeasure with an increase of the same. If the sleeper did not dream, then he would be woken by the clamor of these stimuli, so dreams protect sleep by assimilating knocks, intrusive light, and physical unrest. Not by this means alone, however, since Freud, it is generally agreed, and this will be his lasting contribution, that dreams are not merely a means of protecting sleep, or a world of poppies, but, as regards both their motor and their content, wish fulfillment too. Dreams can only assimilate these disturbances at all by breaking off their insistent prodding. Or as Freud says, dreams are the elimination of psychic stimuli which disturb our sleep on the road to hallucinated gratification. As everyone knows, Freud's real discovery is this, that dreams are not just foam asterisk and naturally not prophetic oracles either, but that they lie halfway between the two as it were, precisely as hallucinated wish fulfillments, as fictitious fulfillments of an unconscious wishful fantasy. And the general theme of dreams of a better life also partly includes, with all due caution and relevance, nocturnal dreams as wishful dreams. They too are a component, though a dislocated and not entirely homogeneous one, in the vast field of utopian consciousness. They are namely the component in which very early wishes circulate, in which the light of very old, long vanished images beneath the ego and the cerebrum is still reflected. The night dream has three characteristic qualities which enable it to hallucinate wishful ideas. Firstly, the adult ego is weakened in sleep, it cannot censor that which seems indecent anymore. Secondly, from the waking state and its contents only the so-called dregs of the day remain, that is to say ideas with greatly loosened associations, to which the dream fantasy adapts itself. Thirdly, in connection with the weakened ego, the outside world with its realities and practical functional content is blocked off. The ego reverts to the ego of childhood, thus there first appears the complete uncensored drive world straight out of our childhood, or more accurately, as in our childhood. Freud thus stresses, every dream wish is of infantile origin, all dreams work with infantile material, with childish psychic impulses and mechanisms. Moreover, in so far as the opposing tendency of material reality is cancelled by this blockade of the outside world, the wishful ideas receive sufficient psychic energy and psychic space to intensify into hallucinations. But the ego which censors morally, aesthetically, and also in accordance with reality is only weakened in dreams, not completely switched off. It goes on censoring in a drunken way as it were, and forces the hallucinated wish fulfillments to disguise themselves from its gaze. Thus almost no night dream is wish fulfillment pure and simple, but almost every one is distorted and masked, appears in symbolic disguise. And the person who is dreaming does not understand the symbolic element at all, in which his wish fulfillment disguises itself. It suffices here that the restlessness of the libido activates and satiates itself in a symbolically distorting dream image. Only the dreams of children lack this dream distortion, since the child knows no censoring ego whatsoever. Even very voluptuous night dreams of a physiologically normal and as it were permissible kind, in the wake of involuntary seminal emissions for example, take a direct course, with no appreciable dream distortion. The manifest and actual dream contents also more or less coincide here. But all the other improper wishes, the incest wishes, the death wishes directed towards people we love and other elements of infantile evil inside us resort to disguise in order to gratify themselves, in order to conceal themselves from the, even though weakened, censorship of the dream ego. The conversion of latent, deeply subconscious, into manifest. 80. Symbolized, dream content, Freud calls the dream work. The analytical interpretation of dreams takes the opposite route, the route back to desymbolized wish fulfillment. There is a resistance, in the person who has woken up, to the analytical interpretation of dreams, which is analogous in an intensified form to the neurotic's resistance to the interpretation of the symptoms of his neurosis. It is the resistance of the reinforced daytime ego to the revelation of its other side. This other side usually tends to be very oppressive in the morally upright and correct man, he has sensed in it all along much which would embarrass him when awake. In this way the daytime ego can even feel responsible for the so very much weakened nocturnal one, the moment a single sensual echo remains behind from the jumble of symbols. Jean-Paul remarks on this: dreams shine terribly deep into the Epicurean and Augean stables we have constructed for ourselves, and we see in the night all the wild beasts of the grave and wolves of the evening roaming around alive, which reason held in chains during the day. In fact, the strange question was even asked, from the standpoint of intact bourgeois propriety and its daytime ego, whether a person should be held morally responsible for the good and evil which he thinks and does in his dreams. A moralist and psychologist from the final period of the Enlightenment answered in the affirmative and concluded, most comically, but instructively as far as this resistance is concerned, we can therefore assert that it is a man's moral duty to preserve the purity of his imagination even in his dreams, as far as this is possible by his own free will, and that the good and evil which he says or does in his dreams can also be attributed to him, namely in so far as his dream is created or modified by his desires, and these desires are dependent on his own free will. Maas, Versuch über die Leidenschaften I, 1805, p. 175. So if the relatively harmless aberrations in the dreams of an ordinary human being are disagreeable to a morally correct ego, how much more so the wild infantile variety, in symbolic disguise. Hence the resistance to the psychoanalytical interpretation of dreams, hence the reluctance to allow these dream images to be turned into crime stories of one's private self. A reluctance which significantly did not apply to the old, so-called prophetic interpretation of dreams. Pharaoh was delighted by Joseph, because Joseph did not see through him. The prophetic interpretation of dreams left the internal affairs of the subject untouched. From this moralizing reluctance chiefly springs the nocturnal ego drive towards masquerade, towards concealment and disguise of the dream content. The main part for the Freud of the libido is of course merely sexual symbolization. According to this, 81. There are hundreds of symbols for the male and female genitals. Dagger and casket are the primary models. For sexual intercourse, the primary model is climbing stairs. The casket can turn into a compartment, the dagger into the moon standing unnaturally close to the window, into the ceiling lamp in the compartment, into the light of this lamp, with a mild yellow like smashed egg yolk. The whole variety of sexual allusions and metaphors, as displayed in Rabelais or Balzac's amusing tales, is attained if not surpassed by dreams, and this, as far as consciousness is concerned, in allegorical innocence. Balzac speaks of the joiner who thought of keeping the front door of his house permanently locked in future, of the page who had already planted his standard in the royal domain, and so on. All these metaphors are also dreamlike. They are joined by images which are not even to be found in the vast literature of pornography, namely those that have been lost, like the symbols of wood, table, and water for woman. They seem to reach back into the depths of racial history, depths which, as we have noted, are also familiar to Freud and his more immediate school, not to mention C.G. Jung. The table clearly stands for a room or house. The symbol of wood leads back to the family tree, a very old mother image. It also suggests living wood, the tree of life. The water symbol is traced back to the mother's amniotic fluid by Ferenczi, one of Freud's oldest colleagues, and then, in a thoroughly phylogenetic excavation, to the primitive geological oceans in which life first arose. In the history of mythology a very differently preserved legend has grown up concerning this, that of the stork which brings babies from a pond, but the waters of the deep appear too, above which the spirit of God broods, just like a mother hen. The well is an old mother image, the reedy pond an even older, archaic Hittite one. It was unearthed by Bachofen. Be that as it may, hardly a dream is dreamed by adults that is not involved and enveloped. Freud comments on this with a striking paradox: the dreamer does not know what he knows. For Freud the manifest dream content is simply just disguised or in fancy dress. The interpretation becomes Ash Wednesday, the day after the carnival. The censorship of the ego only let the truth, which is libido and its wish fulfillment, pass through the night in the mask of a jester or a thin veil of sanctity, Nevertheless, the Freudian interpretation of dreams is intent on revealing the naked text again. It proceeds via the symbols, without losing itself in them, to the more or less conscious wish fulfillment, which expresses itself in such colorfully convoluted clauses. This embodies a true perception, even if it only emerges contorted by the narrow and false notion of bare libido. 82. In any case, something recouped is at work in the nocturnal dream, a compensating element satiated with a wealth of images, whether this satiation occurs simply by means of these images or within them. Anxiety dreams and wish fulfillment. But is someone who dreams at night really having wishes fulfilled all the time? These are mixed with enough insignificant dross after all, which evaporates and does not seem to fill any kind of gap. Even among our vivid dreams, the happy ones, that is the wish-fulfilling ones, are by no means in the majority. Alongside them there are the anxiety dreams, from the usual examination dreams to downright horrible ones. The sleeper wakes from these with a yell. He was on the run from grimacing bogies which only emerge at night, but his car changes into a snail shell. He jumps down and runs for his life, but his feet stick in the ground. Soon they are firmly rooted to the spot. Freud naturally finds it hard to interpret even this nocturnal fury as a fairy godmother, yet he still incorporates anxiety dreams into his theory of wish fulfillment in three different ways. Firstly, a dream can suddenly break off, then the distressing stimulus which has caused it persists, the wish fulfillment has failed. Secondly, a dream can turn into an anxiety dream precisely because the wish fulfillment has occurred within it. This absurdity appears chiefly in undistorted, uncensored dreams. In this sort of anxiety dream, a particularly depraved wish unacceptable to the dream ego is gratified in a particularly blatant way. The anxiety is then not that of the physical creature itself but that of the dream ego, and the development of anxiety takes the place of censorship. Neuroses of this sort, for example the perpetual fear of losing one's parents, can also be accompanied by the wish for such a thing. The phobia is then merely the so-called moral thick end of the wedge or the attention-seeking hangover. Thirdly, however, Freud overcomes the problem almost involuntarily in dialectical terms, namely by not simply grasping anxieties and wishes as strict opposites. The ultimate source of anxiety is here seen as the act of birth. It brought that constellation of feelings of aversion, angry rejection, and physical excitement, which have become the standard reaction to any mortal danger and have been repeated by us ever since as an anxiety state. The very term anxiety, angustia equals narrowness, emphasizes the constriction in breathing which occurred at that time in consequence of the interruption in our internal breathing. But the most important thing of all is that 83. This first anxiety state stemmed from separation from our mother, and hence signals loneliness, defenselessness, abandonment. This first anxiety state is linked in Freud's view with the so-called fear of castration, and this has moral consequences which pervade the whole of one's life. From the higher being, which became the ego ideal, there was once the threat of castration, and the fear of castration is probably the nucleus for later anxiety of conscience. It is this which continues as anxiety of conscience. More plausible though is the explanation of anxiety from the very first act of desertion, which psychologically prefigures all the later ones, from the act of being torn from our mother by our birth, hence to the real anxiety of the child, the pavor nocturnus without a so-called castration complex, the fear of strange faces, darkness, and the like. The longing and love of the child for its mother is frustrated by strange faces. It is unable to channel its libido, which cannot find its object. So it turns inward and is discharged as anxiety even in adulthood. The consequence is as follows: all repressed wishful emotions turn into phobias in this realm of the unconscious. A similar reversal of unoccupied libidinal urges which have lost their object occurs, as Freud conjectures, in the fear of death, countering the death drive, especially in the neurotic, melancholic variety. The melancholic fear of death admits of only one explanation, that the ego surrenders, because it feels hated and persecuted instead of loved by the superego. The superego performs the same protective and rescuing function as the father at an earlier stage, and later providence or fate. And even in a state of health, the fear of an immense concrete danger is increased by the fear of death which arises from desertion. The ego surrenders because it does not think it is able to overcome the danger by itself. It is moreover, adds Freud as a reminder, still the same situation which lay at the heart of the first great anxiety state of birth and the infant's anxious longing, namely that of separation from the protective mother. Das Ich und das Es, 1923, p. 76. And it is the same reversal of the libido into its dialectical opposite which was already evident in the anxiety of the child when the libidinal emotion had to be repressed because its object, the mother it loved, was missing. Only, where the fear of death is concerned, the libidinal object has become one's own ego, or more precisely, the ego loved by the superego. It is this very narcissistic occupation which has now ceased. The mechanism of the fear of death could only be that the ego relinquishes its narcissistic occupation of the libido to a large extent, and thus surrenders itself, instead of another object as in other cases of anxiety, but in the act of reversal it merely releases a feeling of immense horror. Libido again. 84. Of course, nothing but libido the whole time, and this is the part of Freud that will not endure. In fact, we can say even now, that did not endure, and together with the libido, a pure psychologism once again, without regard to the social environment. Is sexual libido sufficient to produce this anxiety? Is it necessary to it at all? Does this negative wish fulfillment or anxiety stem exclusively from the subject, exclusively from the libidinal emotion which has lost its object? And are there not also objects, circumstances, which are menacing enough in an object-based way, unoccupied by libido, but sufficiently occupied by other things instead? The later Freud expressed this himself when he stated that it was not repression which caused anxiety, but anxiety which caused repression. It therefore precedes the blocked libido and forms the blockage. Towards the end of his life, moving far beyond the internal and initial biological experience of the act of birth, Freud even declares that a feared drive situation basically originates in a situation of external danger. Neue Falsch Vorlesungen, 1933, p. 123. The feeling of abandonment would not have any content at all if the strange faces, the darkness, and so on were solely, non-mother and otherwise neutral. Instead of which, here too we find hunger, subsistence worries, economic despair, and existential anxiety, which are positive and objective enough. Bourgeois society was actually founded on free competition until recently, and is inclined towards it even today, hence it is founded on an antagonistic relationship, even within the same class and stratum of society. The hostile tension thus posited and even demanded between individuals produces incessant anxiety, and this does not need the pretexts of libido and the act of birth in order to deposit itself on it. It is sufficiently posited with the outside world as it is, especially one with 2 world wars to its credit. And with the anxiety caused by fascism as well, which hardly needed the pretext of infantile trauma in order to be delivered into the world. Thus many a tranquil night dream may indeed be backward-looking, perhaps also many attacks of pavor nocturnus among sheltered children. They may consist of repressed libido, of amorous wishes unoccupied in object-based terms, and hence of anxiety. But even in dreams, the daytime and the objective apprehension of what is coming furnishes causes and sources enough as far as anxiety is concerned. Sources which relate to naked self-preservation and its shattered, not merely unoccupied wishes. In particular, however, waking anxiety culminating in the fear of death does not go right back to the beginning to find its explanation in the vanishing libidinal object of its own ego, that is, of the transposed mother. It is precisely this anxiety which cannot be explained chiefly in narcissistic regressive 85 terms, but rather in terms of the acts which will cut life short in the future, in terms of the pain and horror of an objectively expected night. If the ego merely relinquished itself in the fear of death and merely relinquished its narcissistic occupation of the libido, then neither animals without an ego nor very matter-of-fact people who are not infatuated with their ego would know the fear of death. If therefore the Freudian libido subjectivisms of anxiety are untenable, the correlation he established between phobias and repressed wishful emotions still remains important and true, nor is it orientated around narcissistic fantasies, but around the objective content of the wishful emotions. Anxiety and its dreams may have their initial origin in parturition, just as they have their final biological content at the moment of death. But where anxiety arises not merely in a biological sense, but in a way which is only to be found in human beings, especially in the form of an anxiety dream, then it is essentially founded on social blockages of the self-preservation drive. In fact, it is simply the annihilated content of the wish, a content actually transformed into its very opposite, which causes anxiety and ultimate despair. And how does the waking dreamer fare in all this, if his wishes are variously sprinkled? If he needs salt and pepper on his wishes, even a dash of shock, and not just honey all the time? Freud himself refers to a merging of opposite drive feelings, not merely a transition from one to the other. He refers to a simultaneous countersense of primal words, so that anxiety and wish coincide in the unconscious. But they also undoubtedly coincide in consciousness to a large extent, as in the case of the hypochondriac and the general pessimist, who are both hoping to see their non-hope fulfilled. And did not the same 18th century in which the hypochondriac flourished apply a thick coat of sentimentality onto this mixed feeling, with its weeping willows and pitchers of tears, with its painful delight in mortality? The Gothic novel in particular, which emerged at the same time, discovered the strangely homely aspect of the uncanny. It thrived on a wishful home among shadows, on feeling at home at the crossroads, in the horrors of the night. Things of this sort already exhibit the wish fulfillment fantasies of anxiety, an exchange of faces between the wish and that quality of anxiety which has itself become spine-chilling by virtue of the hope that has been fixed on it, and as the perverse, even positive content of that hope. It is this devious, rather eerie wish fulfillment which even in higher realms prevents, or at least impedes, a mere rosy red. An element of blackness is introduced, it heightens the colors, creates dissonance in far too predictable and hence insipid happiness, and reveals 86. The peak of our wishes to be equally an abyss. Many emotional statements driven to the extreme have caught very well this merging full of consternation, even the so-called sweet horror in Wagner's Ring of the Nibelungen, in the exhibition of this neurasthenic colossal work of art. And so the same is true even of the nightmare as of the meadow at the bottom of the well asterisk and its symbols. Every dream is wish fulfillment. A crucial point. The daydream is not a stepping stone to the nocturnal dream, but clearly, people do not dream only at night, not at all. The day too has twilight edges, where wishes are also gratified. In contrast to the nocturnal dream, that of the daytime sketches freely chosen and repeatable figures in the air, it can rant and rave, but also brood and plan. It gives free play to its thoughts in an indolent fashion, which can, however, be closely related to the muse and to Minerva, political, artistic, scientific thoughts. The daydream can furnish inspirations which do not require interpreting, but working out. It builds castles in the air as blueprints too, and not always just fictitious ones. Even in caricature, the daydreamer is presented in a different light than the dreamer. He is then Johnny Head in the air, and thus by no means the sleeper at night with his eyes closed. Lonely walks or enthusiastic youthful discussion with a friend or the so-called blue hour between daylight and darkness are particularly conducive to waking dreams. The account of little daydreams with which this book began gave a brief survey of slighter, barely inward images of this kind. It is now necessary to investigate the structure of the whole, as well as its consequences, specifically in order to gain an understanding of these, as we shall see, very powerful consequences, those of hope in general in the subjective factor. Yet astonishingly, the daylight fantasy has hardly been acknowledged as an original state by psychology up till now, not even as a special kind of wish fulfillment, with a lot of sheer wishful thinking, but which does not exclude acuteness and even responsibility precisely of thinking. Psychoanalysis, however, puts daydreams completely on a par with night dreams, and merely sees them as incipient night dreams. Freud remarks on this, we know such daydreams are the essential models. For nocturnal dreams, the night dream is basically nothing other than a daydream which has become serviceable through the nocturnal freedom of the impulses, and distorted by the nocturnal form of mental activity. For Lessingen, 1935, p. 417. And earlier on, in the same place, the most well-known products of the imagination are the so-called daydreams, imagined gratifications of ambitious, megalomaniac, and erotic wishes, which thrive all the more profusely the more reality calls for resignation or for patience. The essence of imaginary happiness, the restoration of the independence of pleasure gaining from the consent of reality, is unmistakably revealed in them. Psychoanalysis, of course, which judges all dreams only as roads to what has been repressed, and only knows reality as that of bourgeois society and its existing world, consistently prefers to label daydreams as a mere stepping stone to nocturnal ones. In any case, the poet equipped with daydreams is for the bourgeois only the hare who sleeps with his eyes open, and this in bourgeois everyday life which sees and employs itself as the touchstone of all reality. But if this touchstone is challenged even for the world of consciousness, if even the nocturnal wishful dream is only seen as a dislocated and not entirely homogeneous component in the vast field of a still open world and its consciousness, then the daydream is not a stepping stone to the night dream and is not disposed of by the latter. Not even with respect to its clinical content, let alone its artistic, pre-appearing, front-like anticipatory content. For night dreams mostly cannibalize the former life of the drives, they feed on past if not archaic image material, and nothing new happens under their bare moon. So it would be absurd to take daydreams, as those presentiments of the imagination which from time immemorial have of course been called dreams but also forerunners and anticipations, and to subsume them under or even subordinate them to the night dreams. The castle in the air is not a stepping stone to the nocturnal labyrinth. If anything, the nocturnal labyrinths lie like cellars beneath the daytime castle in the air. And what of the equality of imaginary happiness which both are said to share, as a restoration of the independence of pleasure gaining from the consent of reality? More than one daydream before now has, with sufficient vigor and experience, remodeled reality to make it give this consent, whereas Morpheus only has the arms in which we rest. Thus the daydream requires specific evaluation of its own, since it enters and unlocks a very different region altogether. It ranges from the waking dream of a comfortable, silly, crude, escapist, devious, and paralysing kind, to the responsible kind, the kind actively and acutely deployed in the matter in hand, and the shaped kind. 88. In art. Above all, it is clear that reverie, unlike the usual nocturnal dream, can possibly contain marrow and, instead of the idleness or even the self-enervation which certainly are to be found here, a tireless incentive towards the actual attainment of what it visualizes. First and second characteristics of the daydream: clear road, preserved ego. The first property of the waking dream is that it is not oppressive. It remains within our power. The ego starts out on a journey into the blue, but ends it whenever it wants. However relaxed the dreamer might be, he is not abducted or overpowered by his images. They are not independent enough for this. Real things do appear muted, they are often distorted, but they never completely vanish in the face of the wished-for images, however subjective. And daydream images are not normally hallucinated, so they return from the most remote flight of fancy at a moment's notice. There is no spell in this condition, at least none which the daydreamer has not voluntarily imposed on himself, and which he could not revoke. The waking dream house is also furnished exclusively with ideas chosen by the daydreamer himself, whereas the sleeper never knows what is awaiting him beyond the threshold of the subconscious. Secondly, the ego in the daydream is nowhere near so weakened as it is in the night dream, despite the relaxation that also takes place in the former. Even in its most passive form, where the ego merely looks on or allows itself to be carried along by its reveries, it looks on completely intact, remains in the context of its life and its waking world. In contrast, the night dream ego is divisible, often like mush. It feels no pain, it does not die when it suffers death. Indeed, the difference between the being of the ego in night and daydreams is so great that the very relaxation in which the daydream ego also participates can subjectively burgeon into a feeling of elevation, however dubious. Because the ego itself then becomes a wishful idea for itself, one freed of censorship, it experiences the green light of release which appears to have come on for all other wishful ideas. The relaxation of the ego in night dreams is merely a sinking, whereas in the daydream it is a rising with the general rising swarm. Thus there is even a difference between the drugs which artificially induce the two types of dream, even pharmacologically. Within the artificially stimulating phantastica, the imagination of the sleeping cerebrum, with its benighted ego, is distinct. 89. From daytime imagination. Namely, opium appears to belong to the night dream, hashish to the freewheeling, rapturous daydream. Even under the influence of hashish, the ego alters very little, neither the individual temperament nor its reasoning are withdrawn. Admittedly, the external world is rather blocked off, not completely as it is in sleep, especially opium sleep, but only to the extent that it is not compatible with the images that appear, and its babbling interference merely appears stupid, pitifully stupid. Whereas in contrast, an external world which reaches into the realms of the imagination and appears to be on a plane with Parnassus or even with a fool's paradise, such as gardens, castles, beautiful old streets, is particularly suited to the stimulation of the hashish dream. The Shiite sect of the Hassasins or Assassins, the religious murder sect of the Arabian Middle Ages, with the sheik of the mountain at their head, led the young boys who had been chosen to commit murder into the dazzling gardens of the sheik, into a world of unlimited sensual pleasure with their eyes wide open even though they were under the influence of hashish. And the hashish images fitted in perfectly with this external world comparable to a waking dream. In fact, they exaggerated it beyond all earthly measure, so that the boys with the utopian poison in their veins believed they were enjoying a foretaste of paradise, so that they were prepared to risk their lives for the sheik in order to gain the real paradise. The hashish dreams of the subjects in more recent experiments are reported to be of an enchanting levity. They have a kind of elfin spirit about them. The asphalt of the street is transformed into yards of blue silk. Random passers-by turn into Dante and Petrarch anachronistically deep in conversation. In short, to the talented hashish dreamer the world becomes a request concert of wishes. Another kind of levity is available under the influence of hashish. The individual imagines he can see tangled plans, the clarification of which previously seemed impossible, disentangled before him and well on the way to being accomplished. Lewin, Fantastica, 1927. p. 159 ff. Even delusions of grandeur set in temporarily, anticipated achievements, almost as in paranoia. The opium trance is quite different, the total sleep of ego and external world. Here there is nothing but night dream, right to the very bottom. Instead of imagined elevation of the ego, and utopistically conducted alleviation of the environment, everything in the opium trance is sunken. And a soul dimension opens up of veiled, particularly Undi's entangled subconsciousness, woman, ecstasy, cave, torch, midnight, crowd in upon one another, usually in heavy, padded air. Oblivion, not light, is primarily at work in opium. It is night who proffers the opium poppies to Morpheus. 90. In ancient cameos, the chthonic priestesses carried poppy seeds in their hands to deaden pain. Lethe was poured in the mysteries of Ceres as the opium water of oblivion. Isa Ceres herself is portrayed in late antiquity with poppy heads in her hand. Even though Baudelaire calls both the realms of intoxication of opium and hashish equally paradis artificiales, among these disreputable delights, those induced by hashish are and remain in fact the only ones which are pathologically assigned to the waking dream. So much for the illustration of a difference even between the enervations of Morpheus on the one hand, of Phantasus on the other. Consequently, the ego in the waking dream is found to be very animated, even striving. It is particularly narrow and fundamentally wrong of Freud to observe on the subject of daydreams that they are all the dreams of children, that they are only equipped with an unadult ego. No doubt in some cases memories of a mistreated childhood ego are also at work within them, as are infantile inferiority complexes, but these do not constitute the core. The bearer of daydreams is filled with the conscious, enduringly conscious, even if variable will for the better life, and the hero of daydreams is always our own adult personality. When Caesar stood in gates in front of the statue of Alexander deep in a daydream and shouted, 40 years and nothing yet done for immortality, the ego which reacted in this way was not that of the childish, but rather of the future Caesar he was to become. Far from the ego regressing on this occasion, it is possible to say that it was not until this dream of immortality that the Caesar we know first came into being. The ego is always preserved here with its adult power, as unified adult experience of conscious mental processes. Furthermore, the guiding image is present of what a man would like to be and become in utopian terms. It differs precisely on this point from the night dream ego, all the more so from the completely altered, deposed ego of the opium dream. As we remember, in Freud the night dream ego only remains sufficiently present to compel the hallucinated wish fulfillments to disguise themselves from its gaze, thus it practices moral censorship, even if it is patchy. Whereas the ego of the waking dream is neither deposed, nor does it practice censorship against the often unconventional content of its wishes. On the contrary, the censorship here is not merely weakened and patchy as in the night dream, rather it completely ceases despite the entirely undiminished strength of the daydream ego, indeed because of it. It ceases precisely because of the wishful idea which seizes the daydream ego and in fact strengthens or at least dresses it up. In contrast to night dreams therefore, in daydreams there is no censorship whatsoever by a 91. Moral ego, rather, their utopistically intensified ego builds itself and what belongs to it into a castle in the air in an often amazingly carefree blue. This is especially evident in crude private reveries. In any case it is much more obvious here than in those of a considered plan or a definite future path. The little man who satisfies his wishes for revenge or who wishes his otherwise more or less beloved wife dead to the extent that in his wishful dream he is openly honeymooning with a younger woman, feels no pangs of conscience. He does not atone for any pleasure, and, in the imaginary fulfillment of such depraved wishes, he experiences no anxiety as a substitute for the censorship. And an ambitious dreamer really does allow his wishes free rein. He flies without spread wings up to the temple of posterity, whether he is a Caesar or, as in most cases, a Spiegelberg *. He too feels no censorship, apart from the hindrance of external circumstances, not even the censorship of the comic, let alone that of the anxiety of an Icarus or a Prometheus. In waking dreams, however average, Circe who turns men into swine, King Midas who turns the world into gold, live unrestrained, always with remarkable exemption from the rules of behavior, all the more remarkable since the relationship to the outside world is in no way screened as it is in the night dream. All this overhauling, however, is only possible because of the unaltered ego of the waking dream and more precisely because of the already mentioned utopianizing strengthening with which the daydream ego supplements itself and what is commensurate with it. In fact it must supplement this whenever the daydream is not expended on chimeras like Circe and Midas, or even on private excesses, but attains the commonly binding progression, to painting a better world. Particularly when a daydream of this kind takes on its proper seriousness and becomes a cleverly informed plan. What is needed for this is least of all the altered ego as in the night trance, but rather an ego with taut muscles and a concrete head. A head with the will to extend itself, held up high, which knows how to be circumspect. Third characteristic of the daydream. World improving. The ego of the waking dream may become so extensive that it represents others along with it. Thus we reach the third point where daydreams and night dreams differ, human breadth makes them different. The sleeper is alone. With his treasures, the ego of the enthuser can refer to others. If the ego is no longer introverted in such a way or does not only refer to its immediate environment, then its daydream wants to improve publicly. Even still privately rooted dreams of this kind apply themselves to what is inside only because they want to improve it in collaboration with other egos, because they take the material for this above all from an outside which has been dreamed to perfection. Thus it is instructive to read in Rousseau, in the 4th book of his Confessions, I filled nature with being after my own heart, I created a golden age for myself to my own taste, by recalling the experiences of earlier days with which sweet memories were associated, and by picturing in vivid colors the images of happiness for which I could then long. I imagined love and friendship, the two ideals of my heart, in the most delightful forms and decorated them with all the charms of woman. Thus, even out of the swirling fog of the phantasm, shapes emerge which draw the ego into their orbit, into a better, external orbit in which millions are embraced. World improving dreams in general seek the outwardness of their inwardness, they emerge like the extrovert rainbow, like a vault across the sky. At this point the separate classification of night and daydream which appeared above with opium and hashish recurs, and this time it recurs in psychoses. The poppy-like aspect of the night dream manifests itself correspondingly in schizophrenia, as a regression, the hashish-like aspect in paranoia, as projective delusion. Of course the two illnesses to which these names are given are not to be strictly separated, their characteristics sometimes flow into each other. Both are examples of extreme turning away from the current or available reality. Schizophrenia is of course literal splitting off from it, with a submerged road back. The schizophrenic lets the world go, goes back to the autistic archaic state of childhood, but the paranoiac takes from this state many of his delusions, which certainly are not turned away from the world, but in fact world improving. Often, of course, paranoia ends in schizophrenia. Even so, there is an unmistakable difference in direction between the two illnesses, which the utopian aspect now enables us to denote. If psychosis in general is an involuntary giving way of consciousness to an invasion by the unconscious, then the paranoiac unconscious, unlike the schizophrenic unconscious, at least manifests utopistic edges. The schizophrenic succumbs defenselessly to traditional powers, is thoroughly spellbound, stands with the regressions of his madness in archaic primeval time and pains, rhymes, stutters. *cf. Schiller's and Die Freude, be embraced, you millions. 93. Out of its long-lost dream, the paranoiac, on the other hand, reacts to the traditional powers with querulousness and persecution mania, but breaks them at the same time with adventurous inventions, social recipes, heavenly roads, and more besides. Related differences of upwards or downwards, of darkening or overbrightness also seem to be at work where the downwards or upwards of neurotic consciousness pass over into raving. Where, that is, regression boils up to the being beside oneself of ecstasy, projection to the being above eonself of rapture. Iamblichus, the Syrian Neoplatonist, who knew his way around in the false consciousness of the possessed, reports the following about this kind of upwards and downwards in his account of the mysteries. It has quite wrongly been assumed that even rapture can be attained by the influence of the demons. The latter only bring about ecstasies, but rapture, enthusiasm, is the work of the gods. So rapture is definitely not ecstasy, rather rapture is a turning to the good, whereas ecstasy is a falling towards evil. De Mysteriis 2, 3. These are chaotic and mythological interpretations, but what underlies them repeats precisely in the religious parapsychological field the different directions of significance of schizophrenia and paranoia. In short, if schizophrenia denotes the illness, screened exaggeration, of archaically regressing acts, paranoia does the same thing for the utopian progressive acts, especially, however, for the tendency of the waking dream towards world improvement. Which explains why there have been so many of these madmen among project makers, and at least some among the great utopians. Almost every utopia in fact, whether medical, social or technological, has paranoiac caricatures. For every real innovator there are hundreds of fantastic, unreal, mad ones. If one could fish out the mad ideas which are swimming around in the aura of lunatic asylums, alongside the archaic theory of schizophrenia made all too famous by C.G. Jung, we would find the most astonishing prefigurations created by paranoia. And no brooding night symbols will be found among them, of the heart in the pond variety, a crucifixion fountain or any other painted or fictional antiquities derived from schizophrenia, but instead new combinations, changes to the world, project making forwards, in short, fiery owls of a crazy Minerva who nevertheless wants to glimmer with red dawn. Even in such great illness the waking dream shows what it is capable of in terms of specific world improvement. As madness it makes fiery owls, as fairytale it paints Arabian fairy palaces into the world of gold and jasper. It is further important for the waking dream, as an extensive dream, to communicate itself outwards. It is capable of doing this, whereas the 94. Night dream, like every all too private experience, can only be related with difficulty, related in such a way that the particular feeling of the subject matter is communicated to the listener too. Conversely, daydreams are comprehensible on account of their openness, communicable on account of their generally interesting wishful images. The wishful images immediately posit external form here, in a better planned world or even in an aesthetically heightened world, one without disappointment. On this point Freud himself gives daydreams their own slant. They now become after all, against the grain, alongside the stepping stone of the night dream, a stepping stone to art. They are the raw material of poetic production, since the writer makes out of his daydreams, by certain reshapings, disguises, and omissions, the situations which he inserts into his short stories, novels, plays, for Lessingen, 1922, p. 102. Freud has touched on the truth of utopian creativity at this point, of consciousness directed into the good new, but the merely diluting concept of sublimation which follows immediately in Freud made the psychology of the new once more unrecognizable. Yet the daydream, because it is common property, extends both into the broad and into the deep expanse, into the non-sublimated, but in fact concentrated expanse, into that of the utopian dimensions. And this automatically posits the better world also as the more beautiful, in the sense of completed images, the like of which have not yet been seen on earth. Through planning or forming, windows are hewn in deprivation, hardness, rawness, banality, with distant prospects, full of light. The daydream as a stepping stone to art so very obviously intends world improvement, has this as its robustly real character, ahead, with lowered gaze, the earthly pain entwined with joy, a figure in a dream. Thus, in Death of the Poet Gottfried Keller characterizes the companions of the poet, together with imagination and its wit. Art contains this utopianizing character by virtue of the daydream, not as a frivolously gilding character, but as one which also contains renunciation and which, though the latter is certainly not conquered by art alone, is not forgotten within it either, but embraced by joy as the figure that is approaching. The daydream goes into music and echoes in its house which is invisible but nevertheless as much a part of world extension. Now it is dynamic and expressive in music. It posits all the figures of venturing beyond, from the noble robber to Faust, all the wishful situations and wishful landscapes, from the aurora in oil to the symbolic circles of the paradiso. People and situations are themselves driven to their end by virtue of the daydream riding to its end in great art. The consistent, the objectively possible becomes visible. In realistic writers such objective 95 possibilities in the world they portray become quite distinct. This however, not by making nature fantastic for example, but rather by making known through fantasy, a fantasy which is concretely related and hurries on ahead, that dream of a matter in nature and history which the matter has of itself and which belongs both to its tendency and to the settlement of its totem and essence. Where extrovert imagination is completely lacking, as in naturalists and in those people Engels called induction asses, then of course only matters of fact and superficial connections are apparent. Consequently, waking dream with world extension is always presupposed for the accomplished work of art, as the most exact imaginative experiment of perfection possible, in fact not only for the work of art. Ultimately, even science only gets beyond the superficial connection through an act of anticipation, through one, it goes without saying, of a specific kind. This may simply consist in the so-called heuristic assumptions, which present a picture of the whole matter, still not in detail, but purely in outline. However, a perfect waking dream of harmonious connection with nature may also come first. Kepler intended such world perfection, and he discovered the laws of planetary motion. The reality of these laws certainly did not correspond to the dream of perfection of the harmony of the spheres. Nevertheless, the dream went on ahead, was the estimate of a totally harmoniously ordered world. This sort of thing is as remote as can be from the regression of the night dream, for the latter shows, in its sinking back and archaism, only prelogical images, as categories of a society which has long since passed, not those of a rational cosmos. Anticipations and intensifications which refer to men, social utopian ones and those of beauty, even of transfiguration, are really only at home in the daydream. Above all revolutionary interest, with knowledge of how bad the world is, with acknowledgement of how good it could be if it were otherwise, needs the waking dream of world improvement, keeps hold of it in a wholly unheuristic, wholly realistic way in both its theory and practice. Fourth characteristic of the daydream: journey to the end. Fourthly, the waking, that is, open dream knows how not to forego. It refuses to be fictitiously full or even simply to spiritualize wishes. The day fantasy begins like the night dream with wishes, but carries them radically to their conclusion, wants to get to the place of their fulfillment. 96. Two typical daydreams of writers are relevant here, for, despite all weakness and escapism, they posit this place in a really prototypical way. The two daydreams, both incidentally of quiet writers, are all the more relevant here because they intend an arrival, not merely a world-improving roaming. One comes from the childhood of Clemens Brentano, the other comes from the youth of Marek and already contains all the seeds of a poetic ideal landscape. After Brentano, with his sister Bettina and other children, had established a kingdom called Vedas in a Frankfurt attic, it was, as Brentano says, like being driven out of paradise when he later learned that there was a real Vedas and that it was the capital of the Principality of Liechtenstein. But Goethe's old mother consoled him, "Don't let it upset you, believe me, your Vedas is yours and is not marked on any map, and all the soldiers of Frankfurt, even the household cavalry with the Antichrist at their head, can't take it away from you. Your kingdom is in the clouds and not of this earth, and every time it touches the earth it will rain tears. I wish you a blessed rainbow." Marek's account concerning the direct transition from day fantasy into poetry is to be found in his novel Malern Olden, and it records the following: as transposed autobiography, "When I was still at school I had a friend whose way of thinking and aesthetic endeavor went hand in hand with mine. We spent our free time together and soon created our own sphere of poetry. All the shapes of our imagination still stand before me, vivid, earnest, true, and anyone into whose soul I could play just one ray of the poetic sun which warmed us then, truly golden as it was, would not at least begrudge me a serene pleasure. He would even forgive the mature man for taking another idle walk in the redolent landscape of this poetry and even for bringing back a piece of old stone from the beloved ruin. We invented for our poetry a territory which lay outside the known world, a secluded island on which a powerful heroic people was supposed to live. This island was called Orplid, and we imagined it was situated in the Pacific Ocean between New Zealand and South America. So much for Brentano's Vedas founded in the children's attic, and Marek's Orplid transported so far away. The mere assignment of the daydream to the chimeras of the night or even to art seen as a kind of game does least justice to such or similar imaginative landings. For this sees only sublimations in them or even archaic return, instead of attempted articulation of a utopian hope content. In a thinker like Freud, nothing at all corresponds to these contents in the outside world either, which must in fact appear to the late bourgeoisie as leaden sobriety and nothingness. Art as a whole is false appearance, religion as 97. A whole, illusion. What is essential for the daydream, particularly in the journey to the end, is the seriousness of a pre-appearance of the possibly real. This is almost more definitely blocked off for it here than for the night dream, which is in any case symptom-like. The usual simple bourgeois illusion theory of the daydream leaves within it and around it only the playing space for the pretty games of infantilisms and archaism. In the exercise of his imagination, man thus continues to enjoy the freedom from external compulsion which he has long since renounced in reality. The creation of the spiritual realm of the imagination finds its complete counterpart in the laying out of conservation areas, nature reserves in those places where the demands of agriculture, of traffic, and of industry threaten to change quickly the original face of the earth beyond recognition. The nature reserve preserves this old state which we have elsewhere regretfully sacrificed to necessity. Everything may thrive and grow as it wants, even what is useless or harmful. The spiritual realm of imagination is also such a conservation area, withdrawn from the reality principle. Freud, For Lessingen, 1922, p. 416. If art was everywhere and always the same as mere formal or non-committal armchair observation, i.e. like enjoyment of art that merely conserves, then the nature reserve theory would perhaps be all right, and a kind of jester's license for the purpose of producing pleasure would follow, for anywhere from the nightclub to the National Gallery. But even the bourgeoisie was not always committed solely to the stalls of contemplation. It did once dream of the aesthetic education of man and consequently of art which grasps, in fact attacks, and of a morning gate of the beautiful. How little socialist realism has in common with Philistine enjoyment of art, let alone with a conservation area withdrawn from the reality principle. In Freud, reality always appears as immutable, and it appears as mechanical reality consistent with the world picture of the last century. Precisely by this process, utopian daydream, particularly as Journey to the End, is made reflexive, or, psychologically speaking, purely introverted, as is the night dream. In C.G. Jung this introverted material only had to be excavated vertically in order to transfer Orplet into the archaic realm, from the nature reserve into the tertiary period. By this process, imaginative landing was only possible as an archetype, that is, in Jung, only in the long since sunken land of myth. This is decisively contradicted by the fact that Vedas and Orplet, and what is intended by these radical conceptions, have never sought their place of fulfillment. A reference to Schiller's essay on the aesthetic education of man, 1795. 98. Anywhere but in the future. Even the transferal of such fairy-tale images into once upon a time always allows the one day as something coming to shimmer through the one day as something past. Even the transferal to secluded valleys or South Sea islands, as was the case in older novels of an ideal state * involves future in its remoteness, utopian destination in its distance. Even the really archaic basic ground of memory to which so many images of hope refer back, the archetype golden age, paradise, stands likewise, as something expected, in the some day of time. The Orpletic thus hangs with hundreds of small and great pearls on the little explored red thread of dream utopia and is continually held together by it. It is held together by the intention towards something perfect, no matter how variably the contents of this perfect something have been pictured in accordance with previous classes and societies. The will to journey to the end where everything turns out well thus always pervades utopian consciousness, plays throughout this consciousness with a never-to-be-forgotten spirit of fairytale, works in the dreams of a better life, but also, and this must finally be understood, suo modo in works of art. The world-improving imagination lands in them not just so that all men and things are driven to the limits of their possibility and all their situations are used up and their forms fully fashioned. Rather, every great work of art, besides its manifest essence, is also carried towards a latency of its coming side, that is, towards the contents of a future which had not yet appeared in its time, in fact ultimately towards the contents of an as yet unknown final state. For this reason alone, great works of every age have something to say, and indeed something new that the previous age had not yet noticed in them. For this reason alone, the fairytale magic flute, but also the historically rigidly fixed Divine Comedy have their eternal youth. What is important is, as Goethe says, the far-radiating quality of these great imaginative creations, through which they at least hold open the exit in given reality, possibly a window onto something absolute. And the great, i.e. realistic works of art do not become less realistic through the notation of latency, through the space, however blank, of the absolute, but more realistic, since everything real mingles with the not yet within that space. Significant daydream imaginative creations do not blow soap bubbles, they open windows, and outside them is the daydream world of a possibility which can at any rate be given form. There are enough differences. Asterisk novels in which life in an imaginary state is described, as in Thomas More's Utopia. The red thread also means the central theme in German. 99. Between the two kinds of dream even at this end, the mode as well as the content of wish fulfillment diverge in them insuppressibly. This always means, the night dream lives in regression, it is indiscriminately drawn into its images, the daydream projects its images into the future, by no means indiscriminately, but controllable even given the most impetuous imagination and mediatable with the objectively possible. The content of the night dream is concealed and disguised, the content of the day fantasy is open, fabulously inventive, anticipating, and its latency lies ahead. It comes itself out of self and world extension forwards, it is wanting to have better, often simply wanting to know better. Longing is common to both kinds of dream, for it is, as noted, the only honest quality of all men, but the desideratum of the day, in contrast to that of the night, can also be the subject not only the object of its science. The daytime wishful dream requires no excavation and interpretation, but rectification and, in so far as it is capable of it, concretion. In short, it does not have a measure from the outset any more than the night dream but, unlike the spooks of the night, it has a goal and makes progress towards it. Merging of nocturnal and daytime dream games, its dissolution being different from one another does not of course mean being unrelated. Between the level of the dreamer and that of the daydreamer there is sometimes an exchange. There is a play of colors in the night which can also exist during the day, which looks like something exceptional and doubtless can be portrayed as such. Remarkable collections of this kind exist. Friedrich Huch published 100 accounts of dreams, thus a particularly tangled strangeness. The novel The Other Side, by the illustrator Alfred Cuban, stems mainly from moon and sleep. Day writings, however, also certainly incorporate dreams, most strikingly and most beautifully even in the realist Keller. They are reported like other events, but they also blend effortlessly with the solid yet fairytale-like lavishness in which all Keller's observations are steeped. Der Grün Heinrich * shortly before his sad return home, succumbs to a real orgy of dreams. They are all reproachful wish fulfillments. Among them belongs the vision of his hometown, transfigured, changed, a crazy aerial picture on the ground, into which there is no entry. Valleys. The hero of Keller's most famous novel of the same name, 1854-5. 100. And streams appear with unheard of, yet well-known names, rose gardens float away into the distance, spreading out a reddish hue on the horizon, the alpine glow streams out and surrounds the fatherland. It is a different red to that of reddening dawn, the waking dawn of former times when der Grün Heinrich left his hometown and turned back to the mountains. Now the morning star glimmered only over the last ice altar, the light now comes from Hades, pretends to be the last remaining hope. His mother's house appears, actually the parlor at dusk turned inside out, unforgettable. Only the night dream provides the raw material and image for this. On the ledges and in the recesses stood rows of antique silver pots and beakers, porcelain jars and little marble images. Window panes of glass crystal sparkled with mysterious brilliance in front of a dark background between the grainy doors of rooms and cupboards with shining steel keys in them. Above this strange facade the sky arched dark blue, and a half-nocturnal sun was reflected in the dark splendor of the walnut, in the silver of the jugs and in the window panes. This sort of thing does of course show the traffic between the antipodes of night and daylight. They seem completely immersed in each other, uncannily and peculiarly full of foreboding. With what elective affinity Romanticism in particular was able to use this mixed light, as a dream game and not only as a game. Every dream was for Novalis a significant tear in the mysterious curtain which falls in 1,000 folds in our inner being. It was predominantly also the metamorphosis of dream images which recommended itself to romantic antistatics and to its waking dream, in an almost scholarly fashion. Night dream as novel grown wild was discovered by romantic nature philosophy. These creations then are not without voice and speech, sounds and words, coming as if from all different directions, comprehensible and incomprehensible, meet and mutually suppress each other, and thus nothing seems to be lost from that inner nature, in contrast to the outer, except the steadiness and quiet which the latter has. For such inner figments, as if made of fleeting clouds, come and disappear. Here neither the high mountains are protected by their greatness, nor the tree by the power of its roots from passing quickly away, and where one moment there was cliff and forest, there suddenly now appears a plain or a room enclosed by walls. G. H. Schubert, Die Geschichte Seal, 1830, p. 549. Thus the appearance arose as if night dreams and daydreams underwent, beside their exchange, even a merging of their images, on the same ground, romantically objectively united. The pure romantic simply no longer wants to know whether subconscious chaos or consciously shaping, reshaping. 101. Imagination predominates in his poetry. For him the night dream is in any case removed from all concepts of time and space of current sobriety, from all causal and identity forms of the gray cortex of civilization. The night dream is constructed pre-logically and is thus an archaic element against the expanse, the morning, the future of the day. This is a legacy which Romanticism brought from the night into the day layer, though there was continually an element of new connection at work between the two layers. Accordingly the overlap of the black and the blue hours happened again every time both were proud not to be day in the sense of superficial clarity, mere superficial connection. The crack in the previous surface then tore open cave and distant blue together, ultimately in expressionism, particularly in surrealism. Though now with the important difference from Romanticism that the utopian did not so much want to turn towards the past, as the past towards something utopian. No matter how lunar the atmosphere in the expressionist poem, pale evening trees, willows which steal the light from the moon-fond pond, moonflakes silvering through the window, and many more Dobler phrases besides asterisk night lines were incorporated into utopian ones in this strained way. Even stammering nonsense of the night in the attempt to travel, on the basis of such dissolutions of the former day connections, to a new land, to better shores, even to rationally ordered shores. An object lesson in these transitions was given by James Joyce in Ulysses, highly post-romantic, highly unromantic. The cellar of the unconscious discharges itself in Joyce into a transitory now, provides a mixture of prehistoric stammering, smut and church music. The author does not interrupt with a single comma the decoction that surges over the leveled threshold of consciousness for 80 pages. But in the midst of the monkey chatter, from one day and 1,000 subconscious human reactions strictly mixed up, there appears something clearly viewed. Applied montage shows quite rational cross-connections or analogia indus, Lot's wife and the old Ireland tavern near the salt water down by the docks, cutting straight through time and space, celebrate their meeting, their everyday beyond space and time. So that, says Stephen Dedalus, so that gesture, not music, not odors, would be a universal language, the gift of tongues rendering visible not the lay sense but the first enteleche, the structural rhythm. Ulysses, Part 2, Circe. Primeval caves, with babbling and speaking in tongues inside them, are thus conjured up in day fantasies and these are then lowered down again, a continual merging. 102. Of grotesque night faces and outlines develops. And in surrealism, i.e. corresponding to the very time of collapse to which surrealism belongs, as always in the sudden combination of incompatibles, there is no lack of humor, a contemptible humor sometimes, one which then unmasks the design merely to épater les bourgeois, or even a humor of pettily contrived jokes, and after that things become quite cozy in the dream house at the sign of the double strangeness. But more essential in surrealism remains the fundamental coupling of Hecate and Minerva, remains the visionary face, a montage of mere shreds and collapses. This is in fact a difference from Romanticism understood as the age of restoration. At that time the daydream was fundamentally incorporated into nightlines without becoming phosphorescent. At any rate, it is a protracted mixed world of subconsciousness and red dawn, a contact world in which the regressio makes use of the journey to the end, or the journey to the end makes use of the regressio. The labyrinth of the night dream even aesthetically is not a stepping stone to the castle in the air, and yet, in so far as it forms its dungeons, archaic material can communicate with waking imagination. And above all, from the example of Gottfried Keller's dream house, which flashes like the Styx, a night piece of the house of the mother and of youth, it also becomes apparent why conversely the waking dream is no less able to communicate with archaic material. It can do so because, not only psychologically, but also objectively, future still exists in the past, because many night pieces are also undischarged or unfinished and therefore demand daydream, forward intention. This night still has something to say, not as something brooding that has primally been, but as something that has not become, that has never really become known anywhere, which is encapsulated in parts within it. But it can only say something in so far as it is exposed by waking imagination, by an imagination that is directed towards what is becoming. In itself the archaic is dumb. Only as something brooding in an undischarged, undeveloped, in short, utopian way does it have the power to open up in the daydream, does it attain the power not to hold itself sealed against the latter, but as such, even though only as such, it can circulate in the notions of clear road, preserved retained ego, world improvement, journey to the end. The insight therefore that archaic brooding can be utopian in reality finally explains the possibility of a merging of night dreams and daydreams, gives the explanation and dissolution of a partially possible merging of the dream games. And even Bloch is referring to the reactionary period of the restoration of the French monarchy after 1814. 103. With the continuing primacy of the waking imagination, it is not the utopian that capitulates here to archaism, but archaism which capitulates, on account of its undischarged components, possibly to the utopian. Every other merging and every other explanation of it is illusion. The elaboration of it is in any case the business of the day. The suspect god who gives to his beloved in sleep * needs Apollo to speak for him, that Apollo who may well be familiar with vapors and oracles, but has conquered them and has them serving in his temple. Otherwise, imagination in Jung and Klage's sense would revert completely to prehistory, moreover a romanticized, counterfeit prehistory. Therefore, only the daylight opens up the wonderfully relevant material of night dreams, of the archaic in general, and it is this material only because and in so far as it is still itself utopian, transposed in a utopian way. Regression therefore occurs artistically only with profit when something that has not become, a future possible, is also still encapsulated in the archetype. Otherwise the treasures which can be seen on the floor of night become chaff and withered pine cones, like Rubezahl's gifts when day comes. But the daydream, and what it grasps, contains human concerns instead of Medusas in the labyrinth. Daydreams have chosen the better part, so they all advance together, though with so much variation of capability and quality, into the field of anticipatory consciousness. More on inclination to dream, the mood as medium of daydreams. Asleep, the body is in the dark, only awake do we sense it. It senses itself first in the feeling of its state of being, therein only physical states become aware of themselves. And even they then only become aware in a blurred and diffuse way, not yet referring to a particular part of the body or to a particular kind of physical pain or enjoyment. There are middling, sick, and healthy states of being, feeling well and feeling ill, but they are all merely quite general. A clear stomachache, a specific sensation of pleasure, on the tongue or localized in erogenous zones, is immediately excluded from the above. And, the state of being is not, for example, being in good or bad spirits, like the mood, since it is not a mixture, like the latter, of actual drive feelings or emotions. In fact, it only contains the cooking. Asterisk Psalm 127, 2. Rubezahl, a legendary Silesian mountain spirit. 104. Of the bodily processes, particularly the gut sensations and more or less subconscious sensations of the circulation of the blood, but as yet no emotional feelings, with an ego behind them. This distinguishes the more organic feeling of condition in the state of being from the far more ego-based feeling of mood. Thus there is the diffuse sense which announces the feelings of organs on the one hand, and the diffuse sense that conveys emotional feelings on the other, which a person always first gets into, when in unsettled spirits. The state of being is like a roaring which, like every other noise, arises out of a confusion of many naturally given sounds in an irregular sequence. The mood is like the confusion of sounds from an orchestra which plays bits of individual passages simultaneously before the beginning of a piece of music, not natural sounds, but sounds which have a musical, composing ego behind them. The mood does not have such a muffled, subterranean ground tone either, as the state of being does, but its own ground tone is undulating, like weather, atmospheric. It can move between extremes, like exulting to the heavens, gloomy as death, which the state of being does not know so close together. And furthermore, every mood shows a peculiar expanse, which is reminiscent of the spreading of perfumes. Th. Lips emphasized precisely this expanse which is foreign to the state of being of the body. He notes in the case of cheerfulness, for example, the perceptible spreading of the pleasure of an experience into a more or less expansive mood embracing the whole of psychological experience, Leitfaden der Psychologie, 1903, p. 271. Or in a more recent description, which at any rate is not crawling with the fashionable existentialist mood obsession à la Bolnov, the spiritual mood is the relatively persistent atmospheric basis of our feeling of life, from which the changing perceptions are raised with particular coloring, by which, however, our ideas and our behavior are also permeated. Lersk, Der Aufbau des Charakters, 1948, p. 41. On account of this atmospherically wide, and at the same time diffuse collective phenomenon, the feeling of mood spreads out even beyond the ego, to which it is primarily attached. A room, a landscape appear to have a mood, and even here the more distinctly, the more indistinct, i.e. more diffuse the transmitted emotional state looks. So bright midday is little suited for this, the early morning is better, it is most at home in the evening, the stormy mood is well known, which the first bolt of lightning disperses. Simple, great objects like the sea are worse suited for it, those which cannot be surveyed are better, like the forest. Here, however, we must never forget that the breadth of mood, which itself moves outward so strongly, even as an extroverted feeling for nature never appears divided up, but remains in an undulating generality. It is an essential feature of the mood that it appears total only when it is diffuse. It never consists of a dominant, overwhelming emotion, but of an itself wide mixture of many emotional feelings which have not yet been settled. This in fact makes it into a phenomenon which so easily becomes iridescent. This at the same time causes it, still on the other side of the confusion of sounds before the beginning of a piece of music, and also completely without intensive density, to spin out and deform so easily as merely impressionistic experience reality. Debussy, Jacobson. Heidegger also hails from this impressionistic thereabouts, in so far as he describes it and at the same time succumbs to it. But here, within this dull dimension, Heidegger has the so to speak tautological advantage of having noticed that existence always already has a mood, in the sense of an original explanation of how one is and one feels. The original aspect is according to this idea not a perceiving finding oneself in a state but rather a mood-laden being in a state. What we indicate ontologically by the term state of mind is ontically the most familiar and everyday thing, mood, mood-ladenness, Senuendizeit, 1927, p. 134. But Heidegger has not got beyond the dull, depressingly stagnant, even shallow dimension that he has uncovered. State of being and mood remain unseparated here. Thus, in this undifferentiated animal surge, Shallowness prevents any intimation of the darkness of the real immediate exister, which in no way brings its being before it as there, darkness of the lived moment, of which more later, even in the mood. Thus the interested depressing element obstructs all brightening tendencies of the mood, to reproduce instead only the dejection, the often enduring, evenly proportioned and pale moodlessness, which should not be confused with a bad mood, is so far from being nothing that precisely within it existence becomes wearisome to itself. Being has become manifest as a burden. And there again an elevated mood can relieve the manifest burden of existence. The possibility of mood also reveals, even though relieving it, the burdensome character of existence, LC, p. 134. Not the misery of all mankind, but solely that of the unilluminated hopeless petite bourgeoisie strikes us when we come to the sentence in Heidegger, concerning the abysses of this kind of state of mind, the deep boredom, swirling to and fro in the abysses of existence like a silent fog, draws all things, people, and oneself together in a remarkable indifference. This boredom reveals that which is in the whole, was. 106. Ist Metaphysik? 1929, p. 16. Here then from the mood, because it announces itself solely as a mood of expiring life, i.e. here, of a declining class, the wishful character is completely missing, without which even this diffuseness of emotions, as one of emotions, cannot exist, unless, as Heidegger must himself say, it is moodlessness. What is missing is precisely the color for waking dreams, with which the mood can picture its blue hour, without it of course becoming uninteresting in existential-ontical terms and sinking down in existentialist ontological terms into nihilism. Not every possible everyday, not even every one which has already appeared historically, is endowed with pale moodlessness, let alone with the boredom which that which is in the whole supposedly reveals. Rather, this everyday mood essentially, if not solely, belongs to the mechanized capitalist enterprise. And even within this enterprise there exists, apart from the moodlessness, even alongside the undoubted burden of such an existence, that confusion of sounds of living drive feelings which actually first pictures mood and in which the inclination to dream, one to waking dreams, only now finds its medium. Because the sleeper's body is in the dark, its state of being is also missing. And this is even more true of the mood, which presupposes the ego. It belongs to the blue hour, not to the black one. It also demands relaxation, certainly, though of a kind which is not seeking slumber, but rather an excursion. This state of mood, particularly inclined to the blue, has previously been disregarded in relation to the daydream. We must now make up for this. The pale moodlessness itself may not yet be dreamy, even the dejected mood, the confusion of unpleasurable emotions, is not light enough as a medium to allow daydreams to develop straight away. However, the continual propensity towards the better in the ground tone of all expectant emotions is all the more inclined to relieve this dejected mood and to escape into an elevated one. And precisely at this point of transition, between gloom and cheerfulness, the medium exists in which waking dream images develop most comfortably. Escape and inclination, emotions of rejection and devotion are simultaneously mixed in this bright dark mood, and in this way form the aura in which each embarkation for Cythera takes place. Whether it is minor or grand, a nervous or a considered departure, whether Cythera consists in a mere improvement of situation or in something unheard of till now, whether it is for next to nothing or not for all the world, this of course depends not on the mood, but on the strength and the content of the emotions of inclination which arise out of it, on the status and concreteness of the imagination. 107. Which visualizes the fulfillment of their intention for these emotions. But bright dark mood remains in every blue light. Distant light of this kind clings for a long time to the waking dream, and thus also extends a long way into the actually shaped waking dreams, negatively as well as positively. Otherwise there would not be in them that weather-like quality which is not just confined to impressionism, to this phenomenon of mood which is relatively of the most comfortable kind, that is, of a weakly shaped and weakly committing kind. Otherwise there would not be the lyricism which also accompanies rigidly shaped daydream images, wherever they are still situational. In daydream works, bright dark mood is therefore not only confined to softness à la Debussy or Jacobson. It also fills such sustained and martellato emotional picture music as that of Brahms' Fourth Symphony, particularly the last movement. Rather than softness, it causes the rough and sharp quality here. Mood only recedes in a decisive situation and in a representation which can accordingly make itself appear free of atmosphere. Not merely the impressionistic and the older sentimental mood then recedes, the kind whose iridescence never goes beyond a mixture of broken-off emotions and blurred outlines, but also the atmosphere of sharpness, together with the whole romanticism of this medium clears, opens a view onto what is decisive and no longer so situational. This always happens where a situation driven to its conclusion in the artistic waking dream, or at least a situation which has been brought to a standstill by taking a stance, refuses the situational itself. This is also the case, in a strikingly weatherless way, in all art that has been striven for and which is without unrest, without the pathos of movement and time, that is, in that art which seeks to be hard and crystalline. Around a Cythero-like Egyptian relief, Byzantine mosaic or even merely Alfieri's classicism, there is no longer so much mood as around Gothic, Baroque, or even merely around Byron's stormy world. Nevertheless, mood as pathos still underlies these two. Even Egyptian art contains unrest, in that it pacifies it, in fact, qua its wishful dream, by seeking to be a single stone requiem. So mood still lies at the feet even of the intended anti-mood of a work of art, because of the atmospheric quality of the imagination. This daydream water belongs to every daydream, imaginative dream, even if, in its ultimately achieved dryness, it leaves this water. Thus it is confirmed, the bright dark mood provides the medium in which all daydreams begin, even those with hardness, and especially those with arousing blue, azure. 108. More on the expectant emotions, anxiety, fear, terror, despair, hope, confidence, and the waking dream. The drive feelings themselves are of course no longer so mood-based, do not remain so. They soon clearly raise themselves from this general way of feeling in the shape of sheer envy, open hatred, complete trust. Cheerfulness, for example, this general carefree feeling of life, is a mood, but keenly flashing pleasure is an emotion. And the emotions do not only emerge out of the diffuse, but also out of the relatively unrelated. Therefore, even when the mood-based medium disperses, the waking dream continues to resound, but now as one which has predominantly been driving in the medium of expectant emotions. These, a quite special type of emotions, have been promoting the waking dream in the mood medium anyway, so they appear here again, as those which are differentiated from the filled emotions by their strongly anticipating intentional direction, cf. Volume I, p. 74. The intention in all expectant emotions is one that points ahead, the temporal environment of its content is future. The more imminent this future is, the stronger, more burning the expectant intention as such, the more extensively the content of an expectant intention affects the intending self, the more totally the person throws himself into it, and the deeper it becomes a passion. Even expectant intentions with a negative content as regards self-preservation, like anxiety and fear, can likewise become passions, no less so than hope. They then seem exaggerated to the unengaged observer, and are so in pathological cases. Occasionally, of course, simply lack of awareness of the real situation causes them to appear exaggerated, enlarging their object. But even then the expectant emotion extends beyond its founding idea content. The expectant content shows a greater depth than the given idea content in each case. Every fear implies, as a fulfillment correlate, total destruction such as there has not yet been before, hell let loose. Every hope implies the highest good, bliss let loose such as there has not yet been before. This ultimately distinguishes expectant emotions from the filled ones, like envy, greed, admiration, which are always only founded by known material and at most intend an unreal future of their object, that is, one that can be imagined exactly, objectively containing nothing new. The intentional contents of the filled emotions lie, as Husserl wrongly says of all emotions, in a set horizon, the horizon of memory idea, as opposed to that of hope idea, the forward-reaching, i.e. real imagination, and the possible real future of its object. At the 109. Same time there is always, of course, even in the remembering idea, qua intention, an expectation at work, and Husserl himself states, quite unexpectedly, every originally constituting process is animated by protensions which emptily constitute and collect what is coming as such, zur Phänomenologie de Inhärenzeit Bewusstseins, 1928, p. 410. However, these protensions have in memory and in the emotions founded by it already received what is theirs, they only have a horizon directed towards the future of what is re-remembered, which, with its unreal future, is in fact set horizon. Whereas the expectant emotions, and the real imaginative idea which shows them their object in space, at the same time possess the space as decided temporal space, that is, with the unweakened temporal material in time that is called real future. Accordingly, every expectant emotion, even if it should only intend unreal future in the foreground, becomes capable of a rapport with the objectively new. This is the life which the expectant emotion implicitly communicates to the thus anticipatory waking dreams. Every drive feeling that is not merely mood-based refers to a something that is external to it. But the inner surge is of course abandoned in this process with varying speed or force. The first and fundamental negative expectant emotion, anxiety, begins as the most mood-based and undefined. An anxious person never sees to find in front of him or around him the something from which the feeling drifts towards him. This feeling is tremulous, not only in its physical expression, but also in its object. Freud primarily traced anxiety, as we have seen, back to the act of birth, to the first constriction, angustia, in breathing, and to the first separation from the mother. Every later feeling of anxiety accordingly brings this primal experience of trepidation and abandonment alive, reacting to all situations of danger, even fear of death, is thus supposed to be merely subjective and therein regressive. But with the existing social conditions which may by themselves copiously stimulate fear of life and death, or even produce them, the negative content in this relation is completely omitted here, i.e. that which objectively arouses anxiety, without which anxiety could not constitute itself at all. Heidegger, on the other hand, does not make his anxiety regressive, but neither does he process beyond it to equally original positive expectant emotions without which anxiety as such could not exist, just as a valley could not exist without a mountain. Instead, Heidegger makes anxiety into the simple, undifferentiated thusness in everything, the existential basic state of mind, and in a way which really does subjectively individuate each man, leading him back to himself as 110. Solus ipsi. Anxiety thus accordingly reveals to man his most characteristic being in the world, but the about which anxiety is anxious, is being in the world itself, Senuendizeit, 1927, p. 187. And this about which is basically the same thing into which anxiety dissolves itself, namely nothingness, the it was nothing, being itself hangs over into nothingness. Thus anxiety here confronts us most immediately and par excellence with nothingness as the basic fund of the being uncanny, of the being subject to death of all being in the world. The basic state of mind of anxiety reveals precisely this abyss, according to Heidegger, hence also the constant, although mostly concealed trembling of everything existing per se. Heidegger, with much intentional immediacy of experience, mere experiencing, but also with, it can be said, much cheap emotion seeking, together with an inordinate amount of mere interpretation of the meaning of words, with which philosophy feels ashamed in front of philology and gains nothing in the process beyond metaphysical dilettantism, Heidegger thus reflects and, with his ontology of anxiety, clearly only makes absolute the basic state of mind of a declining society. From the standpoint of the petty bourgeoisie, he reflects the society of monopoly capitalism, with permanent crisis as its normal condition. The only alternatives to permanent crisis are war and war production. What was for primitive man still the not at home in impenetrable nature, has become for the unsuspecting victims of monopoly capitalism their society, the gigantic alienated enterprise into which they are placed. Heidegger, however, with a sociological ignorance which matches his metaphysical dilettantism, makes this anxiety into the basic state of mind of man in general, including the nothingness into which he is supposedly always, everywhere, and irrevocably thrown. All that remains of Heidegger's anxiety hermeneutics is at best a kind of familiarity, acute in the petty bourgeoisie, with anxiety as unsuspectingness. The fact that the threatening is nowhere, characterizes the about which of anxiety, LC, p. 186, in fact it is from the outset expectation of something negatively undefined. Because what causes and establishes anxiety can come from all sides, its most revealing manifestations were fear of ghosts and nocturnal horror. And both have been replaced by those monsters and nightmares walking in the flesh today, but working in the darkness. So naturally anxiety does not yet clearly refer to its external something, in contrast to the second negative expectant emotion, fear, with its sudden concentrated mode, fright, and its intensified concentrated mode, terror. The threat here at least comes out of a weather corner which is known from previous experience, or even 111. That which stimulates fear is spatially so visible that we can be prepared for the way it strikes, if not actually for its arrival. If the about which of fear emerges completely and moreover suddenly, and terror arises, with the weaker degrees of fright, then the suddenness of these emotions must not blind us to the fact that they too are also those of expectation, although possibly, by no means always, of an expectation that is itself first born in statu nascendi of its object. Without expectation, nothing could instill terror, nothing make us numb with fright, like a sniper's bullet. An event which is completely disparate to the expectant intentions arouses no emotion at all. It does cause numbness, blindness, as long as the event is survived, that is, bodily sensations which are also appropriate to fright, as to a shock, but it does not cause the actual mental feeling of terror or fright which always presupposes expectant intention of what has happened. After all, this expectation itself so little excludes the surprising feature of its object that the emotional character of the surprising feature, both of the negatively and positively surprising, miraculous, feature, does not appear at all without being prepared for by an expectation. The activated expectation of the terrible is of course brief, if it is prolonged, like fear, but with the complete certainty, temporal inevitability, familiarity of content, of its object, then the most extreme, hardest borderline mode of fear appears, the absolutely negative expectant emotion, despair. And only this, not anxiety, really refers to nothingness. Anxiety is still questioning, hovering, still determined by mood and by the undetermined, unresolved element of its object, whereas despair itself has a definitive quality in its frame of mind, and besides this definitive element, has something absolutely defined about it in its object. It is expectation as eliminated expectation, that is, expectation of something negative about which there is no longer any doubt. With despair, the series of negative expectant emotions ends. All their waking dreams, only terror has no time to form one, ultimately revolve around something negatively unconditional, the infernal. In complete contrast there now appear in and behind all this the positive expectant emotions. Of course their number is much smaller, up till now there has not been so much cause for them. There are only two of them, hope, which wrecks fear, and confidence, which corresponds to despair. Hope, as a gathering emotion, still has a mood-based element in common with anxiety, not as the homeless element of the nocturnal, but rather as the dawning decanted element of the auroral. This is described with particular accuracy in the echo or reflection of the landscape in Thomas Mann's Death in Venice, as the ineffably sweet blooming of the reddening dawn with 112. All its arpeggio ante lucem shining from afar. But hope stands also as one of the most exact emotions above every mood, because it is not very changeable, but very characteristic in its intention, and above all, something which befits neither the mood nor even the negative expectant emotions, capable of logical and concrete correction and sharpening. Consequently, hope is not only the opposite concept to anxiety, but also, regardless of its emotional character, to memory, that is, a relation to a purely cognitive process and system of ideas which befits no other emotion. And its relation to anxiety, even to the nothingness of despair, is of such determined power that it can be said, hope drowns anxiety. No existential analysis of hope will ever be able to reveal the latter as a forerunning determination to die, provided that the analysis really is one of existere and not corrumpere. Instead, hope has projected itself precisely at the place of death, as one towards light and life, as one which does not allow failure the last word. Thus it definitely has the intentional content, there is still rescue, in the horizon. Where there is danger, rescue also grows. This line of Holderlin's asterisk indicates simply the positive dialectical turning point for which fear of the place of death disappears. In such a way that the uncertainty of the outcome remains, just as with fear, but an uncertainty that, unlike fear, does not border on passive care, on bearing a burden of care, on the night where nothingness is, but on the day which is the friend of man. Danger and faith are the truth of hope, in such a way that both are gathered in it, and danger contains no fear, faith no lazy quietism. Hope is thus ultimately a practical, a militant emotion, it unfurls banners. If confidence emerges from hope as well, then the expectant emotion which has become absolutely positive is present or as good as present, the opposite pole to despair. Like the latter, confidence is still expectation, that is, eliminated expectation of an outcome about which there is no longer any doubt. But whereas the expectant intention in the emotion of despair only appears as a corpse, in confidence it gives and yields itself up like a wise virgin, who, in going into the chamber of the bridegroom, offers up as well as gives up her intention. Despair touches almost completely that nothing which all the negative expectant emotions are approaching. Confidence, on the other hand, has in its horizon almost that all to which the weakest hope, even that transposed by unreal future, essentially refers. Despair transcends, in that its nothing defeats the intention in the certainty of extinction, confidence, in that its all allows the intention to enter into the certainty of salvation. Whereas therefore the negative expectant emotions and their utopian images ultimately intend the infernal as their unconditional element, the positive expectant emotions likewise inevitably have the paradisial in the unconditional element of their ultimate intentional object. Thus, if the mood is the general medium of daydreaming, then the expectant emotions, including the extension which they can build on the filled emotions, on envy or respect for example, give the direction of daydreaming. They give the line along which the imagination of anticipatory ideas moves, and along which this imagination then builds its wishful road, or even, in the case of negative expectant emotions, its unwishful road. The wishful road with the landscape it aims for is no richer as a road of hope, but noticeably more lovely and more lively than the unwishful road, or road of fear, at least among peoples who are striving from the darkness into the light. Both future-orientated intentions, that of expectant emotions and that of expectant ideas, accordingly extend into a not yet conscious, that is, into a class of consciousness which is itself to be designated not as filled, but as anticipatory. The waking dreams advance, provided they contain real future, collectively into this not yet conscious, into the unbecome unfilled or utopian field. Its composition, which is in the first instance psychological, must now be investigated, certainly cum IRAET studio, with partiality for the already understood forward imagination, for the object-based possible in psychological approaches to it. For only in the discovery of the not yet conscious does expectation, above all positive expectation, attain its proper status, the status of a utopian function, in emotions as well as in ideas and in thoughts. 15. Discovery of the not yet conscious or of forward dawning. Not yet conscious as a new class of consciousness and as the class of consciousness of the new, youth, time of change, productivity. Concept of the utopian function, its encounter with interest, ideology, archetypes, ideals, allegory symbols. The cistern contains, the fountain overflows. William Blake. Peculiar to the soul is the common spirit that grows. Heraclitus. The two edges. The inward glance never sheds equal light. It is sparing, only ever illuminating a few parts of us. We are not conscious of what is not struck at all by the ray of attention. We are partly conscious of what is only struck obliquely, to a decreasing or increasing extent, according to the degree of attention. The conscious field is so narrow, and on all sides it shades off into darker edges and dissolves. Even before a mental event is forgotten, in fact even without it being forgotten, much in it is not conscious. A pain may remain unfelt, an external impression unexperienced, although they are definitely present psychologically. They lie below the threshold, either because the stimulus is too weak to be perceived, or because our attention is occupied with other things, and hence distracted, or because repetition deadens even powerful stimuli. So even in the conscious field, quite apart from forgetting, there are already various darker patches which are not conscious or only weakly so. The actual edges of consciousness do not of course lie in present experiencing, which is merely weakened. They are rather to be found where the conscious fades, in forgetting and in the forgotten, where what has been experienced sinks below the edge, below the threshold. And what is more, they are also to be found in a different form on the opposite side to forgetting, where something not previously conscious dawns. Here too there is an edge, a threshold in consciousness, in this case an upper one, pushed forward a greater or lesser distance, beyond which what is happening psychologically is not very lucid. Beneath the threshold of fading, yet also above the threshold of dawning, there is relatively unconscious material. The attentive glance must first make an effort, often a painful effort, to focus on it. It is certainly capable of being preconscious, both in the depths of the no longer perceptible and especially where new material rises which has never occurred to anyone. Both can be fetched from beyond their edges, and to a greater or lesser extent elucidated. Double meaning of the preconscious. Mental life is always framed both by evening and morning. The night dream moves in the forgotten and repressed, the daydream in what has never been experienced at all as present. For roughly 200 years, what lies outside the conscious field has generally been called the unconscious. It was a great discovery that mental life does not coincide with consciousness. Unconscious, of course, wherever thought of as capable of consciousness, does not mean completely unconscious of itself, like a stone for example, but rather preconscious. But this is how the psychologically unconscious has been understood and is still understood today, merely as something that lies beneath consciousness and has dropped out of it. The unconscious lies, according to this interpretation, in the sediment. It begins backwards from an increasingly diminished consciousness. The unconscious here is therefore exclusively no longer conscious, as such it populates solely the moonshine landscape of cerebral loss. Accordingly, even when psychoanalysis calls it preconscious, it is not a newly dawning consciousness with new content but an old one with old content that has merely sunk below the threshold and may cross it again by a more or less straightforward process of being remembered. Thus the unconscious for Freud is solely the forgotten, for him the preconscious proper, which is normally capable of easily returning to consciousness, or the repressed, for him the unconscious proper, the not merely descriptively but also dynamically unconscious, which is not capable of easily. 116. Returning to consciousness. Admittedly the later Freud does stress that apart from the forgotten and repressed unconscious there is a third kind, namely an unconscious in the ego itself. Even a part of the ego, God knows how important a part of the ego, can be unconscious, certainly is unconscious. However, Freud immediately continues, if we find ourselves thus compelled to posit a third non-repressed unconscious, then we must concede that the character of unconsciousness loses some of its meaning for us. Das Hund das Es, 1923, p. 17. It loses some of its meaning because this third unconscious, Freud surprisingly cites even significant intellectual production as a manifestation of this, does not fit into his scheme of repression. But this touches on that preconscious which does not suit Freud's system at all, the preconscious in its other meaning, over on the other side, in which no repressed material, but rather something coming up, is to be clarified. The night dream may refer to the no longer conscious, it regresses towards it. But the daydream is carried onto something which is new at least for the dreamer, and probably even onto something in itself new, in its objective content. Thus in the daydream the crucial definition of a not yet conscious reveals itself, as the class to which this daydream belongs. A final psychological definite feature of the daydream arises here, and it is a question of clarifying it. Up till now it has remained completely beyond conceptual reach. There is as yet no psychology of the unconscious of the other side, of forward dawning. This unconscious has remained unnoticed, although it represents the actual space of receptivity of the new and production of the new. The not yet conscious is admittedly just as much a preconscious as is the unconscious of repressedness and forgottenness. In its way it is even an unconscious which is just as difficult and resistant as that of repressedness. Yet it is by no means subordinated to the manifest consciousness of today, but rather to a future consciousness which is only just beginning to come up. The not yet conscious is thus solely the preconscious of what is to come, the psychological birthplace of the new. And it keeps itself preconscious above all because in fact there is within it a content of consciousness which has not yet become wholly manifest, and is still dawning from the future. Possibly even content that is only just objectively emerging in the world, as in all productive states which are giving birth to what has never been there. The forward dream is disposed towards this, and not yet conscious, as the mode of consciousness of something coming closer, is charged with it. Here the subject scents no musty cellar, but morning air. 117. Not yet conscious in youth, time of change, productivity, all fresh strength necessarily contains this new, and moves towards it. Its best places are, youth, times which are on the point of changing, creative expression. Any young person who feels some hidden power within him knows what this means, the dawning, the expected, the voice of tomorrow. He feels called to something that is going on inside him, that is moving in his own freshness and overhauling what has previously become, the adult world. Bold youth imagines it has wings and that all that is right awaits its swooping arrival, in fact can only be established, or at least set free by youth. With puberty begins the mystery of women, the mystery of life, the mystery of knowledge. How many unexplored shelves the young reader sees shining in front of him. The green years are filled with forward dawning, they consist chiefly of not yet conscious states. These are certainly threatened in young people, between the ages of 25 and 30. But what has survived of youth till then will always survive in people who are not infected by and in league with the putrefaction of yesterday, as something warm, bright, and at least comforting kept in view. The voice which calls for things to be different, to be better, to be more beautiful, is as loud in these years as it is unspoilt. Life means tomorrow, the world room for us. Bold youth always pursues the melodies from its dreams and books, hopes to find them, knows the hot dark roaming through field and town, waits for the freedom which lies before it. It is a longing out of and a looking out of the prison of external compulsion which has become stifling or appears stifling, but also out of the prison of its own immaturity. Longing for life as an adult drives us on, but this life is to be completely transformed. If youth occurs in revolutionary times, that is, during a time of change, and if it is not duped into screwing its head back, as so often happens today in the West, then it really does know what the forward dream is all about. The dream then passes from vague, mainly private premonition to a more or less socially sharpened, socially mandated premonition. The broadest example of this was once provided by the Russian Narodniki, who went among the Russian people to fight with them for the overthrow of Tsarism, with sentimental or angry Red Dawn. Here the conversations of young unmatriculated women and of male students utopianized on the dusty boulevards of Russian provincial towns. And later in the big cities, with increasing socialist clarity, united with the workers, the red dawn which lay in consciousness and above. 118. The time made solid headway. For more than half a century before the October Revolution, even the Russian popular novel was continually portraying youth which had time of change in mind. Germany had its revolutionary students in the Sturmundrang * in the Vormärz, and it has them today, with the goal in their sights, in the new republic. In all these, youth and movement forwards are synonymous. During these times and whenever they are topical, there is not merely a physiological feeling of spring in the air, but more than this, changing times are sultry, a thundercloud seems to be pent up within them. Hence categories of weather or birth have always been applied to them, calm before the storm or march in history or, in its strongest and most concrete form, a society pregnant with a new one. Times like ours understand the state of change well. Even its enemies, the fascists in Italy and Germany, were only able to continue to deceive by masquerading as revolutionaries, marasmus in the guise of spring sunshine. The times of change are themselves the youthful times in history, i.e. objectively they stand at the gates of a new society which is coming up, just as youth feels subjectively that it stands on the threshold of a hitherto unopened day in life. So far the Renaissance has been the most easily surveyable example of such a change, especially on the ideological and cultural side. Here more clearly than almost anywhere else there is, in the first shift of feudal society towards the modern bourgeois one, departure and expectation, not yet consciousness as conscious premonition. Incipit vita nova, at the time this also designated psychologically the aurora quality of the age, the still progressive entrepreneur emerged, and with him the feeling of individuality, the consciousness of the nation appeared over the horizon, individuation and perspective entered into the feeling for nature and the picture of the landscape, the distant earth itself opened up and revealed new continents, the ceiling of the heavens cracked, leaving a clear view of infinity. All the testimonies from the period of change in the 15th and 16th centuries proclaim a very powerful preconscious here, one which created space and went beyond the previously posited pillars of Hercules. A total renewal of art, life, and science began, or seemed to begin, this 3/4 of an hour before day still appears, rather late, but eloquently enough, in Bacon's Novum Organum. Then let others consider what may be hoped for from men who enjoy abundant leisure, from united labors, and the succession of ages, after these suggestions on our part. Lastly, though a much more faint and uncertain breeze of hope were to spring up from our new continent, yet we consider it necessary to make the experiment, if we should not show a dastard spirit. The air of such historical springs is buzzing with plans which are seeking to be realized, and with thoughts in the stage of incubation. Prospective acts are never more frequent or more common than they are here, the anticipatory element in them is never more content-laden, the feeling for what is coming closer never more irresistible. All times of change are thus filled with not yet conscious, even overfilled, a not yet conscious which is carried by a rising class. The expression of this state which recaptures the experience of the Renaissance is the monologue in Goethe's Faust. Here too satiety, waking dream, dawn red are the ingredients of the onward. And likewise such periods are working on problems which have barely emerged in embryonic form in existing reality. Thus the Renaissance, just as later the Genius period in Germany, excavates the developing tendencies of the epoch, places them in early morning light, new daylight. In such periods man distinctly feels that he is not an established being, but one which, together with his environment, constitutes a task and an enormous receptacle full of future. How much more so creative work itself is preceded by dawning, and how peculiarly it stands within it. Intellectual productivity, creation proves to be particularly full of not yet conscious material, that is, of youth that potentiates itself in creative work. Here too, youth is presupposed and constantly active. Gifted youth has a beginning which easily gets lost, as in the whispering reeds in Lena. At the water's edge I think I can hear your soft voice call me from across the pool, and sink with your lovely melody. Bacon, Novum Organum, Aphorisms 113 and 114. The cult of genius in the Sturmuendi-Drang period. 120. As it progresses, youth acquires the gratitude of becoming, and the birth-giving wondrous image of this which is to be formed, as in Goethe's prologue in the theatre *. Then give me once again the time when I was still becoming strong, when welling springs of bubbling rhyme supplied a constant stream of song, when mist concealed my world from view, the bud still promised wondrous hours, and I could pluck the thousand flowers that richly in each valley grew. Youth remains in the same place during production, even after this production has finished, and even after the work is complete it feels unguaranteed boldness or bold anticipation, as in Klopstock's Ode to Friend and Foe, 33 years after he had begun the meshes ***. The hot soul of the youth was thirsting after immortality. I woke, and I dreamed of the bold voyage on the ocean of the future. Thank you once again, my early mentor, for showing me how terrible it is there, my guiding spirit. Your golden rod pointed the way. Tall-masked, full-rigged works of poetry. And yet sunken wrecks frightened me. I became serious, fell into melancholy, absorbed myself in the purpose, in the hero's dignity, in the basic tone, the restraint, the stride, strove, led by my knowledge of the soul, to fathom, what might the poem's beauty be. I flew and hovered among the monuments of the fatherland, searched for the hero, did not find him, until at last I sank weary, then as if awoken from slumber, suddenly saw it blaze around me as if with lightning flame. And the light of youth, productive light, which can even find affinities in ancient events, as if they were not ancient at all, but new proclamations, keeps the morning in the world awake even in times of darkness in Holderlin's great hymn to Ex Orient Lux * to the new and vocal day. Then, as if from the superbly tuned organ in the sacred hall, pouring in from the inexhaustible pipes, the prelude, waking, of the morning begins. And all around, from chamber to chamber, the refreshing, melodic stream runs, filling the house with excitement, right into the cold shadows. But now awakened, now ascending, the choir of the parish answers. The Sabbath sun, so the word, came to us out of the east. And on the cliffs of Parnassus and on Cythera I hear, O Asia, the echo from you, and it breaks on the Capitol, and hurtling down from the Alps she comes to us, a stranger, awakening, the voice that shapes humanity. Productivity thus does not cease to awake as it is awoken by the spur of the compulsion to speak. This compulsion really takes hold when the vision hovering ahead, that would have to be formed, conceals itself, when it even seems to be flirting with the idea of retreat. When work perhaps flees from its doer before the breakthrough of a new assault, because it so urgently craves for him, when the theme of work is reified into a wavering, whispering, itself hesitant entity and seems to reproach the compulsion to speak for its dilatoriness. But anyone whose destiny is bound to a star, says Leonardo, does not turn back, and the moral of productivity proves itself by completing everything that has been kindled, by bringing to light in pure and concise form the contours of the content hovering ahead. All the more so when youth, time of change, productivity simultaneously. Holderlin's Am Kwelder Donau, 1801. 122. Coincide in talents which get off to a felicitous start. As was the case in the young Goethe, in his Prometheus fragment, in the vast intention dimension in Faust and even in the Faust *, but also, still from the same source, in the most confident of all statements, from Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship wishes are presentiments of the abilities which lie within us, precursors of what we will be capable of achieving. Then the perspective acts work and succeed through the powerful expectation which has gained power over itself, through the affinity to the star which still lies below the horizon, through the strength to explore the untrodden, which prompts Dante to say, L'acqua che io prendo guiame non si course, the water that I hold has never been crossed before. This last motto is ultimately the one which best unites youth, time of change and productivity at a single stroke, not with arrogance, but with a description of what occurs in the process of creation, what has to occur. Further thoughts on productivity. Its three stages. So much for the great unrest when it covers itself with forward dreaming. An active unrest, with its new origin opposed to rigidity, developing full of premonition. Even in the unusual form in which it appears, this premonition is the feeling for what is on its way. When it becomes creative, it combines with imagination, particularly with that of the objectively possible. This premonition with its potential for work is intellectual productivity, understood here as work forming. More specifically, productivity extends threefold into the unarrived, growing in three directions, as incubation, as so-called inspiration, as explication. All three belong to the ability to travel forward beyond the previous edges of consciousness. In incubation there is a powerful intending, it aims at what is sought, what is dawning, on the advance. Mists are the best times for sowing, even psychologically, only things must not just rest there, there is even a stage of darkness, but with an intensive propensity to clear. This state of propensity is in itself already a contradiction which seeks to resolve itself, it is the untenable state, as fearful as it is happy, of not being what our nature most genuinely strives to be, and of being precisely what it not yet is. Also caught in this contradiction is the more developed propensity. The early draft of Goethe's Faust, 1772-5. Paradiso 2, 7. 123. Or fermentation, in which the already more contoured expression and form is prepared and concocted. At any rate, expectation is always present here, no matter with how large or small a charge the 3/4 of an hour before day appears. This incubation is usually further followed by abrupt clarification in a flash, it comes as if from outside or, falsely interpreted, as if from above. That is why the expression inspiration came to be used to describe this, it indicates the abruptness, the illuminating and inspiring stroke, the sudden insight. The incubation which had a speechless quality about it, and which can sometimes produce from sheer profusion a kind of emptiness of consciousness, this sealed character now dissolves. In simpler cases the solution can come about through an invasion of ideas which merely surround or proclaim the central thought, sometimes they also follow after the central thought has appeared. Its very appearance comes in an overpowering way and seems to be so clearly the solution of the problem, as if no problem had existed at all during the incubation and the process of brooding. Even the most intense concentration dissolves which had marked the sealed character of the last stage, and which in the print of Dürer's Melancholia is a stone sphere lying in the room, i.e. the condensed intellectual symbol of the brooding mind. The solution springs up in a process seemingly so unmediated, that is, without consciousness of the long fermenting incubation period, that the inspiration, along with the elation of release, easily brings with it, or rather has brought with it, the marvelous feeling of a magical gift. But the vision which comes with it is in every case combined with euphoria, with the greatest buoyancy, although both the magic archaic and the transcendental interpretations have to be discarded, as just so much musty consecration. The productive creator is no shaman, nor is he a psychological relic from primeval times, he is neither a sooty flame from this abyss, but nor is he, no matter what Nietzsche may coquettishly have wished to remind us, a mouthpiece of higher powers. This transcendental mythicization of inspiration, as if it descended from above, really is without substance, it is superior to the magic archaic version only in so far as it does at least attempt to do justice to the transcendera, that is, the surpassing expanding element in intellectual creation, and does not distort this creation into a sinking down, into a language of the night. The fact that no archaic regression takes place here in the act of productivity precisely demonstrates the constant experience of light that is associated with inspiration. This experience is wholly lucid in most cases and discernible at the peak of consciousness, most notably in the case of Descartes when he discovered the principle of cogito ergo. 124. Some, on the loath of November 1619, when the light of a wonderful discovery broke in on me. But where does the kindling of this light take place, when neither shamanistic notions from below, nor enthusiastic notions from above, have provided anything more than superstitious explanations? The kindling place of inspiration lies in the meeting of a specific genius, i.e. creative propensity, with the propensity of a time to provide the specific content which has become ripe for expression, forming and execution. Not only the subjective, but also the objective conditions for the expression of a novum must therefore be ready, must be ripe, so that this novum can break through out of mere incubation and suddenly gain insight into itself. And these conditions are always socio-economic and of a progressive kind. Without the capitalist mandate, the subjective mandate towards cogito ergo sum would never have found its inspiration. Without an incipient proletarian mandate, the discovery of the materialist dialectic would have been impossible, or would have remained merely a brewing aperçu, and neither would it have struck like lightning into the no longer naive popular soil. Likewise, the breakthrough, the sudden powerful burst of light that often occurs in the individual of genius, obtains both the material which sparks it off and the material which it throws light on solely from the novum of the time content itself, which is forcing its way into thought. This is the case, of course, even when, as so often, the receptivity of a time does not itself stand at the peak of that time, let alone of its further ramifications, its continuing tendencies and latencies. Even then the inspiration comes from the mandate of the time, which perceives itself in the individual of genius and reveals itself in harmony with his propensity, potentiates itself with his potential. The mystery of the world which advances as our task in time and is advanced in front of great talent is powerful enough to keep those called upon to articulate it charged with incubation, but not yet powerful enough to trigger off the shot of each possible, socially imminent mode of illumination. When this world mystery is merely seen in isolation, without a concrete relationship to time, even in the greatest talents only that narrow pass of incubation is formed which Hegel, looking back at a slack period in his early days, describes at one point as follows: I know from my own experience this mood of the mind, or rather of reason, once it has plunged with interest and with its premonitions into a chaos of appearances, and inwardly certain of its goal, has not yet reached the clarity and detail of the whole. Every man probably has one such turning point in his life, the nocturnal point of the concentration of his being. Brief von Uendi and Hegel I, 1887, p. 264. And as 125. For the necessary concurrence with the historical kairos * as a constitutive property of genius as a whole, the Hegelian Rosenkranz remarked most pertinently, with his master in mind: unlike talent, genius is not great through formal versatility, although it can possess this, but through the fact that it accomplishes what is objectively necessary in a particular sphere as its individual destiny. That is precisely why it has its true measure only in historical development, because it must be directly above and beyond everything given, and must elaborate for its own private satisfaction those elements for which, according to the objective course of things, the time has come. Within the confines of this task it rules with demonic power, beyond them it is powerless, and while it can develop in various ways, it cannot create the new. Psychology, 1843, p. 54f. And how splendidly this definition would have applied to Marx, at that time in 1843, a young genius who, as few others could, began to accomplish the objectively necessary in a particular sphere as his individual destiny, and who experienced the inspirational breakthrough of his work as no other could in fully grasped concurrence with the socio-historical tendency of his time. Thus inspiration as a whole, whenever it is work-forming, emerges from the meeting of subject and object, from the meeting of its tendency with the objective tendency of the time, and is the flash with which this concordance begins. Then the kindling which is thoroughly imminent occurs. Inspiration is thus the explosion of light in each tendency, latency being itself, in each case produced by its strongest consciousness. The clear idea of the work now surfaces in the author, and as before in incubation, in the present state of inspiration it is by no means complacent, but instead drives on ahead, and, from the flash which revealed the new landscape, has to enter into the topography of that landscape. That which was revealed by the initial unrest and its premonition is finally carried out here. This happens in the final act of productivity, in the agonizing, blissful work of explication. Genius is hard work, but of a kind which never wants to allow the elaboration to grow stale or to be anything less than a constant obsession. There must be no break here, either between vision and work or between work and vision. The first light, says Van Gogh, in which the kindling impression lay, must itself have begun to share in the act of painting. Genius is thus the specific hard work of leading the visionary moment of light towards its expression, so that the mastered material adds not only strength but also depth to what was planned. In accordance with the true observation in Schopenhauer's statement, talent resembles a marksman who hits a target which the others cannot reach. Genius resembles one who hits a target so far away they are not even able to see it. It is this very truth that also cancels out the fundamentally false definition that Schopenhauer expressed elsewhere, according to which genius is a purely static world and hence can by no means be hastening ahead. But precisely because genius looks beyond each existing horizon, hits a distant target, it is not a contemplative static world but a pioneer on the borders of an advancing world, and even a most important part of the world which is only now being formed. Psychologically, genius is the appearance of a particularly high degree of not yet conscious and of consciousness capability, ultimately then the power of explication of this not yet conscious in the subject, in the world. The degree of gifted genius is determined by the wealth of its not yet conscious material, i.e. of its mediated being beyond what has previously been consciously given, what has previously been explicated and finally formed in the world. It is not yet necessary at this point to distinguish between artistic and scientific genius, since the motto in Dante l'acqua che io prendo mai non si course is psychologically true both of artistic and scientific works of note. Forming of the previously not yet formed, this criterion for works of genius, is the same in art, the figurative depiction of a real pre-appearance, and in science, the conceptual depiction of the tendency latency structure of the real. The explications in art and science, of course, even at these contrasting levels of objectivity, still have the fact in common that they each find themselves in the process of objectivity itself and, in so far as they contain sufficient genius, they stand at its front. Genius, as the most advanced consciousness and tutor of this consciousness, for this very reason is also the highest sensitivity to the crucial moments of change in time and its material process. It is the power and ability to stand at the peak of this time and to inform it knowingly about the landscape and the horizon of this process epoch. Therefore it is not completely unjust of Carlyle to celebrate the word of the genius as nothing less than the password to the premonition of the age. It is ever the way with the thinker, the spiritual hero. What he says, all men were not far from saying, were longing to say. The thoughts of all start up, as from painful enchanted sleep, round his thought, answering to it, yes, even so. Asterisk even if this yes often only comes in the next generation or even later, the powder. Asterisk Carlyle, Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History. 127. For the shot still lay ready prepared, and the publicity of the time simply did not hear the shot, precisely because it went off on the horizon of that time. And what is most clearly demonstrated in the explication of a previously not yet conscious is, the not yet conscious as a whole is the psychological representation of the not yet become in an age and its world, on the front of the world. The making conscious of the not yet conscious, the forming of the not yet become, exists only in this space, a space of concrete anticipation. Only here is the volcano of productivity to be found pouring out its fire. Mastery in the work of genius, a mastery which is foreign to what has normally become, is also comprehensible only as a phenomenon of the novum. Every great work of art thus still remains, except for its manifest character, impelled towards the latency of the other side, i.e. towards the contents of a future which had not yet appeared in its own time, if not towards the contents of an as yet unknown final state. For this reason alone great works have something to say to all ages, a novum pointing onward in fact, which the previous age had not yet noticed. Only for this reason does a fairytale opera like the Magic Flute, but also a historically localized epic like the Iliad, possess so-called eternal youth. Therefore, explications which have become works of genius have not only completely expressed their own day, but the permanent implication of the plus ultra also circulates in them. Its place, the place of the not yet conscious, is here least of all to be found in the territory of the subconscious, the region into which what has already been conscious, already experienced and appeared material has simply submerged. Its place is on the front, where Genesis continues, and where, being the proper Genesis, it is still only now in the process of beginning with the beginning. The waters of oblivion flow in the underworld, but the Castalian spring asterisk of productivity rises on Parnassus, a mountain. Thus productivity, although it comes from the depths, is working for the very first time in the light and is continually positing a new source, namely one at the peak of consciousness. It is fitting that there is blue above this peak, the opposite color to Arcus, the dark and yet transparent nimbus around all real explication. This blue, as a color of distance, likewise designates in a graphically symbolic way the future latent aspect, the not yet become in reality, to which significant expressions, precisely because they are advancing, ultimately refer. The darkness forwards, because it is clearing, is in its expression also assigned to that brightest consciousness in which the day has not given up the reddening dawn but is precisely growing dawn. Different kinds of resistance which the forgotten and the not yet conscious offer to illumination, the problems of penetrating the backward or forward disposed darkness, are always of a different order. Certainly, in remembering, as in premonition which has a potential for work, the threshold of consciousness is moved. But in the one case it is a matter of lowering it so that forgotten or repressed material can cross it, in the other case a border is shifted upwards. Certainly too, in both cases, something blocks itself off against becoming conscious, a resistance asserts itself against the displacement of the threshold. But this resistance is still different in character, according to whether repressed material is to be remembered or intuitive material to be formed. Psychoanalysis has long been trying to identify such resistance in its subconscious region, as one of reluctance to unpack repressed material again. The repressed material itself is here supposed to have resulted from the fact that a struggle had arisen against the underlying mental process or event becoming conscious. Thus the process remained or became unconscious, merely sending a neurotic symptom of itself into consciousness, but this symptom is always regarded as a sign that a process has not been lived through to the end, that it has been broken off, that the patient has not come to terms with something in himself. And the same struggle which has made a person ill again opposes the effort to raise repressed subconscious material into consciousness during analytical treatment. This is precisely the resistance of the no longer conscious to its becoming conscious. In short, a clearly manifest will founds the resistance here. If this will is broken, then the forgotten material supposedly emerges without further ado. And this will is regarded as a purely negating will, which is why Freud also says, repression is the early infantile stage of condemnation. The same motives which allowed the old trauma to become embedded place themselves in the way of the attempt to make it conscious. And above all, if the repressed material comes to light all the same, then it is redundant debris which is only now properly forgotten, that is to say, overcome. The unwillingness is of a completely different kind, however, where the journey is forwards into the darkness. The resistance to material becoming conscious in the area of the not yet conscious rarely or never displays neurotic features. It displays them only when a discrepancy between power and will arises in the willingness to produce, though, as is 129. Well known, this discrepancy does create one of the acutest forms of suffering. Even then, however, a self-blocking is definitely lacking in the will towards illumination itself, of the kind, that is, which appears in the subject during the mere recovery of something repressed, that is, on the march into the no longer conscious. A resistance in the subject of the production will to this will and its contents, or even to the success of the journey into the not yet conscious and to its treasures, Unwillingness of this kind does not occur at all in the producer. He leaves that instead to the receivers of his work, to the so often blocking receptivity, i.e. to that which used to be called the resistance of the uncomprehending world. But the psychology of producing itself reveals no sign of inner resistance to the acts of illumination under discussion here. Instead, the resistance which belongs to production and is endemic to it is not present in the human subject at all. It is to be found instead in the matter treated by the subject and is only mirrored by the specific difficulties of explication. It is to be found in the hazardous straits of the novum, in the still inchoate, utterly habit-free character of the new material. In fact, even the mere receptivity resistance, when it forms a block against works of genius, completely fails to understand them or is simply irritated by them, ultimately derives, in spite of the added resentment which belongs to the realm of psychoanalysis, from a disinclination towards the difficulty of the factually new. Yet even here the resistance inherent in the illumination of the not yet conscious is finally identified as that of the still unchanged annelid material. All beginnings are difficult in an area like this, all the more difficult in fact because the newness into which the productive pioneering effort goes is essentially also a newness of the matter in and for itself which is coming up. It is therefore for this reason alone that the new truths, those of the objectively new, emerge so hesitantly in their articulation and always only as astra per aspera. Thoughts only happily coexist as long as they are plans or sketches, but one step further and the concrete difficulty of the work begins. Even where sufficient ability is present and precisely when it is, the difficulty is after all responsible for the many repulsed expeditions in the studio, in the laboratory, in the study, the countless battlefields without victory or where victory is postponed. Thus, not repressed material at all, but rather the difficulty of the path is the thing in the not yet conscious, not yet become which causes productivity trouble. The reasons for this lie exclusively in the terrain of the matter, itself a terrain which 130 is not yet enclosed, let alone rounded off. In short, the upper threshold has its own guardians, and they lie in the material. The block that operates in this way first and always appears as a historical one. More precisely as a social one, even when that which is to be expressed or to be known is actually by no means new itself. When therefore only a new piece of knowledge is to be acquired and not also knowledge of the factually new, i.e. of what is only now factually coming up. There is thus in history a socio-economic barrier to vision, it cannot be scaled by even the most daring mind. Many anticipations, previsions entered existing consciousness and were emphasized, illuminated by that consciousness itself in the not yet conscious. However, the social barrier prevented their being carried out. Thus, first-rate researchers, because of their social and historical standpoint, often did not appropriate even half the wisdom of Minerva, as the ancients themselves called this resistant material. No Greek mathematician would have understood differential calculus, not even Zeno, close though he came to it. The infinitesimal, the variable quantity, lay totally beneath the horizon of Greek society. Only capitalism caused what was previously fixed and finite to enter such a state of flux that rest could be conceived as infinitesimal movement, and non-static notions of quantity conceived at all. It is also relevant here that the notion of work was alien to Greek slave-owning society, even in epistemological terms and especially in those terms. It constantly stressed knowing merely as a receptive looking, never as an activity, easily though it could have suggested itself to the Stoics, for example, with their subjective factor. Not all insights and works are possible at all times. History has its timetable. The works that transcend their time often cannot even be intended, let alone carried out. Marx stressed this with the statement that humanity always only sets itself tasks which it can solve. The tasks which transcend their time are concretely insoluble even where, by way of exception, they may be set in abstract terms. But even this barrier is ultimately founded solely in the historical state of the material, above all in its own processive, unfinished state, itself existing in difficulty, front, and fragments. This is true even where only new knowledge but not yet knowledge of anything factually new is fragmenting, and all the more true where, as in the case of the concept of work, the whole matter, bourgeois society, still lies under the horizon. Here too, the thing which ultimately determines the productivity resistance remains the hazardous straits of the matter itself, remains the sealedness, clearing only sparingly, of the novum in the overall process, which proceeds as world. The by no means fundamental, but rather historically temporary. 131. Resistance in this is still noted even where it is claimed that it has been overcome, namely through courage. As in the marvelously anti-agnostic vision of Hegel's, the sealed nature of the universe contains no power which could offer resistance to the courage of knowing, it must open up before the latter and reveal to it its riches and its depths and allow them to be enjoyed. Werke 6, 1840, pxl. It is noticeable that the word resistance is also present here, although it is very far from dealing with objects of a subconscious. Instead, the sealedness of an entire universe is cited, and this precisely in proportion to the unrestrained courage of knowing. The resistance of object-basedness to the subject-object relationship of knowledge is all the greater where there is no universe which is panlogical and thereby at the same time closed, as there is in Hegel. Where an unfinished process is pending, which is furthermore not signed with such a familiar name as spirit, associated with every idealistic professor. In complete contrast, the vehicle of the process is matter, and is an entity that in no way actually compounds the subject with the object, like the so-called world idea, except in the wake of hard work sharpened by the very difficulty of the resistance. The still sealed nature of the universe which, precisely as matter, still lies in an unfinished process of its objectifications, can least of all be mirrored or declared as something already complete, let alone extravagantly clear as daylight. That which has still not become, still not been achieved, is a wilderness of its own, comparable in danger to the untrodden wilderness, but superior to it in its unarrived possibilities. This not yet become, not yet achieved in the object thus founds the last resistance. It is clearly of a completely different type to that of repressedness or of concealed availability. The world mystery itself does not lie in a kind of cosmo-analytic rubbish pit, but in the horizon of the future to be attained, and the resistance which it offers to its being opened is not that of a sealed chest, as in demonic treasure myths, guarded by dogs with malicious eyes, but the resistance here is that of fullness which is still itself actually in process, and not yet manifest. Significantly, this means that objective idealism, even spiritualism, generally undertook to define its essence behind appearance by virtue of the false equation, thinking equals being, as if it were only geographically in a different place, whereas Marx, who certainly could not be suspected of agnosticism, already speaks of the realm of freedom almost only privatively in a negative sense, namely as the mere non-existence of the characteristics of the class society, or at most in the deeply remote, still completely hovering meaning of a naturalization of man, humanization of nature. The so-called character of the 132 universe is therefore still inherently sealed in the sense of, not yet appearance of itself. The fact that this is its own task nature makes it difficult. In order to remove what is difficult, not only knowledge is necessary in the sense of an excavation of what was, but knowledge in the sense of a planning of what is becoming. Knowledge is therefore necessary which itself decisively contributes to this becoming which changes for the good. Revolution and genius inspire confidence in the fact that this difficult heliotropic business was not in vain or will not have been in vain, despite the resistance in itself or in the sourdough which the world is. Epilogue on the block which has prevented the concept of the not yet conscious for so long. With particular difficulty the inward glance sheds light on itself. There is a separate resistance in the general factual resistance here. Mental life seems fleeting, shadowy. How long it took for people even to begin to notice that this life takes notice of itself, i.e. is a conscious life. And subconscious mental processes have only been named as such for little more than 200 years. There may possibly be some excuse for this in the fact that the subconscious processes are not automatically submitted to our notice, that they are only deduced from symbols, that they contain forgotten content. but it seems more difficult to understand, after the conscious and the subconscious have finally been noted, that the not yet conscious has been disregarded for so long. Because it is not first excavated by the act of memory, but is a separate act which is immediately given to itself, i.e. intuitively, apart from the content that occurs within it. Nevertheless, the floating, open, visualizing aspect of these events was portrayed, as we have seen, as if it too was merely subconscious, and in fact, it has remained hidden in this darkness until the present day. As is well known, unconscious processes in general were first identified in psychological terms by Leibniz, by a very roundabout route. Not just observation, but also theory affected the discovery. Observed material to some extent served as an example later to illustrate the theory. One of Leibniz's basic principles was that of the unbroken coherence of the world. This lex continui tolerates no interruption, no empty space, anywhere. If there does seem to be one, however, then in reality it is occupied by the imperceptibly smallest something, something beginning and growing, differential calculus. 133. Expresses this infinitesimal something mathematically as a moment of motion. But just as there are the smallest impulses of motion, so too there are those of the intensity of conception in consciousness graded according to its clarity and lucidity. These are the petites perceptions insensibles. And as examples of these, Leibniz cites the smallest perceptions, which because of their weakness remain imperceptible or unconscious, but in adequate numbers, such as in the sound of waves or the buzz of voices, definitely become conscious. So they must also have been present beforehand in the mind, hence they must be forgotten ideas which enter into consciousness when sufficiently amplified. The petites perceptions are immediately singled out by Leibniz as a great discovery in the preface to the new essays. In a word, these imperceptible perceptions are of just as great importance in the theory of the intellect as the imperceptible bodies are in physics, and it is equally unreasonable to reject either one of them on the pretext that they fall outside the realm of our senses. Thus the notion of the unconscious is born out of the lex continui, indeed it can be said cum grano salis, out of differential calculus, as its counterpart in the mind. At the same time, however, the notion of the unconscious which has thus been acquired is totally subordinated to that of existing consciousness. As soon as it is noted, unconscious material is branded subconscious. The petites perceptions are always outbidden, even dispersed, by the consciousness that has already been achieved in man. Consequently, after attaining clarification, they occur as elements of creation, not giving birth again, as it were, to anything beyond themselves. Nevertheless, something other than existing consciousness had been demonstrated in the mind by the hero of the Enlightenment himself, even if only as moonlight in the ancestral hall of consciousness. Sheer consciousness was now no longer regarded as the essential feature of the human intellect. The previously so paradoxical notion of unconscious mental activity began. And, more importantly, the peculiar hiding place of the not yet conscious in this darkness began. The subordination of the not yet conscious to a past, brooding moonshine world. This mask of the not yet conscious now emerged, undergoing curious pseudomorphoses, only now discernible as such, first in the Sturm-und-Drang, then in Romanticism. 50 years after the death of Leibniz, with the posthumous appearance of his new essays, this key notion of the petites perceptions echoed in the early throes of that bourgeois revolution which then never came in Germany. While for the Sturm-und-Drang the unconscious remains something completely submerged, lay at the mere beginning of the history of the mind, it still appeared welling and bubbling up within it. Thus the unconscious no longer remained infinitesimal like the smallest impulses, nor meager like the petites perceptions, but all the mists of the north and of prehistory swirled around in it, both Fingal's Cave and Macbeth's Heath, both the spirit of Hebrew poetry and Strasbourg Cathedral seemed to find a place in it. For all its dull fugginess, the unconscious had the primal voice, fervor, youth, the wild, impetuous spirit of creative genius. Dawning therefore also appeared in the Sturm-und-Drang, which of course largely belongs to the Enlightenment, to be endowed with future for the first time, and also to be aware of the fact in the night wind of prehistory. Who can expect, exclaims Hamann, magus of this whispering enlightenment, who can expect to take proper ideas from the present, without knowing the future? The future determines the present and the latter the past, just as the intention determines the nature and use of the means. And Hamann goes on to say, with reference to Ezekiel 37, 1-6, the field of history has thus always appeared to me like that wide field full of bones, and 10. They were very dry. Nobody except a prophet can prophesy upon these bones that sinews and flesh will grow on them and skin will cover them. And also, when it came to the rule, this pride of rationalistic consciousness, it was above all the extinguished element, that which has become and is dead, that was rejected, as opposed to bursting forth or nature always forcing its way to the surface like a spring. Nevertheless, even this still remained mixed to numbing effect with regressio, with the moonshine of Ossian * with moss-covered monuments and heroes' graves. Germany's unreadiness for a bourgeois revolution and the resulting opaque thwartings of progressive revolutionary reason thus ultimately made original genius more into a messenger from primeval times than from the future. This sort of thing intensified in the really strange complexities of Romanticism. The welling of the spring was certainly lively here, and extraordinary things seemed to be underway, but the feeling of a lost yesterday opposed it with a force which the Sturmuendy-Drang would not and could not recognize. This force was supplied by the reactionary mandate, directed against the bourgeois revolution, which increasingly determined German Romanticism and thwarted the undeniably progressive tendencies which were nevertheless present. In a way which can hardly be recaptured any more, the Romantic was enslaved by the past, and was so with a lex continui which, true to the reactionary mandate, preferred to raise nothing but knights' castles in the magic moonlit night. The historical was increasingly associated with the archaic, and this in turn with the chthonic, so that the core of history soon came to look like the core of the earth itself. This enshrined feeling, this incestuous phenomenon of the desire to return to the womb of night and the past, culminates late, in Bachofen, the teacher of Matrilini, but with grave love for chthonic Demeter herself. Even psychologically, in keeping with this nocturnal vision, everything good and premonitory is drawn to the nocturnal pole of consciousness. Creation has a native affinity with drive and instinct, with atavistic clairvoyance and the whispering of the abyss. For the Romantic, nothing half as familiar dwelt on the day side, or even on the form and fulfillment side. All productivity, especially the expectation which paradoxically characterizes so much of Romanticism, lost itself here in antiquarian images, in the past, in the immemorial, in myth, as a stance against the future, which increasingly comes to be regarded merely as chaff, emptiness, wind. It is therefore not surprising if youth and productivity here reversed all consciousness of their not yet conscious even to the point of ancestor worship. The other explosive force, apart from productivity, the grasp time of change, was missing. Nor is it surprising if the nevertheless powerfully vague mood of expectation in the Restoration world of Romanticism was never elevated beyond the level of an advent in which Veneta bells * ring out, the bells of a sunken city. Gors, the renegade with the Phrygian cap, expressed this pathos of the past most passionately. That past world was so rich, it is sunk, the waters have passed over it, here and there the ruins still tower, and whenever the murky depths of time clear, we see its treasures on the seabed. We look down from a great distance into the wondrous abyss, where all the secrets of the world and life lie hidden, but have we succeeded in fathoming the root of things which lies hidden in God? Our gaze penetrates the depths, mysteries beckon us from afar, but the current surges upwards and throws the diver out into the present. Mytheng Eskikt, 1810, p. 599f. Significantly, this upward surge leads only with regret into the present, and the future is nowhere to be seen at all. There are of course mysteries of distance, they are the most compelling for the Romantic, but they lie almost exclusively in the abyss. The distance is and remains primal binness. Undoubtedly, German Romanticism, this cannot be stressed often enough in view of the antiquated, abstract way it has been underestimated, also had a progressive character, precisely its instinct for what is bubbling up, becoming, growing, is relevant here. The famous historical sense which first created whole disciplines like legal history and German studies, especially the patriotic element, must not be forgotten, and corresponding to it the feeling for all great national achievement in world literature. As the Wartburgfest of 1817 alone shows, there is definitely also a revolutionary romantic component in German Romanticism, while even the most passionately utopianized Red Dawn is shot through here time and again with the above-mentioned night thoughts of an antiquarium, with the projection of an overprized past even into the newness of the future. And it is almost solely outside Germany, in English and Russian Romanticism, neither of which stood beneath such a reactionary star, but beneath the wildly remembered star of the French Revolution, in Byron, in Shelley, in Pushkin, that the true feeling of homeland commensurate with man becomes explosive and future-laden, and is not sought by sinking back into the past. But this was anomalous in Germany. A revolutionary romanticism was not yet distinctive enough to be a match for romantic reaction. Even Jean-Paul, who cannot really be classed as a romantic anyway, the most exuberant and uninhibited creator of waking dreams, whose liberalism was beyond question, and whose dawn-read language, if it is steeped in night, then in midsummer night, even he subordinated hope, which is constantly present in his work, to memory, or ultimately settled it there. So even Jean-Paul, the creator of the most beautiful wishful landscapes shimmering ahead, finally sought the light, as soon as he was not creating it but rather reflecting on it, only in the past, not in the future. For this very reason every remembered life gleams in the distance like an earth in the heavens, that is, the imagination condenses the parts into a closed serene whole. Of course, it could equally well form a gloomy whole, but it places Spanish castles in the air full of torture chambers only in the future, and only belvederes in the past. Unlike Orpheus, we gain our Eurydice by looking back, and lose her by looking forwards. Vorschule der Ästhetik, 7. Thus Romanticism, with its promise of a land beneath the well in the Petit's perceptions, seduced the not yet conscious time and again. The vision of the utopian condition, the yield of its content, thus encountered the most powerful block, for all the expectation which pervaded romantic feeling, in anamnesis, a re-remembering which is virtually an invocation. And this did not remain the only block, as Freud later demonstrated with his exclusively subconscious dream. Probably few ages have felt so inescapably the transition to a becoming different, to something coming up, as the present one has. But the bourgeoisie reacts all the more sheepishly and blindly to this, shows no interest at all or only a hostile interest in the reflection of tomorrow. For this bourgeoisie, coming events merely cast their shadow, nothing but shadow. Capitalist society senses itself negated by the future. More than ever the bourgeoisie lacks the material incentive to separate the not yet conscious from the no longer conscious. All psychoanalysis, with repression as its central notion, sublimation as a mere subsidiary notion, for substitution, for hopeful illusions, is therefore necessarily retrospective. Admittedly, it developed in an earlier age than the present one. Around the turn of the century it took part in a so-called struggle against the conventional lies of a civilized mankind. Nevertheless, psychoanalysis developed in a class which was superannuated even then, in a society without future. So Freud exaggerated the dimensions of the libido of these parasites and recognized no other onward, let alone upward drive. Nor any other dreams than those which the Lord, now called Eros, gives his beloved in sleep. And the longer time went on, the more readily the thoroughly self-interested mistrust of the future was intensified by the bourgeoisie's new supply of anxiety and old supply of resignation. And it is precisely this which characterizes the barrier which, as we have seen, even in Freud's case, obstructs the notion of a not yet conscious, and obstructs forward dawning. Hence the totally inevitable, totally regressive proposition, the repressed is for us the model of the unconscious, Das Ich und das Es, 1923, p. 12. The barrier finally became absolute in so-called depth psychology, where in other words psychoanalytical regression became ideologically useful for the blood and soil humbug. C.G. Jung's notion of the unconscious consigned itself all the more completely to the cellar of consciousness, since it is only there that the opium with which fascism stupefies utopia can be smoked. Jung also interprets what is beginning to dawn in an utterly archaic and occult fashion, analogous to the prophetic, sleep in the temple. Even the inconscient superior, even the so turgidly expressed perspective tendency of subliminal combinations is thus, in the manner understood above, wholly subordinated to regression. The passage in Jung in which an idea prefiguring 138. The future is and remains archaized thus, is revealing enough for the history of obstructed novum psychology to warrant quoting at length. Psychoanalysis works backwards like the study of history. Just as a large part of the past is so remote that our knowledge of history no longer reaches it, so a large part of unconscious determination is also inaccessible. But there are two kinds of things history does not know, namely what is hidden in the past and what is hidden in the future. Both could perhaps be reached with a certain probability, the former as a postulate, the latter as a historical prognosis. In so far as tomorrow is already contained in today, and all the threads of the future are already in place, a more profound knowledge of the present could make possible a more or less far-reaching and certain prognosis of the future. If we apply this line of reasoning to the psychological sphere, the same thing must necessarily follow. Just as memory traces which have long since sunk below the threshold are still demonstrably accessible to the unconscious, so are also very fine subliminal forward combinations, which are of the very greatest significance for future events in so far as these are determined by our psychology. But just as the study of history scarcely concerns itself with future combinations, which are rather the object of politics, so psychological future combinations are also scarcely material for analysis. They would have to be objects of an infinitely sophisticated psychological synthesis, capable of following the natural currents of the libido. We cannot do this, but the unconscious can because that is where it occurs, and it seems as if from time to time in certain cases significant fragments of this work are revealed, at least in dreams, which would explain the prophetic significance of dreams long claimed by superstition. The aversion of exact scientists today to these trains of thought, which can hardly be termed fantastic, is merely an overcompensation for man's millennial, all too great inclination to believe in soothsaying. Wandlung und Symbole der Libido, 1925, p. 54f. This is all that Jung can find to say on the subject of the mental representation of what is coming up. Utopian consciousness is presented as an Egyptian book of dreams. Only the archaic unconscious, in deepest darkness, carries out here the so-called future combinations, but if the slightest area of this darkness comes to light, then it is to the light which ultimately displays regressio. Precisely in the historical context of the Petit's perceptions, the archaizing of the unconscious recalled again here sounds another warning. The barrier in front of the novum in the great progressive work of Leibniz becomes a guillotine for the novum in the final bourgeois psychology of the unconscious. As now becomes completely clear, even in the Times. 139. When bourgeois psychology flourished, they did not note, or at least not unmistakably, the new as a class of consciousness. Leibniz placed the accent on the advance of consciousness, but the Petit's perceptions in which the seeds lay were exclusively underneath already acquired consciousness, show therefore the precise historical topology to which the preconscious was confined until Freud. Even the construction of wishful dreams which the modern age has developed, the social utopias and those of a technologically controlled world, even these anticipations were unable to develop. In the philosophical consideration they were given from More, Campanella, Bacon to Fichte and beyond, either a psychology of their expanding daydreams, or an epistemology of their possible real place in the world. The reason in this case certainly does not lie in a self-interested mistrust of the future, but, as it were, in an uninterested mistrust, under the continuing spell of static living and thinking. In addition, the consciousness of the rising bourgeoisie had not yet sufficiently escaped from the concept of a preordained, ultimately finished world, Ordo sempiternus rerum, continuing feudal statics inhibited the concept of newness. It inhibited it in the work of Leibniz, it inhibited and perverted it even in the most decisive of all previous expositions of becoming and philosophies of process such as Hegel's. Even the famous passage on process from the Phenomenology of Mind must be seen as similarly constricted, but just as a baby's first breath, after a long period of silent nutrition, breaks the gradualness of merely continuing growth, a qualitative leap, and the baby is now born, so the developing mind matures slowly and silently towards a new form, dissolves one particle after another of the construction of its previous world. Its shakiness is only suggested by isolated symptoms, the frivolity and the boredom which make inroads into the existing mentality, together with the vague premonition of something unknown, herald the fact that something else is in the offing. This gradual crumbling, which did not change the physiognomy of the whole, is interrupted by the opening up, a flash which all at once erects the structure of the new world, Werke 1832, p. 10. The reflex of the French Revolution is unmistakable here, as in the leaping character of the Hegelian dialectic in general, yet the whole thing is equally conceived as finished simultaneity, as memory. The flash of the new beginning is here also merely opening up, where the closedness of what is opening up has long since been decided. It is therefore trapped in a circle without an opening out onto the as yet unarrived. The enormous enterprise has already entered perpetual retirement, the rest of finished achievement, the phenomenon is the arising and passing away which does not itself arise. 140. And pass away but is in itself and constitutes the reality and movement of the life of truth. Stored up in this movement as a whole, conceived as rest, is that which distinguishes itself within it and gives particular existence, one which remembers, and this existence is the knowledge of itself, Werke 2, p. 36f. The utopian hiddenness which certainly exists in embryo or in itself, and which bursts through again at every stage of the Hegelian process, is accordingly revealed by the totality of comprehended manifestations to date. Plato's theory, according to which all knowing is merely anamnesis, a re-remembering of something seen before, this knowledge, solely geared to beingness, was thus reproduced over and over again, this ideologized once and for all the block against the being sui generis of a not yet being. Precisely the continuing statics of what is reactionary and in need of rest, this finally settled, enclosed anamnesis world here accomplished what in periods of decline is accomplished by the horror of the unknown that is in the offing. No new tone composer of the old kind, however new he appears, is free of this block. Not even where, as in Bergson, there is an attempt to single out exclusively, all too exclusively, this very newness. Bergson says at one point, in his Introduction to Metaphysics, that the great insights had previously been regarded as if they illuminated point for point a logic which had long been preformed in things, just as at an evening celebration one gradually lights the circle of gas lamps which already outline the contours of an ornament. But what then claims to be novum in Bergson, anti-repetition, anti-geometry, élan vital, and intuition flowing with the stream of life, all this vitality is impressionistic, and liberal anarchistic, not anticipatory. Bergson's élan vital is a continually modifying change of direction, as in a curve for example, the so-called intuition enters into this continuously surprising mode, but without ever meeting the actual novum for sheer aimless infinity and incessant changeability, where everything ought to be constantly new, everything remains just as it was. Therefore everything is in fact prearranged even in Bergson's stream of surprise, and is frozen into a formula, into that equally dead antithesis to repetition which reduces the new to a merely endless, contentless zigzag, to that coincidence made absolute, in which neither birth nor explosion, nor a venturing beyond, fruitful in terms of content, the previously become occur. Bergson opposes the process idea directed towards a goal, but he does not oppose it because the goal has already been agreed, so that the said process, at the highest level, almost looks as if it has been rigged. Instead he eliminates any and every trace of the onward, the 141. where to and any openly pursuable goal whatsoever. So that the alleged novum does not look any different than it does in anamnesis, that is, having always been, always phoenix, always spellbound return to the unchangeable which is here called changeability. Overall, therefore, the astonishing fact remains almost everywhere that the dawning sticks fast in the fig-zum, ultimately unnoted or clogged with what has been. A vast mental realm of the not yet conscious, one that is constantly traveled, has so far remained undiscovered, or its discoveries have remained unnoticed. Similarly, a vast physical realm of the not yet become, which forms the correlate of the not yet conscious, remains stationary, and the closely related real categories, front, novum, objective possibility, which are inaccessible to anamneses, remained without a theory of categories in the world before Marx. The epigone is always only found on the passable roads which productivity has built and embellished before him, but in the notation of the new, previous productivity also behaved as if it only recognized epigonism. The decline of the bourgeois class sealed this aversion to the concept of aurora far beyond Romanticism, which had itself been so reactionary. And, as we are now in a position to say, only experience of the modern age, as a positive age, that is to say, as the affirmation of its oncoming content, allows us to describe a state of consciousness which, just as it was always hidden, fulfills the potential of youth, of times of change, of cultural production. Only our present age possesses the socio-economic prerequisites for a theory of the not yet conscious and whatever is related to it in the not yet become of the world. Marxism, above all, was first to bring a concept of knowledge into the world which no longer essentially refers to becomeness, but to the tendency of what is coming up, thus for the first time it brings future within our theoretical and practical grasp. Such recognition of tendency is necessary to remember, to interpret, and to open up even the no longer conscious and the become according to its possible continuing significance, i.e. its undischargedness. Marxism thus rescued the rational core of utopia and made it concrete as well as the core of the still idealistic tendency dialectics. Romanticism does not understand utopia, not even its own, but utopia that has become concrete understands romanticism and makes inroads into it, in so far as archaic and historical material, in its archetypes and works, contains a not yet voiced, undischarged element. The most advanced consciousness thus operates even in memory and oblivion not as in a sunken and hence closed space, but in an open space, that of process and its front. But this space is exclusively filled up with forward dawning, even in its examples from 142. Continuingly significant past, it is filled with the vitality, capable of being both conscious and known, of a not yet being. Where Romanticism, in its archaic, historical aspect, was drawn down into solely antiquarian welling, into false depths, utopian consciousness lays bare even what is coming up in the old, and all the more so in the immanent itself. It discovers the real depths, on the heights, that is on those of its brightest consciousness, where something still brighter is dawning. Conscious and known activity in the not yet conscious, utopian function. The forward glance in question here is discriminating, not gloomy. It requires from the outset that premonition is sound, and not dim like something kept in the cellar. Something which is not at all disposed to make itself conscious in its half-light, even though it may be directed towards morning. As there was no science, hysterical and superstitious elements also accumulated here. Nervous states like clairvoyance, second sight, and so forth, were described as premonition, in fact, as dim premonition. But these are aberrations, into which genuine premonition, as goes without saying, neither can nor will descend. Even assuming that so-called second sight does occur, a pokey atmosphere clings to it, even a proximity to convulsions and other not exactly hopeful gifts. Such things belong to that morbid sensitivity, the sensitivity of a wound, which in legitimate cases only senses in advance a sudden change in the weather, but here supposedly senses major fires or deaths. And it is in keeping with the very subconscious, sunken, atavistic, exhausted nature of this kind of premonition that it always only refers to something that has already happened 1,000 times before, and that will happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, again and again. Somnambulary presentiment in general may at best be a decayed remnant of animal instinct, but the instinct is utterly stereotyped. Its actions, though appropriate down to the finest detail, immediately become absurd as soon as the animal, confronted with a new situation, has to sniff out in advance what has never been there before. Egg-laying, nest-building, migration are performed by instinct, as if precise knowledge of the future existed, but this very future is one in which only the million-year-old destinies of the species occur. It is an automatic future with old contents, and consequently, since nothing new occurs in it, the false one mentioned above. Many aspects of bodily instinct still seem obscure. Research. 143. Into signal systems is not yet complete. The life of the driving images in instinct, if there is one, is undeciphered, together with the sense of bearings which it provides for the drives. But however far the threshold of human premonition is lowered, it will scarcely be able to recapture the activity which in the animal instinct of precaution seems to possess past, present and future still completely raveled up together, and which relatively controls them according to the business of the species. Nevertheless, it is absolutely certain here, as also in the prophesying found in folklore, that the future is a totally false one, a repetition, a pre-ordered piece in a circle that is always the same. Instinct future and the related future of atavistic premonition always starts and picks up the same thing on the same level, over and over again, whenever it begins. Productive premonition, even in the form of so-called intuition, is thus something completely different from instinct that has become conscious of itself. It does not remain dim and pokey, not in the least fuggy, it exists from the beginning in strength and health. It is openly conscious of itself, precisely as a not yet conscious, demonstrates in its alertness the desire to learn, shows the capacity to be circumspect in its foreseeing, to have circumspection, even foresight in its foresight. Since genuine premonition begins with youth, time of change and production, it is automatically at home in human dealings of the most upright kind, not in animal, let alone parapsychological ones. The German peasants of 1525, the masses of the French and Russian revolutions, certainly also had, alongside their slogans, driving images, as it were, of revolution. There was a sense of bearings in CAIRA*, but these driving images were attracted and illuminated by a real future place, by the realm of freedom. The so-called power to foresee deaths or even winning lottery numbers is obviously of a less productive order. One of the greatest somnambulists, the seer of Prevost, says in the account just Enos Kerner published of her at the time, Reclam, p. 274, for me the world is a circle, I was able to move back and forth around this circle and see what had been and what was coming. The Romantics, and even Hegel, knew and valued premonition solely in this atavistic, superstitious sense, which has become totally trivial today. The only sense they have is for an old world in which the only novelty is the cock-crow which summons back to the graveyard and itself belongs to the realm of ghosts. There is understandably not a single word in any of these wheezing diaphragm prophets from the Sibyl to Nostradamus, when they proclaim the future, which transcends available knowledge and which does not merely rearrange it. Whereas Bacon, for example, no prophet, but a discerning utopian, saw in his New Atlantis amazingly genuine future. And this solely by virtue of his sense, which makes itself thoroughly conscious, for the objective tendency, objectively real possibility of his age. After all, the forward glance becomes all the stronger, the more lucidly it makes itself conscious. The dream in this glance seeks to be absolutely clear, and the premonition, the correct one, seeks to be quite plain. Only when reason starts to speak, does hope, in which there is no guile, begin to blossom again. The not yet conscious itself must become conscious in its act, known in its content, as the process of dawning on the one hand, as what is dawning on the other. And so the point is reached where hope itself, This authentic expectant emotion in the forward dream, no longer just appears as a merely self-based mental feeling, as described in Chapter 13, but in a conscious known way as utopian function. Its contents are first represented in ideas, and essentially in those of the imagination. In imaginative ideas, as opposed to those remembered ones which merely reproduce past perceptions and thereby shade off more and more into the past. And even these imaginative ideas are not ones which are merely composed of existing material, in arbitrary fashion, stony sea, golden mountain, and so on, but extend, in an anticipating way, existing material into the future possibilities of being different and better. So that the thus determined imagination of the utopian function is distinguished from mere fantasizing precisely by the fact that only the former has in its favor a not yet being of an expectable kind, i.e. does not play around and get lost in an empty possible, but psychologically anticipates a real possible. At the same time, this lends a new clarity to the so often stressed distinction of the waking dream as really possible anticipation. Utopian function is not present at all in mere wishful thinking or only flickers up. In the figure of Ulrich Brendel in Rosmersholm, Ibsen has movingly portrayed a mere and hence fruitless planner. On a very much lower level, not at all movingly, Spiegelberg in The Robbers * belongs to the utopian swaggering brigade to which Marquis Posa also belongs on an incomparably higher level, by virtue of an all too great, solely abstract postulative purity. Pure wishful thinking has discredited utopias for centuries, both in pragmatic political terms and in all other expressions of what is desirable, just as if every utopia were an abstract one. And undoubtedly the utopian function is only immaturely present in abstract utopianizing, i.e. still predominantly without solid subject behind it and without relation to the real possible. Consequently, it is easily led astray, without contact with the real forward tendency into what is better. But at least as suspicious as the immaturity, fanaticism, of the undeveloped utopian function is the widespread and ripe old platitude of the way of the world Philistin, of the blinkered empiricist whose world is far from being a stage, in short, the confederacy in which the fat bourgeois and the shallow practicist have always not only rejected outright the anticipatory, but despised it. Indeed this confederacy, from an aversion to all modes of what is desirable, primarily to those which drive forward, finally, as was only logical, even added nihilism to its repertoire. So that this very nihilism was able to come up with anti-utopian statements like the following: in wishes existence projects its being into possibilities which not only remain unseized when provided, but whose fulfillment is not even considered or expected. On the contrary, the predominance of being in advance of oneself in the mode of mere wishing entails a failure to understand factual possibilities. Wishing is an existential modification of comprehending self-projection which, addicted to thrownness, merely continues to indulge in possibilities. Heidegger, Senuendizeit, 1927, p. 195. This sort of thing, purely applied to immature anticipating, unquestionably sounds like a eunuch accusing the infant Hercules of impotence. We do not need to emphasize that the genuine struggle against immaturity and abstraction, in so far as they adhere to the utopian function or potentially still adhere to it, has nothing in common with bourgeois realism, and is also on its guard against practicism. But what is important is the fact that the hope-charged imaginative glance of the utopian function is not corrected from a worm's eye view, but solely by the real elements in the anticipation itself. That is, from the perspective of that solely real realism which only is so because it is fully attuned to the tendency of what is actually real, to the objectively real possibility to which this tendency is assigned, and consequently to the properties of reality which are themselves utopian, i.e. contain future. And the thus denoted maturity of the utopian function, never led astray, denotes not least the sense for tendency in philosophical socialism, in contrast to the bad sense for fact in empirically sidetracked socialism. The point of contact between dreams and life, without which dreams only 146 yield abstract utopia, life only triviality, is given in the utopian capacity which is set on its feet and connected to the real possible. and which in fact tendentially transcends what exists in each respective case, not only in our nature, but in that of the entire external world of process. Thus the only seemingly paradoxical concept of a concrete utopia would be appropriate here, that is, of an anticipatory kind which by no means coincides with abstract utopian dreaminess, nor is directed by the immaturity of merely abstract utopian socialism. The very power and truth of Marxism consists in the fact that it has driven the cloud in our dreams further forward, but has not extinguished the pillar of fire in those dreams, rather strengthened it with concreteness. In similar fashion, therefore, the consciousness knownness of the expectant intention must prove itself as the intelligence of hope, in the midst of the imminently ascending, materially dialectically transcending light. Thus the utopian function is also the only transcendent one which has remained, and the only one which deserves to remain, one which is transcendent without transcendence. Its support and correlate is process, which has not yet surrendered its most imminent what content, but which is still underway. Which consequently is itself in a state of hope and of object-based premonition of the not yet become, in the shape of a not yet become good. Consciousness of the front provides the best light for this utopian function as the comprehended activity of the expectant emotion, of the hope premonition, maintains the alliance with all that is still morning-like in the world. Utopian function thus understands what is exploding, because it is this itself in a very condensed way. Its ratio is the unweakened ratio of a militant optimism. Therefore, the act content of hope is, as a consciously illuminated, knowingly elucidated content, the positive utopian function, the historical content of hope, first represented in ideas, encyclopedically explored in real judgments, is human culture referred to its concrete utopian horizon. The Docta spes combine asterisk operates on this knowledge as expectant emotion in the ratio, as ratio in the expectant emotion. And predominant in this combine is no longer contemplation, which for centuries has only been related to what has become, but the participating, cooperative process attitude, to which consequently, since Marx, the open becoming is no longer sealed methodically and the novum no longer alien in material terms. Subsequently, the theme of philosophy has stood solely in the topos of an unfinished law-governed field of becoming in depicting intervening consciousness and in the world of knownness. This topos has only been discovered by Marxism through science, precisely with the development of socialism from utopia to science. More on the utopian function. The subject in it and the counter move to the badly existing but without the strength of an I and we behind it, even hoping becomes insipid. There is never anything soft about conscious known hope, but a will within it insists, it should be so, it must become so. The wishful and volitional streak vigorously bursts out within it, the intensive element in venturing beyond, in acts of overhauling. Walking upright is presupposed, a will which refuses to be outvoted by anything that has already become, it has its preserve in this upright posture. This characteristic point on which the subject can stand and from where it reacts is abstractly described by Stoic self-confidence as follows: if the world caves in, I will stand firm amidst the falling rubble. The point is abstractly described in a different way in the transcendental ego of German idealism, from the perspective of assumptions no longer proud of virtue, but proud of intellect. Here self-confidence has changed into an act of cognitive production, and even as early as Descartes, cognition appears in places as manufacture, namely of its object. The assumptions proud of intellect were of course incurably inflated, with the illusion of their absolute power of making. Intellect definitely does not dictate the laws of nature. Nor is the world of this epistemological idealism by any means a utopian one. On the contrary, the ambition of the transcendental ego was predominantly to produce the existing world of laws itself, the world of mathematical scientific experience. Nevertheless, the transcendental ego of Kant and Fichte knew how to postulate morally beyond a bad existent, even if only, corresponding to the German misery asterisk in an abstract way, lacking content. Kant, who on almost every point is not to be confused with Neo-Kantianism, constructed, as a postulate at least, a more beautiful world, in Goethe's phrase, one of spontaneity of the will, which was neither satisfied by mechanistic experience based on the existent, nor destroyed by it. Thus, though thoroughly impaired by abstractness, there is in Stoic self-confidence, and much more immediately in German idealism itself, the indication of the characteristic point from which the subject reserves for itself the freedom of a counter-move contradicting the badly existing. In spite of the still abstractly formal indication of such a subjective factor, the latter was nevertheless clearly identified. At that time it stood philosophically for the citoyen. Thus every bourgeois revolutionary call in Germany, from the Sturmwende Drang to the so-called People's Spring of 1848, is still connected with the ego of idealism. Whereas in real terms, not merely in the mind, and also totally free of incurably idealistic inflatedness, a subjective factor was only grasped through socialism, namely as proletarian class consciousness. The proletariat grasped itself as the actively contradictory contradiction in capitalism, and therefore as the one which causes the most trouble for what has become bad. In equally real terms, the subjective factor, against all abstractness and the corresponding boundless spontaneity of consciousness, has mediated itself with the objective factor of the social tendency, of the real possible. Thus the activity of knowing best turned into that something more which consciously continues, guides, and humanizes the path on which the world has set out, its dream of the matter, as Marx puts it. The objective factor alone is not sufficient for this. Instead, the objective contradictions are constantly provoking interaction with subjective contradiction. Otherwise the ultimately defeatist heresy of an objectivist automatism develops, according to which the objective contradictions are alone sufficient to revolutionize the world permeated by them. Both factors, the subjective and the objective, must rather be understood in their constant dialectical interaction, one which cannot be divided or isolated. While the element of human action must certainly also be preserved from isolation, from the evil of putschistic activism as such, which just charges out, and whose excessively subjective factor thinks it can skip over the objective economic laws. But no less harmful is social democratic automatism as such, superstitious belief in a world which becomes good of its own accord. It is therefore impossible to get by without the subjective factor, and it is just as impossible to suppress the deep dimension of this factor, precisely that of the counter-move to the badly existing, the mobilization of contradictions which occur in the badly existing, for the purpose of undermining it completely, bringing about its collapse. But that is precisely why the deep dimension of the subjective factor is in its counter-move, because the latter is not only negative but equally contains within it the forward surge of an achievement which can be anticipated and represents this forward surge in the utopian function. The question is now, whether and to what extent the anticipating counter-move coincides with a merely embellishing one. Especially when 149. The merely embellishing element, although it definitely does highlight things, has for the most part no counter-move in it at all, but merely dubious polishing of what exists. And with a by no means revolutionary mandate behind it, but with an apologetic one which is supposed to reconcile the subject with what exists. This purpose is fulfilled above all by ideology in periods of a class society which are no longer revolutionary, although still rising, because they still further the development of the forces of production. The highlighting of what exists then occurs as an illusory, at best premature harmonization, and it is surrounded by nothing but smoke or incense of false consciousness. The rotten ideology in the declining periods of a class society, especially that of the late bourgeoisie of today, does not of course belong here at all, since it is already known false consciousness, and therefore deception. Furthermore, however, there are in ideology certain figures which condense, perfect and give significance to what exists, which are known as archetypes when mainly referring to condensing, as ideals when mainly referring to perfection, as allegories and symbols when mainly referring to significance. The embellishment of what exists, which is intended in so many different ways in all this, is nevertheless not an embellishment of the badly existing, and it is not consciously, i.e. deceitfully, trying to divert attention from the latter. Rather, What exists is completed here, though in a largely idealistic abstract way and never in a dialectically explosive and real way, yet so that a characteristic, an inauthentic anticipation of a better world is not lacking, an anticipation in space so to speak, not or only inauthentically in future and time. And now the question has become more concrete, whether and to what extent the anticipatory counter-move coincides with a merely embellishing one. Since in ideology, in a different way in archetypes, different again in ideals, and again in allegories and symbols, there is of course no counter-move, but rather a transcending of what exists through its embellishing, condensing, perfecting, or signifying exaggeration. And this again is not possible without a distorted or displaced utopian function, just as it is not possible without an irregularly perceived dream of a matter on the leading edge of what exists. But then the original and sustained concrete utopian function must also be discoverable in these inauthentic improvements, at least in places, and it must be possible to confront the not wholly irredeemable distortions and abstractnesses. The respective conditions of production explain how the respective ideologies and other inauthentic improvements came about, but the respective confusions in the humanum of the respective conditions of production made a borrowing from the 150. Utopian function necessary in order to be able at all to make the completions mentioned above together with their cultural surplus. Ideologies as the ruling ideas of an age are, in Marx's striking phrase, the ideas of the ruling class, but since even the latter is self-alienated, ideologies also incorporated, apart from the interest in presenting the well-being of one's own class as that of humanity as a whole, that yearning and overhauling image of a world without alienation, that above all passes for culture in the bourgeoisie, and that showed the utopian function at work partly also in that class which otherwise felt happy in its alienation. It is obvious that this function truly, indeed almost entirely, animated the still revolutionary ideologies of such classes. Without the utopian function, no spiritual surplus at all is explicable over and above what has been attained and thus exists, however full this surplus may be of appearance instead of pre-appearance. Therefore, every act of anticipating identifies itself to the utopian function, and the latter seizes on all possible substance in the surplus of the former. Even, as will be shown, on that contained in previously progressive interest, in ideologies which have not completely passed away with their society, in archetypes which are still encapsulated, in ideals which are still abstract, in allegories and symbols which are still static. Contact of the utopian function with interest. A cool glance does not prove its worth by understating. Rather it wants to correct things and can do so, does not want to lose its own sense of proportion. It dispels the deceptive feelings and words, wants to see ego, striving, impulse naked, but not of course cut up and divided. Certainly, the economic impulse in the totally crooked business life of today has descended to a purely despicable level, and all that remains intact is ruthless nastiness. The greed for profit here overshadows all other human inclinations, and unlike the desire to kill, does not even pause occasionally. And likewise it is true that even in earlier, comparatively more honest ages of capital, profit interest was not exactly composed of the noblest human impulses. On pain of being ruined, a powerful selfishness was always at work in the economic struggle. If this stimulus had let up, if altruistic motives had taken its place, then, as Mandeville's fable of the bees so cynically and truthfully demonstrated, the whole capitalist machinery would have ground to a halt. And yet, would it not often at least have been slowed down, among a considerable majority of employers at that time, if the egotistical impulse had presented itself so nakedly? If it had not. 151. Pretended even to itself, on a purely inward level, that is, distinct from conscious brutality, something more noble, more communal, and dreamed it up in a subjective way that was not entirely false? These fictional bees must therefore not blind us to the nature of the real egoists, a nature which even had to make altruistic excuses and protestations to itself in order to make so-called honest profit in an honorable, ostensibly philanthropic way. Thus Adam Smith's selfish system distinctly incorporated features of an even inwardly false consciousness, and these were not, as they so often are in Calvinism, crafty and twisted, but subjectively honest and polished. They were features of conviction, of clear conscience, of the respectable businessman and employer, showing how he actually believed in honest profit, how he above all felt himself to be a kind of benefactor to consumers, in the game of supply and demand. That is, of course, to those wealthy consumers through whom the surplus value extorted from the workers can be made into money by selling the product of their labor. But their clear conscience bolstered itself up with the fact that capitalist interest was continually supposed to address itself to the interest of the customer, to its satisfaction. The clear conscience of mutual advantage was further enhanced by the fact that all human beings were regarded as free traders with increasing powers of exchange, whose evident self-interest balanced itself out in the overall benefit thus produced. With all this, the capitalist economy appeared the only natural one, discovered at last, of which Smith expressed his total approval, in a manner as ponderous as it was utopian. The interest itself was therefore influenced in a utopian way, or rather the false consciousness of it, which was in fact extremely active. Without this embellishment the exploitation among the great sharks, totally unencumbered by bourgeois morals, would undoubtedly have continued as before. The gentlemen of the East India Company had no place for a utopian function in their business, it would only have damaged it. But the average businessman in manufacturing industry, even in the incipient industrial revolution, still needed and cultivated a belief in the greatest possible happiness of the greatest number. He needed it as a link between his egotistical impulses and those pretended, dreamed-up impulses specifically noted by Smith as being benevolent. All the more so as cynical selfishness was ascribed to nobility, chiefly to the lechers in its ranks, cf. the contemporary novels of Richardson. Whereas the rising bourgeois citizen needed virtue in order to earn money all the more zealously from others, as if he were earning it for those others. And when it came to the last fight of all against feudal restraints, the bourgeoisie, not a very heroic class, 152. Had to boost itself in a particularly strong utopian fashion. Otherwise they would not have done any fighting themselves, which was actually partly the case, but would have let the men from the suburbs do all their fighting for them. Otherwise they would not have felt a credulous affinity with the Gracchi * and with Brutus, which was actually again partly the case, during the courtship leading up to the bourgeois freedom of 1789. Therefore the rising class, which was economically due, needed even inwardly a far-reaching passion in the confused feelings of that time, in order, as Marx says, to hide from themselves the content of their struggles with its bourgeois limitations. This was blatant self-deception. The private businessman who supported human rights, the abstract idea of the citoyen as a moral person, were not seen through, could not yet be seen through at that time. Yet this kind of self-deception also contained an anticipatory element, it even showed particularly humanitarian features, although they were abstractly expressed, employed in an abstract and utopian way. And in fact not everything about its interest was deception, otherwise one could not refer in socialist terms to the businessman who supported human rights and was not only orientated towards the private sector, let alone to the citoyen. What the citoyen promised is a promise which can certainly only be kept in socialism. All the same, it can be kept, so there was at that time a surplus, contributed in a utopian fashion, in bourgeois striving itself. The social mentality which is morally abstracted in the citoyen, i.e. which had become divorced from real individual people, must first be united with their own energies, which are no longer bourgeois individualistic ones. All the same, this mentality, called virtue in those days, did still exist. It existed in this case as one which not only acted as a boost, but also as a surplus. How else could someone like Jefferson be revered, let alone the genuine Jacobins? So another, sustainable trend, one going beyond the progress which was to be directly encouraged, could operate even in the impulse, if it was a progressive one for its time. It can be morally inherited, in the same way as the shaped surplus in actual ideological consciousness, a surplus which has been turned into works, can be culturally inherited. Good things, indeed the best, have been desired repeatedly in the past, and mostly it remained at that. But precisely because this desire was one which never reached its goal, on those points where it does not coincide with the attainable that is now due, in this case therefore with capitalist society, it carries on along the path of liberation. Utopian function. Tears this part away from deception, it thus enables everything philanthropic to feel a growing mutual affinity. Encounter of the utopian function with ideology. A keen glance does not simply prove its worth by seeing through things, but also in the way it does not see everything as if it were as clear as crystal. Since not everything is as perfectly clear as that, in fact there is sometimes a process of fermenting, of self-forming at work, to which precisely the keen glance does justice. This unclosed aspect appears in its broadest and most hybrid form in ideology, in so far as this ideology is not exhausted merely by the connection to its time, nor by the mere false consciousness about its time which has accompanied all previous cultures. Certainly, ideology itself stems from the division of labor, from the separation of physical and mental work which occurred after primitive communes. Only after that could a group which had the leisure to develop ideas deceive themselves and especially others by means of these ideas. So, since ideologies are always originally those of the ruling class, they justify existing social conditions by denying their economic roots and disguising exploitation. This is the picture in all class societies, most clearly in that of the bourgeoisie. Here there are admittedly three phases in the ideological formation of these societies with very different status, with a different mandate to the mental, all too mental superstructure, the preparatory, the victorious, the declining. The preparatory phase of an ideology helps its own, not yet secured substructure by opposing its fresh progressive superstructure to the rotten superstructure of the previous ruling class. The class which then itself comes to power instigates the second ideological phase, by securing, through the omission, partly also through the more or less classical equilibration, of previous revolutionary impulses, its own substructure which has meanwhile come into existence, fixing it politically and legally, and dressing it up politically, legally, and culturally. Securing and embellishment are supported by an achieved, although only temporary harmony between forces and conditions of production. The declining class then instigates the third ideological phase by sweetening the rotten stench of the substructure, while the credulity of the false consciousness almost totally disappears, and the deception is almost completely conscious, and even by phosphorescently renaming night as day, day as night. Thus the economic substructure in class society is certainly shrouded in the mist of an interested false consciousness, no matter whether its illusion subdivides in terms of content into fiery, classical, or decadent, into ascent, blossoming. 154. Or cosmetic application. In short, since no exploitation can afford to be seen naked, ideology seen from this side is thus the sum of the ideas in which a society has justified and transfigured itself with the help of false consciousness. But then again, whenever we think of culture, does not another side of ideology appear which is already recognizable in the composition, so different morally and as regards content, of the three phases? This is precisely the side which does not fully coincide with merely false consciousness and with the apologetics of a mere, historically discarded class society. Seen from the critical side, Marx says strikingly in The Holy Family, the idea always blundered whenever it differed from interest, and with this remark he takes up the self-examination of bourgeois society that had begun in French materialism, which first demonstrated, in the work of La Bruyère, La Rochefoucauld, and particularly of Helvetius, that evident personal interest was the basis of all this morality. But Marx goes on to say in the same passage, on the other hand, it is easy to understand that every massive, historically successful interest, when it first enters on the world stage, goes far beyond its real thoughts in its idea or conception and becomes confused with human interest per se. This results in illusion, or what Fourier calls the tone of every historical epoch. Yet, because this illusion possibly also contains, apart from the enthusiastic flowers with which a society garlanded its cradle, those artistic creations which, as Marx reminds us, citing the Greeks, in the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, are regarded in certain respects as norms and unattainable models. The problem of ideology is broached from the side of the problem of cultural inheritance, of the problem as to how works of the superstructure progressively reproduce themselves in cultural consciousness even after the disappearance of their social bases. The very difference in content of the three phases cannot be suppressed here, not even when the continuing Toires agitator asterisk is by no means confined to the rising revolutionary epoch of one of the previous class societies. In fact, it is precisely then that the actual phenomenon, cultural surplus under discussion here, dwelling on the other side, becomes all the more apparent. For this phenomenon, that of developed and also future-orientated art, science, and philosophy, confronts us much more abundantly in the classical epoch of a society than in its revolutionary epoch, where of course the directly utopian impetus against what exists, beyond what exists, is stronger. And the blossoms of art, science, philosophy, always denote something more than the false consciousness which each society, bound to its position, had of itself and used for its own embellishment. Rather, these blossoms definitely can be removed from their first socio-historical soil, since they themselves, in essence, are not bound to it. The Acropolis of course belongs to slave-owning society, Strasbourg Cathedral to feudal society, yet, as we know, they did not disappear with their social base, and they carry with them nothing deplorable, in contrast to the base, in contrast to the conditions of production at the time, however progressive they may have been. The great works of philosophy do of course contain more time-bound, and thus transitory material, due to the respective social barriers to cognition. However, because of the height of consciousness which distinguishes them and which permits a glance far into future, essential material, these works too, especially these, demonstrate that genuine classicism which does not consist in rounding off, but in eternal youth, with constantly new perspectives in it. In the case of the symposium, the ethics and even the phenomenology of mind, only the illusory problems and the ideology of particular place and time have sunk away and been discarded, whereas the eros, the substance as subject stand in the midst of all changes as variations of the one goal. In short, these great works are not deficient as on their first day, nor glorious as on the first day, but instead they shed their deficiency and their first glory while being capable of a later glory, in fact a final one to which they can intend. The classical element in every classicism equally stands before each age as revolutionary romanticism, i.e. as a task that points the way forward and as a solution that approaches from the future, not from the past, and, itself still full of future, speaks, addresses, calls us on. But this, together with more modest things, is only the case because ideologies seen from this side are not exhausted with the false consciousness of their base, nor with the active work for their respective bases. No search for the surplus is possible in false consciousness itself, as carried by the ideology of class societies, none is necessary in the ideology of socialist revolution, in which no false consciousness at all participates. Socialism, as the ideology of the revolutionary proletariat, is only true consciousness at all with reference to the comprehended movement and the apprehended tendency of reality. But rather, the following statement by Marx, Taruga, 1843, holds good for the relation of this true ideology to the anticipatory element in the false, though here not merely false consciousness of the earlier ideology. Our motto must therefore be, reform of consciousness not through dogmas, but through analysis of mystical. 156. Consciousness which is still unclear to itself. It will then become apparent that the world has long possessed the dream of a matter, of which it must only possess the consciousness in order to possess it in reality. It will become apparent that it is not a question of a great thought dash between past and future, but of the carrying through of the thoughts of the past. Even the class ideologies, within which the great works of the past lie, lead precisely to that surplus over and above the false consciousness bound to its position, the surplus which is called continuing culture, and is therefore a substratum of the claimable cultural inheritance. And now it becomes clear that this very surplus is produced by nothing other than the effect of the utopian function in the ideological creations of the cultural side. Indeed, false consciousness alone would not even be sufficient to gild the ideological wrapping, which is what in fact happened. Alone it would be incapable of creating one of the most important characteristics of ideology, namely premature harmonization of social contradictions. An ideology is even less conceivable as the medium of continuing cultural substratum without its encounter with the utopian function. All this obviously ventures beyond both false consciousness and the strengthening, even mere apologetics of the respective social substructures. Therefore, without the utopian function, class ideologies would only have managed to create transitory deception, not the models in art, science, and philosophy. And it is this very surplus which forms and preserves the substratum of the cultural inheritance, as that morning which is not only contained in the early day, but on a higher level also in the midday of a society and partly even in the twilight of its decline. All previous great culture is pre-appearance of something achieved, in so far as it could still be built up in images and thoughts on the panoramic heights of time, and thus not only in and for its time. Without doubt, the dream of a better life is very broadly perceived through all of this. Or, which comes to the same thing, utopian, apart from the usual purely pejorative sense, is used not only in the above anticipatory sense, but, as function, also in a comprehensive sense. It thus emerges that the breadth and depth to which the utopian extends is at first, even in a historical respect, not confined to its most popular manifestation, the utopia of an ideal state. Correspondingly, the dream of a better life stretched far beyond its social utopian parent company, namely into every kind of cultural anticipation. Every plan and every creation that was pushed to the limits of its perfection had touched on utopia and gave, as mentioned above, precisely the great cultural works, which had a more and more progressive influence, a surplus over and above their mere ideology. 157. There and then, and consequently nothing less than the substratum of cultural inheritance. The broadening of a previously so narrowly conceived power of anticipation was begun in Ernst Bloch's The Spirit of Utopia, in 1918, and, moreover, with witnesses, ornaments and figures which had previously been dealt with totally outside and not yet arrived in reality, although they belong to this and are occupied with its articulation. The parasitic enjoyment of culture reaches an end through insight into the more and more adequate trend towards our becoming identical, and through commitment to this, cultural works open up strategically. The question now remains, of course, whether and how far the expression utopia and its attack can or should also be applied, without superfluous misunderstanding, to intentions and interest which are by no means those of the past, but which lie completely current and new within the development which has occurred, of socialism from utopia to science. Of course, the history of terminology contains several such examples of the broadening of a previous meaning of a word, with the partial removal of the negative meanings which adhere to it. The word romantic is a relevant example here. A still greater differentiation was undertaken between the meanings of the concept of ideology itself. On the basis of this differentiation, Lenin was able to call socialism the ideology of the revolutionary proletariat. And yet in general, the power of anticipation, which we called concrete utopia above, as distinct from the utopistic and from merely abstract utopianizing, with its open space and its object which is to be realized and which realizes itself forwards, has still remained completely untouched by the terminological correction and broadening which the romantic, for example, underwent in revolutionary romanticism, and the ideological underwent in socialist ideology. Although, of course, above all in the areas of technological, architectural, or geographical utopias, but also of all those which ultimately revolved and are revolving around the absolute, the authentic core of our wanting, the category, utopian function is dominant factually and therefore in a conceptually apposite way. Naturally, with knowledge and removal of the finished utopistic element, with knowledge and removal of abstract utopia. But what then remains, the unfinished forward dream, the dicta spes which can only be discredited by the bourgeoisie. This seriously deserves the name utopia in carefully considered and carefully applied contrast to utopianism. In its brevity and new clarity, this expression then means the same as a methodical organ for the new, an objective aggregate state of what is coming up. Thus all great cultural works also have implicitly, though not always, as in Goethe's Faust, explicitly, a utopian. 158. Background understood in this way. They are now, from the point of view of the philosophical concept of utopia, not an ideological prank of a higher kind, but the attempted path and content of known hope. Only thus does utopia fetch what is its own from the ideologies and explain the progressive element which continues to be historically effective in the great works of ideology itself. There is a spirit of utopia in the final predicate of every great statement, in Strasbourg Cathedral and in the Divine Comedy, in the expectant music of Beethoven and in the latencies of the Mass in B minor. It is in the despair which still contains an unum necessarium even as something lost, and in the hymn to joy. Kyrie and Credo rise in the concept of utopia as that of comprehended hope in a completely different way, even when the reflection of mere time-bound ideology has been shed, precisely then. The exact imagination of the not yet conscious thus completes the critical enlightenment itself, by revealing the gold that was not affected by aqua fortis asterisk, and the good content which remains most valid, indeed rises when class illusion, class ideology have been destroyed. Thus beyond the end of class ideologies, for which it could only be mere decoration up till then, culture has no other loss than the business of decoration itself, of falsely concluding harmonization. Utopian function tears the concerns of human culture away from such an idle bed of mere contemplation. It thus opens up, on truly attained summits, the ideologically unobstructed view of the content of human hope. Encounter of the utopian function with archetypes. A deep glance proves its worth by becoming doubly profound. Not only downwards, which is the easier, more literal way of getting to the bottom of things, but rather there is also a depth upwards and forwards which takes up into itself profound material from below. Backwards and forwards are then as in the movement of a wheel, which simultaneously dips and scoops. Real depth always occurs in double-edged movement. Sink then. I could also say rise. It's all the same. Mephisto shouts to Faust, he even shouts it where a delight in something that has long since ceased to exist, in Helen of Troy, is to begin. And not only Mephisto shouts. This, the intriguer, the dangerous master of double-edged meanings, a double meaning itself shouts through Mephisto, that of the equally archaic and utopian relations between images. Thus utopian function very often has a double profundity, that of submersion in the midst of that of hope, which can only mean that the groundwork for hope is partly done in the archaic frame here. More precisely, in those archetypes which still arouse consternation and which have possibly been left over from the age of a mythical consciousness as categories of the imagination, consequently with a non-mythical surplus that has not been worked up. Hope consequently has to make utopian provision not only for ideologies which continue to have significance, but also for those archetypes which contain material which has still not been worked out. It therefore has to forge them into utopia, just as, mutatis mutandis, significantly progressive ideology is forged into it. It is clear here that this can be achieved not only from below, by sinking, but essentially from above, from the overall perspective of climbing. Because we find repeatedly, that which is exclusively repressed downwards and to be found in the subconscious is in reality only the soil from which night dreams emerge and occasionally the poison which causes neurotic symptoms. This below can largely be resolved into the known, is not ascending forward dawning, therefore has at bottom only a tedious latency. Whereas that which is hoped for and imagined contains the possible treasure from which the great daylight fantasies are derived, those which do not become obsolete for a long time. This forwards and above can never be resolved into the already known and become, and therefore has at bottom an inexhaustible latency. When Faust, with the magic potion of youth, sees Helen in every woman. Helen, the archetype of beauty, is moving wholly out of the archaic here. This archetype is moving upwards even in the archaic. But, it can only be invoked from the utopian standpoint, and only from the overall perspective of climbing, not in pure submersion, can affinitive utopian material possibly become visible in archetypes. That which is still Eurydice, not yet lived out herself, in the arcus of what has been, is found by Orpheus alone, and it is Eurydice for him alone. Only this utopian aspect of some archetypes makes their fruitful quotation possible, glancing forwards not backwards, as has already been seen in the apparent merging of dream games and in the dissolution of this appearance. All such rationalisms: when you have drunk this magic potion, soon you'll see Helen in every woman. 160. Based on the mother's asterisk seen as still giving birth, show a light falling in from utopia, even in romanticism with its nostalgic grave and underworld lamp. The peculiarly brooding element in archetypes, particularly this element, shows their unfinished nature, but the warmth produced by the maturing process is not located in regressio. The archetypes themselves have already been mentioned above, in connection with C.G. Jung, but this arch-reactionary, in whose work, moreover, the archaic appeared like Timbuktu in Zurich, merely invoked the whole phenomenon falsely, purely as gloom. The expression archetypos itself is first found in the work of Augustine, still as an explanatory paraphrase of Plato's eidos, that is, of every generic form, but in fact it was only Romanticism that applied the classical expression to a categorical stock of a pictorially objective kind, breaking through and illuminating by means of certain, as it were, compressed events. Thus in the work of Novalis, Romeo and Juliet become the archetype of young love, Anthony and Cleopatra that of more mature, more interesting love, Philemon and Baucis, together with their hut, are visualized as the tableau of age-old, elapsed marriage. What is decisive, according to Novalis, is the extraordinary harmonization of all elements in these archetypes. In the case of Philemon and Baucis it extends to the ham which hangs well smoked in the chimney. But far more decisive was the peculiar nimbus that was added to the agreement of these elements, a nimbus like that around landscapes with successful architecture of the situation and its significance. The attention that was beginning to be paid to similarities in the material of fairy tales, in conflict types, in rescue types, in recurring motifs, did much to point to the existence of archetypes. Comparative literary history revealed a wealth of such elements. Thus it is the extremely impressive motif of recognition, anagnorisis, for example, which archetypally unites such diverse material as Joseph and his brothers in the Bible and the meeting of Electra and Orestes in Sophoclean tragedy. Above all, mythology seemed to contain all basic situations and their possible combinations. This is, of course, a wild exaggeration wholly in accordance with the reactionary element in romantic archaism, but the studies of the history of myths by Carl Philipp Moritz, and especially Friedrich Kreutzer, do indeed contain a wealth of archetypes through their attempt to categorize motifs. These archetypes appear here as symbols. Kreutzer in particular already unmistakably separates their archetypicality into four aspects: into the momentary, the total, the unfathomable aspect of their origin, and the archetypes of creation in Goethe's Faust, Part 2. 161. The necessary. And he explains the momentary and also pictorially laconic aspect beforehand, by means of an archetype. That arousing and at the same time startling element is connected with another quality, with brevity. It is like a suddenly appearing ghost or like a flash of lightning which abruptly illuminates the dark night, a moment which claims our whole being. Kreutzer, Symbolic und Mythologie der alten Völker I, 1819, p. 118, 59. Kreutzer called such laconicism symbols in the romantic sense. Since they were manifestations of an idea, it would have taken only a little less hypostasis of an already eternally translucent idea to see the archetypes also in the form of an allegory, not just in that of a symbol. After all, allegories, in their true form, that is, before the classicism of the 18th and 19th centuries, are by no means concepts dressed up in sensory form, and therefore what we so readily call frosty and abstract. Rather, they also contain, in the Baroque period, and in a different way in the Middle Ages, archetypes, in fact the majority of archetypes, namely those of transitoriness and its multiple guises. It is precisely in the allegory that the wealth of poetically working archetypes first opens up, of those which still lie in the alteriorities of worldly life, whereas the symbol is consistently assigned to the unitus of a meaning, and therefore also essentially forms the religious archetypes, or rather, religiously forms the archetypes. Thus Bachofen, a greater Kreutzer and accomplished mythologist, both discovered and first attempted to arrange the system of archetypes among ancient peoples completely inside the sphere of religion. It appeared in Hittite-Uran, patrilinear series, in the Hittite-Uran ornaments of reeds and swamp, in the matrilinear ones of ear of corn and earth cave, in the patrilinear ones of laurel and the circle of the sun. An equally socio-historical and natural mythical order was thus supposed to emerge in the archetypes as a whole. Though this does not mean that, apart from the hypothetical division of the three series, they were catalogued in a more comprehensive way, either in their allegorical form and relation, or in their religious symbolic one. Nevertheless, precisely from the work of Romanticism, the following became clear, crucial in terms of utopia, despite their original Augustinian consonance with prototypes in the sense of Platonic ideas. Archetypes have little or nothing in common with these and their pure, ultimately even transcendental idealism. They are, as already emerges from the above examples, essentially situational condensing categories, especially in the realm of poetically depictive imagination, and not, like Platonic ideas, generically hypostasized. The archetypes of Romanticism, or rather, as interpreted by Romanticism, were connected with the Platonic ideas only. 162. Through so-called re-remembering, even though in a way which also indicates their differences from unchangeable ideas. Re-remembering, anamnesis, was in Plato that of the pre-worldly state where the soul found itself in a prototypal heaven. Re-remembering in Romanticism, however, moves historically, goes back into primal periods within time itself, becomes archaic regression. Though the fact that this was possible, even if it shows no proximity whatsoever to the Platonism of heavenly ideas, does show a misunderstandability, particularly exploited by Romanticism, of archetypes in their relation to the utopian function. Those archetypes merely held back in regression transform utopia into a backward-looking, reactionary, ultimately even diluvial one. They are then more dangerous than the usual smokescreen of ideology, for while the latter merely diverts attention from recognition of the present and its real driving force, the archetype, spellbinding backwards and held in a backward spell, additionally prevents openness to the future. By no means all archetypes are capable of utopian treatment anyway, even if this is genuine, and not reactionary utopianism as it often is in Romanticism. Through the pathos of the merely archaic the whole sphere is missed, which is often so actively, and, on a grand scale, luminously powerful, in poetry and also philosophy. As noted above, only those archetypes in which something not worked out, relatively unexpired and undischarged still circulates are capable of utopian treatment. Significantly, it was precisely expired feudal archetypes that were most popular in the regression which corresponded to political reaction, just as if the archetype, the token, by which, as Romanticism said, all things poetical always recognize themselves in life that has grown older, was solely surrender to the past and not also, like the storming of the Bastille, an emblem of the future, in genuine utopian function. Therefore another separation begins here so that true friends recognize each other and stay together. Only the utopian glance can find this material which has an elective affinity with it. It has an important office to perform here, instead of the bare capitalist murder of ornaments even in thought. The rotten archetypes must first be separated from those which are really undischarged in utopian terms, namely by assigning the former to totally obsolete what has been. But clearly, existing archetypes of the situation of freedom or of luminous happiness are not bound to the sort of past material, they have escaped it and are at least extraterritorial to it. This is not the place to survey the archetypes, they belong, as we will later have to demonstrate, to a new part of logic, to the categorical table of the imagination. They are to be found, as we have seen, in all great literary works. 163. Myths, religions, and in fact, they belong by virtue of their undischarged part alone to a truth, to a cloaking depiction of utopian tendency contents in the real. An archetype with undischarged tendency latency beneath the cloak of fantasy is the land of Cocken, is the fight with the dragon, St. George, Apollo, Siegfried, St. Michael, is the winter demon who tries to kill the young son, Fenriswolf, Pharaoh, Herod, Gessler. A related archetype is the liberation of the virgin, innocence in general, whom the dragon holds captive, Perseus and Andromeda, is the time of dragons, the dragon land itself, when it appears as the necessary space which precedes the final triumph, Egypt, Canaan, the kingdom of Antichrist before the beginning of the New Jerusalem. An archetype of the highest utopian order is the trumpet signal in the last act of Fidelio, concentrated in the Leonora overture, which heralds the rescue, the arrival of the minister. He stands for the Messiah, embodies the archetype of the vengeful, redeeming apocalypse, the old thunderstorm and rainbow archetype. Indeed, there is an archetype of an age-old, but here quite concretely related kind even in Marx's statement, when all internal conditions have been fulfilled, the day of German resurrection will be heralded by the crowing of the Gallic cockerel. We notice, purely immanent in these examples, that the utopian dimension of archetypes ultimately cannot be fixed at all in terms of the archaic, but rather it wanders highly suitable through history. And, above all, these are not all archetypes of archaic origin, many of them appeared aborigine only in the course of history, such as the dance on the ruins of the Bastille, a new arresting prototype, separated from the archaic circles of the blessed by entirely new contents. Its music is Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, and therefore not one which would have been in tune with fields of asphodel, nor with orgiastic festivals of spring and Dionysus. Even archetypes of clearly archaic origin have repeatedly derived refreshment and variation from historical transformations. Even the trumpet signal in Fidelio would hardly have its piercingly genuine effect without the storming of the Bastille, which forms the model and the continual background for the music of Fidelio. Through it the thunderstorm and rainbow archetype, to which the signal and the rescue refer, first acquired a completely new origin. It stepped out of astral myth into revolutionary history. Although an archetype, it now seems to lack any trace of the archaic. Thus, in the end, not all archetypes are merely condensed images of archaic experience. Time and again a shoot has sprouted from them that augments the existing contents of the archetypes. All the more so when the utopian incursion occurs into both the age-old and the 164. Historically fresh archetypes, the refunctioning which is expert at liberating archetypally encapsulated hope. If archetypal material was totally regressive, if there were no archetypes which themselves reach for utopia, while utopia reaches back to them, then there would be no pioneering literature, committed to light, with ancient symbols. Imagination would be exclusively regressio. Progressively determined, it would have to guard against all images, even allegories and symbols, which stem from the old mythical ground of imagination. In each case it would only have technical school intellect in its favor, and therefore, as the latter is dreamless, against it. But the magic flute, to take a fantasy piece that is unquestionably humanizing, uses almost nothing but archaic allegories and symbols: the guide and priest king, the kingdom of night, the kingdom of light, the ordeal by water and fire, the magic of the flute, the transformation into a sun. Nevertheless, all these allegories and symbols, among them some in whose sacred halls no philanthropy had ever previously been sung, have shown they can be used in the service of enlightenment. In fact, they found their true home in Mozart's fairytale music, in an undemonic temple. Thus productive utopian function also draws images from the what has been, which is not obsolete, insofar as they are capable of future, in a double-edged sense, despite all the spell in them, and it makes them suitable for the expression of what has still not yet been, of sunrise. Thus the utopian function discovers not only the cultural surplus belonging to it, it also fetches back from the double-edged archetypal depths an element of itself, an archaically stored anticipation of still not yet conscious, not yet achieved material. To use a dialectical archetype itself, the anchor which sinks down to the bottom here is simultaneously the anchor of hope. What is sinking down contains what is rising up, can contain it. And the same double nature designated by all this, that which is capable of utopia, ultimately shows itself and proves its worth whenever archetypes clearly turn into object-based ciphers, which they have in any case copied from nature. This is so in numerous condensed sayings: still waters run deep, it's lonely at the top, in the thunderstorm rainbow archetype, and also in the light and sun imagery of the magic flute. Archetypes of this type are not at all formed merely out of human material, neither out of the archaic, nor out of later history, but rather they demonstrate a bit of the double inscription of nature itself, a kind of real cipher or real symbol. A real symbol is one where the thing signified is still disguised from itself, in the real object, and not just for the human apprehension of that thing, for example. It is therefore an expression for that which has not yet become. 165. Manifest in the object itself, but rather is signified in the object and through the object. The human picture of the symbol is only a representative depiction of this. Lines of movement, fire, lightning, sound figure and so on, forms of well-defined objects, palm shape, cat shape, human face, Egyptian crystal style, Gothic forest style and so on, indicate these real ciphers. A sharply delineated part of the world thus appears as a symbol group of an object-based kind whose mathematics and philosophy are still both equally undeveloped. So-called morphology is only an abstract caricature of this, because real ciphers are not static, they are figures of tension, they are tendentious process forms and, above all in fact, on this path, symbolic ones. Things like this border on the problem of an object-based utopian theory of figures, and therefore ultimately on the forgotten, Pythagorean, problem of a qualitative mathematics, of a renewed qualitative philosophy of nature. Here, however, it is already clear that even object-based archetypes, turned into real ciphers which are to be found in the enormous antiquarium of nature, and nearer at hand in the formed works of man, are only elucidated by utopian function. Archetypes, of course, always have their nearest existence in human history, namely in so far as archetypes are what they can be, concise ornaments of a utopian substance. Utopian function tears away this part from the past, from reaction, and also from myth. Every refunctioning occurring in this way demonstrates the undis-charged aspect of archetypes changed to the point of recognition. Encounter of the utopian function with ideals in open glance proves its worth by turning towards itself. A goal hovers before it which has rarely been lost sight of since youth. Since it is not to hand, but demands or shines, it acts as a task or as a target. If the goal seems to contain not just something desirable or worth striving for, but something absolutely perfect, then it is called an ideal. Every goal, whether attainable or unattainable, whether crackpot or objectively meaningful, must first be imagined in the mind. But the ideal as imagined goal is distinguished from an ordinary imagined goal precisely by its emphasis on perfection. It cannot be made to settle for anything less. Active striving and desiring are otherwise abandoned, or they are empirically and shrewdly diverted, if the imagining of empirically compelling counter-reasons penetrates the imagined goal. On the other hand, the ideal as imagined goal acts as such unremittingly, a decision of the will directed towards. 166. It is irrevocable. It is so even when it is not implemented, because the non-implementation, precisely because of its factual irrevocability, is accompanied by guilty conscience, at least by the feeling of renunciation. The object asterisk of the imagined ideal, the ideal object, thus acts as a demanding one, seemingly as if it had its own desire, which is decreed to man as obligation. The ordinary imagined goal and that of the ideal display the character of a value, and mere illusion of value is to be found in both cases. But whereas this illusion can be empirically corrected in ordinary imagined goals, this is considerably more difficult in the case of ideals, precisely because of their reified demands. If an object appears as one which is ideal, then the only way of breaking its demanding, sometimes enchantingly demanding spell is through catastrophe, and even then this is not always a cure. There is the misfortune of an idolatry of love which continues to cast its spell even on the object which has been seen through. Illusionary political ideals occasionally continue to have an effect even after an empirical catastrophe, as if they were genuine. A peculiar power thus emanates from the formation of ideals, one which intersperses the, as it were, bright and fully fledged conviction of the ideal as perfection with very much darker impulses. So that formation of ideals, seen from its unfree and illusionary side, is able to contain a tremendous amount of false consciousness, archaic subconsciousness. This sort of thing has already appeared in connection with repression in the Freudian sense, and differently in connection with Adler's psychology of power, concerning the overcompensatory formation of the guiding ideal. In Freud, the superego is the source of the formation of ideals, and the superego itself, with all the threat, the obligation that radiates from it, is supposed to be the father continuing to exert an influence. The ego stands in the same relation to the superego as that of a child to its parents. Their commands have remained effective in the ideal ego, in every ideal command in general, and now, as conscience, exercise moral censorship. This theory of ideals therefore led exclusively backwards to the father, and, with sufficient excavation, back into the patriarchal despotic age as a whole. Accordingly, all non-threatening, all shining features of the ideal are left out in Freud, and this ideal is wholly confined to the moral sphere. Adler's theory of overcompensation seeks to explain these truly shining features, at the same time it is directed towards the past. Towards the previous Tom Thumb situation, only with regard to what the guiding ideal may overcome. The guiding or personal character ideal is not supposed to be a remembered, enforced goal here, but one which is chosen relatively freely. People finalize themselves by changing from the character mask to the ideal mask, in order to achieve the feeling of superiority. Once again, of course, according to this theory, all ideal images are confined to moral and ultimately to personally vain ones. More objective ideals, artistic ones for example, are totally missing. Even alternative ideals of the correct lifestyle which extend from pre-capitalist times, such as loneliness or friendship, such as vita activa or vita contemplativa, have no place in this pure psychology of competition. Likewise, ideal situations and ideal landscapes, when limited to purely personal guiding images, remain uncomprehended and homeless. Thus Freud and Adler identified only the oppressive spell which can underlie the formation of ideals, the father spell in Freud, and at least the spell of inferiority in Adler. Neither is the march route open which leads from here both to the surplus qualities and to the surplus images. Everything remains in the sphere of obligation. The goal image imagined by wanting to become is mostly endured rather than hoped for. But the will which gazes up at towers, and also climbs them, is never exhausted by this. The formation of ideals is by no means restricted to obligation and spells, it has its freer, brighter side as well. Even if this brighter side also displays strong negative aspects, those of substitution, overblownness, abstractness, which were joined in the 19th century by the mendacity of the ideal, these are certainly not connected with the dark or sinister elements of the formation of ideals. Not with obligation from above, with spells, pressure of the superego, turning against the human creature as such. What is seductive here is rather perfection itself, floating high above our heads. The free characters of the daydream reveal themselves on this brighter side, particularly the journey to the end, where things really do go on forever. Even if a real journey to the ideal is not undertaken at all or only remains in its picture, as embarkation for Cythera, a moreover purely erotic ideal, an end is always intended, and always as perfectum. Perfection then is not merely easier to feel, it is also more inviting to think about than middling cultural categories. Thus the ideal was much more clearly conceptualized than ideologies, which goes without saying because of the interested cloaking character of ideology, but also more clearly than archetypes. Up to now there has been no classification and table of archetypes, but there have been several of the ideal, and they go right down to terms like, ideal housewife, ideal Bach baritone and the 168. Like, they go right up to the ideal of the highest good. There are guiding ideals of the right life, sharply contrasting ones. There is a value estimation theory, richly nuanced from the Sophists and Socrates right down to Epicurus and the Stoics, a theory of criteria for the ideal. In Kant, who calls the philosopher himself a teacher of the ideal, and philosophy a course of instruction in the ideal appears from all sides, in fact, those of pressure and of final directing unity and of hope. This ideal appears again as pressure, even attack, in the categorical imperative of moral law, the dignity of man, which demands respect in this law, conflicts with all natural impulses. But then the ideal appears in Kant as the final directing force in such a way that the latter does not itself demand, but on the contrary is itself demanded, and in the postulating trinity of the unconditional, freedom, immortality, God. The ideal equally appears as hope, namely as the truly highest good of practical reason. This is then supposed to be the combining of virtue and bliss, the, admittedly always only approximative, realization of a kingdom of God on earth. Then the ideal appears again in Kantian aesthetics, as that of a natural perfection, therefore without the highest good, but with the most instructive contrast to the moral pressure ideal. Kant turns away from this in art, just as in art moral being obliged in general always becomes silly. There is a thundering ethics, but, corresponding to it, only a schoolmasterish aesthetics. Kant does not want this. The artistic genius for him is not at odds with his natural motivating force, as the moral man is. On the contrary, genius gives the rule precisely as nature. Genius is an intelligence which acts just like nature. And all embellishments in accordance with the aesthetic ideal are defined as the perfect embodiment of an idea in an individual phenomenon. Thus precisely in Kant, the formal, but thereby particularly abstract radical teacher of the ideal, perfection bursts out in so many different forms, corresponding to its various faces, those of spell and those of starlight above all, as a hope for the future. His aesthetic version, the perfect embodiment of an idea in an individual phenomenon, passes, moreover, from a formal idealism straight into an objective one. Thus this concept of the ideal ultimately comes close to the idea, which was taken by Aristotle from Plato's generic form above the phenomenon into goal form or entelecheia within the phenomenon. This entelecheia, which does not perfectly reveal itself because of impeding secondary causes in individual things, is made visible for Aristotle by sculpture, and also by literature. Aesthetic ideal representation thus becomes one which both captures imitatively and embellishes in accordance with entelecheia, i.e. which shows what ought 169 to happen according to the nature of the matter, hence the famous Aristotelian statement that drama is more philosophical than the recording of history. It is ultimately this character of perfection, driving to an end, of the aesthetically ideal which in Schopenhauer and Hegel can be linked with Kant's perfect embodiment of an idea in an individual phenomenon. With a large Aristotelian component in Schopenhauer, now according to whether the organism more or less succeeds in overcoming those deeper levels of natural forces expressing objectivity of the will, it becomes the more perfect or more imperfect expression of its idea, that is, stands closer to or further from the ideal to which in its particular genre beauty is appropriate. And further, clearly touching on the idea of a utopian function, in the static limited character of the genre only thus could the Greek genius find the prototype of the human form and set it up as a canon of the school, as sculpture, and also, only by means of an anticipation of this sort is it possible for us all to portray the beautiful where nature has really succeeded in individual instances. This anticipation is the ideal. It is the idea in so far as at least half of it is known a priori and becomes of practical use to art, in that this idea approaches in a complementary way what is given a posteriori by nature. Werke, Griesbach, I. p. 207, 297. For Hegel, ideals in general can only occur in art and not in the rest of reality, least of all in political and social reality. Here they are for Hegel, in so far as he is a restoration philosopher * solely chimeras of an imaginary perfection. Whereas art as a contemplative structure has absolutely nothing but ideals as its substratum, Oriental symbolic, classical Greek, Western romantic, honor, love, loyalty, adventure, faith. And their aesthetic manifestation is most definitely reminiscent of Aristotle, of entelecheia. The truth of art must therefore be no mere correctness to which the mere imitation of nature confines itself, but the exterior must harmonize with an interior that harmonizes with itself and, precisely by means of this, can reveal itself as itself in the exterior. By now leading back what has been stained by contingency and externality in the rest of existence to this harmony with its true concept, art casts everything aside which does not correspond to that concept in the phenomenon, and brings forth the ideal only through this purification. Werke 11, p. 199f. Clearly, the ideal is definitely not regarded here as indifferent towards reality in general, nor as cheap gloss, which asserted the fraudulent contrast between poetry and prose, ultimately between culture and civilization. But a stronger degree of reality itself is meant, of the respective perfection which is in real terms intended in phenomenal process, even if this layering in Hegel is never permitted to be that of a not yet become in real terms. Nevertheless, wherever no superego, wherever no backward father spell or even fixed images of a merely imitative overcompensation are about their business, the ideal manifests much more genuine anticipation than most archetypes. And the utopian function in the ideal thus becomes not so much the blasting open as the correction of this ideal, by means of a mediation with concrete movements towards perfection in the world, with material ideal tendency. Beyond this, of course, only grand words remain, inwardly and all the more so outwardly, known by heart. Obligation, demand, pressure are part of the ideal as spell, but as noted above, overblownness, non-binding abstractness, unhistorical statics threaten it in its freedom and intended perfection. And on top of this came the sheer lie added by the 19th century, the true, the good, the beautiful as bourgeois clichés. In The Commercial Counselor's Wife Jenny Tribal, neighbor Stenbinder * Fontaine portrayed a bourgeois woman with ideals who is a cut above all her own kind. Even above her whole environment, they liberalize and sentimentalize constantly, but that is all farce. When they have to lay their cards on the table, then the call is, gold is trumps, and that's that. In most of his dramas, Ibsen is passionately keen to show how professed bourgeois ideals and bourgeois practice no longer have anything in common with one another at all. The Doll's House, Ghosts, The Wild Duck, are nothing but variations on the theme of cliché ideals, and it would not have taken much to work up these deeply serious, almost tragic plays into comedies. Gregor's whirl in The Wild Duck is precisely the Don Quixote of bourgeois ideals, in the midst of a degenerate bourgeois world, and the cynicism of ruling when he calls these ideals not merely lies, but life lies necessary to the average person, is by no means merely cynical. He is simply calling the Sunday swindle of the late bourgeois ideal by its proper name. With the limitation that Ibsen himself still believes and wants to believe in bourgeois ideals, and tries to portray them in his dramas after The Wild Duck in such a way that they are immune to ruling's criticism. There was no new world either in Fontaine or in Ibsen, instead the old one was imminently denounced, with its discrepancy between theory and practice, with its deeply ingrained hypocrisy. A critical realism is sufficient to see through this. No research into ideology, let alone utopian function, is necessary. But the latter is necessary, with apprehended material tendency, so that the ideal is not seen to be at one with its overblown bourgeois existence, so that it really may be rescued from its whole previous mode of existence, From abstractness, from statics. First, from abstractness, the detached, poorly general, feebly hovering kind. It is essentially formal, the content has stolen out of real life, or stands directly opposed to it in the empty, grand words. Since the ideals were thus not mediated with any tendency, abstractness was joined by undialectical statics. Both increase the illusion of value. It is now supported by an attitude which places the ideals in the silver cupboard for our eternally unchanging edification. Abstractness and statics together then constitute the so-called ideal principles, as targets for words, not for actions. This kind of formality flourishes chiefly in England and, deteriorating into a religion of dead slogans, in North America. The American Declaration of Independence and then the American Constitution contain their rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, their principles of liberty, justice, morality, and law, still seen from the standpoint of the citoyen, not of course forgetting the less Bengal-lit principle of property, as the basic principle. But now all this is trapped in inert air, and the only real basic principle, the economic one, because of the formal abstract statics of the other principles, permits any opportunism of content, above all in the case of liberty. Such an ideal neither can nor wants to stand out theoretically against this opportunism of its content, which can go as far as total inversion. It cannot do so because of its misleading formal generality, it does not want to do so because of its languid inertia. And how great this powerlessness was in Germany, especially in Luther's Germany of double-entry bookkeeping or the dualism of works and faith. In Calvinistic countries the ideal at least remained a verbal and formal democratic target for modes of action which were soon abandoned. Hypocrisy develops as a tribute of vice to virtue. In Germany, however, what is ideal stood so high above the world that it did not come into any contact with it at all, apart from that of eternal distance. This target became stars which were too far away to be reached, that is, stars of velleity, not of action. Out of this arose the phantom of mere endless approach to the ideal or, which comes to the same thing, of its transposition into eternal striving towards the ideal. The world thus remained in a bad way, moral ideals hung in the heavenly distance, aesthetic ideals were not even sought. 172. After, but were merely enjoyed for their splendor. So easy is the leap from endless desire to mere contemplation, for even the eternally approximative is contemplation, only disturbed by the constant illusion of action, by acting for the sake of acting, ut alicid fieri videator. Even if a concrete sense of the ideal did emerge in Germany, as far as its realization was concerned it was certainly only the reverse side of endless non-realization, namely total peace in the world, as in Hegel. Here the endless aspect of the approach to the ideal does admittedly disappear, but so does every approach through the works of man to the ideal in general. The world process as such becomes the self-realization of the ideal aims posited within it, and man is a mere accessory, ultimately even, as a philosopher, a mere spectator of ideals which are supposedly realized in any case. All this therefore keeps the ideal impotent, no matter whether in endless approach or in far too much overlapping with the world as a supposed ideal world. In both, statics of the ideal predominates with an in itself already finished perfection, and it is precisely against this finished aspect that utopian function has to prove its worth here. But this probation is different from that through archetypes, it is much more related to the material, though it also contains much more fraternal strife. It is precisely this intended perfection, its wholly admitted anticipation, which makes the ideal accessible to utopian treatment. Archetypes have encapsulated the anticipating element, and it has to be blasted out, whereas ideals reveal it abstractly or statically, and it only has to be corrected. Archetypes very often reveal hope in the profound depths and these depths in the archaic. They are then like the sunken treasures in myth itself which rise up and sun themselves on a midsummer's day, whereas ideals reveal their hope from the beginning in the daylight, on its upwardly curving dome. The renewal of most archetypes is supported by Merrick's quiet line about Orplid, ancient waters rise rejuvenated around your waist, child, whereas the appearance of an ideal is supported by the distinct daylight cry from Browning's Pippa Passes, thy long blue solemn hours serenely flowing / whence earth, we feel, get steady help and good / all shall be mine. There are certainly also archetypes which do not dwell in the profound depths. Dancing on the ruins of the Bastille provided the strongest example of this, and conversely an archetype like the mother image in Isis Mary is at the same time a deeply rooted ideal. But on the whole, the ideal lives purely on the front, so much so that its image of fulfillment appeared too distant, rather than too sunken. It is no accident that the abstract utopias, as abstract, but equally as utopias, are essentially filled with ideals and considerably less with archetypes, even 173. With those which have straightforward revolutionary meaning. The lonely island where utopia supposedly lies may be an archetype, but more strongly at work within it are the ideal forms of perfection which is striven for, as either free or ordered development of the content of life. Utopian function therefore has to prove itself through the ideal basically along the same lines as through utopias themselves, along the lines of concrete mediation with material ideal tendency in the world, as noted above. That which is ideal can by no means be instructed and corrected by mere facts, on the contrary, it is part of its nature to exist in a state of tension with mere factual becomeness. And yet that which is ideal, if it is worth anything, has contact with the process of the world, of which so-called facts are reified fixed abstractions. It has in its anticipations, if they are concrete, a correlate in the objective hope contents of the tendency latency. This correlate makes possible ethical ideals as models, aesthetic ones as pre-appearances which point to something that is possibly becoming real. Such ideals, corrected and aligned by utopian function, are then collectively those of a self and world content developed in terms adequate to man, thus they are, which may finally summarize and simplify the whole nature of ideals here, all variations of the basic content, highest good. Ideals relate to the supreme hope content, possible world content, as means to an end. There is therefore a hierarchy of ideals, and a lower one can be sacrificed to a higher one, because it is resurrected anyway in the realization of the higher one. For example, the supreme variation of the highest good in the socio-political sphere is the classless society. Consequently, ideals like freedom and also equality act as means to this end, and derive their value content, one which in the case of freedom has been particularly ambiguous, from the highest good in socio-political terms. In such a way that it does not merely determine the content of the ideals as means, but also varies them according to the requirements of the supreme end content, and where necessary temporarily justifies the deviations. Equally, the supreme variation of the highest good in the aesthetic sphere is imminent pre-appearance of a humanely perfect world. Consequently, all aesthetic categories bear relation to this goal and are its variations, as l'art pour l'espoir. And more audibly than in the case of archetypes, there resounds in the ideal the answer of the subject to bad becomeness, the tendential answer against what is insufficient, for what is humanely appropriate. Thus when Marx says the working class has no ideals to realize, this anathema certainly does not apply to the realization of tendentially concrete goals, but only to that of abstractly introduced goals, of ideals which have no contact with history. 174. And process. Through Marx and Lenin, socialism has itself become a concrete ideal in each further stage to be pursued, an ideal which, through its systematically mediated solidity, spurs us on not less but more than the ideal which was abstract. And precisely the highest political ideal, the realm of freedom, as political summum bonum, is so little alien to consciously manufactured history that, as a concrete realm, it constitutes the finality of that history, or the last chapter of the history of the world. Because an anti-summum bonum or in vain, the equally possible alternative, would not be the last chapter of this history, but rather its deletion, and not finality, but exit to chaos. In process, there is either death without hinterland despite human work, or there is, by virtue of human work, realism of the ideal in its operation, tertium non datur. But the activity and the separate ideal of the freedom of the utopian function consists in objectively signifying and setting free the not yet become being as ideal, highest good, which develops with real possibility in dawnings, on the front of the process world. Encounter of the utopian function with allegory symbols, there still remains the engaged glance which clearly proves its worth even through what is not yet clear. The latter is here that not yet clear element which not only signifies its own matter, but also at the same time another matter within it. When this element appears in literary language, the words can certainly be sensuous and immediate, but they echo as in a great hall. Even the proverb offers itself as multi-layered and significant, in so far as it is capable of becoming metaphorical, in fact prefers to be so. Still waters run deep, this is thus already an allegorical statement, and it is heightened in great literary metaphors. Poems are painted window panes, this great metaphorical phrase of Goethe's splendidly conveys the dark brightness of signifying its own matter and at the same time another within it. Such a phrase is a perfect allegory, though as such itself again tainted with the not yet clear element of itself, which again is why no allegory can be perfect. For it is equivocal by definition, i.e. the object from which it takes its illuminating metaphor, here, the painted window panes, is itself by no means unequivocal. It contains several meanings within it, even those which do not relate to poems as comparisons, and above all it points further beyond itself, even in the poem relation, in the transparency relation, between darkness and light. So no allegory is perfect. 175. If it was, if its extended relation was not one which repeatedly sends us shooting off in all directions, but also along the same lines, to other things, then this kind of statement would not be allegorical but symbolic. It would be so even though the then attained perfection still remains one of what is factually not yet clear, namely one of the cloaked in the apparent, of the apparent as something still cloaked. In this sense, compared with the symbolic, allegory possesses a kind of wealth of vagueness, thus, in fact, its type of metaphor is inferior to the unwavering, yet at the same time still hovering type of the symbol and of its unified point of reference. Of course, this must not be confused with the other value distinction between the allegorical and the symbolic, which has been drawn in a fundamentally false way for little more than 100 years. According to this, the allegorical merely consisted of concepts which are dressed up or decorated in sensory form, whereas the symbolic, in fact, was simply always based on so-called immediacy. Or as Gundolf subsequently put it so foolishly, on the subject of Goethe whom he had Georgianized *, the young Goethe had expressed his original experiences symbolically, whereas the older Goethe had only been able to convey his so-called mere formative experiences allegorically. This value distinction is not only pointless in Goethe's case, it also follows the whole conventional fallacy concerning allegories which has been committed since Romanticism. By virtue of the semi-allegories diffused by reason, indeed mere abstract illustrations, which in the Rococo and Louis XVI period, as figures of virtue, of truth, of friendship, and so on, were the only aspect of the phenomenon of allegory that remained in consciousness. The romantic devaluation of allegories which related to this lacked the experienced knowledge of real allegory, that of the Baroque, with its orgy of emblems, that of the Middle Ages, that of early Christian patristics. Allegory in its heyday was by no means a dressing up of concepts in sensory form, a decoration of abstractions, but in fact the attempt to convey a thing meaning through other thing meanings, and furthermore on the basis of the opposite of abstractions, namely on the basis of archetypes, which unite the respective metaphorical components in their meaning content. And likewise it is archetypes which found the resonance of meaning, though the binding and central one, in the symbol metaphor, not as archetypes of on the way and transitoriness, but of a strict absolute or final sense. Clearly therefore, this last mentioned value distinction between allegory and symbol, the only legitimate one. After the manner of the poet Stephen George. 176. Cannot be confused with that between decorated abstractions, even of the most fixed kind, and incarnate theophanies, their difference of status is rather one within the same field of archetypes itself. The distinction has already been made above, CFP 161, that allegory contains the archetypes of transitoriness, which is why its meaning is always directed towards THIRD-WORLDIS, whereas the symbol remains consistently assigned to the unitus of one sense. And in the problem that now arises of an encounter of utopian function with allegory and symbol, the category of the cipher must be stressed in both, as the formed meaning, occurring even in real terms in objects, of the allegorical or symbolic dimensions combined in the archetype. Accordingly, allegory through respective detail provides a cipher onto a sense which is likewise still spread out in detail, multiplicity, THIRD-WORLDIS, and is to be found in transitoriness and fragmentation. Whereas the symbol through respective detail provides a cipher onto a unity of sense transparently appearing in detail, multiplicity, THIRD-WORLDIS, it is thus focused on the unum necessarium of an arrival, landing, gathering, no longer on temporariness, equivocalness sent hither and thither. This intention towards an arrival thus makes the symbol binding, in contrast to allegories, which shift as they flourish and are at the mercy of the continuing uncertainty of the path. Which ultimately means that allegory is essentially at home in art which is rich in figures and in polytheistic religions, whereas the symbol essentially belongs to great simplicity in art and to heno and monotheistic religions. Anticipation has something to announce in both, because in both it announces itself. This is simultaneously something sealed that reveals itself and something revealing, opening, that still seals itself up, because, especially in the symbol, the time is not yet ripe, the process has not yet been won, the matter pending within it, the sense, has not yet been produced and decided. Thus there is an encounter, founded in the substance itself, of utopian functions with allegory and symbol. It is the objective signification itself in which the utopian function here encounters itself. To repeat, every metaphor that remains in multiplicity, THIRD-WORLDIS, represents an allegory, as it does in the following: the oak stood in its misty shroud / a giant towering to the sky / where darkness from the bushes glowered / with 100 black and gloomy eyes. Asterisk if however the metaphor expresses unity, central things in general, if it converges towards these with an unquestionable certainty which is beginning to appear, even though it is still cloaked, then symbolism is achieved unequivocally, as it is in the following: above all summits there is peace. Asterisk and the form of both is that dialectical form which Goethe called, in a phrase which itself has a dialectical tension, a public mystery, precisely as a still continuing merging of what is opened and what is cloaked, what has not yet been removed from the cloak. But in such a way that, in all genuine, i.e. also objectively accurate allegories, especially symbols, the public mystery is not only one for human interpretation, owing to inadequate powers of comprehension for example, but equally constitutes real qualities of meaning in the outside world independent of human beings, hence the tendency forms of the characteristically typical which signifies itself in its respective appearances, hence the whole dialectical experiment of the world with forms of existence, with figures, on its still latent central figure. It is also instructive to compare this really public element of a mystery with Goethe's so realistic world opening. The entelechies developing in the shape of life in the world are also many living, object-based existing allegories and symbols. Thus this cipher also exists in reality, not merely in allegorical and symbolic designations of this reality, and such real ciphers exist precisely because the world process itself is a utopian function, with the matter of the objectively possible as its substance. The utopian function of humanly conscious planning and change here represents only the most advanced, most active outpost of the aurora function circulating in the world, of the nocturnal day in which all real ciphers, i.e. process forms still occur and are located. The allegorical formation of figures, the symbolic formation of goals, thus in fact show everything transitory as a metaphor, but as one which is a separate real path of meaning. Every apt metaphor is therefore at the same time one depicting reality, to the same extent as it is full of objective utopian function in the direction of its meaning, and is full of real cipher in the form of its meaning. And the symbol, in final contrast to the allegory, proves its worth from this standpoint as an attempted transition from metaphor to equation, i.e. to the attempted identity of inwardness and outwardness. And it is in fact part of the honesty of the statement itself that the unum necessarium, highest good, of such an identity content has always first appeared in the voice of a chorus mysticus, and not yet with that adequate predication, object-based successfulness, which is the frontier goal and the final task of world enlightenment. Longing, anticipation, distance, still continuing cloakedness, these are determinations in the subject and the object of the allegorical symbolic. They are determinations of a by no means permanent kind, but tasks directed towards the growing illumination of what is still indeterminate within it, in short, towards the growing resolution of the symbolic. But it is precisely realistic tendency knowledge, with the conscience of latency within it, which has to do justice to what is termed a public mystery. 16 Utopian image trace in realization Egyptian and Trojan Helen. But does the deed come, as the sun comes from the clouds, from the thought perhaps, spiritual and ripe? Does the fruit follow, as from the grove's dark leaf, the silent script? Holderlin. Dreams want to drift. How long does it keep on pointing only forwards in us? Wishing does want something, is not just anyhow, only rarely torments empty. If it hurries to land however, does the drive which is working within it arrive? The drive perhaps can surprisingly be gratified for a time, as any craving can to begin with. Nothing is of more indifference to the sated man than a piece of bread, nothing is more out of date to the curious man than the newspaper he has just read. Behind this, however, everything rises again. There are, beginning with hunger, wishes that are never cooled. And the images which even a self-gratifying wish has visualized occasionally hang in the air, as if they could not condense and fall. The wish and will towards them lives on, they themselves live on. Not even everything in fulfillable dreams always arrives when they land on level ground, often a trace remains. It is airy, windy even, but is stronger than flesh, is nevertheless noticeable. A man awaits a girl, the room is full of tender unrest, the last light of evening is in it, heightens the tension. If, however, the girl he is hoping for crosses the threshold and everything is all right, everything is there, then hoping itself is no longer there, it has vanished. It no longer has. 179. Anything to say, and yet it still carried something with it which does not make itself known in the existing pleasure. Complete congruence has rarely, probably never, entered. In the dream of something, before the heart refreshes itself, things were better or appeared to be so. Non-satisfaction and what can lie within it. It is not always possible even to pluck a now that has come. The flesh can be weak, but there is often a more sophisticated reason. All the more dubiously in fact, even in a good situation, if too many dreams are added beforehand, too many overhauling dreams. Then the imagination has used up the material of the imminent experience for itself, in love as in every kind of debut. Stendhal's essay on love achieves its famous diagnosis of the fiasco from this premise. According to Stendhal, immediate happiness occurs only where a man possesses a woman without delay, that is, in the moment of desiring her. Certain happiness in love is then only guaranteed if a lover has not yet had time to long for the woman and to work on her in his imagination. In fact, Stendhal does not even need the full play of the imagination to explain a remaining behind reality. He ventures the proposition, as soon as a single grain of passion comes into the heart, there is also a grain, a possibility of fiasco. And further, with dangerous, unnerving creation of stage fright, the higher a man's love is, the more he must force himself before he dares to touch his loved one intimately. He imagines he will anger a being which appears to him as something divine, which inspires in him both boundless love and boundless respect. Thus the soul is filled with shame and preoccupied with overcoming this shame, the road to bliss is blocked. We may compare with this the reluctance of romantic poets to allow their heavenly images of femininity to fall into experience, to see them fall, especially in E.T.A. Hoffmann. The romantic hatred of marriage derives not least from a stock of dreams which becomes inexhaustible and reified. The magic is destroyed, exclaims an artist in Hoffmann's Fair Maid with over-sexual fiasco in mind, and the inner melody, which otherwise announces marvelous things, becomes a row over a smashed soup dish. The same tragicomedy is suggested in a conversation of the conductor Chrysler with the princess in Hoffmann's Kater Murr. Chrysler praises the real musicians who do not want to make love like the good people who desecrate dreams in their marriage bed. However, in order that the artists do not appear 180 either as eccentric or even as incapable of love, Chrysler compares them to mincing earths, courtliness, the cult of the Virgin, and continues on the subject of the real musicians. They bear their chosen lady in their hearts and want nothing more than to sing, to write, to paint in her honor. In short, in their most exquisite courtesy, they are comparable to the gallant knights. In fact, several husbands have experienced the end that comes with realization. Even if they were no Chryslers, this happened to a real composer, and moreover one of the most romantic, Hector Berlioz, in exactly the way Chrysler envisaged. There was even a stage available here on which the idol shone with double radiance. Berlioz fell in love with a young English actress who portrayed Shakespeare's maidens and noble women. This Juliet, Ophelia, Desdemona enhanced her brilliance by rebuffing all approaches and consequently became all the more destructively radiant for Berlioz. Fearing that the desperate lover might take his life, his friends Chopin and Liszt spent a whole night searching the plain of St. Quentin in the direction of which Berlioz, quite out of his mind, had been seen rushing off. However, some years later, when the now famous composer succeeded in winning his beloved, when his idol became his wife, the previously so violent love collapsed with its realization, which may have brought more than just smashed soup dishes with it. Madame was no match for the dream image which she had infused into a young man from the stage. Experience was not forbearing with hope, but this hope was not forbearing with experience either, and the latter became exaggeratedly disappointing. First reason for disappointment. Happiness is there where you are not. Second reason, dream rendered independent and the legend of the double Helen. The first underlying factor here is that the here and now stands too close to us. Raw experience transposes us from the drifting dream into another state, into that of immediate nearness. The moment just lived dims as such, it has too dark a warmth, and its nearness makes things formless. The here and now lacks the distance which does indeed alienate us, but makes things distinct and surveyable. Thus, from the outset, the immediate G. P. Schmidt von Lumbeck, De Fremdlingsabendlied, and in Schubert's Wanderer. 181. Dimension within which realization occurs seems darker than the dream image, and occasionally barren and empty. Even if boundless imagination has not washed away the soil on which the realization stands, if the meeting with reality also takes place, even then the paradox can occur that the dream appeared firmer or at any rate brighter than its realization. The shining cloud settles around us as a gray mist when it comes nearer, the distant blue of the mountains vanishes completely when we reach them. Tamino in the Magic Flute, a fairytale opera, supposedly sees Pamina in the courtyard of Sarastro's castle exactly as she looks in her picture. Yet, despite his happy cry, "It's her," the question arises whether it really is her, whether the feeling expressed in Tamino's nostalgic song "This likeness is enchanting," whether this utopian imagination, with its imago, has found and could find its fulfillment in such a perfect original. We may compare with this image blue two tests which, as in the case of Berlioz, have taken place, have happened in life, and in fact to such diverse personalities as the distraught lyric poet Lenoir on the one hand, the vain and strict Christologian Kierkegaard on the other, but it was the same catastrophe with the mirage. Lenoir traveled to America, desiring not least to have the image of his bride more intensely present through separation than if he had her beside him. He returned home dissatisfied with the mere image, his desire for the original reinforced, but then he wrote the following poem entitled Change of Longing. Yet how long that journey seemed to me, how I longed to return so fearfully from the wide and foreign wastes of foam to the dear and distant coast of home. Welcomed by the land I longed to reach, jubilant I sprang at last upon the beach, like the evergreen dreams of younger days home's familiar trees greeted my gaze. Purer than ever rang the bird song here, sweet and intimate upon my ear, gladly, after the pains of being apart, I'd have taken every stone there to my heart. You instead I found, and on a dying beat all my joy sank down there at your feet. 182. In my heart all there was to be found was the hopelessness of love unbound. Oh, and how I long again in fear to ride out upon your murky swirling tide. How I wish I were forever on the wild sea with your image alone for company. So much for Lena and his incapacity for real reunion. Pamina crumbled immediately here at close quarters. This kind of love has the solemn vanity of being in love with itself. It is a feast that can never experience a Monday. For exactly the same reason, Kierkegaard, the all too absolute lover, also remained on the high seas with the image alone for company. Kierkegaard broke off his engagement with his fiancée Rugine Olsen. Rugine took one of her previous admirers as a husband, and Kierkegaard wrote in his diary, "Today I saw a pretty girl and was not interested. No husband can be more faithful to his wife than I am to her." And he continued, "In the adopted mask of the lecher and equally that of the ascetic, she has grasped the point well that she has to marry." There is the craziest criss-crossing of Platonisms here. There is the love ideal of the troubadour and the ascetic love of the virgin, but there is also the removal of Pamina to an image horizon as her idea-based home. The Platonist, even the homo religiosus Kierkegaard does not always deny himself the present, but he confines himself to the absolute, just as the absolute reserves the present for itself, for with regard to the absolute, there is only one time, the present. The absolute does not even exist at all for anyone who is not contemporary with it. Consequently, according to Kierkegaard, not only is the unconditional present of love very difficult to attain, but also, wholly in keeping, that of Christian imitation, Christian love. There have been no Christians since the days of the apostles. The fact that here, both in the relationship to the so-called absolute and especially to our neighbor, nothing more than horizonless inwardness appeared, this deep loss does not dispel the power of Kierkegaard's aporia concerning realization. Present means probation here, and, in Kierkegaard, it suits the reactionary mandate in Romanticism to represent the probation precisely before high ideals, i.e. those that are sometimes uncomfortable for existing society, as being as difficult as possible. In relation to the society of his time, Kierkegaard's ideals were certainly only paradoxical and anything but revolutionary. Nevertheless, this probation scruple made absolute does suit very well, not. 183. Even in a paradoxical way, the reactionary defeatism concerning the abandoned ideals of the formerly revolutionary bourgeoisie itself. Thus the bourgeois resigned himself to paying lip service to liberty, equality, fraternity, but in this way social democracy, by idealizing its supposed socialism to the extreme, also avoided the realization of a society in which people, again with absolute idealization, would supposedly have to become angels and, more significantly, would already have had to act like angels previously. And yet there is also real seriousness concealed in the continuing brilliance of the great image confronted with the here and now of its content, otherwise this seriousness could not be misused. That which is realized immediately, perfectly, with skin and hair, with flesh and bones, that which leaves no trace in the midst of our prehistory, of our sphere of being which has still developed so little towards complete being here, is also hardly likely to appear as the right thing immediately to the scheming realist, whom no absolute demand makes bankrupt. This is in fact the unromantic trace and core in Kierkegaard, even in Lena's so eccentric, in fact defeatist and impotent scrupulousness, a trace which elsewhere precisely caution notices in hope. Hence hope makes us mistrustful, justly and with precision, in fact with the highest kind of conscience, that of the goal, of every realization that offers itself all too plumply. Apotheoses are also always flat and decorative to a consciousness that does not esteem Kierkegaard's abstract radicalisms. Even such a perfect music of fulfillment as that which resounds in Beethoven's Fidelio when Leonora takes the chains off Florestan, even this unearthly happy music does not mediatize the previous music of hope. A brilliant rainbow shines before me which brightly rests upon dark clouds above. This earlier song of Leonora's has a special kind of happiness about it, even though it comes out of the middle of the night. Come, O hope, do not let the last star of the weary pale, illuminate my goal, no matter how far, love will not fail. The music of this pure prayer to hope does not completely pale before the fulfilled jubilation with which the opera Fidelio closes and releases us. Of course, Leonora's aria of hope has none of the depth which subsequently appears at the moment of realized hope, at the moment when the chains are taken off, in the almost stationary mysticism of this moment, but it does nevertheless retain an unsunken rainbow, with a space which seems open. Thus nearness makes things difficult. Hope, at least the presentiment of the imminent entrance of what has been hoped for, often still appears easier, even more filling than this nearness. Secondly, the all too distantly drifting and resonating flight makes things 184 difficult here. It is the life in the dream that has become independent, a life that longingly augments itself. This life will not die of fulfillment, does not want to quit its long familiar stage without leaving a trace. Not even when dream content and fulfillment appear to be as congruent as is humanly possible, even then something which has become an idol does not withdraw as a matter of course. In fact, the anomaly is possible that the idol posits itself as solely real, and then the fulfillment itself acts as a phantom. The motif of this rendered independence, which is not normal and yet threatens every wishful image, is conceived in the legend of the Egyptian Helen. A drama by Euripides deals with this peculiar, in fact essentially fragmentary material. The material subsequently deserved a Shakespeare, but did not even find a Hebel*. Eventually, Hofmannsthal did base an opera libretto on it, which is of little significance without Strauss's music, and an essay as well. The myth itself is one of the most true to life, even most important, which is to be found on the Utopia-Reality Road. Hofmannsthal tells us the following about it: we are in Egypt or on the island of Pharos which belongs to Egypt, before a king's castle. Menelaus appears, alone on the return journey from Troy. His ship has been drifting for months, blown from shore to shore, continually driven away from home. He has left behind Helen, the wife he has won back, in a concealed bay with his warriors. He is looking for advice, for help, an oracle which will instruct him how to find the way home. Then from the colonnade of the castle, Helen approaches him, not the beautiful, all too notorious one whom he has left behind on the ship, but a different one, and yet the same. And she claims to be his wife. The other one left behind on the ship is nobody, means nothing, a phantom, a delusion, put into Paris' arms at the time by Hera, the protectress of marriage, to fool the Greeks. 10 years of war have been waged for the sake of this phantom, tens of thousands of the best men have fallen, the most flourishing city in Asia has been reduced to ashes. But meanwhile she, Helen, the only real one, carried across the sea by Hermes, has been living here in this royal castle. So she has lived purely, secluded, faithfully, the most beautiful woman, but one who knows nothing of Paris, the Helen without Trojan war, not the monstrous cocotte, not the idol who was present during all the fighting, not the prize of victory. The change is too abrupt, the withdrawal of the idol too extensive for Menelaus to be able to believe it immediately, in fact to want to believe it. 10 years' fixation on the Trojan Helen stand in the way of the Egyptian one. Even Euripides has Menelaus say in similar vein, "I trust the weight of sufferings endured more than I trust you." Menelaus turns to go, but then a messenger comes from the ship and reports that the being that had been taken for Helen had dissolved into fiery air on the ship. After which as little doubt about the mere phantom existence of the Trojan cocotte remains as about the reality of the Egyptian woman of virtue, the former a streak of fiery air, but still glowing as it vanishes, perishes, the latter a corporeal entity, solely real. In fact, in Euripides, Menelaus has to accept this explanation and takes the Egyptian and not the Trojan Helen home with him, to the royal court at Sparta, where she is also depicted by Homer in the fourth canto of the Odyssey. Not greatly admired or admonished, but as an aristocratic lady of the manor reigning in peace, whose mind is hardly troubled by any memory of Troy. Except by a brief and smiling memory, by a memory which is not so much expressed with flippancy as with detachment, od. 4L 145. Menelaus' wife mentions that the Achaeans had to besiege Troy because of her enticing dogaze. The bitch is an old allegory for the Hittite. Elsewhere she pretends to have wept over the misery that she has caused and lays all the blame on Aphrodite who abducted her, LL 251-64, quite distantly, just as if she had been the Egyptian Helen all along. Thus far everything appears to be all right, not only on the ship but also in Sparta. Menelaus is envied his great goddess of love, he is congratulated on having a wife who has remained virtuous. While at the real heart of the matter the following has taken place: the Trojan or dream Helen has the advantage over the Egyptian one that she has been inhabiting a dream for 10 years, in fact has fulfilled the dream as a dream figure. In fact, the later real fulfillment can match this only with difficulty, or at least not completely. The luminous trace of the dream remains, a streak of fiery air remains, the mirage becomes independent. Because the object of the real fulfillment was itself not present during the adventures, in contrast to the dream object, the realized represents a very late acquaintance. Only the Trojan, not the Egyptian Helen, followed the colors, has absorbed the longing of 10 utopian years, the bitterness and the love-hatred of the cuckold, the many nights far from home, the rough field camp and the sweet foretaste of victory. Precisely because of this the balance easily shifts. The airy siren in Troy, with whom a world of guilt, suffering, but above all hope is associated, remains almost the real object in this curious aporia. Reality almost becomes a phantom. 186. Quite apart from the coquettish glamour of the Trojan Helen, the Egyptian one does not have the utopian glamour of the Trojan one in her favor. She did not go along with the longing of the voyage, the adventures of the campaign, the wishful image of conquest. Consequently the Egyptian reality as such appears to be of lesser dimensions. At least the destruction of the imagination by realization, even if by its own realization which fulfills it, creates deficiency symptoms in the latter case which reduce consciousness of the realization itself, where they do not in fact make this relative itself. The Egyptian Helen can have many names. Her Euripides problem, which does not only appear in literary and antiquarian contexts, is consequently representative. It is to a great extent threatening, as reification of the goal dream, or at least as the continuation of this goal dream which has become like reality. In each fulfillment, in so far and in as much as this is even possible totaliter, there remains a peculiar element of hope whose mode of being is not that of the existing or currently existing reality, and which is consequently left over together with its content. However, of course, it is, if it is not abstract but runs along the concrete line of extension of what it has overhauled, never quite outside the objectively possible in reality. Instead, this Trojan Helen-like element is also provisionally dotted in outline in Helen. Otherwise it would not have found any space in her at all, and no credibility for the universally desired object, the goal of the struggle. And furthermore, the imago which can be kindled on an object, as one which continues to hover towards attainment, is also not in the air, but possibly in the real utopian possibility of the object itself, which points even further. Only there can the full congruence of intention content and content of attainedness be latent, that is, the identity of the identical and of the non-identical, the latter understood here as intention distance, as hope distance. Rest, however, is the day when the Egyptian Helen also contains the glamour around the Trojan one. Objection to the first and second reason. Odyssey of quiescence. But dreaming in no way wants to point forwards continually. The drive behind it is definitely not sated by purely pictured material. Even dreaming itself does not aim at dream in such a way that it only takes pleasure in images. In waking dreams people enjoy instead the imagination of how it would be if there were something like what is dreamed, that is, if it 187. Were to become real. Thus even subjectively there is a counterweight to the reification of the dream and to the hoping which does not arrive itself in arrival, but rather, in the double sense of the word, remains behind. The counterweight is posited in the that of the intending, in the wish and will to become real itself. The dream as such does not realize itself, that is a minus, but flesh and bones are added to it, that is a compensating plus. There are also well-known cases where what is wished for, when it appears, may not only surprise us by the force of its landing, its quiescence, its realization, but even by a certain surplus of content which was not dreamed. The blossom as such may no longer be in the fruit, but then the fruitful as such was not in the blossom either, and the previous dream road can appear shorter than the real road which is now being trodden. Thus the darkness of the here and now, even the loss of the dream color itself, are sometimes overemphasized, as if neither were present. As if there were already fulfillment toto silla, experienced as present, in the existing aggregate state of being real. Hope then apparently no longer needs to be disappointed by privation, any more than experience needs to lack forbearance with hope. The feeling of first love is relevant here, when all buds burst, the feeling of thrilling encounter, enthusiastically experienced time of change, time of greatness. In this context the testimony of Gottfried Jan Strasberg concerning Isolde is still noteworthy, i.e. present, in fact reminding us of Helen, the most beautiful of women. This madness I have now forsaken, by Isolde it was taken, so henceforth I might not fancy that I saw the sun rise from Mycenae. Such splendor never dawned in Greece so clear, it first dawns here. We may take the liberty of applying this consciousness of Gottfried's also to his other Greece, to a work-based super-Greece of his time, for example to Strasbourg Cathedra, its inscription in the mind of the contemporary onlooker. Pride in works in general is capable of great presence, in the spirit of the producer, on the day of completion, when the sun for which a vigil is so often kept rises like a crown. This moment appears most clearly, endlessly anticipated and yet succeeding in the end, in Klopstock, after the completion of the meshes. I have reached the goal, and feel where I am my whole soul is alive. It will be thus, I speak humanly of divine things, for us one day, you brothers of the man who died and rose again, on our arrival in heaven. 188. All this seems like historical presence of mind per se, like quiescence, which nevertheless seems to contain the whole of the previous Odyssey. Klopstock's comparison itself points to that strongest example of landing which was mythically described in the Unio Mystica. No expectation remains behind in the face of it, no intention persists, not even that of the Sussum Corda, and definitely no distance. And yet even here a trace emerges again in the long run, one that has never disappeared. Since all these contacts are not yet such, even the glance at them is still merely preview, even the feeling that they arouse, merely presentiment. Little more repose is achieved through this than the darkness of the here and now together with the loss of the dream color being briefly overemphasized in what is reached. Even in such culminations, however Klopstockian, all that remains objectively justified is after all only Faust's presentiment of a supreme moment. It remains the journeying Odyssey, and thus an Odyssey of quiescence cannot yet succeed, with identity of its arrival and its journey content. The presentiment itself, which is thoroughly related to attainability and arrival, is of course extremely important, since corresponding to it is that tendency, aimed at realization and positing realization, of the waking dream and its anticipatory perfection. In no way does the so-called endless approach to the ideal smuggle itself in again here, that kind of scruple which is not really serious about realization. However, the opposite to the endless approach is not in fact sheer presence, not the claimed total successfulness of the arrival in the goal, but rather the opposite is the finiteness of the process and of the consequently at least surveyable anticipation distance to the goal. This genuine presentiment, that is, one which implies an attainable final state, undoubtedly fills most broadly, most democratically, and most humanely the immense moments of the happily begun, then victoriously celebrating revolution. But again only, and here precisely only in such a way that it does not rest on the laurels of the present, but that instead, in the still so pressing achievement of victory, this victory is properly grasped as task, and thus the happy present is simultaneously grasped as pledge for the future. Revolutions realize the oldest hopes of mankind, for this very reason they demand the ever more precise concretion of what is intended as the realm of freedom and of the unfinished journey towards it. Only if a being like Utopia itself, consequently the still completely outstanding kind of reality, successfulness, were to seize the driving content of the here and now, would be the basic state of mind of this driving, hope, also be totally included in the successfulness of reality. Until this possible fulfillment. 189. The intention waking dream world is in progress, no part payment allows it to be forgotten. No making absolute of a mere presentiment may allow us to forget the mindfulness in this intention. For it is the mindfulness of the basic content in our driving, a content which has not yet entered into our consciousness at all, let alone into successfulness, which, for precisely this reason, still lies in Utopia. The highest conscientiousness of this mindfulness is set down in the words of the psalm, "If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning." Even without religious accents, even without contrasting accents towards a so-called exile of existence, a realization has never yet been made absolute without a final part of its waking dream being left over, and therefore moved on further beyond the attained to its possible being even better. A new peak appears behind the previously attained one. This plus ultra consequently does not let the realization weaken, but makes it sharper towards its purpose. Anyway, the duration, the non-renunciation of the image of hope, have their origin in the enduring problem, realization, and in the reasons for this problem itself. Third reason for utopian trace images. The aporias of realization. Even in the entrance of something there is still a something which remains behind itself. The doer and the doing of the work of realization are not completely carried out, they live on to themselves. They remain absent from the deed which frees itself from them, as the tool remains absent from the finished machine or the poet from his poem. And in every fulfillment, even in the one which seems, so to speak, similar to the point of confusion to the goal image, there lies an unfinished piece of work of the active element which becomes a burden on the weakness of the realization, the quantitative as well as the qualitative weakness. From the quantitative weakness derives the compulsive will to continue work endlessly. Against this will the Roman council is issued, Manum de tabula. From the qualitative weakness derives the decision to begin even a finished work from the very beginning again, in accordance with an image of perfection which has grown up alongside the growing work itself and thus seems to be doubly unrealized. Therein lies the cause of a fiasco and of an Egyptian Helen problem in this sphere too. Hoffmann's fantasy piece Ritterglück allows the composer of the Armida, or the madman who wants to embody him, to go around even after his death. Somewhat diminished so that he can play Armida again, to a higher degree, as it were, can play it as if it came out of the kingdom of dreams. The quantitative and most definitely the qualitative deficit in the act of realization itself has hardly been thought through philosophically until now, and this in spite of the overwhelming external experience of it. One reason for this lies in the fact that human activity as such only became conscious of itself at a late stage. Work was the business of slaves and manual workers, thought took only brief notice of its completion, realization. Creating and knowing were considered in antiquity as pure depicting of something given, passive looking is dominant, the work merely traces over it. Even in the ethical sphere, according to Socrates, no one can do wrong voluntarily, knowledge of the good inevitably posits the doing of it. Thus there is here neither a defiance of what has been morally demonstrated nor a will towards it. The realizing is so passive and therein so apparently self-evident that it is not even named, let alone thought. This minimal regard for the separate, active act of realization did not change fundamentally either when in more recent times the homo faber, the maker, the entrepreneur, producer were thoroughly reconsidered philosophically. In fact, since the act of generation was exclusively rationalized, i.e. was understood as a purely logical action, the rationalistic, if not panlogical ideology supplied a further motive as regards the non-reflection of the realization. At that time, in rationalism, after many requalifications of this construction, world formation itself ultimately developed out of the idea of generation, understood initially purely in mathematical terms, which only posits and defines formal objects. It is still a predominantly formal world formation, i.e. orientated towards mathematics, as in Kant, where reason makes the world of experience. Then generation became experimental in terms of content, orientated towards artistic production, as in Schelling, in that spontaneity here not only dictates nature's laws, but, as nature productive with consciousness, creates nature, i.e. animates it to become free and sends it into its separate development. And generation finally became completely experimental in terms of content in Hegel, orientated towards history and its genesis, in that here all the form contents of the world were supposed to arise dialectically out of sound, continually governing reason. This is therefore in nous the classical idealistic notion of generation, of origin, of reality formation, and evidently it does not do much more justice to the problem of realization, although this was seen, than antiquity did. Because even here realization does not appear as a separate act, it simply appears as an automatically unfolding logos. The cognition ground remains the same as the real ground, because the real ground is itself only a logical. 191. Panlogical one inside the world thought of which the whole world ultimately consists in Hegel. And above all, the ancient passivity of realizing is not abandoned despite the Homo Faber and his philosophy, the Panlogos repeatedly ties generating into a mere process of revelation. This means, to contemplative thinking as a whole, and all idealistic thinking is contemplative, realization remains mere embodiment of a goal idea, an automatically existing and a finished one, so to speak, which is simply clothed with flesh by the doer or creator. The realization comes out of the logical consistency of the matter itself here, it comes out of this even in the only thinker who, although he lived in antiquity, did at least make realization into a category, even if not into a problem, in Aristotle. He saw the various disruptions of realization and yet despite this he entrusted it, in fact in a particularly wholehearted way, to the idea which had become entelecheia, as its most characteristic concern. According to Aristotle, realization is solely self-realization of the form idea or entelecheia which is inherent in things, the entelecheia is thus itself the energy, or the actus, towards its realization. However, a not-so-logical element manifests itself in the first thinker of realization as well, in fact a not-so-logical element which attempts to do justice from afar to the disruptions, perhaps even aporias of realization. Aristotle lays the existing unfinished piece of work of realization which remains behind the entelecheia to the charge of mechanical matter, in so far as this dispatches disrupting subsidiary causes into the entelechetic purpose causes. In this way what is not defined, what is contingent in nature arises, together with capricious fate in the sphere of intentional occurrence, of history. An idea which does at least confront the problem, even though it is an idealistic idea, and how close Goethe's notion in Faust is to it, the finest things the spirit could receive / by strange and stranger matter are besieged, how close to it even Hegel's notion is, despite all its confinement of non-panlogicality to nature, this contingency is greatest in the realm of concrete structures which, however, are only directly concrete as natural things. Nature is powerless to keep conceptual definitions merely abstract and to expose the elaboration of the particular to external definability, Encyclopédie, 230. And yet even here the problem of realization proves not to be posed in terms of and within itself, rather it is shifted onto a scapegoat, onto mechanical matter or, in Hegel, onto the being beside itself of the whole of nature itself, as the unresolved contradiction. But do not the doer and the doing besiege each other in a strange and stranger way? This is a thought which would like to get to the still dark heart of the process of realization as such. That is why, Finally, we cannot leave memories from the history of philosophy concerning realization and its weakness without a gesture in the direction of the later Schelling, who was the only philosopher who did in fact wish to tear the problem of realization away from total rationalism, though instead he consigned it to incurable mythology, the mythology of the fall of man and of the fall of Lucifer. According to the later Schelling, its quod, or its that existence and entry origin do not at all follow from the quid or the rationally graspable essence of a matter. Instead, the becoming real of the idea is, in its immemorial origin, particular will, a falling away from the idea, and indeed a will which already occurs in God himself, in the fathomless ground or non-ground of the divine ground. Schelling's work Philosophy and Religion thus combines the logos as creator and places a kind of original crime, the dark evil particular will, at the source of being. In a word, there is no constant transition from the absolute to the real. The origin of the world of the senses is only conceivable as complete breaking away from absoluteness, by means of a leap, Werke 6, p. 38. Thus Schelling in fact transferred realization onto a separate sheet from that written on by the idea. It ceases to be a mere manifestation function of the objectively logical. The price that was paid for this reference of the logical to something volitional and that intensive was of course that the realization was both housed in mythology and literally sent to the devil inside this mythology. To which must be added, not only the irrational first impetus given to the world, but also every individual realization in the world generates, according to Schelling, nothing but discord and irregularity, abortion, illness, and death, since it runs on from that irrational impetus. So this is how far Schelling tore the realizing element and the idea apart, and how senselessly and totally he made the aporias of realization itself absolute to the point of insolubility. And neither did Schelling dissolve the traditional connection of realizing with a finished, merely to be manifested idea. The connection was only expressed as a negative one. The evil particular will realizes what is opposed to the good universal will. Open horizon is not granted here either to the realization factor or to its goal image, any more than it is in the optimists of the incarnation. These then are the reasons why the quantitative and qualitative weakness of realization is still really uninvestigated. Obviously, its aporias, from the unfinished piece of work to the still present non-congruence. 193. Of even the best realization with the goal image, cannot be investigated at all outside the context of the utopia problem. All the less so since such varied utopian elements are left over in realized material and re-emerge afterwards, pursuing new goals. We said that even in the entrance of something there was still something that remains behind itself. Something about it darkens and cannot completely free itself from this knot here in the midst of the immediate nearness of occurrence. We have already identified above the dimming of the just-lived moment, and precisely this dimness makes it difficult, in the most immediate way, to experience something that has entered wholly as such. At the same time, however, this most immediate thing in itself is nothing other than the driving force, the that factor, consequently the intensive aspect of the realizing element itself. And this realizing element still stands squarely in the not having of its act and content. The darkness of the just-lived moment illustrates precisely this not having itself of the realizing element. And it is in fact this still unattained aspect in the realizing element which primarily also overshadows the here and now of something realized. Therein therefore lies the ultimate, the principal solution of the not yet carpe diem, definitely without romanticisms. What is realized is brilliant and slightly in shadow at the same time, because in the realizing element itself there is something that has not yet realized itself. The unrealized realizing element brings its own most peculiar minus into the plus of the realization as soon as the latter occurs. This is the primary reason why, as Goethe says, nearness makes things difficult, also why a fulfillment which appears to be sufficiently perfect rebus sic stantibus still equally brings a melancholy of fulfillment along with it. And why the preceding goal image, with its utopianly anticipated substance, may not enter completely into the fulfillment, and thus, driving on further, often even driving on into senselessness, is left over. After all, the wisher goal content itself did not lie in the nearness which belongs to the attainment of the goal, precisely the far goal content was still outside the darkness of the just lived moment on account of its distance, on account of its being kept away from the here and now. When, however, what has been utopianly anticipated moves into what is realized, it also simultaneously moves up into the shadow of that most central immediacy which, being that of the realizing element, is itself not yet cleared. From this primary reason, at the same time in a wider context, the whole twilight follows in which the process of realization also still lies and must lie, which is the process of history. Since it is still an undecided process, on account 194 of its not yet realized driving and origin content, its outflow can just as easily be nothing as all, just as easily total in vain as total success. And just as, cheeringly, there is a sudden flash of the possible all in this so dark bright dappled world, so too, threateningly, darkenings of the possible nothing loom. Though far from being the case that being is centered in death, there is still a hint of negation circulating in the air, without any joking, even without automatic negation of negation. Every mortal danger belongs to it, and every individual death, the millions of young people who fell in the world wars belong to it, and the pervasive imbecility which has learnt nothing from them. These are the delays or frustrations which interrupt the conditions of positive realization, also, since the not in the not having itself of the realizing element can equally lead to the non-realization of the essential tendency content, and ultimately realization content. This threatening circulation of in vain and nothing already generates the disruption, otherwise expressed as the resistance in the material, otherwise expressed as the gigantic sleep of stupidity or disparateness in the so hazardous straits of our process world. This circulation of nothing is what Aristotle wrongly laid to the charge of mechanical matter. What Schelling even wished to displace as old Satan from reason and to place in the primal ground of the world. Both were looking for a scapegoat for imperfection in their completed world, that is, a world already statically defined to an end. Conversely, insight into process as something undecided, with nothing or all in its real end possibility, needs no scapegoat, either with regard to the existing unfinished piece of work or to the not wholly redeemed goal image in its best conceivable fulfillment. Instead, not yet emerged realizedness of the realizing element and, closely associated with it, not yet discovered, positively manifested, realized absolute and essence, these are the elements in the aporias of realization. Only if a being were like utopia, if consequently the still completely outstanding kind of reality of successfulness had made the driving content of the here and now itself radically present, would the basic stock of this driving, hope be wholly included as such in the realized reality. The content of what has been realized would then be the content of the realizing element itself, the what essence, quid ditas, of the solution would be precisely the opened that ground, quaditas, of the world. The essence, most highly qualified matter, has not yet appeared, therefore missing represents its not yet manifested absolute in every, previously successful appearance. But the world makes space even for this missing. On the front of its process the goal content itself is in fermentation and real possibility. Concretely anticipatory consciousness is directed. 195. Towards this state of the goal content, it has its openness and positiveness within it. 17. The world in which utopian imagination has a correlate real possibility, the categories front, novum, ultimum, and the horizon. The critic can therefore latch onto any form of theoretical and practical consciousness and develop true reality out of the separate forms of existing reality as their obligation and their final purpose. It will then become apparent that the world has long possessed the dream of a matter, of which it must only possess the consciousness in order to possess it in reality. Marx, Letter to Ruga, 1843. I am convinced that the world spirit gave the age the command to advance. Such a command is obeyed, this entity moves irresistibly forward like an armored, tightly closed phalanx with the same indiscernible movement with which the sun moves, through thick and thin. Countless light troops are flanked around it, for and against, most of them have no idea what it is about and are run through the head, as if by an unseen hand. The best bet, however, is to keep a close eye on the advancing giant. Hegel, Letter to Needhammer, 1816. Man is not solid. To think oneself into what is better, this proceeds at first only inwardly. It indicates how much youth there is in man, how much lies in him that is waiting. This waiting will not go to sleep, however many times it has been buried, even in a desperate man it does not stare into complete nothingness. Even the suicide still flees into negation as into a womb, he expects rest. Even disappointed hope wanders around agonizing, a ghost that has lost its way back to the cemetery and clings to refuted images. It does not perish through itself, but only through a new form of itself. The fact that we can thus sail into dreams, that daydreams, often of a completely uncovered kind, are possible, indicates the great space of the still open, still uncertain life in man. Man spins out wishes, is in a position to do so, finds a wealth of material for them, even if it is not always of 196. The best, most durable quality, in himself. This fermenting and effervescing above the consciousness that has become is the first correlate of the imagination, a correlate which to begin with is merely inward, in fact only located within itself. Even the silliest dreams nevertheless exist as foam, daydreams even contain a foam from which a Venus has sometimes risen. The animal knows nothing of this kind, only man, although he is much more awake, wells up utopianly. His existence is less solid as it were, although, compared with plants and animals, he is much more intensely present. Human existence has nevertheless more fermenting being, more dawning material on its upper edge and hem. Something has as it were remained hollow here, in fact a new hollow space has only just developed. Dreams drift in it, and possible things circulate inwardly which can perhaps never become outward. Much in the world is still unclosed. Of course, nothing would circulate inwardly either if the outward were completely solid. Outside, however, life is just as little finished as in the ego which is working on this outside. No thing could be altered in accordance with wishes if the world were closed, full of fixed, even perfected facts. Instead of these there are simply processes, i.e. dynamic relationships in which the become has not completely triumphed. The real is process, the latter is the widely ramified mediation between present, unfinished past, and above all, possible future. Indeed, everything real passes over into the possible at its processual front, and possible is everything that is only partially conditioned, that has not yet been fully or conclusively determined. Here we must of course distinguish between the merely cognitively or objectively possible and the real possible, the only one that matters in the given context. Objectively possible is everything whose entry, on the basis of a mere partial cognition of its existing conditions, is scientifically to be expected, or at least cannot be discounted. Whereas really possible is everything whose conditions in the sphere of the object itself are not yet fully assembled, whether because they are still maturing, or above all because new conditions, though mediated with the existing ones, arise for the entry of a new real. Mobile, changing, changeable being, presenting itself as dialectical material, has this unclosed capability of becoming, this not yet closedness both in its ground and in its horizon. Bloch is alluding to the German saying Traum sind Schaume, dreams are just foam. 197. So that we may deduce from this, the really possible of sufficiently mediated, i.e. dialectically, materialistically mediated newness gives utopian imagination its second, its concrete correlate, one outside a mere fermenting, effervescing in the inner circle of consciousness. And as long as the reality has not become a completely determined one, as long as it possesses still unclosed possibilities, in the shape of new shoots and new spaces for development, then no absolute objection to utopia can be raised by merely factual reality. Objections to bad utopias can be raised, i.e. to abstractly extravagant, badly mediated ones, but precisely concrete utopia has in process reality a corresponding element, that of the mediated novum. Only this process reality, and not a fact-basedness torn out of it which is reified and made absolute, can therefore pass judgment on utopian dreams or relegate them to mere illusions. If we give every mere factuality in the external world this critical right, then we make what is fixedly existing and what has fixedly become into absolute reality per se. It becomes clear, however, even merely within the vastly altered reality of today, that the restriction to the factum was hardly a realistic one, that reality itself is not worked up, that it has something advancing and breaking out at its edge. Man today is thoroughly acquainted with the frontier existence outside the previous expectation context of becomeness. He no longer sees himself surrounded by ostensibly completed facts, and no longer considers these as the only real, devastatingly, possible fascist nothing has opened up in this real, and above all, finally feasible and overdue, socialism. A different concept of reality to the narrow and ossified one of the second half of the 19th century is thus overdue, a different one to that of the positivism to which the idea of process is alien, and of its counterpart, the non-committal ideal world of pure appearance. Sometimes the ossified concept of reality even penetrated Marxism and consequently made it schematic. It is not sufficient to speak of dialectical process and then to treat history as a series of sequential physa or even closed totalities. A narrowing and diminishing of reality threatens here, a turning away from efficacity and seed asterisk in reality, and that is not Marxism. Rather, the concrete imagination and the imagery of its mediated anticipations are fermenting in the process of the real itself and are depicted in the concrete forward dream. Anticipating elements are a component of reality itself. Thus the will towards utopia is entirely. Asterisk from Goethe's Faust, Part I, 384. All efficacity and seed explore and rummage round in words no more. 198. Compatible with object-based tendency, in fact is confirmed and at home within it. Militant optimism, the categories front, novum, ultimum precisely the defeated man must try the outside world again. That which is coming up is not yet decided, that which is swamp can be dried out through work. Through a combination of courage and knowledge, the future does not come over man as fate, but man overcomes the future and enters it with what is his. However, the knowledge needed by courage and above all decision cannot have the most common mode of previous knowledge, namely a contemplative mode. Because merely contemplative knowledge necessarily refers to what is closed and thus to what is past, it is helpless against what is present and blind to the future. In fact, it appears to itself all the more as knowledge, the further back its objects lie in what is past and closed, the less therefore it contributes to the process of something being learned for the present and future from history, a history that occurs in tendency. The knowledge necessary for decision accordingly has a different mode, one which is not merely contemplative, but rather one which goes with process, which is actively and partisanly in league with the good which is working its way through, i.e. what is humanly worthy in process. It goes without saying that this mode of knowledge is also the only objective one, the only one which reflects the real in history, namely the events produced by working people together with the abundant interweaving process connections between past, present, and future. And knowledge of this kind, precisely because it is not merely contemplative, thoroughly mobilizes the subjects of conscious production itself. Since it is not quietism, even in relation to discovered tendency, it does not revere that banal, automatic progress optimism per se which is only a reprise of contemplative quietism. The optimism is this reprise because it also disguises the future as past, because it regards the future as something which has long since been decided and thus concluded. Confronted with the future state which stands like an agreed consequence in the so-called iron logic of history, the subject can just as easily lay his hands in his lap as he once folded them when confronted with God's will. In similar fashion, for example, by leaving capitalism to function to its conclusion, it was appointed as its own grave digger, and even its dialectic appeared to be self-sufficient, to be autarchical. All this is fundamentally false, however. 199. In fact, so patently just new opium for the people that, cum grano salis, even a dash of pessimism would be preferable to the banal, automatic belief in progress as such. Because at least pessimism with a realistic perspective is not so helplessly surprised by mistakes and catastrophes, by the horrifying possibilities which have been concealed and will continue to be concealed precisely in capitalist progress. Thinking ad pessimum, for every analysis which does not make it absolute again, is a better traveling companion than cheap credulity. It thus constitutes the critical coldness precisely in Marxism. For every changing decision, automatic optimism is not much less of a poison than pessimism made absolute, since, if the latter quite openly serves shameless reaction, which calls itself by its own name, with the aim of discouraging, then the former helps shamefaced reaction with the aim of fostering winking connivance and passivity. Thus, rather than false optimism, the only thing that is assigned, in order to foster true optimism, to the knowledge of decision, to the decision of attained knowledge, is once again the concretely and utopianly comprehended correlate in real possibility, comprehended as one in which of course it is by no means already the night to end all days, but just as little, in the sense of non-utopian optimism, already the day to end all nights. The attitude towards this undecided material, which can however be decided through work and concretely mediated action, is called militant optimism. Through this, as Marx says, no abstract ideals are realized, but rather the repressed elements of the new, humanized society, that is, of the concrete ideal, are set free. It is the revolutionary decision of the proletariat which today commits itself to the final struggle of liberation, a decision of the subjective factor in alliance with the objective factors of economic material tendency. And it is not as if this subjective factor, that of realization and of changing the world, were any other than a material activity. It is such, even if, as Marx stresses in the first thesis on Feuerbach, as the active side, generation, productivity, spontaneity of consciousness, it has certainly been developed primarily from idealism and not from mechanical materialism. And once again it is not as if even for one moment the activity which is part of changing the world, i.e. of militant optimism, could really intervene or bring about lasting change without being allied with real, present tendencies, because if the subjective factor remains isolated, then it simply becomes a factor. Bloch is playing on a German saying it is not yet the night to end all days, an English equivalent of which would be we are not yet out of the wood. 200. Of Putschism, not of revolution, of Spiegelbergian forays * not of the work. If, however, there is insight into the consequences of the decision, and it is precisely the knowledge in the decision which guarantees this insight, then the power of the subjective factor cannot be estimated highly or even deeply enough, precisely as the militant function in militant optimism. Concrete decision in favor of the victory of light in real possibility is the same as countermove against failure in process. Is the same as the countermove of freedom against so-called destiny which has been removed from process and which counteracts it through stagnation and reification. Is the same as the countermove against all these deadly manifestations from the family of nothing and against the circulation of nothing, the other alternative to real possibility itself. Is thus ultimately the countermove against the pervasive ruin of pure negation, war, advent of barbarism, so that, by redirecting this destruction onto itself, the negation of the negation may also find space here and the dialectic actively triumph. Concrete decision is always in conflict with statics here, yet precisely because it is not Putschism, but rather, being militant, is equally founded optimism. It lives in peace with process which brushes death statics itself the wrong way. Man and process, or rather, subject and object in dialectically materialist process, consequently both stand equally on the front. And there is no other place for militant optimism than the place which the category of front opens up. The philosophy of this optimism, that is, of materially comprehended hope, is itself, as the trenchant knowledge of non-contemplation, concerned with the foremost segment of history, and is so even when it concerns itself with the past, namely with the still undischarged future in the past. Philosophy of comprehended hope thus stands per definitionem on the front of the world process, i.e. on the so little thought out, foremost segment of being of animated, utopianly open matter. Not everything that is well known is also known, least of all when freshness is present. Thus along with the concept of the front the so closely related concept of newness is also in a parlous state. The new, it circulates in the mind in first love, also in the feeling of spring, the latter has nevertheless hardly found a single philosopher. It permeates, though it is forgotten time and again, the eve of great events, together with a highly characteristic mixed reaction of fear, being armed, confidence, it founds, in the promised novum of happiness, Advent consciousness. It runs through the expectations of almost all religions, in so far as primitive, even ancient Oriental future. Spiegelberg, the unscrupulous marauder in Schiller's The Robbers. 201. Consciousness can be properly understood at all, it pervades the whole of the Bible, from Jacob's blessing to the Son of Man who makes everything new, and to the new heaven, the new earth. Nevertheless, the category novum has not been described anything like adequately enough, and found no place in any pre-Marxist world picture. Or if it did seem to find it, as in Boutru * or above all in the Art Nouveau or secession philosophy of Bergson, then the new was simply considered from the point of view of senselessly changing fashions and celebrated as such. All that resulted from this was the different rigidity of a surprise that is always the same. This kind of thing has already been made clear in the case of the block which has obstructed the concept of the not yet conscious for so long, in such a way that the dawning, the incipit vita nova, also repeatedly remains a fixum in the so-called philosophy of life. Thus the concept of the new in Bergson simply appears as abstract contrast to repetition, in fact often as merely the reverse side of mechanical uniformity. At the same time it was attributed to every moment of life without exception, and was consequently devalued. Even the duration of a thing, the durée which is imagined as being fluid, is based by Bergson on continual difference, supposedly because in truly unchanged persistence the beginning and end of the state would be indistinguishable, would objectively coincide, and consequently the thing would not have duration at all. And the novum as a whole in Bergson is not elucidated by its path, its explosions, its dialectic, its images of hope and genuine products, but in fact repeatedly by the contrast to mechanism, by the contentless declaration of an élan vital in and for itself. Great love for the novum is active, great inclination towards openness leaps to the eye, but the process remains empty and repeatedly produces nothing but process. In fact, the eternal metaphysical vitality theory ultimately achieves a mere frenzy instead of the novum, precisely because of the constantly required change of direction, required for its own sake. So it is not the curve praised by Bergson that develops with this change, but rather a zigzag in which, from sheer opposition to uniformity, there is only the figure of chaos. Consequently, the abstractly understood futurum also ends in a l'art pour l'art of vitality which Bergson himself compares to the rocket or to an immense firework which continually shoots out new bursts of fire. L'Evolution Créatrice, 1907, p. 270. Here too we must emphasize, there is absolutely no genuine novum in Bergson. He has in fact only developed his concept from sheer excess into capitalistic fashion novelty and thus stabilized it, élan vital and Émile Boutru, 1845–1921, French philosopher of science. 202. Nothing more is and remains itself a fixum of contemplation. The social reason for Bergson's pseudo-novum lies in the late bourgeoisie, which has within it absolutely nothing new in terms of content. The corresponding ideological reason ultimately lies in the old, laboriously reproduced elimination of two of the most essential qualities of the novum in general, possibility and finality. In both, Bergson sees the same schematics of deadening reason hostile to change which he sees at work elsewhere as spatialization, causality, mechanism. The mighty realm of possibility thus becomes for him an illusion of retrospection, there is no possible in Bergson whatsoever. For him it is a projection which is sketched back into the past by what is newly developing. In the possible, according to Bergson, the just arising novum is only to be conceived as having been possible. The possible is nothing other than the real plus a mental act which reflects the image of this real into the past, as soon as the real has developed. The real welling up of unforeseeable newness, not predesignated in any possible, is however a real which makes itself possible, not a possible that becomes real. La pensée est-elle mouvante, p. 133. Bergson thus characteristically almost reproduces the anti-possibility proof of the Megarian philosopher Diodorus Cronus, who was in fact himself close to the Eleatic philosophers, the teachers of an absolute rest. And similarly, Bergson closes his mind to the concept of the novum by regarding finality simply as the establishing of a rigid final goal, rather than as the goal determination of the human will, which first seeks precisely its where to and what for, in the open possibilities of the future. Or rather, as the goal determination of a work, above all of a planning, which has stressed its where to and what for and goes about achieving it. Bergson, however, in equating all foreseeability with static prediction, has not only ignored creative anticipation, this reddening dawn in the human will, but the genuine novum as a whole, the horizon of utopia. And the continually stressed changeableness, boundlessness, hardly made Bergson's newness universe into what, with nevertheless unmistakable finality, he fantasized it to be, into the machine to produce gods. To sum up, appropriate to the novum, so that it really is one, is not only abstract opposition to mechanical repetition, but actually also a kind of specific repetition, namely of the still unbecome total goal content itself, which is suggested and tended, tested and processed out in the progressive newnesses of history. Thus moreover, the dialectical emergence of this total content is no longer described by the category novum, but rather by the category ultimum, and with this of course the repetition ends. But it only ends by virtue. 203. Of the fact that, to the same extent that the ultimum represents the last, i.e. the highest newness, the repetition, the unremitting representedness of the tendency goal in all progressively new, intensifies to the last, highest, most fundamental repetition, of identity. And the newness in the ultimum really triumphs by means of its total leap out of everything that previously existed, but it is a leap towards the newness that is ending or identity. The category ultimum has not been left as unconsidered as that of the novum. The idea of the last thing has always been a subject of those religions which also set a time limit to time, and thus above all of Judeo-Christian philosophy of religion. However, this categorical treatment precisely indicated that the one which properly ought to precede it, that of the novum, was as good as absent. Because in the whole of Judeo-Christian philosophy, from Philo and Augustine to Hegel, the ultimum relates exclusively to a primum and not to a novum. Consequently the last thing appears simply as the attained return of an already completed first thing which has been lost or relinquished. The form of this return incorporates the pre-Christian form of the self-combusting and self-renewing phoenix. It incorporates the Heraclitean and Stoic doctrine of world conflagration, according to which the Zeus fire takes the world back into itself and similarly, in periodic cycles, releases it again. And in fact we may say, the cycle is the figure which the ultimum attaches so firmly to the primum that it misfires logically and metaphysically within it. Of course, Hegel saw in the being for itself of the idea, which is its ultimum and in which process dies away as in an amen, the primum of the being in itself of the idea not only reproduced but fulfilled. The mediated immediacy is attained in the being for itself, rather than the unmediated immediacy in the beginning of the mere being in itself. But, as in every individual form epoch of the world process, and consequently also in its totality, this result nevertheless remained a cyclical one here. It is the cycle, completely free of the novum, of the restitutio in inte grum. Every part of philosophy is a philosophical whole, a circle which closes in upon itself. The whole thus presents itself as a circle of circles. Encyclopédie, 15. Likewise, despite having been thought out more thoroughly, The ultimum was also invariably diffused here, in that its omega coils back into the alpha again without the power of the novum. In the final analysis, this is also true where mechanically and materialistically the alpha-omega has been secularized into a ball of vapor out of which the world emerges and into which it disperses again. The original and the archetype of all this remains the alpha-omega in the embracing ring of a primal being to which process 204 returns almost as a prodigal son and undoes the substance of its novum. These are all in fact prison formations against real possibility or a disavowal of it which seeks to visualize even the most progressive historical product solely as the re-remembering or restoration of something once possessed, primally lost. Consequently, as is evident precisely in the ultimum, in the case of this novum, but also in that of all previous novum, only anti-remembering, anti-Augustine, anti-Hegel is philosophically appropriate, anti-circle and denial of the ring principle, that intended from Hegel and Eduard von Hartmann, in fact as far as Nietzsche. Yet hope, which does not want to be just as far at any end as it was at the beginning, does away with the sharp cycle. The dialectic which has its motor in unrest and its goal content, which in no way exists anti-rem, in unappeared essence does away with the dogged cycle. The tension figures and tendency forms, the real ciphers in the world, even these rehearsals on an as yet unsuccessful model, do away with the fundamentally sterile cycle through their especially high percentage of utopia. The humanization of nature has no parental home at the beginning from which it runs away, to which, with a kind of ancestor cult in philosophy, it returns. In fact, in process itself, still without the problem of the ultimum, a horde of real possibilities emerge which were not predicted of the beginning at birth. And the end is not the bringing back, rather it is, precisely as the impact of the what essence on the that ground, the blasting open of the prima megens materiali. In other words, the omega of the where-to explains itself not with reference to a primal Leben alpha, supposedly most real of all, of the where-from, of the origin, but on the contrary, this origin explains itself first with reference to the novum of the end. Indeed, as an origin still essentially unrealized in itself, it first enters reality with this ultimum. The origin is certainly the realizing element itself, and yet, just as there is still something immature and not yet realized in the realizing, so the realization of the realizing element itself is always only just starting to begin. In history it is the self-apprehension of the historical doer, working man, in nature it is the realization of that which has been hypothetically called natura naturans or subject of material motion, a problem which has hardly been touched on, even though it is clearly connected with the self-apprehension of working man and lies along the line of extension of Marx's humanization of nature. The site for both kinds of self-apprehension and their novum, their ultimum, is however located solely on the front of the process of history and is predominantly confronted with only mediated real possibility. This remains that which 205 corresponds to exact anticipation, concrete utopia as objective real correlate. In the same sense that the concretely utopian is an objective real degree of reality on the front of the occurring world, as not yet being of the naturalization of man, humanization of nature. Correspondingly, the thus designated realm of freedom develops not as return, but as exodus, though into the always intended promised land, promised by process. What is according to possibility and what is impossibility, cold and warm stream in Marxism on the path to the new we must usually, though not always, proceed step by step. Not everything is possible or can be implemented at any time, absent conditions not only hinder, they also block. More rapid progress is of course allowed, even demanded, where the stretch ahead shows no other dangers than over-anxiously or pedantically imagined ones. Thus Russia did not first need to become fully capitalist before it could pursue the socialist goal successfully. Even the complete technological conditions for the construction of socialism could be made good in the Soviet Union, insofar as they had already been developed in other countries and could be taken over from there. On the other hand, obviously, a path which has never been traveled before can only be skipped or jumped over with some failures. Because of course everything is possible for which the conditions exist in a sufficiently partial form, but this is precisely why everything is still factually impossible for which the conditions do not yet exist at all. The goal image then proves to be subjectively and objectively an illusion, the movement towards it then collapses, at best, if it makes headway, as a consequence of the prevailing and determining socio-economic conditions. A totally different goal is achieved from the one intended in this skipping over, abstract sense. Of course, in the bourgeois ideal dream of human rights, from the outset the tendencies were already active which subsequently ushered in the purest capitalism. But even here a city of brotherly love hovered ahead anyway, a Philadelphia, particularly far removed from the real Philadelphia which was on the agenda of economic history and consequently saw the light of day. And nothing much more than a Philadelphia of that kind would have been the fruit of the pure, the simply chiastic utopias, if they had not collapsed but had reached the goal according to the measure of the possible at that time. The economic conditions which the radical will towards the millennium from Joachim. 206. A priori to the English millenarians skipped over, and in fact had to skip over, would have announced themselves anyway, even in what was attained itself, and, again by virtue of the still imminent capitalist agenda, they would certainly not have been those which predestined for the kingdom of love. All this has become completely comprehensible through the Marxist discovery which shows that concrete theory practice is most closely connected to the explored mode of objective real possibility. Both the critical caution which determines the speed of the path, and the founded expectation which guarantees a militant optimism as regards the goal, are determined through insight into the correlate of possibility. And in such a way that this correlate, as it is now becoming possible to say, itself again has two sides, a reverse side as it were, on which the measures of the respectively possible are written, and a front side on which the totem of the finally possible indicates that it is still open. In fact, the first side, that of the existing decisively conditions, teaches conduct on the path to the goal, whereas the second side, that of the utopian totem, fundamentally prevents partial attainments on this path from being taken for the whole goal and from obscuring it. Despite all this, it must be stressed, even this double-sided correlate, real possibility is nothing other than dialectical matter. Real possibility is only the logical expression for material conditionality of a sufficient kind on the one hand, for material openness, unexhaustedness of the womb of matter, on the other. Already above, in the previous chapter, CFP 191, on the subject of the disrupting subsidiary causes during realization, a part of the Aristotelian definitions of matter was enlisted. We mentioned that according to Aristotle mechanical matter, represents a resistance, and consequently the entelechtic tendency form cannot reveal itself purely. This is how Aristotle seeks to explain the many inhibitions, chance thwartings, even the innumerable progress torsos of which the world is full. In the quoted passage, this definition of matter was designated as that of a scapegoat, and so it is, insofar as it is made absolute and insofar as it supposedly serves to send matter to the devil for the purpose of unburdening entelechei in general. But of course there is no mention in Aristotle of any such in general, any such making absolute, rather for him matter is in no way limited to the mechanical, and even this, from which stems, is in fact assigned for the first time to the extremely extensive concept of or objective real possibility in Aristotle. This assignment now also opens up a new, not thwarting, but rather determining meaning for the concept of inhibiting matter, is supplemented and extended through 207, i.e., through what is according to possibility, according to the measures of possibility. Seen from this side, matter is the side of the conditions according to whose stipulations entelechies reveal themselves, thus does not only mean mechanics, but much more extensively, continuous conditional connection. And only from this what is according to possibility does the inhibition ultimately originate which the entelechtic tendency form experiences on its path. The consequence also originates from here that the sculptor, working under more favorable conditions, can create more beautiful bodies than the physical ones that are born, and that a poet removes contingency and narrowness from the path of his creations, transposes them, as Aristotle says in his Poetics, from the or each individual thing into the or the richer possibilities of a whole. But all this would not have been possible if Aristotle, and this is of central importance, had not already also distinguished the other side, the front side of possibility matter, in fact recognized it as the side completely free of inhibitions. Matter is not only, according to possibility, and therefore the respectively conditioning element according to the given measure of the possible, but it is, what is in possibility, therefore the, in Aristotle admittedly still passive, womb of fertility from which all world forms inexhaustibly emerge. With this last definition precisely the friendly, if not the hope side of objective real possibility opened up, however long it took for it to be comprehended, the utopian totem is implied in the. To repeat and sum up, what is according to possibility in matter precedes the critical consideration of what is respectively to be attained. What is in possibility in matter precedes the founded expectation of attainability itself. And since the passive was deleted from the latter definition in the pantheistic school of the Aristotelians, since the no longer appeared as undefined wax on which the four entelechies imprint themselves, the potential of matter ultimately became birth and grave and new place of hope for the world forms in general. This development of the Aristotelian concept of matter runs through the peripatetic physicist Strato, the first great Aristotelian commentator Alexander of Aphrodisias, the Oriental Aristotelians Avicenna, Averroes, and his Natura Naturans, the Neoplatonizing Aristotelian Avice Braun, through the Christian heretical philosophers of the 13th century Amalrich of Bena and David of Dinant, right down to the world-creating matter of Giordano Bruno, cf. here Ernst Bloch, Avicenna und die Aristotelische Link, 1952, p. 30 ff. In fact even the substratum, giving birth to itself, of the Hegelian world idea, this idea which moves away. 208. So soon from matter, nevertheless contains a large part of matter potentiality, which has become potent. On this point Lenin, in his philosophical notebooks, particularly notes the statement from Hegel's logic, that which appears as the activity of form is furthermore also the separate motion of matter itself. There are several such statements in Hegel, also in his History of Philosophy, Werke 13, p. 33, concerning the Aristotelian concept of development, where he at least equates his idea of being in itself with the Aristotelian. And the supposition is justified that without this legacy of Aristotle and Bruno, Marx would not have been able to set much of the Hegelian world idea on its feet in such a natural way. Nor would the dialectic of process have been rescuable from the so-called world spirit in materialistic terms and become ascertainable in matter as a law of motion. Thus, however, a very different matter from the mechanical clod appeared, the matter of dialectical materialism, one in which dialectic, process, expropriation of expropriation, humanization of nature are in no way just external epithets, let alone tacked on. So much here for the correlates to critical consideration of the attainable, to founded expectation of attainability itself within the overall correlate, real possibility or matter. Coldness and warmth of concrete anticipation are prefigured in this, are related to these two sides of the real possible. Its unexhausted fullness of expectation shines upon revolutionary theory practice as enthusiasm, its strict determinations which cannot be skipped over demand cool analysis, cautiously precise strategy, the latter indicates cold, the former warm red. These two ways of being read always go together of course, yet they are distinct from each other. They are related to one another like that which cannot be deceived and that which cannot be disappointed, like acerbity and belief, each in its place and each employed towards the same goal. In Marxism, the act of analyzing the situation is entwined with the enthusiastically perspective act. Both acts are united in the dialectical method, in the pathos of the goal, in the totality of the subject matter treated, yet the difference of view and situation is plain to see. It has been recognized as one between the respective condition exploration according to the stipulations of the possible, and the prospect exploration of what is in possibility. Research which analyses conditions does equally show prospect, but with its horizon as a limiting one, that of the limited possible. Without such a cooling down Jacobinism or even totally extravagant, most abstractly utopian fanaticism would emerge. Thus lead is here poured into the shoes of overhauling, skipping over, flying over, because experience shows that the real itself has a heavy gait and seldom consists of wings. 209. But the prospect exploration of what is in possibility goes towards the horizon, in the sense of unobstructed, unmeasured expanse, in the sense of the possible which is still unexhausted and unrealized. Only then of course does prospect in the authentic sense result, that is, prospect of the authentic, of the totem of what is occurring and what is to be pursued, of a not only respectively prevailing, but overall historical, utopian totem. Without such a warming up of the historical and especially of the currently practical conditional analysis, the latter is subject to the danger of economism and of goal-forgetting opportunism. The latter avoids the mists of fanaticism only in as far as it gets bogged down in the swamp of philistinism, of compromise, and finally of betrayal. Only coldness and warmth of concrete anticipation together therefore ensure that neither the path in itself nor the goal in itself are held apart from one another undialectically and so become reified and isolated. And the conditional analysis on the whole historical situational stretch emerges both as an unmasking of ideologies and as a disenchantment of metaphysical illusion. Precisely this belongs to the most useful cold stream of Marxism. Through it Marxist materialism becomes not only the science of conditions, but at the same time the science of struggle and opposition against all ideological inhibitions and concealments of the ultimately decisive conditions, which are always economic. To the warm stream of Marxism, however, belong liberating intention and materialistically humane, humanely materialistic real tendency, towards whose goal all these disenchantments are undertaken. From here the strong appeal to the debased, enslaved, abandoned, belittled human being, from here the appeal to the proletariat as the turntable towards emancipation. The goal remains the naturalization of man, humanization of nature which is inherent in developing matter. This final matter or the content of the realm of freedom first approaches in the construction of communism, its only space, has never before been present, that is beyond doubt. But it is also beyond doubt that this content lies within the historical process, and that Marxism represents its strongest consciousness, its highest practical mindfulness. Marxism as a doctrine of warmth is thus solely related to that positive being in possibility, not subject to any disenchantment, which embraces the growing realization of the realizing element, primarily in the human sphere. And which, inside this sphere, signifies the utopian totem, in fact that freedom, that homeland of identity, in which neither man behaves towards the world, nor the world behaves towards man, as if towards a stranger. This is the doctrine of warmth in the sense of the front side, the front of matter, hence of forward matter. The path then opens up. 210. Within it as function of the goal, and the goal opens up as substance in the path explored towards its conditions, visualized towards its opennesses. Matter is latent in these opennesses according to the direction of their objective real hope contents, as the end of self-alienation and objectivity encumbered with alien material, as matter of things for us. On the path towards this, the objective surpassing of what currently exists in history and world occurs, this transcending without transcendence, which is called process and is accelerated on earth so forcefully by human work. Forward materialism or the warmth doctrine of Marxism is thus theory practice of reaching home or of departure from inappropriate objectification. Through it the world is developed towards the no longer alienation of its subjects' objects, hence towards freedom. Undoubtedly only from the vantage point of a classless society does the goal of freedom itself come clearly into our sights as definite being in possibility. Nevertheless it is no great distance from that self-encounter which has been sought in images under the name of culture, with so many ideologies, but also with so many kinds of pre-appearance, anticipations in the horizon. The means by which man first became human was work, the basis of the second stage is the classless society, its framework is a culture whose horizon is surrounded purely by the contents of founded hope, the most important, the positive being in possibility. Artistic appearance as visible pre-appearance, we say of the beautiful that it gives pleasure, that it is even enjoyed. But its reward does not end there. Art is not food. For it remains even after it has been enjoyed, even in the sweetest cases it hangs over into a land which is pictured ahead. The wishful dream goes out here into what is indisputably better. In doing so, in contrast to most political wishful dreams, it has already become work-like, a shaped beauty. Only, is there anything more in what has been shaped in this way than a game of appearance? Which may be extremely ingenious but, in contrast to the childlike, does not prepare for anything serious, nor signifies it. In aesthetic ringing or even jingling asterisk, is there any hard cash, any statement which can be signed? Paintings prompt us less often to this question, since paint only stands in sensory certainty and is otherwise more weakly burdened with the claim to truth than the word. Since the word not only serves literature. Asterisk here Bloch is playing on the old German expression in klingender Munds, in coin of the realm. 211. But also truthful communication, language makes us more sensitive to the latter than paint, even than drawing. All good art, of course, finishes its materials in shaped beauty, renders things, people, conflicts in beautiful appearance. But what is the honest status of this finish, of a ripeness in which only invented material ripens? How do things stand with a richness which communicates itself in a merely illusionary fashion, as mere appearance to the eye or to the ear? Conversely, how do things stand with Schiller's nevertheless prophetic statement that what we experience here as beauty will one day approach us as truth? How do things stand with Plotina's statement, and then Hegel's, that beauty is the sensory manifestation of the idea? Nietzsche, in his positivist period, sets against this assertion the much more massive one that all poets lie. Or, art makes the aspect of life tolerable by throwing the veil of impure thought over it. Francis Bacon sees the golden apples in silver bowls as really not that far from being an illusion, they belong to the idola theatri that have been handed down to us. He compares the truth to the naked bright daylight in which the masks, mummeries and resplendent features of the world do not appear half so beautiful and magnificent as in the candle light of art. According to this, all artists are from beginning to end in league with appearance, they have no inclination towards truth, but just the opposite inclination. In the whole of the Enlightenment there are premises for this antithesis between art and truth, and they have made artistic imagination an object of suspicion from the factual standpoint. These are the empirical objections to the insidious gloom, to the golden mist of art, and they are not the only ones which derive from the Enlightenment. For alongside them stand the rational objections which of course originally belong to the Platonic conceptual logos and to its especially celebrated, especially radical hostility to art, but which made themselves fashionable again as objections to art in the trend towards calculating reason in the new bourgeois age. Even where the specific hostility to art, described by Marx, of capitalism in the 19th century, with l'art pour l'art as the counterblow and with the Goncourt's declaration of war on the public, could not yet make its presence felt. Even the droll inquiry of that French mathematician is relevant here, who asked after listening to Racine's Iphigenie, "Chu est que cela prouve?" Asterisk droll and fetishistically pedantic though this question looks, it still stands as a purely rational question in a separate and great school of alienation from art, equal to that of the empirical school. The aesthetic dimension is conspicuously absent in all the great systems of reason of. What does that prove? 212. The new rationalist age, the ideas which inhabit it are not considered worthy of the least scientific discussion. Predominantly only technical aesthetic theories, albeit of a significant kind, chiefly concerning poetics, blossomed in French classical rationalism, and only the mathematical side of music was of interest to Descartes. Otherwise we do not know either in Descartes or even in Spinoza that there is an art in the ordered connection of ideas and things. Even the universal philosopher Leibniz at best only cited a few examples from art, such as those concerning the harmony-enhancing effect of shadows and dissonances, because such examples were serviceable for something much more important, for the proof of the best of all possible worlds. In Leibniz, the harmoniously beautiful is in fact a kind of hint of a scientifically recognizable world harmony, but it is only a confused hint, and the truth can thus dispense with it. Consequently, the aesthetics of rationalism began in a very strange way when it was finally made into a philosophical discipline very late by Baumgarten *, the follower of Wolff. In fact, it began with a decidedly low opinion of its object, indeed with apologies for its existence. The aesthetic object was solely the so-called lower cognitive faculty at work in sensory perception and its ideas. And though beauty also represented perfection in this area, it was not comparable in terms of value with the complete clarity of conceptual cognition. The rationalist debasement of art thus lines up with the empirical positivist kind after all, but the list of enemies is still not complete. Indeed, hatred of art only becomes totally glaring when it derives not from reason but, often conversely, from belief, at least from the positing of something spiritually true. Then a storm of iconoclasm breaks out, in this case not against the golden mist of art, as was usual in the empirical and ultimately also in the rationalist approach, but against the mainland of art, i.e. against the over-accentuated appearance within it. Beauty, the verdict reads here, seduces us to the superficial, falls for the hollow exterior and thus diverts from the essential nature of things. What good is there in imitating the shadows of shadows, asks Plato, already making his conceptual logos almost clerically curt. On the other hand, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth, commands the fourth commandment in the Bible and gives the cue for the iconoclasm of the invisibility of Yahweh, of the banning of all idolatry. Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten, 1714-62. Christian Wolff, 1679-1754, philosopher of the German Enlightenment. Exodus 20, 4. 213. Art in general thus becomes gleaming, ultimately Luciferian fulfillment which stands in the way of the true undissembling kind, indeed which denies it. This is hostility to art in its religious and spiritual form. What corresponds to it in morality is, not without reason, the turning away from the all too great visibility of works, the turning towards the invisible, genuine dimension of convictions. Puritanism in this extensive sense, reaching back as far as Bernard of Clairvaux, finally culminated in Tolstoy's monstrous hatred of Shakespeare, of the lascivious work of beauty in general. Even in Catholicism a horror pulchra led, under Pope Marcellus, to the planning of a ban on elaborate church music, and this horror, applied to what is visible, gave to Protestantism the bare God who wishes to be worshipped in moral belief, in the word that is the truth. Thus the claim to truth comes out against beauty in so many different forms, empirical and rationalist, spiritual and religious. And however much these different claims to truth, for subjectively the spiritual was one as well, were at variance with themselves and in extreme conflict with one another, they are nevertheless united in the will towards a seriousness opposed to the game of appearance. This has always affected artists too, precisely because they themselves were serious. They themselves felt committed to the question of truth, because they did not want to be game players, either immured or decadent ones. How amply the beautiful seeks also to be pictorially true in the descriptions and stories of great realistic writers. Not only in terms of sensory certainty, but also in terms of broadly revealed social contexts and natural processes. How legitimate Homer's realism is, a realism of such exact fullness that almost the whole of Mycenaean culture can be visualized from it. And admittedly not a French mathematician, but Alexander von Humboldt, the naturalist, tells us of the Book of Job, chapter 37, the meteorological processes which take place in the cloud cover, the formation and dispersal of the vapors during various wind changes, their kaleidoscope of colors, the generation of hail and of rolling thunder are described with individual graphicness. Many questions are also raised which our modern physics is able to formulate in more scientific terms, but not to solve satisfactorily. Cosmos 2, Kata, p. 35. Such precision and reality is undoubtedly peculiar and essential to all great literature, often also in decidedly spiritual religious literature, as in the imagery of the Psalms. And the demand of significant realism to which all surface, but also all extravagance is alien, this glory in Homer, Shakespeare, Goethe, Keller, Tolstoy, is so greatly recognized in art, at least in the novel in recent times, if not actually. 214. Fulfilled at high points, as if there had never been a mistrust born of the love of truth towards the Magi Sturluti and his box of tricks. And yet artists, however concrete they are, have not settled the aesthetic question of truth, at best they have extended it in a desirable and significant way and made it more precise. For precisely in the realistic work of art we see that as a work of art it is still nevertheless something other than a source of historical and natural historical knowledge, or even insights. It is characterized by exquisite words which do after all also exaggerate what is so tellingly described by them beyond its given station. It is characterized above all by fantasizing, which bustles around between characters and events with a degree of license highly alien to science. Fantasizing and in addition, in both senses of the word, artfulness, by means of which invented material fills up the gaps in what has been concretely observed and rounds the plot into well-curved arches. An appearance of rounding, over-rounding, is in any case unmistakable even in the most realistic artistic creations, particularly in artistic novels. And great appearance has a quite surpassing effect in those works of art which do not offer themselves primarily as realistic, either because they consciously romanticize alongside or beyond available existence, or because, far beyond a mere subject, they fructify myth, which is the oldest sustenance of art anyway. Giotto's raising of Lazarus, Dante's Paradiso, heaven in the final part of Faust, how do these stand, beyond all detailed realism, in relation to the philosopher's inquiry after truth? They are undoubtedly not true in the sense that the knowledge we have acquired of the world is true, but then what does the enormous wonderment at the after all inseparable form content of these works mean, in a legitimate, world-related manner? Thus, astonishingly, although on a completely different level, the tu sceque cela preve, of that French mathematician becomes irrefutable, even without mathematics and completely without drollery. In other words, the question as to the truth of art becomes philosophically the question as to the possibly available depictability of beautiful appearance, as to its degree of reality in the by no means single-layered reality of the world, as to the location of its object correlate. Utopia as object determination, with the degree of existence of the real possible, thus encounters in the shimmering phenomenon of art a particularly fruitful problem of probation. And the answer to the aesthetic question of truth is, artistic appearance is not only mere appearance, but a meaning, cloaked in images and which can only be described in images, of material that has been driven further, wherever the exaggeration and fantasizing represent a significant pre-appearance, circulating. 215. In turbulent existence itself, of what is real, a pre-appearance which can specifically be represented in aesthetically immanent terms. What habitual or unblunted sense can hardly still see is illuminated here, in individual processes as well as social and natural ones. This pre-appearance becomes attainable precisely because art drives its material to an end, in characters, situations, plots, landscapes, and brings them to a stated resolution in suffering, happiness, and meaning. Pre-appearance is this attainable thing itself because the métier of driving to the end occurs in dialectically open space, in which any object can be aesthetically represented. Aesthetically represented, this means, immanently more achieved, more thoroughly formed, more essential than in the immediate sensory or immediate historical occurrence of this object. This thorough formation remains appearance even as pre-appearance, but it does not remain illusion. Instead, everything that appears in the artistic image is sharpened or condensed to a decisiveness which the reality of experience in fact only seldom shows, but which is most definitely inherent in the subjects. Art clearly indicates this with founded appearance, in the theatre regarded as paradigmatic institution. It remains virtual, but in the same sense as a reflection is virtual, i.e. reproduces an object outside itself with all its dimensions of depth on the reflecting surface. And the pre-appearance, in contrast to religious pre-appearance, remains immanent despite all transcendence. It expands, as Schiller in fact defined aesthetic realism using Goethe as an example, it expands nature, without going beyond it. Beauty, even sublimity are thus representative of an existence for objects which has not yet become, a thoroughly formed world without external chance, without unessentiality, unrenderedness. The motto of aesthetically attempted pre-appearance runs along these lines: how could the world be perfected without this world being exploded and apocalyptically vanishing, as in Christian religious pre-appearance, cf. also, Ernst Bloch, Geist der Utopie, 1923, p. 141. Art, with its formations which are always individual and concrete, seeks this perfection only in these formations, with the total as penetratingly viewed particular, whereas religion, of course, seeks utopian perfection in totality and places the salvation of the individual matter completely in the totem, in the I make all things new. Man is supposed to be born again here, society transformed into civitas Dei, nature transfigured into the celestial. Whereas art remains rounded, when classical it loves the coastal trip around the given, even when it is Gothic, despite all venturing beyond, it has something balanced, homogenized in. Revelation 21. 5, Behold, I make all things new. 216. It. Only music works explosively, occurring in open space, for which reason this art always carries something eccentric in it compared with the other arts, just as if it were only transposed onto the level of the beautiful or the sublime. All other arts pursue the representation of the pure in individual figures, situations, plots from the world, without exploding this world, hence the perfect visibility of this pre-appearance. Thus art is no illusion, since it works along a line of extension from the become, in its formed, more commensurate expression. This goes so far that a writer from antiquity, Juvenal, in order to express all the possible horrors of a storm, calls the storm poetica tempestas. This goes so deep that Goethe, in his commentary on Diderot's essay on painting, posits concentration as realism, against merely reproductive naturalism, and thus the artist, grateful to nature, which also produced him, gives her a second nature in return, but one that is felt and thought and humanly perfected. This humanized nature is however at the same time one that is more perfected in itself, not of course in the manner of sensory appearance of an idea which is finished anyway, as Hegel teaches, but rather in the direction of increasingly entellichetic expression, as Aristotle states. In fact, precisely this entellichetically or, as Aristotle also says, typically resolving force is powerfully remembered afresh in Engel's statement that realistic art is representation of typical characters in typical situations. Whereby the typical in Engel's definition obviously does not mean the average, but the significantly characteristic, in short, the essential image of the matter, decisively developed through exemplary instances. Along this line, therefore, lies the solution of the aesthetic question of truth. Art is a laboratory and also a feast of implemented possibilities, together with the thoroughly experienced alternatives therein, whereby the implementation and the result occur in the manner of founded appearance, namely of worldly perfected pre-appearance. In great art, exaggeration and fantasizing are most visibly applied to tendential consistency and concrete utopia. Though whether the call for perfection, we can call it the godless prayer of poetry, becomes practical even only to a small extent and does not merely remain in aesthetic pre-appearance is something which is not decided in poetry, but in society. Only controlled history, with an incisive counter-move against inhibitions, with active promotion of tendency, can help essential material in the distance of art to become increasingly also appearance in the dealings of life. This is then of course the same as iconoclasm that has become correct, not as destruction of artistic images, but as a breaking into them, for the purpose of fructifying what is possibly contained in them, not only typically. 217. But paradigmatically, i.e. in exemplary fashion. And wherever art does not play itself out into illusion, beauty, and even sublimity is that which mediates a premonition of future freedom. Often rounded, never closed, this life maxim of Goethe's is also that of art, with the accent of conscience and substance ultimately on the unclosed. False autarkia. Pre-appearance as real fragment. Often rounded, it does not suit a beautiful image to present itself as incomplete. What is unfinished is external to it, does not belong to it, and the artist who has not finished what he had to do is unhappy about it. This is quite correct and obvious, in so far as and as long as it is merely a matter of sufficient strength of form. The source of artfulness is the ability which understands and thus totally wants to acquire its subject matter. But of course, precisely for the sake of non-isolated acquisition, the thread of that artfulness must also repeatedly be noted which arises not out of ability but out of the share of mere appearance which even pre-appearance has. The appeal of pleasing perception and its representation, however imaginary what is represented may possibly be, is enough to satisfy mere appearance. Indeed, the imaginary or what has become imaginary can lend mere appearance a particularly decorative roundedness, one in which the seriousness of the subject matter hardly disturbs, let alone interrupts, the beautifully coherent game. Precisely because mere appearance lets images live alongside each other so easily, so unreally, it guarantees that pleasing superficial coherence which shows no interest and presence whatever of a subject matter beyond sheer illusion. The lack of belief in the represented subject matter can even be a help to the smooth illusion, even more so than scepticism. This showed itself in Renaissance painting with regard to the gods of antiquity, in depicting whom the painter did not need to fear he had not behaved sufficiently discreetly towards the sacred. The same thing showed itself a little later in mythologically rounded poetry. Camoens in the Lusiads has his goddess Themis say quite ironically and yet in the most luxuriant verse that she herself and Saturn, Jupiter, and all the other gods that appear are vain creatures of fantasy born to mortals out of blind madness, only serving to lend charm to the song. Through the use of beautiful appearance mythological substance was indeed held in memory here, in fact introduced into the possible allegories of a pre-appearance, but by means of that finished fullness especially invited.